Chen Geng slowly opened his eyes. What a refreshing, deep sleep, more than 10 hours long, with that slight soreness in the bones. It felt amazing. Instinctively, he stretched widely and let out a groan of satisfaction. How long had it been since he last allowed himself such a blissful, uninterrupted slumber where he didn't have to think about anything or answer anyone's questions? Well, after forcing the Porsche family to bow their heads, he figured he deserved a good rest. The moment Chen Geng finished stretching, arms still raised, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. This isn't my hotel room. His body jolted upright, all drowsiness instantly gone like receding tide. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. No way was this the same hotel room had stayed in at Nürburgring. Just one glance was enough for Chen Geng to draw a conclusion. The room wasn't just far more basic than the luxury suite on the 25th floor. It looked like a high schooler's messy den. The walls were cluttered, and outside the window, there should have been tall, leafless trees visible from the 25th floor. No one would dare pull such a prank on him. So what the hell was going on now? Half an hour later, after figuring out what had happened, Chen Geng wore a bitter smile on his face. Who could have guessed that waking up would mean finding himself back in 1978? Not only that, but he wasn't even in China anymore. He was in Detroit, Michigan, the so-called Motor City of America. And his current identity? Well, it was pretty pitiful. A struggling used car salesman among hundreds of similar dealerships in Detroit. Just another member of the American working class, classic grassroots nobody. The good news? At least he was still Chinese. Specifically, a Chinese-American born in the U.S., whose parents had passed away and who held a green card. Even better, his name remained unchanged, still Chen Geng. Of course, he also had an English name now. As for why he had ended up in 1978, having already experienced one life reset before, Chen Geng remained calm. At least it's 1978, not 1879. Maybe the universe thought he'd been having it too easy and decided to throw in a challenge? Thinking this, Chen Geng couldn't help sighing. Good thing Sino-American relations will normalize next year. Won't have to wait too long. Need to start building some assets, fast. Looking into the mirror at his thinner, younger self, his face largely unchanged, Chen Geng muttered to himself. Otherwise, how can I ever go back? How is old Chen doing now? Is mom okay? Come to think of it, Ding Ruoyan must still be in middle school. As for whether the version of himself currently attending high school back in China still exists, well, that was getting too complicated. He gave up trying to figure out. A clattering, rusty Mini Cooper pulled skillfully into the parking lot of Bieber Used Cars, a second-hand dealership located in the suburbs of Detroit. Seeing the little mini, its body covered in rust and looking like scrap from a junkyard, Joshua, Chen Geng's co-worker and fellow used car salesman, teased him mockingly. Fernandez, if you don't sell a single car today, your sales record for this month stays at 0 again. Boss, decide if you don't sell one this year. Either get lost or buy a car yourself. You're doomed. From a distance, Chen Geng flipped him the bird. F you. F you too. Joshua shot back with equal enthusiasm, yelling, Watch out, boss seems in a bad mood today. They were both just employees. Sure, they liked to tease each other, but when it came to dealing with the boss, they were united by shared class struggle. Chen Geng nodded in thanks. He roughly knew why Mr. Bieber was in a foul mood. Bieber owed the bank a huge sum and the deadline was fast approaching. If he couldn't pay it off soon, the bank would seize everything, his house, his company, his entire life. With the repayment date drawing near and no improvement in sales, it was no wonder Bieber was furious. Just as Chen Geng approached the office door, he overheard Bieber speaking on the phone in a pleading tone. Mr. James, please rest assured he'll definitely repay the loan before the final due date. Yes, I promise. No problem. Absolutely no problem. No need to ask another call from the bank. After barely convincing the bank he could repay in time, Bieber, who stood 6 feet tall and weighed at least 280 pounds, saw Chen Geng walk in and immediately exploded. Pointing a finger at Chen Geng, he roared, F, you stupid pig. I swear, if you don't sell a car today, you're out. God, what did I do to deserve hiring you? Who talks like that? Chen Geng frowned and snapped coldly. Shut up. It wasn't just any authority he wielded. As CEO of a conglomerate with tens of thousands of employees and hundreds of upstream and downstream partners, facing someone like Bieber, who ran a tiny secondhand shop with just a few staff, was like a lion roaring at a mouse. Under the overwhelming pressure of Chen Geng's aura, Bieber nearly dropped his butt onto the floor, his face turning pale. For a moment, he felt like he was standing not before a lowly Asian employee he looked down on, but before those untouchable titans of power men he could never hope to meet, let alone serve. But in reality, Chen Geng wasn't some unreachable tycoon. He was just a poor guy scraping by on his own salary. Realizing that the man who had just scared him half to death was still just a penniless nobody, Bieber quickly regained his composure and angrily slammed the table. Get out. You're fired. I never want to see you again. Fired me? Chen Geng looked at the enraged Bieber and smirked contemptuously. Mr. Bieber, I think you might have forgotten we signed a contract. If you really want to fire me, fine. Pay me this month's salary plus 3 months severance compensation. Don't look at me like that. If you refuse, I'm sure the lawyers in Detroit will be more than happy to take my case. Bieber panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot, but he couldn't utter a word. Chen Geng had struck right at his weakest point. Indeed, the contract clearly stated that if the employer terminated the agreement early, not only must the full monthly wage be paid, but also 3 additional months' salary as severance. This was legally required. Of course, if Chen Geng resigned voluntarily, that was a different matter. Then he'd receive only his salary, no severance. But the problem was, it was Bieber who had initiated the termination. All in all, 4 months' worth of wages amounted to less than 3,000, not much by most standards. But for Bieber, who had an $8,000 bank loan coming due and couldn't spare a penny, it was money he had no intention of paying. Another mystery lingered in his mind. Chen Geng had always been timid, spineless like a monkey afraid of its own shadow. That's probably why he hadn't sold a single car in a whole month. What the hell had changed today? Why was this idiot suddenly talking back like this? Yet Chen Geng kept pouring salt into the wound, smiling sweetly as he asked, Mr. Bieber, if I heard correctly, the bank wants you to repay within 2 weeks at most? That means you're in trouble. If you can't pay them back, won't they take your house, your car, and your business? You'll go bankrupt, right? 8,000 causing bankruptcy? Sounds absurd, right? Actually, not all. Like most Americans of the era, Bieber had no savings. Accustomed to living on credit cards and paycheck-to-paycheck cycles, he bought his house and car on installments. Monthly payments for various loans were already a huge burden. As for his used car dealership, pathetic. The premises were rented, the office was rented, most of the cars on sale were consigned by owners. Aside from a few desks and phones, almost nothing belonged to him. The total value of assets truly owned by Bieber was under 1,000. Worse yet, in just a week, he had to pay 2,000 in rent and utility fees. Without that money, he'd be evicted immediately. Small business owners like Bieber, constantly teetering on the edge of ruin, were everywhere in America. So many, in fact, that they were practically invisible. Chen Geng's words were like pouring salt into a wound. Bieber's eyes turned red, fists clenched, ready to charge at Chen Geng. But then, Chen Geng calmly dropped another bomb. $10,000. They'll buy your company. What? Haha, are you serious? Let me guess, you can't even come up with 1,000, right? Haha, priceless. To Bieber, this was the biggest joke he'd heard all day. This Asian kid, earning only $700 a month, dared to say he wanted to buy his company? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 2. The Disheartened Loan Officer. It is no wonder that Bieber found this amusing. Last autumn, the U.S. Department of the Treasury revealed the national average household income for 1976, $18,700. This figure represents the typical American household where both partners are employed, yielding an average annual income of $9,350 per person, or an average monthly income of $780. However, this income is calculated before taxes, once personal income taxes are deducted, along with the mortgage, car loans, and other personal debts that Americans, who typically lack a savings habit, incur. The annual property tax apportioned to each individual means that the average disposable income for an American does not exceed $400 per month. After accounting for monthly expenses such as food, fuel, and utilities, the average American in the 1970s would hardly retain any savings. Having $100 left over at the end of the month would be considered adept financial management. In Bieber's eyes, even though Chinese individuals are generally more inclined towards saving and financial planning, it would be implausible for Chen Geng to produce such a substantial sum, as he himself could not muster such funds. Chen Geng shrugged. I cannot indeed produce 10,000, but my house is fully paid for. If necessary, I can apply for a mortgage with the bank. That house could easily secure a loan of 10,000. What? Bieber's eyes widened in disbelief. That damned yellow-skinned monkey possesses an entire house. In the next moment, excitement surged within him. If this scoundrel truly owned a property outright, there was no reason he could not request a loan of 20,000 or even 30,000 from the bank. The earlier irritation and impatience faded, replaced by a broad smile. Ching, why not lend me this money? I assure you I will repay you promptly. Ah, and the interest on the loan will be calculated at double the bank's rate. Oh, and starting today, you shall be the company's vice general manager. Based on his knowledge of Chen Geng, Bieber was confident that this timid and risk-averse Chinese man would not dare to refuse his request for funds. Holding both a carrot and a stick, he believed it was only a matter of time before Chen capitulated. Observing the gleeful Bieber, Chen Geng laughed, a look of disdain and mockery on his face. Lend you money? Huh. Mr. Bieber, do you truly believe that if I had 10,000, I would not simply start my own used car dealership? Bieber was momentarily speechless. Chen Geng was correct. With 10,000, not only could one establish a simple used car sales business, but it could also be a medium-sized dealership complete with a maintenance workshop. Though slightly curious as to why Chen Geng suddenly seemed unafraid of him, Bieber quickly dismissed such thoughts. Once he confirmed that Chen indeed had the potential to produce 10,000, his eyes gleamed with greed, consumed by a singular thought. He must acquire that 10,000 at any cost. Seeing no effect from simple promises, Bieber gritted his teeth and said, "Since you disagree with this proposal, how about I convert it into shares, Mr. Fernandez? With this $10,000, I can offer you 30% of the shares. What do you think? Just nod, and you will become a shareholder of the company." Chen Geng looked at the scheming Bieber with a mocking expression. "If I can acquire your company for $10,000, why would I settle for merely 30% of the shares for the same amount?" Noticing Bieber's intent to argue, Chen Geng shook his finger dismissively and stated bluntly, $10,000. If you agree, I will go to the bank to mortgage my house. If you disagree, it's of no concern to me, as I will not be the one facing bankruptcy and liquidation. With that, he disregarded the increasingly grim-faced Bieber and strode out, knowing there were many tasks awaiting him. With no time to waste on this man, White stood at the entrance of the hall. A frown etched upon his brow as he surveyed the throng of people entering and exiting, feeling a throbbing headache. Why is everyone here to withdraw money? And not a single soul is here for loan services? In truth, there were those seeking loans, but nearly every one of them had arranged their business with colleagues beforehand, leaving White with no opportunity whatsoever. "White, how is it going? Any leads?" asked his colleague James, seemingly concerned, but actually relishing White's predicament. "The manager has stated that if you don't secure a deal by the end of the month, you'll be packing your things." Despite the urge to kick James, that two-faced scoundrel, White could only respond evasively. "Thank you for your concern, but I can manage." James shook his head with a feigned sense of sympathy. "You said the same at the beginning of the month, and there's barely a week left until the end. If you don't land an order, the manager really will let you go. But since we're colleagues, I can introduce you to one of my clients. He is looking to borrow $20,000. What do you say?" "Really?" Overjoyed, White couldn't contain himself, grabbing James's hand excitedly. "James, are you truly willing to introduce your client to me? Thank you. Thank you so much. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive your commission in full." It was no wonder White was so animated. For a yellow-skinned Asian in a predominantly white American society, carving out a space was exceedingly challenging. Why? After a month of work, had he not secured a single deal? Beyond his lack of experience, his skin color played a significant role. "Don't mention it," James grinned lewdly. "I heard your sister is already 16. Just introduce her to me." Before James could finish, White's expression darkened, and he snapped through clenched teeth, "Get lost." If it weren't for the fact that it was working hours, White had no doubt he would have knocked out James's smug grin. James looked at White with a cold smile, entirely unperturbed by White's reaction. Leaning closer, he whispered with a hint of pride, "Don't forget, your sister's tuition is due in the second half of the year. If you lose this job, how will you manage to pay for it?" Instantly, White's expression changed. James's words struck a chord deep within him. The cost of high school education in the United States is exorbitant. Even the relatively affordable public schools charge over $7,000 annually, and when factoring in additional expenses, the total exceeds $9,000, nearly equivalent to an adult's yearly income. Fortunately, his sister's academic performance was commendable, qualifying her for a scholarship, and she also worked part-time, alleviating some of the burden. White only needed to contribute around $4,000 a year for her expenses. However, even that amount was significant, and losing this job was not an option. Naturally, introducing his lovely sister to that scoundrel James was out of the question. Still, even under these circumstances, he could never push his beautiful sister into a perilous situation. Taking a deep breath, White prepared to berate James, but to his dismay, James had already turned away, clearly having come to belittle him rather than offer assistance. Despite his overwhelming anger and the desire to unleash his fury on James, The thought of needing this job to save for his sister's tuition forced White to suppress his rage. He could not afford to lose this position. In this tense moment, a dilapidated mini-car pulled up outside the office, a detail that White instinctively overlooked until the individual approached him and asked, "Excuse me, is the credit department over there?" He was caught off guard. The credit department? It was just to the left of the hall. White instinctively replied, "Yes, right over there." But the next moment his eyes widened in astonishment. Credit? Was this person seeking a loan? "Thank you," Chen Geng casually responded, turning to enter. But he was halted as someone grasped his clothing. "Sir, are you here for credit services?" With an eager and excited expression, White clutched Chen Geng's attire. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm White, a credit officer at this branch of United Community Bank. I can provide you with all the necessary credit consultation and services, and assist you in securing the highest loan at the lowest interest rate." "You are a credit officer at this bank?" Chen Geng scrutinized White, glancing at his name tag. Indeed, it confirmed his identity as a credit officer at United Community Bank. Satisfied, he thought it reasonable to entrust this business to someone who, like himself, belonged to the Chinese community. Indeed, it is true. Upon realizing that Chen Geng was willing to engage in conversation, White felt a slight sense of relief. As long as the other party was open to discussion, there lay a glimmer of opportunity, unlike those detestable individuals who refused to even entertain the notion of dialogue. With a smile carefully crafted upon his face, White inquired, "May I ask what type of loan services you are considering, sir? What amount do you intend to borrow?" "Rest assured, I shall utilize my utmost professional expertise to present you with the most advantageous loan options," Chen Geng responded. "I possess a property in the Great Lake District with full ownership rights, and I wish to use this property as collateral for a loan. Naturally, I seek the most favorable interest rate possible." Chapter 3. From this moment forth, the company is mine. With a property boasting complete ownership as collateral, White felt an immediate sense of relief. Such clients are the most coveted by banks, the very individuals that every credit officer yearns to encounter. Among 20 potential clients, finding a luxury, top-tier client represents the lowest financial risk. Most importantly, White was well aware of the circumstances in the Great Lakes region. While it may not be a haven for the affluent, it is certainly a middle-class residential area, although comprised of older communities. The housing prices in that vicinity generally exceed 100,000, with even the average price for condominiums surpassing 40,000. Securing this deal would effectively safeguard his position. "Of course, it's absolutely no problem," White exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement upon confirming that this individual was genuinely interested in pursuing a loan with him. Adhering to pre-service etiquette, he displayed a smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth. "Sir, may I inquire as to the amount you intend to borrow? Should your total loan exceed 20,000, I can petition my supervising manager for some favorable interest rates. Currently, our community bank offers a 2-year loan rate of 3.2. However, I can strive to secure a preferential annual interest rate of 2.99, contingent upon verifying the details of your property." Chen Geng nodded noncommittally. "Come with me to view my property. We can discuss the specifics later." White was elated. For a credit officer, there is nothing more vital than assessing collateral in person. However, upon arriving at the property, White felt a tinge of disappointment. He had envisioned a house, the quintessential single-family home favored by the American middle class, complete with a front lawn and a small garden in the back, or at the very least, a townhouse. Instead, he was confronted with a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room condominium, akin to the commodity housing prevalent in his homeland. Although the property was well maintained, its age was evident, and the entire building bore a somewhat worn appearance, though the communal facilities, such as the elevator, remained functional. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. After conducting a preliminary review of Fernandez's property ownership documentation and confirming the area and square footage, White silently appraised the property at 50,000. This valuation was undeniably conservative. If Fernandez were not in a hurry to sell, he could potentially command a price of 53,000 or even 55,000. Perhaps, if he encountered an unsuspecting buyer from Neon Nation, he might even sell it for 60,000. According to the bank's maximum loan coefficient of 0.7, White expressed a loan limit of up to 35,000 for Mr. Fernandez. For an American whose annual income barely exceeds 9,000 and who lives paycheck to paycheck, 35,000 is indeed a considerable sum. Concerned about the potential for complications and eager to finalize the deal swiftly, White readily presented his maximum offer. Mr. Fernandez, considering various factors. If you are willing to use your apartment as collateral, I can assign a valuation of 41,000 to it. Without waiting for Chen Geng to respond, White elaborated. This is undoubtedly the highest price the bank can offer. If it were a large institution like Merrill or Mellon, their valuation would not exceed 35,000. Even other loan officers at our own Union Community Bank would not appraise your apartment above 38,000. However, since we are compatriots, I can extend a valuation of 41,000. Please trust me. No bank or loan officer will provide a higher valuation than mine. Chen Geng nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed with this valuation. He was aware of the property's worth but recognized that undervaluation is a common practice among banks. An asset valued at 10,000 could easily be depreciated to 6,000, resulting in a loan of only 3,000 based on a 0.5 coefficient, with the hope that the borrower would default, allowing the bank to seize the collateral and sell it at the original price, thus profiting 7,000 effortlessly. Although his property could realistically fetch around 50,000 in the market, White's valuation seemed reasonable. The reason he chose Union Community Bank, a mid-sized institution with total assets of less than $2 billion, over larger banks like JP Morgan, Merrill, or Mellon was precisely due to their comparatively higher loan coefficients and collateral valuations. Seeing Chen Geng accept his valuation, White finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was eager to close this transaction before the month's end. Should he fail to do so, he risked losing his position. For the sake of his sister, he could not afford to be dismissed. For White, everything hinged on expediting the signing process. Upon receiving Chen Geng's acknowledgement of his valuation, in order to enhance the transaction rate, he promptly stated, typically, banks employ a loan coefficient ranging from 0.5 to 0.55 based on the valuation. However, I can extend this to 0.6, allowing you to borrow a maximum of 24,600. The interest rate will be set at an annualized rate of 2.99 for 27,000 or 2.75 for the same amount. Chen Geng interrupted White, uncertain about why this loan officer was in such a hurry, yet recognizing that this was not the crux of the matter. If you are eager, do not blame me for being straightforward. If you agree, we can sign the contract at any time. If not, I shall seek another bank. White paused briefly, then immediately nodded. No problem, it's a deal. The amount of 27,000 was still below the maximum loan limit of 0.7. Indeed, Bieber found himself cornered when he appeared before Chen Geng 5 days later. Chen Geng was astonished to observe that in this short span, the previously 280-pound man had shed at least 50 pounds, now exhibiting a somewhat slender appearance, although the deep, dark bags under his eyes silently indicated that he had been enduring difficult times recently. Upon seeing Chen Geng, Bieber's expression was grim and haggard, his voice hoarse as he declared, "Fernandez, the conditions we discussed, my company is yours now. What do you propose?" $10,000. I require it in cash, no installment payments. It must be settled in one lump sum. Agreed, Chen Geng replied without hesitation. With a sigh of relief, Bieber continued, "Secondly, the rent for the premises and property is due this Friday, and you will need to cover this expense." Chen Geng furrowed his brow, sensing that Bieber was attempting to play mind games. However, after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to acquiesce. "Okay, no problem. You will accompany me to meet the landlord to arrange the property transfer." "All right, it's settled then," Bieber exclaimed with delight, surprised by Chen Geng's swift agreement. For a moment, he felt a twinge of regret. It seemed that the foolish Fernandez was genuinely eager to acquire his company. Perhaps if he proposed some slightly excessive conditions, it might yield further benefit. But who was Chen Geng? Frankly speaking, even if Bieber were to make a move, Chen Geng could easily anticipate his intentions. Before Bieber could voice any further demands, Chen Geng candidly stated, "I will accept this condition, but Mr. Bieber, I trust you will know your limits. Additionally, please remember that all vehicles entrusted for sale within the company will belong to me the moment we finalize our contract." Faced with Chen Geng's sudden assertiveness, the financially constrained Bieber gritted his teeth, but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. "All right, it's a deal, but when will you provide the funds?" Securing the money from Chen Geng would not only enable him to repay the bank loan, but also leave him with over 3,000, sufficient for him to seek a commendable job in automobile sales, a field he was familiar with. Gazing at Bieber, Chen Geng smiled. "Now, Justin Bieber nearly bit his tongue. Are you certain? This scoundrel claims he can hand me $10,000 right now? What a joke. This is $10,000. In 1978, that sum was indeed substantial. To make an imperfect analogy, its purchasing power is not inferior to that of $300,000 in 2017. A considerable amount for the average American. Chen Geng remained silent, turning into his bedroom and brandishing a stack of vibrant green bills before Bieber. Once the company transfer agreement is signed, this money will be yours immediately. With that, there was nothing left to discuss. Bieber greedily gazed at the pile of greenbacks in Chen Geng's hands, unable to suppress a gulp. Fernandez, give me $11,000. And everything in the company is yours. I will leave with only my car. He thought that if he could sell his desk and file cabinet, which he originally planned to dispose of, for $1,000, it would still be a decent deal. Yet, Chen Geng was no fool. He knew the true value of the items that belonged to Bieber in the company. What a dimwit. He thought he could sell his second-hand office furniture for $1,000? Dream on. In the second-hand market, it would cost at most $700. And selling to a used furniture buyer might yield $300 if he were exceptionally fortunate. Thus, the maximum he could obtain was $10,500. Chen Geng showed no regard for his boss. When Bieber attempted to speak again, Chen Geng candidly remarked, Mr. Bieber, we both understand that even $500 is a profit for you. No one else would offer you that price. Having failed to extract more money from Chen Geng, Bieber sighed, yet he felt no significant disappointment. It was certainly better than selling to those second-hand furniture dealers. He nodded and agreed. Deal. Chapter 4. The benefits delivered to your door. Joshua gazed in astonishment at Chen Geng, then turned to see the Buick already departing the premises, his jaw nearly unhinged. Goodness. Is the company truly yours? Just days ago, Fernandez was, like him, merely an employee on the brink of dismissal. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had transitioned into Joshua's employer. Joshua felt his entire worldview upended. Indeed, Mr. Joshua, you must remember this. From this moment onward, I am your boss. Chen Geng chuckled, playfully prodding Joshua's chest twice. Having finally secured the affirmation he sought, Chen Geng's spirits soared. If you wish to avoid job hunting tomorrow, it would be wise to show some courtesy to your paymaster. Yes, sir. One could question the intellect of his African-American colleague, but one could never doubt his extraordinary talent in hip-hop and athletics. Joshua, with a grin, saluted Chen Geng in a quintessential American fashion. Sir, as long as you disburse my salary punctually, I assure you that I shall fulfill any directive without any reservation. Excellent. Now, summon everyone. We shall convene a meeting. Additionally, I must inform you that I have already paid the rent, so there is no need for anyone to worry about being evicted by the landlord tomorrow. Joshua dashed outside, where 5 anxious colleagues awaited. No one needs to seek employment elsewhere. This is indeed wonderful news. The assurance of the landlord's timely rent payment implied that their salaries would be secure. As for the source of Fernandez's funds, Joshua was indifferent. Whether it came from a bank heist or retrieved from a sewer mattered little, provided the wages were deposited in due time. Contemplating the semi-annual rent of $3,000, Chen Geng couldn't suppress a sigh. Darn it, after paying the rent, utilities, and maintenance fees, a significant portion of my funds is gone. From an initial sum of $27,000, he lamented internally as it dwindled to just $13,000. This money truly does not last. This vehicle is fine, albeit excessively dirty. It requires a thorough cleaning, inside and out, including the engine compartment. Additionally, some screws are loose. Please ensure all are tightened. This car exhibits slight oil burning. Let me take a look. As expected, the spark plugs need replacing. The color on the spark plug electrodes indicates a minor breach in cylinder wall sealing, and the piston rings require replacement as well. Goodness, what is wrong with the suspension? Has the previous owner subjected it to high-intensity off-roading or steep descents? The stabilizer bar is twisted. As Chen Geng meticulously identified the issues with the vehicles for sale, no minor flaw escaped his keen eye. Even deeply concealed faults were exposed within the span of 20 minutes of test driving. Joshua was left in awe of Chen Geng's prowess and capabilities. Remarkable. If I had such skills, I could easily earn at least $200-300 a month. In the 1970s, the used car industry in the United States did not possess the custom of diagnosing faults for customers. Whether the purchased second-hand vehicle was a reliable car with stable performance or a troublesome one riddled with hidden defects depended solely on the buyer's discernment and luck. The American used car market only began to regulate itself in the late 1980s. Used car dealers were merely sellers, with no responsibility for diagnosing vehicle issues, nor did they possess the expertise. If a car had problems, one would have to consult a mechanic. However, times have changed. Nowadays, regardless of the issues a vehicle may present, nothing escapes the discerning eye of the owner. Given that the cars sold by the company are flawless, the pricing should naturally exceed that of other used car dealers by at least 10. As for why the owner had not previously exhibited this skill, Joshua understandably considered it normal if the boss had displayed such abilities earlier. How could he have acquired the company from Bieber? Whose car is this? The engine mounts should have been replaced ages ago, and it shakes like this yet remains oblivious to its own problems? Gazing at the last car, Chen Geng suddenly erupted in anger. As an automotive engineer, he held a particular disdain for those who neglect their vehicles. This engine must not have had its oil changed in centuries. It has turned into sludge. That it still runs is a testament to its durability. Joshua, remember, this engine must be dismantled for a thorough cleaning. Inform that scoundrel of the issues we've discovered. Either he takes the car back, or he pays up. We will not accept such a problematic vehicle, akin to his 90-year-old grandfather, unless that rascal either lowers the price or compensates us. Joshua hesitated, grimacing as he approached Chen Geng. Boss, this car isn't on consignment. It's one we purchased. Purchased? Chen Geng's brow furrowed immediately. When did we buy it? Aside from a few well-conditioned second-hand vehicles, Bieber's used car dealership had always operated on a consignment basis. The overall state of this Oldsmobile was dreadful. To restore it adequately, labor and parts would cost at least $1,500. With Bieber's discerning eye, would he have bought this vehicle? Joshua replied, 2 days ago, the price for this car was around $600. Before Joshua could finish, Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. All right. I understand. All are astute individuals, and recalling that when Bieber handed over the company to him, there were 2 vehicles that the company had purchased. Including this Oldsmobile priced at $1,000, Chen Geng realized Bieber had set a trap for him. That scoundrel, even before leaving, did not forget to ensnare me. Observing Chen Geng's calm demeanor, Joshua felt anxious, worried that Chen Geng might direct his frustration at him. Yet, Chen Geng, noticing Joshua's nervousness, couldn't help but chuckle. It's not your fault. Why are you so tense? Where is the other car that Bieber bought? If I recall correctly, the records indicate that the second vehicle he acquired was a Lincoln Continental. Joshua found it rather peculiar that Chen Geng remained so composed, especially considering he had just been swindled out of nearly $1,000 by that scoundrel Bieber. Nonetheless, as long as the ire did not fall upon him, he hastily remarked, over here. Upon seeing the round headlights of the Lincoln Continental with a spare tire-shaped indentation on the trunk, Chen Geng's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the car? A 4-door Continental Mark II? Joshua felt his head nearly retreating into his pants. Boss, I know this car is not worth $2,700. But when Bieber purchased it, he was still the owner of the company. Of course, Joshua was aware of the car's pedigree. It was a Lincoln Continental produced by Ford in 1958, an old vehicle, now 2 decades in age, devoid of even air conditioning. From Joshua's expression, it was evident that he sympathized with Chen Geng, believing he had been thoroughly duped by that rascal Bieber. Indeed, in a nation like America, where automobiles reign supreme, how could a 20-year-old vehicle possibly be valued at $2,700? A brand new, ordinary family car typically costs only around $7,000 to $8,000. There was simply no justification for a 2-decade-old car, even if it bore the Lincoln name, to command such a price. Noticing Chen Geng's fierce expression, Joshua instinctively shrank back. It was clear he thought the boss had been driven to madness and decided it best not to provoke him further. However, the reason for Chen Geng's fearsome demeanor was not one of anger. Rather, he was struggling to suppress an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Did Bieber truly believe he had managed to swindle him? What a fool! Did he not realize the immense favor he had unwittingly bestowed upon Chen Geng? How substantial was this favor? After a brief assessment of the Continental Mark II, Chen Geng surmised that if he were to refurbish and restore the vehicle, any eventual sale price below $50,000 would warrant him gouging his own eyes out. He waved dismissively at Joshua, saying, "All right, go wash the car. And remember to clean it thoroughly inside and out as per my instructions." Joshua's countenance immediately turned sour, pondering whether the boss was venting his frustration on him, as he could not confront that rascal Bieber. Yet, Chen Geng's next words transformed his expression to one of delight. "You will earn 20 for every car you wash." Instantly, Joshua's face lit up with joy. Following the boss's previously outlined car washing requirements, he could wash at least 3 cars a day. amounting to 60, more than double his current monthly earnings of 1,800 before tax. It would be foolish not to wash cars. Chen Geng, in a fit of indignation, stormed into his office, slamming the door behind him with such force that it made Joshua jump. Was the boss truly upset? Certainly not. He is merely concerned about being discovered, for the joy of secretly reveling alone is indeed overwhelming. How foolish of Bieber to unwittingly bestow upon himself such a significant advantage. Generally speaking, automobiles, as mass-produced industrial goods, tend to depreciate in value over time. However, this notion applies primarily to the commonplace vehicles produced in large quantities. There exist exceptions. Certain cars not only resist the ravages of time but actually appreciate in value. Typically, these appreciating vehicles hail from illustrious brands such as Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, and Bentley, models that are both vintage and scarce. Among them, the Continental Mark II stands out as one of the rare American automobiles that defy the conventional trend of depreciation, instead gaining worth as time progresses. Chapter 5. Why has the Continental Mark II appreciated in value? Firstly, only 100 units of this model were produced throughout its entire production cycle, making it exceedingly rare. After 2 decades of use and obsolescence, the remaining quantity is minimal. Moreover, the version that the fool Bieber intends to use to deceive Chen Geng is a 4-door variant. An interesting aspect of the Continental Mark II is that Ford Motor Company originally launched a 2-door version in 1956. The 4-door variant did not emerge until 1988. Specifically designed for high-ranking officials, ultra-wealthy individuals, and superstars, allowing them to comfortably sit in the back without the need to drive. The total production of the 4-door variant is even scarcer, with fewer than 200 units, rendering it extraordinarily rare. However, mere rarity is insufficient, with many rare models available. What makes the Continental Mark II stand out? What justifies its appreciation? The Continental Mark II appreciates in value due to the significance of its inception. Ford designed and produced this vehicle primarily to enhance its brand image and value. To achieve this goal, Ford spared no expense. All components were meticulously handcrafted by the finest artisans. And the vehicle underwent 3 assembly and disassembly processes to ensure a flawless fit. In terms of power, Ford showcased its Piece d'Arsistance, a 6-liter V8 engine, boasting a maximum output of 289 horsepower and torque of 545 Newton-meters. This engine not only epitomizes Ford's highest engineering accomplishments, but also represents the pinnacle of civilian gasoline engine technology worldwide at that time. Additionally, Ford extravagantly equipped this vehicle with a state-of-the-art 3-speed automatic transmission. This powertrain allowed the 3-ton behemoth to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 11.6 seconds, a staggering feat for the 1950s. The commitment to performance was matched by the dedication to quality. For instance, the dashboard features a teal metallic brushed panel, a material that is challenging to manufacture and costly, rarely employed even 3 decades later, except by a select few affluent supercar manufacturers such as Ferrari and Lamborghini, who proudly flaunt its use. Yet, Ford utilized it as early as 1958, making this vehicle a culmination of Ford's technical prowess. The extravagant use of materials and resources has culminated in an exorbitant price tag for this vehicle, which naturally led to immense market enthusiasm for it. At the time, a Continental Mark II was priced over $10,000, slightly surpassing that of a Rolls-Royce Phantom and exceeding a Cadillac by over $2,000. Ironically, despite its lofty price, Ford Motor Company incurred losses. For every Continental Mark II produced, they faced a deficit of $1,000. This financial burden was a significant factor in the cessation of production after only 100 units. Such a costly venture, although initially intended to enhance brand prestige, was swiftly halted due to its painful losses. Moreover, and most crucially, this vehicle garnered adoration from all societal echelons, with its user base ranging from ultra-wealthy individuals to prominent political figures in the United States, including the reigning Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, and the late rock icon, Elvis Presley. These elements have elevated the Continental Mark II to an esteemed status within the realm of automobile collecting. Although Chen Geng was not an aficionado of vintage car collecting and lacked precise market insights, he was confident that a well-preserved, operational Continental Mark II could effortlessly fetch over $50,000. Some may argue that Bieber, known for his dealings with automobiles, could not possibly be unaware of the Continental Mark II's value. Would he be foolish enough not to sell it himself, leaving such a lucrative opportunity to Chen Geng? The distinction between second-hand car trading and car collecting is quite clear. To illustrate, in contemporary China, who would suspect that a seemingly unremarkable dining table could be made of precious Wangwali wood? Even seasoned antique specialists have had their moments of oversight, let alone a novice. The same principle applies to automobiles, unless one is entrenched in the industry. Who would envisage that a dilapidated vehicle over 20 years old could be restored for a substantial profit? Chen Geng was resolute in his intention to restore the Continental Mark II swiftly and sell it thereafter, driven by financial necessity. However, he discerned that it was not yet the opportune moment for the restoration. Pondering this, he picked up the phone. "White, it's me, Fernandez. I have a business proposition that you might find intriguing." Less than 30 minutes later, White's rusted, apocalyptic-style Volkswagen Beetle sped into Chen Geng's company, embracing his compatriot with vigor. White, embodying the forthright American spirit, exclaimed, "Fernandez, you mentioned a significant opportunity. Thank you for taking care of my brother. Rest assured, as long as you think of me, I will certainly ensure that you do not suffer any losses." Chen Geng did not keep White in suspense. "Indeed, it is a substantial deal. You are aware that I am in the used car business. If all the car loans from my company are processed through you, what conditions can you offer me?" White's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively responded, "Are you serious?" He never imagined that such a fortuitous opportunity would fall into his lap. Although he knew that Fernandez was in the used car industry, he had never dared to consider such a possibility until now. Was fortune truly smiling upon him? Confirming that Chen Geng was not jesting, White's thoughts raced. He keenly realized that his opportunity had arrived. As a Chinese American, White was acutely aware of the typical American behavior. Most car buyers do not pay in full, even for a used vehicle costing just a few $100s. Over 999 of Americans opt for installment payments. For these used car dealers, selecting a bank as their financial partner is quite customary. However, he could not help but inquire. "Why me?" Raising a finger, Chen Geng replied, "There are 3 reasons. First, we have collaborated before, and I trust you." White nodded. This was certainly a valid reason. Raising another finger, Chen Geng continued, "The second reason is that we are compatriots. Since we share this bond and you are in this line of work, it is only natural that I prioritize you." Feeling a twinge of emotion, White sniffled and said, "In that case, my brother, you can rest assured that I will strive to secure the maximum rebate for you." "Rebate is not urgent. We can discuss that gradually." Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. "As for the third reason, your community bank is a small to medium-sized institution, which has a relatively lenient approval process for loans, and that benefits me." This was the truth, and White was well aware that, in order to achieve results, the community bank had quite a relaxed approval policy for car loans. Chen Geng continued, "Since we are compatriots and friends, I cannot let you suffer any losses. I will inform your superior that I chose to collaborate with your community bank rather than others precisely because we are friends. I only recognize you, White. All the car loan business from Fernandez Auto Sales must be attributed to you. If you are no longer in your current department, I will immediately seek another bank to partner with." White nodded emphatically, his eyes glistening with emotion. He wanted to express his gratitude, and finally, all his thanks condensed into 2 weighty words. "Thank you." "Not at all. We are compatriots," Chen Geng replied with a smile. "Collaborating with car dealers is the aspiration of every loan officer. Once such a partnership is established, the loan officer can effortlessly profit each day." With Fernandez's endorsement, the other members of the credit department, including his superior, would undoubtedly refrain from harboring any ill intentions towards him. It can be said that Fernandez has bestowed upon him a significant favor, and naturally, he now owes Fernandez a considerable debt of gratitude. However, given his current circumstances, he found no opportunity to decline the offer. Without hesitation, and with a spirit of reciprocity, White promptly responded, "A 15 rebate is the maximum I can offer. Once the loan is approved, the rebate will be immediately credited to your account with our bank." Providing dealers with a certain percentage of interest rebates has been a mutually beneficial arrangement that banks and car dealers have cultivated over the years. Otherwise, why would countless banks in the United States choose to partner with you? 15? Chen Geng chuckled. "I require 25. That is impossible." Before Chen Geng could finish his statement, White leaped up, exclaiming, "The bank would never agree to such terms. No used car dealer could ever secure such conditions." Chen Geng, with a smile, replied, "What if I guarantee that the automotive loans I apply for from your bank each month will not fall below 150,000, and the annual total will exceed 2 million? Should I fail to meet these figures, I will forfeit any rebate. However, If I succeed, I demand 25. Monthly loans of no less than 150,000. Annual loans exceeding 2 million. White gazed at Chen Geng in astonishment, convinced that he must be out of his mind. Although he had never collaborated with used car dealers before, he had gleaned some knowledge about the industry. A used car dealer would need to sell approximately 100 to 150 vehicles monthly to apply for a 150,000 loan, averaging about 4 to 5 vehicles sold each day. A dealer capable of such sales would undoubtedly belong to a well-established and experienced large-scale used car sales group. What qualifications did Fernandez possess to compare with those major companies? Chapter 6. The 4 commitments. The first client. I am not foolish. I am acutely aware that selling a minimum of 100 vehicles each month necessitates such a substantial loan. Observing the look of astonishment on White's face, Chen Geng understood precisely what was traversing his mind. Rest assured, since we are compatriots, I shall not place you in a difficult position. Therefore, you may return to inform your manager that as compensation for your efforts, should the amount of loan I apply for each month fall short of 150,000, I shall forfeit any rebates. White's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid. Before Chen Geng could conclude his statement, he abruptly interjected, grinding his teeth as he replied, 100,000 each month. My friend, 100,000 monthly, totaling 1.5 million annually. If you can assure me of this, I shall endeavor to secure a 25 rebate for you. No need for that. Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. Since White has shown such goodwill, let us agree upon 150,000 monthly with a 25 rebate. If your bank consents, we shall formalize our cooperation. If not, I shall seek another banking partner. With a wink, Chen Geng continued, to my knowledge, the automotive credit sector has historically constituted a modest portion of your bank's overall business, and you have been keen to expand this segment, have you not? Provided the executives at your bank are not lacking in acumen, they will undoubtedly acquiesce. Chen Geng spoke with unwavering confidence. Given the current state of the used car market in the United States, if I cannot sell 100 vehicles each month, I would be the subject of ridicule. White departed, a mixture of excitement and apprehension coursing through him, as he ultimately hesitated to provide an immediate affirmation. A 25 rebate is indeed a considerable figure. He needed to return to consult with the manager of the credit department. Nevertheless, he assured Chen Geng that the issue appeared manageable, and if Chen Geng could genuinely apply for 150,000 in automotive loans each month, the bank would likely agree to this rebate percentage. The community bank had already offered rebates of up to 30 to some large automobile sales companies in Detroit, seeking to entice these major clients away from larger institutions like Mellon and J.P. Morgan, which held little regard for smaller banks like the community bank. Eagerly, White departed, already sensing a promising future beckoning him. As soon as White left, Ms. Rachel returned. She was the sole administrative staff member in the office, followed by a small truck adorned with the logo of Bettner Advertising Company. Boss, the new billboards and printed materials are ready, crafted precisely to your specifications, Rachel said, hurrying towards her superior. The advertising team is on their way to install them. However, she hesitated, biting her lip. Boss, is this type of promotion truly without issues? The cause of Rachel's hesitation was also the reason for the disdainful sneers from the advertising company employees currently installing billboards. A massive banner boldly proclaimed several lines of text. Any vehicle purchased from this dealership is guaranteed to have no hidden defects or faults, including the engine, transmission, and overall performance. If this is found to be untrue, a full unconditional refund will be issued along with a compensation of 1,000. Every vehicle purchased from this dealership includes a complimentary full vehicle maintenance service. Additionally, we provide a 6-month warranty on all vehicles sold. Furthermore, for any repairs within 2 years, we will only charge for the cost of parts, waiving labor fees for limited service. This commitment is legally binding. The final statement, emphasizing its legal validity, was intentionally bolded for visibility. It is understandable that such promises elicited skepticism in an era where purchasing used cars relies heavily on one's own judgment and luck. No second-hand dealer would dare to make such assertions. The current used car market in America is chaotic. How do these dealers acquire their vehicles? Typically, they promise that the car will not malfunction within a week, but after that, even if the vehicle disintegrates on the road, it is no longer their concern. Few even promise a month, and the notion of providing a 6-month warranty for a used car is laughable. New vehicles often come with only 6 months of warranty coverage. Why should a used car dealer be able to offer such an extensive guarantee? The claim of charging only for parts during repairs within 2 years is even more absurd. The manufacturing cost of automotive parts is minimal, while labor costs are significantly higher. The employees of the advertising company, assisting Chen Geng with the installation of the banner, were certain in their thoughts. This fool must have earned some money from somewhere to engage in such reckless ventures. Within 2 months, this company will surely shut down. Is this how one conducts business? Chen Geng was fully aware of the implications behind the advertising employees' derisive looks and understood the unspoken words of Miss Rachel. Such cautiousness was normal and indicative of a good employee. He nodded at Rachel and said, "Miss Rachel, I have thoroughly inspected the dozen or so vehicles our company is selling. After replacing the necessary parts, they will be ready for sale. I'll provide you with the new prices shortly so you can update the listings." Before Chen Geng could finish speaking, a voice boomed, "Hey, buddy, is what you have up there true? What's the situation?" Turning around, Chen Geng was met by a towering figure, at least 6 feet tall, striding purposefully towards him. Chen Geng approached him, declaring, "I am the owner, sir." The man wasted no time with pleasantries, pointing at the banner and demanding, "Is what it says true? Can it be included in the purchase contract?" "Certainly," Chen Geng replied without hesitation. "These can be incorporated into our purchase agreement. I am in search of a 1975 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, specifically the SS version with a 454 cubic inch engine. Is there any available stock? If there is, I am prepared to purchase it immediately. If not, I would like to place an order." The burly man was indeed swift in his actions, pulling out his checkbook to express his intent to order. To my astonishment, this scoundrel is merely trying to take advantage of me. Upon hearing the request from the imposing figure, Chen Geng discerned his ulterior motives. Automobiles, as products of an industrial assembly line, are not exorbitantly priced in the United States. Even the top-tier SS version of the 1975 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, a full-sized American muscle car equipped with a 7.44-liter V8 engine, is relatively affordable, selling for approximately $15,000 in 1975. The base model, featuring a 5.4-liter V8 naturally aspirated engine, is priced at a mere $8,000. However, while the cars themselves may be valuable, the labor costs associated with their maintenance are quite steep. For instance, changing the oil, a task even a novice could accomplish, costs around $10 for oil and $60 for labor. It is a misconception that the typically laid-back Americans are particularly fond of dealing with machinery. Rather, they are compelled by financial necessity. Now, upon witnessing Chen Geng's public commitment to only charging for parts during maintenance within 2 years, the burly man surmised that this must be a newly established used car dealership, likely eager to attract customers, perhaps with limited-time offers. It would be foolish not to act swiftly. As for the SS version of the Chevrolet Monte Carlo, after a moment of contemplation, Chen Geng politely responded, "Sir, I regret to inform you that we do not have that vehicle in our inventory." Interrupting him, the man insisted, "Why not simply find one from elsewhere for me?" Chen Geng replied, "Since you have put it that way, what more can I say?" He requested Rachel to attend to the customer while he retreated to his office to inquire about potential vehicle sources. As the client indicated, it is exceedingly common for used car dealers to trade vehicles amongst themselves, as no one can guarantee having the exact car a customer desires. It is merely a matter of an automobile that an average working-class individual could afford, not a significant issue, though the SS versions are relatively scarce. Being in the automotive hub of America and the world, it is not an insurmountable challenge. After making a few calls, news quickly emerged. While a 1975 model could not be sourced, there were 2 1976 models available. Chen Geng conveyed this to Gonzalez. The burly man, both are SS versions, one in sky blue and the other in sun orange. Which color do you prefer? Without hesitation, Gonzalez declared, "The sun orange one." "Take me to see it." Chen Geng smiled. "Of course, that is not a problem." Gonzalez was quite pleased with the sun orange Chevrolet Monte Carlo SS. But when it came to discussing the price, he erupted, $9,800. Why don't you just rob a bank? It is no surprise that Gonzalez is so agitated. In recent years, the prices of automobiles have surged dramatically. Nevertheless, even with such inflation, a 1978 model commands a mere $18,000, which pales in comparison to the all-new SS version of the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. This vehicle is by no means a rare gem, as a staggering 250,000 units were sold in 1973 alone, and it seems that 180,000 units found buyers just last year. The car depreciates significantly, with the market value of 1975 models typically ranging between $8,000 and $8,500. To think this scoundrel would dare to ask for 9,800 is utterly outrageous, inciting the ire of the burly man. In the face of Gonzalez's explosive temper, Chen Geng remained unperturbed, leisurely stating, "Indeed, our price is somewhat elevated. But can others offer you the same assurance?" The once formidable Gonzalez was suddenly taken aback. For Americans, as long as a vehicle is operational and the seats are comfortable, it is deemed a good car. Issues such as oil leaks, seepage, or minor noises are hardly considered problematic. After all, it is merely a manufactured product. And a few flaws are entirely expected, aligning with the typical carefree disposition of Americans. However, it must be reiterated that it is not a lack of desire or laziness that prevents Americans from addressing these issues, but rather the financial burden associated with repairs. The prospect of expenditure discourages them. Thus, they opt to endure, allowing the vehicle to function regardless of its imperfections, as it does not impede their driving experience. Chapter 7. A fortuitous start. The bank bows down if you purchase a vehicle from Mr. Al here. You can drive it away for 8,400, Chen Geng stated, pointing at the dealership owner, Al, standing beside him. In fact, for 8,200, it's yours. However, if you wish to buy it from me, the price is fixed at 9,800, not a cent less. There was no hint of the typical caution or circumspection that one might expect from an Asian in front of Americans. Instead, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Why? Gonzalez's expression soured, his discomfort stemming largely from Chen Geng's commanding aura. How could this damned Asian overshadow him? Chen Geng asserted confidently, "Our promise warrants this price. What you would acquire from us is a nearly new vehicle in excellent condition, complete with a warranty." Gonzalez found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in Chen Geng's statement. Without the assurances from Fernandez's company, he would inevitably incur substantial costs for maintenance and repairs after purchasing the vehicle. How much would the wasted money, energy, and time amount to? Setting aside the possibility of overpaying, even if his repair expenses were comparable to those charged by Fernandez's company, wouldn't it be far more enjoyable to sip cold beer and watch baseball at home rather than laboring over repairs? Moreover, Fernandez's company offered a complimentary maintenance service, a 6-month warranty, and repair costs limited to parts for 2 years. The math clearly favored him. Having reconciled the figures, Gonzalez nodded decisively. "All right, it's a deal. 9,800 it is. I'll take the car. Please assist me with the loan process." "Is this really happening?" Chen Geng was elated. "A splendid beginning. A good omen. Thank you immensely for your support, Mr. Gonzalez. Miss Rachel, swiftly call Mr. White and ask him to assist Mr. Gonzalez with the loan formalities." Upon receiving Chen Geng's call, White, who had just returned to the bank and nervously reported to his manager, felt utterly bewildered. How could it be that within such a short span, his compatriot had secured a deal? Was this for real? Rationality told him that Chen Geng would not play such a cruel joke, yet disbelief lingered in his heart. Wasn't today the grand opening of their company? In less than 2 hours, they had finalized a 9,800 deal. Given that the typical gross margin in the used car industry hovers around 10, this meant he had potentially earned 1,000 by merely starting his day. White felt a twinge of jealousy. When White arrived at Chen Geng's office, he found Chen Geng discussing the matter of a deposit with Gonzalez. Chen Geng provided a compelling rationale for requiring a deposit. "Mr. Gonzalez, you witnessed the vehicle condition inspection, correct? Preliminary assessments indicate that over 600 worth of parts need replacement. If you do not pay a deposit, and we repair the car only for you to back out, it would be a significant loss for us, wouldn't it? Conversely, this amount can be deducted from your final payment upon collection, ensuring you incur no loss, wouldn't you agree?" "Very well. How much is the deposit?" Gonzalez replied, somewhat reluctantly. 5% of the total vehicle price amounts to a staggering 490. Such an exorbitant sum. When shall I acquire the vehicle? It will take us 3 days here. However, you must first provide the necessary documentation to the bank's loan officer for review. Once the approval is granted, we can proceed with the transaction. Mr. White, you have arrived? Mr. Gonzalez, allow me to introduce you to Mr. White, the bank's credit officer. Mr. White appraised Mr. Gonzalez. His attire suggested a comfortable financial standing. With a beaming smile, he greeted, "Good day, Mr. Gonzalez. I am Joshua, a credit officer at United Community Bank. I sincerely appreciate your choice to collaborate with us. Now, I shall conduct a preliminary assessment of your loan qualifications." The initial results of the assessment were quite favorable. Mr. Gonzalez serves as a department head at a company, earning over 16,000 annually, indicating robust financial stability. As for his personal credit, while it requires further inquiry once he returns, it is unlikely to pose significant issues. Overall, the bank's likelihood of approving this loan exceeds 80%. Mr. White informed Mr. Gonzalez to await a call regarding the results, which would be communicated within 3 days. As soon as Mr. Gonzalez departed, Mr. White could no longer contain himself and inquired of Chen Geng, "Mr. Fernandez, how did you manage this?" In Mr. White's view, it seemed almost miraculous. He had barely left when Mr. Fernandez successfully closed the deal, almost as if favored by divine fortune. Chen Geng remained humble. "It's nothing extraordinary. Perhaps I was simply fortunate. This has little to do with luck." Chen Geng was interrupted as Joshua, freshly finished with washing a car, entered the room. "It's because our boss possesses an extraordinary talent that others lack." "What talent?" Mr. White asked, intrigued. Joshua, with a proud countenance, proclaimed, "Regardless of any issues the vehicle may have, our boss can identify them at a glance. Otherwise, why would we dare make such commitments?" "Commitments?" Mr. White recalled the large sign he had seen upon entering, which had just been ordered. Could this truly be the case? If his compatriot indeed possessed such remarkable abilities, capable of discerning problems merely by taking the vehicle for a spin, then, with promises that no other used car dealerships could offer, selling 4 or 5 cars a day would be a mere trifle. In due time, as reputation and recognition flourished, perhaps selling 10 or even 20 cars daily could become effortless, leading to immense profits. It appeared he had inadvertently unearthed a remarkable treasure. Just as Mr. White reveled in this realization, Miss Rachel entered, accompanied by a gentleman, cheerfully announcing, "Boss, this is Mr. Anderson, who has taken a liking to our bright red Oldsmobile Cutlass. If we can include the promised details in the contract, he hopes to collect the vehicle promptly." The vivid Oldsmobile Cutlass? Mr. White recalled that Mr. Fernandez had marked this car at a price of $7,600, if memory served correctly. Heavens! The price of $7,600 is at least $1,000 higher than that of similar models from the same year. Yet this fellow not only shows no hesitation but appears to revel in what he perceives as a remarkable bargain. Observing this living example and reflecting on the promises made by Fernandez, White could no longer remain seated. He must return. He must expedite the finalization of this collaboration with the utmost urgency. Chen Geng was blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through White's mind in this brief moment. However, with business knocking at his door, he was undeniably pleased. "Congratulations, Mr. Anderson. I must say, you have made a commendable choice in selecting an excellent vehicle. Mr. White, could you kindly assist Mr. Anderson with the registration process?" The impact of the 4 promises exceeded Chen Geng's expectations. Even he was astonished by the overwhelming allure these commitments had for customers. Within a mere 3 days, Fernandez Automotive Sales had sold 21 vehicles, 4 on the first day, 7 on the second, and 10 on the third, achieving an astonishing average of 7 sales per day, with figures rising consistently. Initially resistant to agreeing on Chen Geng's commission rate, the United Community Bank could no longer remain passive. After analyzing Chen Geng's promises and sales strategies, they swiftly concluded that the business volume for this company would undoubtedly experience rapid growth. They even recognized the potential for it to become the largest used car dealership in Detroit. The bank was astute. They understood that as Fernandez Automotive Sales gained prominence, sales performance would inevitably improve. For a small to mid-sized bank like United Community Bank, aligning with a burgeoning company at the onset of its growth phase held significant implications for their development in Detroit and across Michigan. A mere 25 interest rebate was inconsequential. They were more than willing to accommodate it. After deciding to fully support Fernandez Automotive Sales, Credit Department Manager Saul summoned White to his office. Gone was the previous stoicism. Instead, Saul now wore a congenial expression, greeting White with the warmth akin to that of a long-lost father. "Mr. White, after considerable persuasion on my part, the boss has reluctantly agreed to Fernandez's requests. However, he insists that Fernandez must comply with." "Mr. Saul," White interjected, disregarding the usual decorum. Emboldened by the confidence he had gained from recent achievements, "We all understand the situation. For our showroom, Fernandez Automotive Sales represents an exceptionally valuable partnership. The bosses would never forsake the opportunity to collaborate with such a promising company, so there is no need for further discussion. Please, simply convey the terms the bank can offer." With the foundation laid by 3 days of impressive sales and the exclusive commitments previously made to himself, White felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. What was a mere table thump in comparison? Indeed, the situation is as stated. Although Saul was infuriated by White's actions, he could only endure. Had Chen Geng not indicated his collaboration with White, Saul would have had a myriad of strategies to seize this achievement from White's grasp. However, with Chen Geng's explicit declaration of their partnership, if White were to resign from United Community Bank, regardless of the institution he chose thereafter, the financial dealings of Fernandez Automotive Sales would inevitably follow him. In this predicament, Saul found himself utterly powerless against White. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Saul forced a stiff smile and said, "In summary, the bank places great importance on its collaboration with Mr. Fernandez. The bank has agreed to grant him a 25 rebate, along with a credit limit of $30,000 for his company and an additional temporary credit limit of $20,000. Chapter 8. I am strong, although it was evident to me that the executives of the bank were not blind to the potential of collaborating with Fernandez, as even the most oblivious could recognize the growth prospects of Fernandez Automotive Sales. The modest community bank lacked the audacity of titans such as J.P. Morgan or Mellon. Nonetheless, upon hearing his manager's words, White felt a sense of relief. Understanding the necessary course of action was one matter. Implementing it was another entirely. What if an imbecile suddenly acted unwisely? We can concede to these terms, but we have one stipulation, Saul asserted. Fernandez's company must enter into an exclusive partnership agreement with the United Community Bank, which will serve as the sole designated banking partner for Fernandez Automotive Sales. Casting a glance at White, Saul continued, "Rest assured, your share will remain untouched." White pondered this carefully before responding cautiously. "I cannot guarantee that Fernandez will acquiesce, but I will certainly endeavor to persuade him." After all, his acquaintance with Chen Geng was limited. What difference did it make that they shared the same heritage? Were there not enough scoundrels in Chinatown who exploited their own kind? Maintaining the basic bonds of brotherhood was one thing. Offending a superior for the sake of kinship was a folly no one would entertain. A credit line of $50,000? Your manager is indeed generous. Chen Geng was not surprised that the United Community Bank would extend credit to his company, but receiving a 3-2 credit line exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a fixed credit line of $20,000 at best. White, however, misinterpreted Chen Geng's reaction as disdain for the amount, quickly clarifying, "Mr. Fernandez, just call me Chen Geng," Chen interrupted. White immediately complied. "Brother Chen, while $50,000 might seem modest, it is the maximum credit line our showroom can offer, considering our company is relatively new. However, rest assured, after a couple of months of operation, I will find a way to increase it to $100,000. It appeared that the United Community Bank was indeed making considerable efforts to win him over. While $50,000 might not sound substantial, it is essential to remember that this was 1978, and the average annual income in America was less than $10,000. Thus, $50,000 was roughly equivalent to $300,000 to $400,000 today, enough for Chen Geng to acquire around 10 mid-range vehicles. Oh, and one more thing, White, whose Chinese name was Ji Shengcheng, suddenly recalled an important matter he had overlooked. "Brother Chen, our boss hopes that both parties can sign an exclusive cooperation agreement." Before White could finish, Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that agreement." White was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chen Geng's refusal to be so decisive and unyielding. After a moment of silence, he said, "Brother Chen, our boss has stated that if we sign this cooperation agreement, our community bank will provide substantial financial support to your company." White, however, was met with a calm retort. "Your boss seems to misunderstand a crucial point. If I can indeed generate over $2 million in auto loan business annually, any bank would eagerly support me. Even a titan like Mellon Bank. Do not look at me in such a manner. While Mellon Bank is indeed accommodating, how many enterprises could possibly bring in at least $2 million in business for a single branch? Would they not treat such a client with utmost care?" White was rendered speechless, for Chen Geng spoke the truth. If Fernandez could genuinely deliver at least $2 million in credit business to a bank each year, he would be regarded as a VIP at any branch he visited, including those of prestigious institutions like Mellon or J.P. Morgan Chase. Furthermore, if even these major banks treated Fernandez like royalty, could the community bank possibly surpass their stature? "Relay my exact words to your boss. I will not sign an exclusive cooperation agreement with your bank. However, in consideration of our friendship, I am willing to enter into a 2-year cooperation agreement with your branch, prioritizing our collaboration in auto loan business," Chen Geng said, winking at White. "Brother, this is entirely in your favor. The benefits you can secure depend on your abilities." White was astonished that Chen Geng would think of assisting him at such a moment. He sniffed, contemplating, and after a while, asked why. Though the question seemed somewhat disjointed, Chen Geng understood his meaning and replied, "There is no particular reason. Why not lend a hand when we are compatriots? Just because we are compatriots?" White's voice took on a sharper edge. Chen Geng chuckled, "It is not only that. We are compatriots, and helping you is merely a matter of convenience. It incurs no loss on my part. It is akin to casually nudging a small stone off the road with my foot, effortless. Since it requires little exertion on my part, and I have the capability, coupled with the fact that I find you likable, I see no harm in extending assistance." White felt a mixture of emotions, torn between laughter and tears. He had assumed that Fernandez was expending great effort for his sake, perhaps with ulterior motives, only to realize now that it was merely a matter of goodwill. Upon reflection, he acknowledged that while he perceived Fernandez's support as laborious, it was, in reality, inconsequential to Fernandez. After all, was there truly any difference in collaborating with any bank? Since collaborating with any bank is permissible, it would be prudent to partner with the institution where one is employed, thereby assisting oneself while also extending a helping hand to fellow compatriots, thus fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. For Fernandez, this would be a favor rendered without cost. However, for White, the situation is markedly different. He is convinced that should Fernandez truly achieve the level of success he envisions, the company would at least bestow upon him the title of assistant manager of the credit department, a stark contrast to the uncertain days of yore. For Ji, this represents an immense opportunity. Just as he was preparing to express his gratitude to Chen Geng, his colleague Joshua rushed in, drenched in sweat. "Boss, either raise my salary or increase the manpower, or I shall resign." "Oh?" White acknowledged him with a nod, signaling for a moment's pause. Amused, Chen Geng inquired, "Why? Are you dissatisfied with your earnings? Do you have any idea how many cars I washed yesterday?" "5. A total of 5. Joshua retorted, exasperated, "and today there are 10 more cars awaiting my attention. Each car takes 2 hours to wash. That amounts to a full 20 hours of labor. I must work 20 hours. Boss, you must accommodate me." With his chin resting on his hand, Chen Geng suddenly looked up at White with a thoughtful expression. "Old G, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that your sister is currently working to earn some money, correct?" "That is indeed the case," White responded, perplexed. "What brings this up?" Chen Geng proposed, "Why not have your sister assist me in washing cars? Have my sister wash cars for you?" White instinctively sought to decline. Yet before he could voice his refusal, Chen Geng continued, "I would not take advantage of your sister. Joshua earns $20 for washing one car, and if your sister is willing to work part-time, I would offer her the same rate, provided she meets my expectations." With great difficulty, White swallowed his rejection, his eyes slightly reddening. $20 per car? Are you certain? You're not jesting? While $20 may not seem substantial, as a credit officer at a bank, White's mathematical skills were adequate. A simple calculation was within his grasp. From Monday to Friday, if she washes one car each afternoon after school, that totals to 4 cars a week over 5 weeks, equating to 22 cars, or $440. Additionally, considering 4 weekends amounting to 8 days, if she washes 4 cars each day, that would yield 32 cars, generating $640. Together, that sums to $1,080, an income surpassing the average monthly salary in America. Even if not all her time could be dedicated to work, and some must be reserved for socializing. If she were to work part-time 3 days during the school week and 1 day on the weekend, pushing through to wash 5 cars on that day, she could still achieve a total of 32 cars plus 1, resulting in a monthly income of $660. How much had that girl earned from her previous part-time jobs? It is merely a matter of $200 or $300. Yet there exists an opportunity to earn over $1,000 each month. Given White's understanding of his sister, she would undoubtedly dedicate all her spare time to work in order to save for her college tuition. If she were to earn such a substantial amount, it would alleviate some of his own burdens. Having calculated this, White no longer hesitated. "I have no objections. I trust my sister will be well taken care of under your supervision, but it ultimately depends on her willingness." Of course, Chen Geng nodded in agreement. "By the way, do inform your sister to assist me in finding a few more part-time workers. Have you not noticed how exhausted Mr. Joshua appears? Our community's children are rather limited." White replied, "No problem." Meanwhile, Joshua wore a troubled expression, feeling as if he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. He had hoped to leverage this opportunity to negotiate a salary increase, only to discover that his employer preferred to hire students for part-time positions rather than grant him a raise. Chapter 9. The Stick and the Sweet Date. Joshua felt a profound sadness. After observing for several days, he initially believed that the new boss might be somewhat easy to manipulate and intended to test his limits today. However, it became apparent that he had miscalculated. Fernandez was not easily swayed at all. Chen Geng remained oblivious to Joshua's subtle intentions, yet even if he had been aware, it would not have concerned him. Having permitted others to take on part-time roles, Chen Geng's imagination began to flourish further. Old G, you are aware of the commission I offer to sales personnel. What do you think? Are you interested? Upon hearing Chen Geng's words, White's eyes instantly sparkled before dimming again. I am intrigued, but I cannot possibly come to wash cars. Who said anything about you washing cars? Chen retorted, somewhat exasperated. I want you to refer clients to me. Isn't that what you do for a living? If you encounter any potential car buyers, simply direct them to me. I will ensure you receive the same commission as everyone else for every successful referral. Furthermore, if anyone wishes to sell a vehicle, as long as the condition is satisfactory, you can refer them to me too, and you will not miss out on your share. So, what do you say? Are you in? Without a moment's hesitation, White responded eagerly. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? Indeed, as Fernandez rightly noted, a bank credit officer's role revolved around engaging with people. During conversations with clients, one frequently hears them express desires to buy or sell vehicles. Previously lacking the connections and opportunities, the prospect of earning from such a venture was too enticing to overlook. Very well, it is settled then, Chen Geng declared. I almost forgot. A credit limit of $50,000 is quite satisfactory. When you return, please inform your supervisor, and don't forget to ask for your share. White departed with a sense of elation, thoroughly pleased with the arrangement, envisioning stacks of dollars beckoning him. Meanwhile, Joshua, with a woeful expression, resembled a puppy waiting for its master to feed it. What is the matter? Chen Geng inquired, frowning slightly. With a pained expression, Joshua replied, Boss, there is simply too much work. After pondering for a moment, Chen Geng concurred that Joshua's workload was indeed excessive for one person to manage. Despite the demands of the past few days, Joshua had managed to fulfill his responsibilities, which was commendable considering the challenges faced by someone in his position. Recognizing this, Chen Geng decided that rewarding him would be appropriate. With resolve, Chen Geng turned to Joshua. Joshua? Startled, Joshua brightened instantly, his face breaking into a broad smile. Boss? The company will establish a cleaning department, and you will be its head. From now on, all full-time and part-time car wash employees will report to you. What do you think? Are you interested? I am the manager of the cleaning department. The previously apprehensive Joshua now beamed with delight, revealing his gleaming white teeth. And there are full-time positions? I am definitely interested. You have seen our sales are bound to improve, Chen Geng continued. So do you believe that relying solely on a few students for part-time work can fulfill the daily cleaning tasks? Certainly not. Joshua shook his head vigorously. Akin to a rattling drum, I believe that moving forward, we can sell an average of 20 vehicles each day, necessitating at least 2 full-time cleaning staff. That settles it. Patting Joshua on the shoulder, Chen Geng spoke earnestly. Your responsibilities are substantial. Not only must you manage your team and part-time students, but you are also tasked with inspecting and auditing each vehicle that has been cleaned. Hence, I have decided is the boss contemplating a salary increase, sensing a potential raise. Joshua's breath instinctively grew heavier. Chen Geng did not keep him in suspense. As the manager of the cleaning department, you will receive an additional $200 each month. Only $200? Joshua felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, he was invigorated, for Chen Geng had not finished his statement. In addition to this $200, you will earn $1 for each vehicle your team cleans. This implies that they receive only $19 for cleaning a single car? Joshua could not help but inquire. Indeed. However, you just mentioned to Mr. White that his sister could earn $20. This does present a dilemma, Chen Geng pondered. Oh, she is an exception. The others can only earn $19. Joshua's mouth instantly spread wide in a grin. Not only does he earn an extra $1 for each vehicle he cleans, but now the company also offers $1 for every vehicle sold. Given the current business trend, selling 500 to 600 vehicles each month should not be an issue. Adding in the $200 he receives above others, he could potentially earn an extra $700 to $800 this month. Good heavens! That is almost equivalent to another person's entire monthly salary. With such a lucrative income, what does a little hard work matter? Joshua beamed, his back teeth on display. Boss, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Do not celebrate too soon, Chen Geng interjected, raising his hand and gazing meaningfully at Joshua. If you fail to complete your inspection and supervision duties, you will face fines. And if the issues are severe, what happens if the issues are severe? Naturally, the boss would deem you unfit and promptly dismiss you. Reflecting on his own lack of skills, merely a laborer relying on physical strength, Joshua was apprehensive about being cast aside by the boss. Where would he find another high-paying job with a salary exceeding $2,000 a month? Shivering at the thought, Joshua quickly assured, "Boss, rest assured, I will not let you down." Ecstatic at his promotion and newfound wealth, Joshua left with a smile. Chen Geng, stroking his chin in contemplation, realized, "It appears we need to expand our workforce." He had not anticipated that the first wave of expansion for his company would arrive so swiftly, and that it was unavoidable. First and foremost, Joshua's cleaning department is in dire need of an augmentation, requiring at least 2 full-time employees. Additionally, it is imperative to enlist a minimum of 2 seasoned automotive engineers well-versed in vehicle maintenance to alleviate the burden of diagnosing automotive issues, as the current daily routine is consumed by this task, leaving no time for effective management of the company, a situation that is untenable. Furthermore, the scale of sales and reception must also be expanded. Although the current clientele approaches the company independently, this model cannot be deemed sustainable. With the anticipated increase in business volume, it is evident that the existing manpower, akin to a mere handful, will be woefully inadequate to meet the demands. After a careful calculation, Chen Geng discerned that at least 6 additional personnel are essential, with the potential for further additions as business continues to flourish. Recognizing this pressing need, he promptly informed Miss Rachel that any significant matters within the company should be communicated to him via pager. Such was the level of sophistication in America at that time. He then selected a 1972 Lincoln Continental Mark IV from the consignment vehicles and set off. As Chen Geng, impeccably attired and driving the Lincoln Continental, made his entrance, the owner of the employment agency rushed out of his office, eagerly opening the car door for him while beaming with a smile. "Sir, welcome to Tom's employment agency. I am Tom. We possess the most comprehensive job-seeking resources in the entire state of Michigan. How may I assist you?" Americans indeed value appearances and stature. To claim they are indifferent to such matters is a fallacy. One cannot expect to receive the same treatment in a dilapidated Beetle as one would in a Lincoln Continental. "I am expanding my business and require additional personnel," Chen Geng replied with measured composure. "Everyone speaks highly of your agency. I trust you will not disappoint me." "Sir, I assure you, if you cannot find suitable candidates here, you will not find them elsewhere," Tom responded, his jovial demeanor radiating like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Whatever type of individual you require, I can procure for you, provided the price is right." Chen Geng smiled, reclining comfortably on the plush sofa, scrutinizing the portly proprietor. "To begin, I need 2 automotive engineers, each possessing extensive experience, capable of accurately diagnosing faults through mere observation and a few minutes of driving. Is that clear?" Tom's spirits soared at the prospect. "Indeed, it seems I have encountered a lucrative opportunity." "Indeed, without a doubt." The portly man with a gleam of insight in his eyes nodded repeatedly. In recent years, the impact of RB automobiles has been quite formidable. Many automotive workers and engineers have been laid off. I happen to have a number of them here. To be frank, sir, these individuals are truly skilled professionals. However, when it comes to pricing, the rotund gentleman spoke the truth. The RB Automotive Company entered the American market in the 1960s, gaining momentum in the late 60s and early 70s, coinciding with the first oil crisis of 1973. At that time, American-made vehicles, often starting with engine displacements of 5 liters and fuel consumption rates soaring to 30 liters per 100 kilometers, found themselves utterly overmatched by RB's compact cars, which boasted engine sizes of merely a few liters and fuel efficiencies of just over 10 liters per 100 kilometers. Through continuous promotion and marketing over the years, Japanese automobiles have captured more than a quarter of the American automotive market. This dominance signifies that American automotive manufacturers have lost over a quarter of their market share, leading to a significant wave of unemployment in Detroit, famously known as the Motor City, beginning in 1974. The city has since recorded the highest annual unemployment rates among major American cities. A multitude of automotive industry workers, technicians, engineers, and designers have found themselves out of work. As a vocational placement agency located in Detroit, Fat Tom's establishment has naturally accumulated a wealth of resources regarding job seekers in the automotive sector. Chapter 10. The veteran Tom the Fat was somewhat taken aback by Chen Geng's calm demeanor. Perhaps it was due to his extensive experience as a professional intermediary, having grown accustomed to the whims of clients. Upon observing Chen Geng, who appeared to be of Asian descent, Tom's eyes began to glimmer with a hint of cunning. In America, being of Asian heritage often equates to being perceived as vulnerable. Chen Geng narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the rat-like glint in Tom's gaze. He understood the implications of his intentions and cautioned him with a measured tone. As long as the individuals you recommend are genuinely talented, financial matters can be negotiated. However, should you introduce someone whose credentials are misleading, do not blame me for lodging a complaint with your association. The three major American automobile manufacturers were currently facing challenging times. Yet this was merely the beginning. Chen Geng was acutely aware that following the impending second oil crisis at the end of the year, the situation for American automotive companies would worsen. Unemployment in Detroit was set to soar beyond 30, with manufacturers lamenting their fate while gas stations across the nation displayed sorry. No gas signs. The decline of Detroit had already commenced. Tom claimed to possess a pool of exceptional automotive engineers, and while Chen Geng did not doubt this assertion, he was equally certain that Tom had some subpar candidates intended for exploitation. With Chen Geng's warning, Tom's previously ignited thoughts of deceit dissipated entirely. It was simply not worth jeopardizing a small business deal, especially when this Mr. Fernandez was not an ordinary individual, as evidenced by the Lincoln Continental Mark IV parked outside. A luxury beyond the means of the average person. Suppressing any inappropriate thoughts, Tom sheepishly replied, "Mr. Fernandez, you jest. We thrive on our reputation. How could we tarnish our own brand? Rest assured, regardless of the type of talent you require, I can procure them for you. As for the price, how much?" Chen Geng interjected impatiently before Tom could finish. $50 per person, Tom stated. Chen Geng immediately frowned, perceiving the cost as excessive. Yet his discontent indicated a willingness to proceed with the transaction. Sensing Chen Geng's readiness to invest, Tom became animated, swearing fervently, "It is indeed a bit pricey. But I assure you, they are worth every penny." These two individuals are engineers from Chrysler, recently laid off during staffing reductions at their Detroit plant. Chen Geng did not doubt that these unfortunate souls had been dismissed due to the layoffs. While the average person might wonder how Chrysler could afford to let go of such skilled engineers, the reality was far different. For a venerable automotive giant like Chrysler, boasting thousands of engineering professionals, such talent was hardly scarce. With ample replacements available, the question remained, where could they be allocated if not laid off? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Geng replied, "Agreed, but I must ascertain their capabilities before parting with any funds." Tom hesitated briefly, then begrudgingly acquiesced, recognizing that he had no opportunity for deceit. Upon receiving the call, the two engineers conveyed their availability, stating they could arrive in approximately half an hour. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Geng took a moment to familiarize himself with the backgrounds of these two engineers. One was named Bob, and the other Anderson, both hailing from Detroit. Bob possessed 15 years of professional experience, having spent his entire career at Chrysler. In contrast, Mr. Anderson had a more colorful employment history. Having worked at both Ford and General Motors before his recent layoff, he had been with Chrysler for less than 2 years. The most intriguing aspect of his career was that he had been laid off with each job change, marking this as his third termination. Upon reading this, Chen Geng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that this fellow was quite the department executioner. Having quickly perused the file, yet with the engineers still not having arrived, Chen Geng decided to step outside for a smoke to clear his mind. Just as he lit up and took a couple of puffs, a man briskly approached from across the street, evidently heading towards him. However, there seemed to be no ill intent. Judging by his attire, he resembled a vagabond who had recently fallen into homelessness due to financial collapse. Why did he appear to be a drifter? His outfit was telling. He wore a U.S. military M65 trench coat on top, faded jeans below, and a pair of worn work boots on his feet. His hair was unkempt, his face haggard, and his frame gaunt. Chen Geng recognized this man. He had previously seen him sitting on a bench across the street, seemingly in search of a few coins. Chen Geng began to reach into his pocket, prepared to give him some money. "Sir, I am not a beggar," the man interjected, noticing Chen Geng's gesture. He quickly waved his hands in a nervous and anxious manner, asking, "Sir, I saw you just entered Fat Tom's company. Are you hiring?" Seeing Chen Geng raise an eyebrow in slight confusion, the man promptly pointed to Chen Geng's vehicle, saying, "I noticed you stepped out of that Lincoln sedan. If you can afford such a luxurious car, you surely aren't here seeking employment. Coming to a job placement agency while driving an extravagant vehicle indicates only one possibility. You are here to recruit." Chen Geng was taken aback by the man's logical reasoning and ability to draw conclusions from such details, as most people would not discern so much from these observations. Without responding verbally, he scrutinized the man from head to toe. If you were planning to hire, could you offer me a job? The man licked his dry, cracked lips. His eyes filled with eagerness and anxiety. I can do any job, washing cars, moving, repairs, even carpentry. I am capable of all tasks. I do not require much. Just 800 a month would suffice. It was clear that this man had reached a point of desperation. Observing the pleading expression on his face indicated that he was enduring a difficult period in his life and was in dire need of employment. Chen Geng was not a fool, having encountered numerous charlatans who claimed hardship on the streets. His heart had long since hardened like iron. However, the peculiar aura emanating from the man before him caused Chen Geng to furrow his brow, prompting him to refrain from answering the man's inquiry. Instead, he countered with a question. Have you served in the military? Yes. Although he was perplexed by Chen Geng's question, the prospect of a job opportunity compelled the man to acquiesce. Have you ever taken a life? Chen Geng raised an eyebrow, given your age. Did you fight in the Vietnam War? The man's expression fell, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Is it that obvious? Quite apparent, Chen Geng nodded. The aura of a battle-hardened soldier cannot be concealed. In contemporary American society, a palpable anti-war sentiment and disdain for the Vietnam War prevailed. Anti-war, anti-Vietnam War. And opposition to veterans had become a form of political correctness. Those who fought in Vietnam to safeguard American interests returned to find themselves targets of public scorn, labeled as butchers and executioners by anti-war factions. Consequently, these veterans faced severe societal rejection upon returning to America, struggling to secure desirable employment. Sylvester Stallone's first film, First Blood, captures the essence of this era and societal backdrop. Chen Geng was astonished by the coincidence. The light in the veteran's eyes dimmed, as he likely perceived that his job search was destined for failure. Yet, since Chen Geng had not outright rejected him, he clung to a flicker of hope. Well, sir, I can offer you an opportunity. The veteran remained silent, his eyes widening suddenly, lips parting as if he wished to speak. Chen Geng gestured for him to pause. Do not rejoice too soon. I can provide you with a chance, but I require a thorough understanding of your circumstances, your personal history, financial status, marital and parental situation, any vices or criminal records, your previous military roles, and your competencies, among other details. Oh, and to clarify, my company is a comprehensive used car dealership specializing in vehicle diagnostics and repairs. You may now proceed to introduce yourself. The veteran took a deep breath, shaking off his earlier demeanor, and spoke with clarity as if reporting to a superior. Report, sir. My name is Stephen Stenson, a native of Detroit, aged 33, with a decade of service. Prior to my discharge, I held the rank of lieutenant. My marital status is divorced, and I have 2 daughters, for whom custody resides with my ex-wife. During the divorce, my home was awarded to her, and I currently reside in a nearby warehouse. Prior to my service, I had 2 minor criminal records, one for theft and the other for a brawl. Aside from smoking, I possess no other vices. Regrettably, I cannot divulge details about my military duties. However, I can share that I served as an assault soldier, possessing familiarity with the operation and maintenance of various vehicles. It is worth emphasizing my proficiency in handling a diverse array of firearms, both light and heavy, as well as my ability to maintain them. Chen Geng reflected on this individual, recognizing him as an astute person. Upon learning that he engaged in the sale and repair of used cars, he promptly asserted his capabilities in driving and fixing vehicles. One wonders if he held the position of an assault soldier during his time in the army. Otherwise, why would he specifically highlight that last point? Regardless of his military role, it is evident that he possesses a sharp intellect. Interestingly, he seems to incessantly convince himself, based on his complexion, that by hiring him, one not only secures a laborer, but also acquires a formidable enforcer at no extra cost. This is quite amusing. He appears to be quite clever. With such intelligence, can one truly be an assault soldier? However, it must be noted that mere muscle alone cannot suffice for such a role. Chapter 11. A genuine emanation. You are quite astute. I have a fondness for intelligent individuals, Chen Geng remarked, gazing intently into Stenson's eyes. Would you mind accompanying me to the police station to verify your information? Really? The veteran, who had long since relinquished hope, abruptly lifted his head, astonished as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Geng, his voice trembling slightly. Sir, you are not jesting, are you? He understood the implication of Mr. Fernandez's words. Should his criminal record prove to be clear via the police department's computer system, Mr. Fernandez would offer him a position. This revelation filled Stinson, who had been tirelessly seeking employment, with overwhelming joy. The prospect of securing a well-paying job rendered a visit to the police station inconsequential. "Do you truly believe I would just about something like this?" Chen Geng retorted. The veteran's reaction transcended mere joy. His eyes brimmed with tears, and his lips quivered as if afflicted by a spasm. Chen Geng grew slightly concerned for this man's heart. If his condition was poor, he might collapse from the exhilaration. However, veterans are resilient, having endured the harrowing trials of war, and Stinson swiftly regained his composure. Drawing a deep breath, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "It appears that God has smiled upon me. I can finally escape from that suffocating warehouse." Living in a warehouse is not unusual. The storage industry is quite developed in America. Many families rent storage spaces for items that are either invaluable or no longer needed at home. The costs are quite reasonable, with some monthly rents being as low as $10. Consequently, warehouses have become a viable option for those facing financial hardships. Even without windows, they offer a better alternative than sleeping on a park bench, providing shelter from the elements and security for one's belongings. "Thank God," Chen Geng chuckled lightly. "Indeed. It seems that your streak of bad luck has come to an end. Upon joining my company, you will have several options. However, if you have not been deceitful with me, I believe you are worthy of a monthly salary of 1,500. 1,500. Stinson's jaw nearly dropped. He had merely sought a position with an 800 monthly salary, which is just around the average wage in America. 1,500? Such a figure was beyond his wildest dreams. "At the very least, it is 1,500, Chen Geng corrected earnestly. "If you have indeed been truthful, earning over 2,000 a month is within reach." Stinson's reaction startled Chen Geng. Instead of exuberance, he buried his face in his hands and began to weep profusely. A towering man of over 6 feet, sobbing uncontrollably before him. Bob and Anderson soon arrived. With a single glance, Chen Geng was convinced that Tom was not up to any mischief. These two were indeed technical professionals, and their distinctive demeanor betrayed their expertise. Having been out of work for some time, both men appeared somewhat reserved, although they were surprised to discover that their future employer was of Chinese descent. Their intelligence prevented them from probing further. Chen Geng candidly initiated the conversation, stating, "Mr. Bob, Mr. Anderson, time is precious, so let us not prolong this meeting unnecessarily. Let us be forthright with one another. I trust that Mr. Tom has already provided both of you with a brief overview of my situation over the phone, and you have garnered a preliminary understanding of my company, correct?" "Indeed," they both nodded in unison. "Excellent. If there are any concerns or inquiries you wish to address, feel free to pose your questions now. After I have clarified your uncertainties, I shall proceed to evaluate your professional qualifications. Please, Mr. Bob, you may begin." "Me? Oh." Bob hesitated momentarily before inquiring. "Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Tom mentioned that you are the proprietor of a used car sales company?" "Precisely," Chen Geng affirmed with a nod. "I find myself somewhat puzzled. Given that you operate in the used car sales sector, why have you sought our assistance?" This inquiry was not solely on Bob's mind. Anderson shared the same curiosity. As Bob's question was posed, Anderson awaited Chen Geng's response with keen anticipation. "The sales strategy employed by our company differs significantly from that of other used car dealerships." Chen Geng succinctly explained the operational model of Fernandez Company, particularly highlighting the meticulous maintenance and repair processes they undertook upon receiving the vehicles. "Thus, I require 2 seasoned engineers capable of swiftly diagnosing vehicle issues and malfunctions, and Mr. Tom recommended you both to me." Instinctively, Bob and Anderson straightened in their seats. Being the lead engineers at Chrysler was a testament to their intellect and competence. Upon hearing Chen Geng's remarks, they couldn't help but marvel at the innovative approach to used car sales. It was apparent that Mr. Fernandez's method of selling used cars would undoubtedly yield greater profits than the conventional practices of many used car merchants. Did Mr. Fernandez mention they achieved a daily sales volume exceeding 10 vehicles? This indicated a genuine need for 2 knowledgeable engineers, adept at swiftly identifying faults and devising repair and maintenance plans. Perhaps fortune had smiled upon them, presenting them with a promising opportunity. Realizing this, both men felt a surge of excitement. Having been in the industry for over 2 months, the specialization of their work combined with the downturn in the American automotive market had made job hunting increasingly daunting. The mounting monthly loan repayments were a significant burden, driving them to near despair. However, the prospect of a favorable job awaiting them invigorated their spirits, and they eagerly anticipated the forthcoming evaluation. "I am not stingy. As long as you possess the requisite skills, I am more than willing to offer you a generous salary, one that exceeds your expectations. However, before that, you must first demonstrate your capabilities to me." After a brief pause, Chen Geng turned his gaze toward Bob. "Mr. Bob, I have a question for you. If a vehicle's steering wheel is perpetually misaligned, oscillating between left and right unpredictably, what issue might this indicate? And how should it be resolved?" Recognizing this as an evaluation of his abilities and skills, Bob pondered for a moment before confidently responding. "The rubber limit block fixed in the groove of the steering mechanism is malfunctioning. Replacing it with a new one will resolve the issue." Indeed, Chen Geng was quite pleased with both the speed and accuracy of Bob's answer. After a brief contemplation, he inquired further. When a vehicle is in operation, if the engine noise suddenly intensifies, accompanied by a thump sound while pressing the accelerator in place, and one can also sense vibrations within the engine compartment, what might be the problem? How should it be addressed? Bob hesitated slightly before answering again. This situation should be examined on a lift. Typically, this fault arises from forcibly traversing an obstacle on the road, causing significant impact damage to the engine's underguard, leading to deformation and a reduction in the distance between it and the oil pan. If the clearance between the underguard and the oil pan becomes too narrow, a collision occurs during acceleration, resulting in unusual sounds and vibrations in the vehicle. To resolve this issue is quite straightforward. One simply needs to remove the underguard and realign it to restore its flatness. Chen Geng was indeed impressed with Bob's expertise and nodded appreciatively, then turned to Anderson. "Mr. Anderson, if the oil pressure warning light suddenly illuminates while the vehicle is accelerating, what could be the reason?" Initially concerned that Chen Geng might pose a tricky question, Anderson breathed a sigh of relief and promptly replied. "The illumination of the oil pressure warning light typically indicates one of two scenarios. One possibility is that there is no malfunction in the oil lubrication system itself, but rather a fault in the oil pressure indicator system, causing the light to erroneously illuminate. This does not affect the engine's normal operation, but should be addressed promptly. The other scenario indicates an actual fault in the lubrication system, resulting in low oil pressure, to the extent that it triggers the warning light, which must be rectified." No sooner had Anderson finished speaking than Chen Geng immediately pressed further. "If the engine operates unevenly, frequently accompanied by a thud sound, exhibiting a noticeable lack of power during acceleration and emitting backfire sounds along with black smoke from the exhaust pipe, what could be the issue? How should this be handled?" Anderson contemplated briefly before responding. "There are several possibilities. One could be that the carburetor and spark plugs require replacement. Another possibility pertains to the ignition timing, specifically, the timing being set too late. First, inspect the spark plugs and carburetor. If the issue lies with them, the remedy is simple. Clean the carburetor and replace the spark plugs, or at most, replace the entire carburetor assembly. If both the spark plugs and carburetor are in good condition, then the ignition timing is indeed too late and should be repaired promptly. What does it mean for ignition timing to be too late? It indicates that the spark plug ignites only when the engine piston is very close to the top dead center, resulting in a delayed combustion of the air-fuel mixture. This incomplete combustion means that even as the piston descends and the exhaust valve opens, combustion is still occurring, leading to an expansion of the combustion chamber volume and a delay in gas expansion, which results in low cylinder pressure and diminished engine power. The engine emitted a violent pounding sound, attributed to the delayed ignition timing, which resulted in partially combusted fuel mixtures potentially returning through the intake valves to the carburetor, causing backfiring phenomena. The incompletely burned mixtures billowed black smoke from the exhaust pipe. However, Anderson felt it unnecessary to elaborate so extensively. Given that the boss could pose such inquiries, he was skeptical that Mr. Fernandez could be oblivious to such a straightforward matter. Chen Geng certainly understood, as the questions he posed were rather common yet somewhat perplexing. Judging by their reactions, it was evident that both individuals possessed genuine expertise rather than mere superficiality. Chen Geng was quite pleased with their performance and, smiling, extended his hand towards them. "Mr. Bob, Mr. Anderson, let us now discuss your respective salaries." Anderson and Bob exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. Chapter 12. This damned world. The old soldier, Stinson, was truly pitiable. His entire baggage consisted solely of 2 tattered olive green canvas bags. It was unclear where he managed to wash up, but he had changed into a set of somewhat worn yet relatively clean clothes. The reason for his 2 bags was that upon learning he had nowhere to stay, Chen Geng graciously permitted him to reside at the company. As a gesture of gratitude for his employer's generosity, Stinson was tasked with ensuring the security of the company's assets during the night. Standing before Chen Geng's vehicle, Stinson felt rather awkward, hesitant to enter. "Sir," Chen Geng said with a hint of irritation, "throw your bags in the back. You're driving, understood? Are you expecting me to chauffeur you around?" Chen Geng's tone was brusque, yet upon hearing those words, Stinson visibly relaxed, promptly replying in the affirmative and obediently placing his 2 bags in the trunk. Willingly embracing the role of driver, riding in a vehicle was undeniably more comfortable than driving. Chen Geng settled back into the spacious leather seat, shifting slightly as he gestured with his thumb towards the 2 cars following them. Squinting, he remarked, "Currently, my company lacks highly technical positions. Since you have military experience and can repair vehicles, I believe you can excel in any role here. I can assure you that as long as you work diligently, your monthly income will not fall below 1,000. If you work harder, earning 1,500 is quite feasible. A wise individual remains astute regardless of the circumstances." And Stinson exemplified this wisdom. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Boss, it seems your intention in hiring me is not merely to have me serve as an ordinary worker?" Chen Geng smiled. Indeed, he was a perceptive man. Engaging in conversation with someone clever was straightforward. "I won't assign you a fixed position. Instead, you'll assist wherever the demand is greatest. If repairs are needed, you'll fix cars. If there's a shortage of personnel for car washes, you'll help there. If sales are bustling, you can sell cars. You will be compensated according to the position in which you work. However, your primary responsibility will be to oversee the company's security. Should trouble arise, you will handle it. I guarantee a minimum salary of 1,500. Is that acceptable?" Stinson nodded emphatically, "No problem." The 1,500 was nearly double what he had anticipated, and he felt that the compensation offered by his employer was hardly a burden in comparison to what he would contribute. Unlike the restless youth who merely sought quick riches, Stinson, with nearly a decade of experience from the Vietnam War, possessed a wealth of life experience that was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. He understood that choosing the first 2 paths would lead to a mundane existence, merely ensuring sustenance without the prospect of a superior life. The third path, though seemingly arduous, was one he recognized could yield greater rewards. Sometimes, a bit of hard work was not a detriment, but rather a privilege that few could afford to earn. However, I find myself overwhelmed with matters of security and require assistance, since the boss insists on taking responsibility for both the company's and his personal safety. Stinson readily seeks to secure benefits. I have several comrades, trustworthy brothers who have emerged from the battlefield, and although they may lack the expertise of professional security personnel, they are more than capable of handling a few troublesome rascals and ensuring your safety without a doubt. Chen Geng could hardly contain his laughter. This fellow has yet to secure his own position and is already contemplating employment for his comrades. Nevertheless, this is not entirely a negative trait. A person who shows affection for friends and loyalty to comrades is undoubtedly likable. For this reason, Chen Geng held a favorable impression of Stinson, also recognizing that such work is not a solitary endeavor. Nodding, he inquired, "How many are there?" 6 or 7, perhaps. Upon realizing the potential pitfalls of his approach, Stinson awkwardly added, "I assure you, they are all skilled, and like me, they can assist the company with tasks such as car washing and repairs, which they are well equipped to handle." Interrupting him, Chen Geng countered, "Their current situation is quite dire? Not much better than mine. Some of them are in even worse straits." Stinson replied with a wry smile, "At least I have a warehouse to stay in. Some among them lack even that." An image formed in Chen Geng's mind, a disheveled Rambo, with a large travel bag slung over his shoulder, wandering in search of a meager job, humbly seeking others' favor. Under Stinson's anxious gaze, Chen Geng spoke, "I can offer them a job, but you must take responsibility for them." Stinson was overjoyed. His elation was tinged with disbelief. He never anticipated that within less than an hour of meeting Mr. Fernandez, he would be trusted so readily. As a person of Chinese descent, Chen Geng candidly remarked, "In America, being of Chinese descent often means being seen as easy to bully. Although my company currently enjoys high transaction volumes, it remains modest in scale without any significant issues for now. I believe that in due time, my company will become one of the largest used car sales and repair enterprises in Detroit. As soldiers, what would you do? Eliminate danger in advance." Stinson answered without hesitation, "Precisely, that is my thought as well." Chen Geng nodded. "To safeguard my assets, it seems that you marginalized Vietnam veterans are the most suitable choice." A shadow of anguish crossed Stinson's face. Vietnam War veterans have, in contemporary discourse, become synonymous with perpetrators and executioners. Once, they were unwavering in their commitment, rushing to Vietnam to safeguard the interests of the United States, willing to shed blood and make sacrifices. Yet, as the war concluded and they returned from the battlefield, anticipating a joyful embrace of their well-deserved lives, they were met with the stark reality of societal condemnation, leaving them estranged from the happiness they sought. They found themselves targets of criticism wherever they went, struggling to secure employment, even for menial tasks like car washing, which were fiercely contested by fellow veterans. Countless battle-hardened soldiers, unable to bear this plight, chose the tragic route of suicide, never imagining they would encounter those willing to accept them. Patting Stinson on the shoulder, Chen Geng sighed. This damned era is just like that. Since we are all regarded as the overlooked and disdained by mainstream society, we must unite and live together, making those scoundrels take notice. We do not bully others, but if anyone dares to oppress us, we will retaliate. Indeed, they would retaliate. Of course, upon their arrival, they would not receive the same high wages as others, but as long as they contributed to the work, I assure you, their monthly earnings would not fall below 1,200. Stinson's nose tinged with emotion. Boss, you are a good person, he remarked. Chen Geng's expression darkened immediately. He detested being labeled as a good person. When Chen Geng and his 3 companions returned to the company, they found it bustling with activity. 6 prospective customers were interested in purchasing cars, and the staff were so busy that Miss Rachel had to attend to 2 clients simultaneously. Observing this flurry of activity, Bob, Anderson, and Stinson felt no disappointment. Rather, they were filled with delight. Who would resent a thriving business at their workplace? Conversely, a lack of customers would be dire. Upon seeing her boss's return, Miss Rachel, drenched in sweat from her exertions, waved to Chen Geng. Boss, could you come over? Mr. Adams and Mr. Ramirez wish to consign their vehicles with us, and I have 2 more clients interested in purchasing cars. All right, leave it to me, Chen Geng replied, nodding. He instructed Miss Rachel to assign tasks to Bob and Anderson, while Stinson could assist them for the time being. Bob and Anderson had no objections to the swift assignment and promptly followed Miss Rachel. Finally, Chen Geng seated himself before Mr. Adams and Mr. Ramirez, wearing a welcoming smile. Good day, Mr. Adams and Mr. Ramirez. I am the owner of this company, and I appreciate your trust in us to consign your vehicles. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to address them directly to me. If I consign my vehicle here, how long will it take to sell? Adams inhaled deeply, appearing agitated. I need to obtain the money quickly. Are you in urgent need of funds? Seizing such an opportunity, one would be remiss not to take full advantage of it. Chen Geng had never intended to show any courtesy towards these foreign devils. If that is the case, consignment may not suit your situation. You may opt to sell the vehicle to us, he remarked. You are all a bunch of unscrupulous fiends. The price will undoubtedly be low. Chen Geng's expression remained unchanged despite Adams' complaints. After all, in the realm of commerce, was it not permissible for a client to voice a few grievances? He smiled and continued. Our company employs a rigorous procedure for appraising a vehicle. Of course, I surmise your primary concern is not this, but rather how much your car can fetch. How about this? Let us proceed to inspect your vehicle, and you may first listen to my offer, if that suits you. Adams muttered a few words, but ultimately acquiesced. Very well, but I must inform you that if your offer does not meet my expectations, I shall not part with my prized possession. Rest assured. I guarantee that the price our company presents will be the most competitive, Chen Geng replied, turning to Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez, why not join us for a look? Certainly. Ramirez agreed, harboring the notion that regardless of whether he sold the car to this Asian, it would be worthwhile to hear the offer he would propose. Chapter 13 The Chariot of Misfortune. Upon spotting Adams's vehicle, Chen Geng couldn't help but chuckle. It was a 1974 Buick Regal, a model that bore no resemblance to the Buick Regal introduced in China during the late 1990s. This 1974 version shared the same platform as the Chevrolet Monte Carlo, the very first car sold after Chen Geng took over the company. Both were derived from General Motors' GMA platform, RWD. This platform not only encompassed the Chevrolet Monte Carlo but also included models under the General Motors umbrella such as the Pontiac Lemons, Pontiac Grand Prix, Oldsmobile Cutlass, and the Buick Regal before him. However, Chen Geng's amusement stemmed not from the car's specifications, but rather from the fact that, on that very morning, a customer had requested a 1974 to 1975 Buick Regal and had already placed a deposit. Although Chen Geng could procure a vehicle from other used car dealers, he saw no reason to let them profit when a suitable car had presented itself. After conducting a thorough inspection, Chen Geng proposed his price, 3,800. Only 3,800? Adams exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Chen Geng's offer, clearly dissatisfied. This is the base model, devoid of the premium sound system and leather seats, featuring only the most basic amenities, air conditioning and a radio. Hence, this is the best price I can offer, Chen Geng replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the prospect of Adams walking away. Were this the top-tier model equipped with an 8.1-liter engine, I could offer you 9,300. Mr. Adams, I trust you have consulted various sources. I assure you, my offer is the highest you will encounter. No one will present you with a better price. Adams hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Geng had struck a chord. His offer of 3,800 was indeed the highest Adams had received, surpassing the previous best offer of 3,700 by a full 100. If we were to purchase outright, this would be the price. You won't find a better offer throughout Detroit, Chen Geng continued. Of course, you may opt for consignment. However, after deducting preparation fees, we typically charge 10 of the total price, though I cannot guarantee the timeline for a sale. After a brief period of contemplation, Adams, fully aware that consignment would yield the most profit yet in dire need of immediate funds, finally resolved, fine, 3,800 it is. Congratulations. You have made the wisest choice. Chen Geng exclaimed, signaling for someone to assist Adams with the paperwork. This transaction was indeed lucrative. A quick phone call would secure a profit of 500. Upon arriving in front of Ramirez's vehicle, Chen Geng inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sight of a Ferrari 212 Inter Cabriolet. What a classic. What a rarity. The Ferrari 212 Inter Cabriolet is an exceptionally iconic model introduced by Ferrari in the early 1950s, powered by a 2.6-liter V12 gasoline engine equipped with 3 Weber carburetors, yielding an astonishing maximum output of 165 horsepower for that era. Its extended wheelbase of 2,600 millimeters renders this automobile a remarkably comfortable roadster. The Ferrari 212 series comprises 3 variants: the convertible Inter Cabriolet, the limited edition convertible Inter Pininfarina Cabriolet, and the hardtop export Touring Berlinetta. Each model is increasingly precious, and even the most commonplace Inter Cabriolet before him is estimated to have fewer than 100 units remaining today, with a market value undoubtedly exceeding 30,000. Indeed, although this vehicle was manufactured in 1951 and boasts nearly 3 decades of age, its value has not diminished. Rather, it has experienced substantial appreciation. While the owner clearly cherishes the car, its age is evident, and its condition can only be deemed average, with a noticeable decline in the luster of its paint. However, such imperfections are to be expected in a nearly 30-year-old classic. The mere fact that the owner brought the car for sale indicates that it is operable, and a functioning Ferrari 212's market price will certainly not dip below 30,000. With a stroke of luck, it may attract affluent classic car enthusiasts, and the final sale price would depend on the seller's negotiation skills. Sir, I need to verify your ownership of this vehicle, Chen Geng stated with a serious expression, as this is a customary practice and legal requirement to ensure the car is indeed owned by the seller and not a stolen or illicit vehicle. Of course, Ramirez replied, unperturbed by this request. He nodded and handed over his driver's license along with the pertinent documents for the Ferrari 212. Chen Geng swiftly confirmed that the car indeed belonged to Mr. Ramirez, who is the 3rd owner of this Ferrari 212 Inter Cabriolet. However, he stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon in the vehicle's documentation. The Ferrari 212 Inter Cabriolet has changed hands 3 times, and all 3 owners share the surname Ramirez. The first owner was Mr. Ramirez, the second owner was also Mr. Ramirez, and the current owner, Mr. Ramirez, is the 3rd. How utterly fascinating. Upon confirming the identity of Fernandez, Ramirez exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression tinged with regret and reluctance. This Ferrari has always belonged to our family. My grandfather passed it down to my father, and my father to me. If it weren't for this economic crisis, I would never dream of selling this car. Ramirez's reaction resembled that of a wayward child compelled to part with a treasured heirloom due to financial hardship. This sentiment was understandable, and Chen Geng nodded, not dwelling on the matter. Many have chosen to sell their cherished possessions in times of economic struggle, and Ramirez was but one among them. He offered a comforting remark. Difficulties are always temporary. I believe you will soon overcome this challenge. Mr. Ramirez, how much do you intend to sell this car for? Ramirez refrained from providing a figure, instead wearing a cunning smile. Mr. Fernandez, your careful inspection of this vehicle suggests that you are well aware of its worth. In fact, I understand its value as well. Why don't you propose a price? If it is agreeable, I shall sell it to you. What a shrewd individual. Chen Geng silently chastised him. Though he had never underestimated Ramirez's cunning, he realized he had misjudged the extent of it. How could he quote a price? Should he offer a high figure, he would be at a disadvantage. If too low, he could not bear to see the car slip away from him. Yet, this minor challenge did not daunt Chen Geng. He furrowed his brow and replied, Mr. Ramirez, to be candid, I know that many Ferrari enthusiasts are keen on collecting this model. It is said that in Europe, a Ferrari 212's collectible price has surpassed 20,000. However, I am merely a used car dealer, not a connoisseur of classic automobiles. Therefore, if you expect a used car dealer to purchase your vehicle with the mindset of a collector, that is simply unattainable. After a pause, Chen Geng added, not only is it improbable in Detroit, but throughout the entirety of the United States and North America as well. $20,000 is, in fact, no longer a price for a second-hand vehicle. Ramirez remained noncommittal regarding Chen Geng's words. A family capable of affording a Ferrari would undoubtedly possess a certain level of education. He recognized that Chen Geng's remarks were merely a tactic to negotiate a lower price. Shaking his head, he declared, $20,000 is absolutely out of the question. Then I can only express my regret, Chen Geng shrugged, acknowledging the unsuccessful negotiation. However, he was not disheartened. In business, both success and failure are commonplace, and he regarded it with a sense of indifference. I wish you the best in finding a suitable buyer. At this juncture, the deal should have been nearing its conclusion. Yet a fleeting thought struck Chen Geng like a bolt of lightning. Impulsively, he pointed to the black Ferrari 212 Intercabriolet behind him and remarked to Ramirez. But Mr. Ramirez, if I am not mistaken, this Ferrari is a cursed car, is it not? What do you mean by that? Ramirez's expression subtly shifted. Though the change was imperceptible to all but the most observant, Chen Geng was not just anyone. As the head of a corporation with hundreds of thousands of employees, overseeing a plethora of elite individuals, he possessed a keen ability to read between the lines. Otherwise, he would have long been devoured by the ruthless competition. He had already found it peculiar that anyone would part with such a valuable vehicle, and in a moment of mischief, he had playfully teased Ramirez. To his astonishment, he had struck a nerve. Seizing the opportunity, he thought, why not press on? I had heard a legend circulating in Michigan about a cursed vehicle, a Ferrari said to be damned by God. From its very first owner, each subsequent possessor encountered inexplicable misfortunes. Understanding the perils of excessive verbosity, Chen Geng chose his words carefully, briefly alluding to the cursed car, donning an expression that suggested he was privy to more than he let on. Mr. Ramirez, I hope I am not mistaken. Ramirez's countenance turned pale, trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at Chen Geng. How do you know this? He stammered. His face drained of color. No way. Is this true? The cursed car, it's just a fabrication I conjured on a whim. Yet Ramirez's vehement reaction nearly made Chen Geng swallow his own tongue. Could it truly be that the Ferrari 212 is indeed a cursed vehicle? Chapter 14. The cursed purchase regardless of whether one is a seasoned driver or a novice without a license. Tales abound of certain vehicles that seem to harbor an uncanny misfortune. Some owners acquire a pristine new car, only to find themselves ensnared in a series of bizarre accidents, each more inexplicable than the last, leaving one utterly confounded as to the reasons behind such occurrences. One might attribute this to inexperienced drivers. Yet there are instances where individuals possessing years of accident-free driving experience fall victim to the same fate. How could a mere change of vehicle render them incapable of driving? Such phenomena are not confined to our homeland. They are reported across the globe. In the United States, these vehicles are often labeled as cursed cars. In both America and domestically, the typical response from owners encountering such misfortune is to hastily divest themselves of the vehicle. Remarkably, once a new car is procured, the previous troubles dissipate, further shrouding these enigmatic cursed cars in an aura of mystique. Some Westerners even speculate that these ill-fated vehicles have been inadvertently cursed by the forces of darkness. Why did Chen Geng suddenly decide to exploit the notion of a cursed car to deceive Ramirez? Chen Geng discerned that Ramirez did not strike him as someone facing financial hardship. His countenance bore no trace of economic despair. Clad in a tailored suit and polished shoes, with a clean-shaven face and impeccably styled hair, he was a man of meticulous appearance. Could such a fastidious individual truly be grappling with a financial crisis? It seemed implausible. Given that Ramirez was not in dire straits and was eagerly seeking to sell a vehicle known for its high resale value, coupled with the fact that the ownership transfer had occurred less than a year prior, Chen Geng seized upon the idea of the car being cursed. Perhaps Ramirez had been perpetually unfortunate since inheriting the Ferrari 212 from his father? However, to Chen Geng's astonishment, it turned out to be true. Whether the car was genuinely cursed or not, he did not concern himself with that. Yet, once Ramirez unequivocally acknowledged the vehicle as indeed being a cursed car, divine favor seemed to align with Chen Geng. Upon hearing Ramirez's admission, Chen Geng shrugged nonchalantly. In the entirety of Detroit, how many Ferrari 212s are there? And how many black Ferrari 212 Intercabriolets? Thus, is it truly surprising that I have encountered rumors regarding a black Ferrari 212 Intercabriolet? Gazing at the increasingly pale visage of Ramirez, Chen Geng added another weight to the scale of his advantage. I have also heard from acquaintances in the used car business that the first or second owner of this vehicle narrowly escaped a fatal accident. This served as a clear message to Ramirez. Seeking to sell this car through other used car dealers would be futile. Not only was Chen Geng aware of this cursed vehicle, but so too were other dealers, and his information had been gleaned from external sources. Ramirez was left in a state of utter despair. The Ferrari 212 Intercabriolet is indeed a formidable vehicle, an unequivocal harbinger of misfortune. Its three successive owners, my grandfather, my father, and myself, have all encountered serious accidents while driving it, the most severe being my father's near-fatal incident. After I took possession of the car last year and experienced a series of minor mishaps, I resolved to part with it to avert any further threats to my safety. Unfortunately, this black Ferrari 212 Intercabriolet is so notorious within the classic car collector community in Detroit that potential buyers are too apprehensive to acquire it. Consequently, I sought fortune with a used car dealer, only to be met with disdain. I was astounded to discover that my family's Ferrari 212 Intercabriolet was so well known that even these dealers were aware of its ominous reputation. This scoundrel was well acquainted with my vehicle, making any sale exceedingly challenging. $20,000, I despaired, resignedly offering. No, no, no. Chen Geng shook his head vigorously. Knowing this is a cursed car, I would be a fool to purchase it for that price. If it were any other Ferrari 212, I might consider $30,000. But not this one. We won't take it. It would be a liability. I felt my sanity slipping away. Unable to contain my frustration, I shouted. But this is a Ferrari. Indeed, it is a Ferrari, but one that has caught the devil's attention. Chen Geng nodded. This is a cursed vehicle, just moments ago filled with rage. I now felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. All right then, what will you offer? How much will you pay? I was at my wit's end. If anyone wanted this car and was willing to pay, I was ready to relinquish it. Absolutely not, Chen Geng resolutely replied, glancing at the Ferrari with disdain. Who would dare take on such a cursed car? Desperation gripped me, and I bit the bullet. $15,000. Give me $15,000, and this car is yours. $15,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? Chen Geng scoffed at my offer. No matter the price, this car will ultimately end up as a burden. If it were $10,000, I might as well consider it a one model to display at my company and boast about. Fine. $10,000 it is. I hastily interrupted, fearing that Chen Geng might withdraw his offer. Mr. Fernandez, it's settled then. For $10,000, this Ferrari is yours. Chen Geng was taken aback. What the hell? Am I being swindled? Stunned into silence for a moment, he finally exclaimed in exasperation, I was just joking. When did I ever say I wanted to buy it? You stated that $10,000 would suffice to acquire a one model, Ramirez exclaimed. Were it not for the American automotive culture's superstition that a cursed vehicle must be passed on to the next owner lest its misfortune continue to haunt the current possessor, he would have long discarded this car onto the street. $10,000? Even if it were offered for free, he would not entertain the notion of letting go of such a fortuitous opportunity to rid himself of this misfortune. Ramirez bellowed, Ladies and gentlemen, gather around and judge for yourselves. Is this reasonable? I offered $10,000, and I agreed, yet the scoundrel reneges. It is well known that both Chinese and Americans share a penchant for gathering to witness the spectacle. At the Fernandez Automotive Sales Company, there were plenty of buyers and sellers present. Upon hearing Ramirez's outcry, everyone, regardless of their intent to purchase or sell, flocked to the scene. Seeing the crowd gathering, Ramirez, eager to finalize the sale of the Ferrari 212, became even more animated. Gentlemen, just moments ago, I reached an agreement with Mr. Fernandez for the sale of this vehicle, and now he wishes to retract his word. Can we condone such unethical behavior? The onlookers, understanding the situation, quickly turned their ire towards Chen Geng, condemning his breach of commercial ethics. The employees of the company looked on with concern. Chen Geng's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "But this is a cursed car. Who among you wants it?" Simultaneously, he subtly shook his head at Stinson, who had rushed from the makeshift repair shop, signaling that he was unharmed. "Oh, this individual has merit," he mused. Upon noticing his boss's gesture, Stinson exhaled a sigh of relief. The commotion had initially startled him. However, the Americans denouncing Chen Geng were oblivious to this nuance, their attention fully captured by Chen Geng's proclamation. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, taken aback. A cursed car? Every American knows what that implies. They comprehended Fernandez's agitation. If it were them, they would never accept a cursed vehicle, especially not an outdated Ferrari. Not everyone could accurately assess the value of the Ferrari 212, but the camaraderie among Americans prevailed. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Even if it is a cursed car. Since you reached an agreement with this gentleman, you cannot back out." Exactly. This statement seemed to reignite the crowd, which had previously quieted. "Since you have made an agreement with this gentleman, you must proceed with the purchase. Aren't you Asians proponents of communism and atheism? If you believe in atheism, then surely you can accept the notion of a cursed car." In their attempts to ensnare Chen Geng, these rascals even claimed to represent the Asian populace. Chen Geng's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving in agitation. Under the gaze of the crowd, he suddenly turned to Mr. Ramirez and declared, "I will not pay a single cent more than $5,000. If you insist, we shall meet in court, and I shall see which side the judge favors." "Very well, 5,000 it is," Ramirez replied eagerly. "It's a deal." Finally, the cursed vehicle had been sold, and a weight had been lifted from Ramirez's shoulders. Miss Rachel looked on with concern for her boss, while Joshua, Stinson, and others mirrored her unease, apprehensive about their employer's well-being. The vehicle of misfortune had surely upset him. Observing their expressions, Chen Geng smiled and asked, "Why do you all look at me like that?" "Boss," Miss Rachel stammered, voicing the collective sentiment. That was indeed a vehicle of misfortune. Chapter 15. Master Chen Geng in the Chariot of Misfortune. What is this chariot of misfortune? Chen Geng replied with a smile. "Let me enlighten you. I am a Chinese, and we possess numerous spells to dispel misfortune, what we refer to as magic." "Magic? What is that?" A crowd of bewildered faces echoed with confusion. "Can spells truly remove misfortune?" Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. "The specifics are of no concern to you. In a couple of days, when I perform the incantation, you may observe, and you will understand then." "Is that so? Can the boss truly wield such profound powers to eradicate misfortune?" Skepticism lingered in the air, yet Chen Geng's earnest demeanor suggested he was not merely jesting. Gradually, the crowd found themselves caught in a web of uncertainty. Perhaps the boss genuinely possessed some mystical ability? Belief aside, one undeniable truth remained. China has always been synonymous with the color red, central authority, and an aura of mystery. Moreover, thanks to Bruce Lee, the world has become acquainted with our martial arts. Perhaps the boss indeed had a method to alleviate the misfortune associated with that Ferrari. No one noticed the smile that lingered at the corner of Chen Geng's lips as he exited. The chariot of misfortune? What a jest! With my luck, which has endured the tumultuous whims of the cosmos unscathed, what kind of misfortune could possibly hinder me? A golden opportunity presented by the heavens. The crowd gazed at Chen Geng with a mixture of awe and reverence, as if an invisible force enveloped him. At that moment, he was no longer clad in his usual work boots, jeans, and jacket, but instead donned an elegant apricot yellow robe, a hat resembling an Eve, and mysterious cloth shoes. In one hand, he wielded a wooden sword crafted from peach wood, while his other hand executed an intricate and seemingly arcane gesture, chanting incantations. What was he reciting? As we drew closer, we could discern his words. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the Supreme Lord manifest his presence. Divine weaponry, swift as commanded." Wait, what was that last part? I forgot. Let me repeat. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the Supreme Lord manifest his presence. Divine weaponry, swift as commanded." To the ears of Ms. Rachel, Mr. Statham, and the others, this was nothing short of extraordinary. They believed it to be an incantation of mysterious Eastern magic, surely passed down through millennia, for how else could it possess such an enchanting resonance? Now, at last, Chen Geng, having run out of words, frantically drew a symbol in the air. He twirled the peachwood sword, then thrust a pre-prepared talisman onto it, exclaiming, "Ignite." With a resounding crackle, the talisman ignited spontaneously. "It's burning." It truly ignited by itself. The crowd, filled with awe, erupted in exclamations, their gazes toward their boss now brimming with reverence. Incredible! Though the extent of its power remains unknown, it is evident that it surpasses that of a church pastor. We have never witnessed a pastor capable of incinerating a piece of paper adorned with mysterious symbols spontaneously, in comparison to the grandiosity of the boss. The actions of those pastors, who merely fill a cup with water and proclaim it holy, appear utterly pedestrian. The proprietors of second-hand car dealerships, having heard that Fernandez intends to employ Eastern magic to rid a cursed vehicle of its ill fortune, along with curious onlookers eager to buy or sell cars, gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide as saucers. What sorcery is this? Even White's sister, who had come to assist part-time, was left speechless, too intimidated to utter a word. Although the young lady, a quintessential Chinese girl, had grown up in America and instinctively harbored a certain aversion to all things Chinese, she was drawn to work with her brother's client thanks to the generous demeanor of this Chinese boss. Little did she anticipate that he possessed such remarkable skills. A complex swirl of emotions stirred within her. Is this the essence of the power that resides in that enigmatic land? Chen Geng, oblivious to the thoughts swirling around him and unaware that his performance, which would likely provoke ridicule in any place back home, was astonishing a group of foreigners, felt the perspiration beat upon his brow. The initial steps had gone smoothly, but he fervently hoped not to falter at the final moment. Transforming an act of bravado into sheer embarrassment would be utterly mortifying. He waved the peachwood sword erratically through the air before deftly inserting the talisman into a wine bowl before him. The high-proof Moutai liquor, which he had specifically purchased, ignited with a resounding whoosh, flames leaping a foot high in blue brilliance. Of course, authentic Moutai would not burn in such a manner to amplify the spectacle. Chen Geng had slyly mixed in some alcohol. Almost there, just 2 final steps remained. He executed a flourish with the peachwood sword, placed it down with both hands, swiftly grasped the wine bowl with his right hand, suppressing the urge to grimace, and shouted with conviction, "It is done." A chorus of astonished foreigners widened their eyes in disbelief. Yet, it was not complete. A final step still awaited. Chen Geng cradled the wine bowl with his left hand, dipped his right hand into the liquid, and flicked the residual liquor upon the vehicle and its surroundings, murmuring incantations as he worked. At last, having completed the circle, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He had managed not to botch the performance. Returning to the front of the vehicle, he extended his right hand into a bowl of wine and, in the air, inscribed a symbol that appeared enigmatic and inscrutable. He then casually placed the bowl on the table, while his hands deftly performed various mudras: the lion mudra, the vase mudra, the great wisdom sword mudra. These were techniques he had learned during his time at Wolf Castle, specifically to charm women at bars. The German ladies were utterly defenseless against the allure of such Eastern mystique. With this skill, Chen Geng had quite the impact on several German maidens. Now, using it to bewilder a group of American fools who had never encountered such intricate Buddhist hand gestures was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. As for why he donned a Taoist robe while performing Buddhist mudras, Chen Geng paid it no mind. After all, he had not mastered the Taoist incantation of Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Zai, Qian, which consisted of 9 characters. He then, with a grave demeanor, shouted, "Monsters, why do you not depart swiftly?" This seemed to settle the matter. As Chen Geng began to remove his robe, the group of second-hand car dealers from Detroit, who had been watching with eyes glazed over in bewilderment, could no longer contain themselves. "Fernandez, has the misfortune associated with this vehicle been dispelled?" they inquired. "Of course," Chen Geng replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The effort, compounded by the weight of the robe, had left him quite warm. While he continued to undress, he took the opportunity to intimidate the foreigners further. However, the notion of misfortune linked to this Ferrari is remarkably potent. Fortunately, my powers are formidable. Another might not be able to manage it. Indeed, the man conversing with Chen Geng nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. "You are the most powerful sorcerer I have ever encountered. By the way, Fernandez, how much would it cost to request a ritual from you?" It seemed this gentleman's household had been recently troubled. Chen Geng scrutinized him and replied, "I'm sorry, Todd, but I cannot perform rituals in the West." Todd, having witnessed Chen Geng's impressive abilities, was taken aback by this unexpected refusal, stammering, "Why?" "Because the West is the domain of your God," Chen Geng remarked, regarding him as if he were a fool. "In the East, our deities are the 3 pure ones. If I were to conduct a ritual in your God's territory, would that not be akin to encroaching upon his domain?" Todd scratched his head. That seems plausible. What do you mean plausible? It is precisely the case. Think about it. Why do your Christian beliefs struggle to gain a foothold in the East, while our Taoism is virtually unknown to you Westerners? Reflect on the reasons behind this. With that, Chen Geng turned to leave, fully aware of the impact such seemingly innocuous remarks could have on these devout individuals. Indeed, as a true Christian, Todd found that Chen Geng's words peeled back a layer of fog that had obscured his understanding. Could it be that the divine beings delineate their territories in such a manner? Today, I have come to witness how Fernandez will dispel the misfortunes and curses afflicting this ill-fated vehicle, not to engage in idle chatter. The glory of the Lord shall undoubtedly illuminate every corner of the earth. The reason it has yet to shine upon the East is not due to a lack of divine power, but merely a matter of time. Oh God, forgive my doubts. If Fernandez's magical prowess is indeed as profound as rumored, it would be wise to seek the Almighty's forgiveness at the church before requesting Fernandez to perform any rites on my behalf. My faith is not lacking, rather. I have yet to encounter a priest of such remarkable power. Certainly, the esteemed bishop possesses the ability to resolve my plight. Yet how could I ever have the opportunity to summon such a distinguished figure? With a cross drawn over my chest and an expression of remorse, Todd hastily caught up with Fernandez. Fernandez, let us set aside this discussion. Has the curse of your vehicle truly been lifted? At that moment, Chen Geng had already opened the car door and taken his seat, resting his left hand on the door frame as he inquired of Todd. I am about to test the vehicle. Would you care to join me? After a moment's hesitation, Todd awkwardly shook his head. Perhaps it is best I drive my own car behind you. Your powers are formidable, and even if the curse has not been entirely eradicated, I trust the remnants will pose no threat to you. However, I lack such abilities, and should any lingering misfortune target me, what then? For safety's sake, I shall drive my own vehicle. Chapter 16. The compulsion to expand. Todd was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Chen Geng had extended invitations to several used car dealers to join him in his Ferrari 212, yet the outcome was disheartening. None dared to accept the offer. It was not merely the dealers, even customers seeking to buy or sell cars, along with the employees in the company, concocted various excuses to avoid stepping aboard. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the streets of Detroit. An evidently aged black Ferrari leisurely traversed the road at a speed of over 40 kilometers per hour, trailed by a procession of vehicles stretching at least several kilometers behind. Each occupant craned their necks to glimpse the front. And despite the leisurely pace of the old black Ferrari, none of the trailing vehicles attempted to overtake. This bizarre convoy even caught the attention of the Detroit police, who mistakenly presumed it to be a parade or protest. In a flurry of urgency, they approached to ascertain the situation. Upon discovering that the individuals in the rear were merely spectators assessing whether a cursed vehicle had been liberated from its misfortunes, the police car seamlessly integrated itself into the line of cars. At the forefront, Chen Geng was overwhelmed with emotion. Goodness, this is quite the spectacle. He had never anticipated that his endeavor to sell the Ferrari 212 Intercabriolet at a favorable price through this ritual of dispelling misfortune would yield such a profound impact on his business. Now, half of Detroit's populace was aware of a Chinese individual, a mystic from the enigmatic East, possessing unfathomable powers capable of eradicating the curses afflicting a doomed vehicle. Do you doubt it? He has been driving the Ramirez family's cursed Ferrari 212 Intercabriolet around town for over a week now, and nothing adverse has occurred. What does this signify? It indicates that this Chinese man indeed possesses genuine powers. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been involved in an accident by now. Who wouldn't he wish to purchase a vehicle from a dealer associated with a formidable Eastern sorcerer, even if he might not bestow blessings upon the cars sold? Merely his presence would surely deter misfortunes and curses from befalling customers. And after all, when purchasing a vehicle, why not choose one that pleases the eye? Clearly, Chen Geng was that appealing choice. With this mindset, recognizing that while outcomes may not necessarily be favorable, they would not be detrimental either, Chen Geng's used car dealership witnessed a remarkable surge in daily sales, 10 cars, 15, 18, 20, 25, in a mere fortnight. The daily sales volume at the Fernandez Automotive Sales Company exceeded 30 vehicles, and thereafter, it never dipped below that figure, even experiencing an explosive spike with daily sales surpassing 40 vehicles at one point. Consequently, a siphoning effect has emerged among used car buyers, sellers, and potential consumers in Detroit. The more individuals who choose to purchase vehicles from Fernandez Automotive Sales, the more willing prospective buyers become to visit the establishment. The rationale is straightforward. If a multitude opts for Fernandez, it must be due to the company's commendable reputation. After all, they offer 4 remarkable commitments, including a 6-month warranty on vehicles and a 2-year period during which labor costs for repairs are waived, only charging for the cost of parts. Naturally, one would be inclined to purchase from Fernandez. No other used car dealer can boast such advantageous terms. Even if prices are slightly elevated, the assurance of quality is worth it. Sellers share a similar sentiment, although the acquisition prices offered by Fernandez may not surpass those of other dealers. The rapid turnover of vehicles at Fernandez is unparalleled. Whether consigning their cars or selling directly to the company, sellers can swiftly obtain their funds, an advantage that other dealers cannot match. An increasing number of buyers and sellers are beginning to collaborate with Fernandez, which would typically evoke joy in Chen Geng. However, the reality is somewhat different. While Chen Geng may be pleased, he is more burdened by the pressing issue of space constraints. Space constraints? Indeed, it is a matter of insufficient space. The property Chen Geng initially leased from White, capable of accommodating over 30 vehicles, conformed to the operational standards of a typical small used car dealership. However, it has become evident that the size of the premises can no longer satisfy the business demands of Fernandez Automotive. Recently promoted to sales manager, Ms. Rachel proposed a solution. We require a new site that can accommodate at least 100 vehicles, boss. Only then can we adequately house our consigned, acquired vehicles, as well as meet the parking needs of our clients. Additionally, we need an indoor parking facility for 10 to 20 vehicles to store some of our premium and high-quality inventory in better conditions. Only such a venue can fulfill the operational requirements of our sales department. Following Ms. Rachel's suggestion, Bob, the maintenance manager, voiced his concerns. Boss, not only do we need ample parking space, but we also require a large workshop for vehicle maintenance and repair. Given our current business volume, we need at least 10 lifts. However, considering future growth, I recommend we take a bold step and establish a comprehensive workshop with a minimum of 20 lifts. Furthermore, our maintenance department is severely understaffed, including myself and Mr. Anderson. We only have 4 personnel. Over the past couple of weeks, we have been working beyond 16 hours daily, which is exceedingly exhausting. You must increase our team by at least 10 members to meet our basic needs. Although over the past half-month, he has earned at least $4,000. And it seems certain that his income for this month will exceed $8,000, a figure unattainable even by the professional managers of large corporations. Bob should be elated. However, he is too exhausted to feel joy, preferring to earn a little less rather than work himself to the bone, fearing he might collapse from the demands of his job. His colleague, Joshua, quietly added, "Our cleaning department is severely understaffed. Although we have some part-time students and Mr. Stinson and his associates frequently lend a hand, we still require at least 2 additional full-time cleaners. Considering vacations, I believe adding 3 would be a more reasonable figure." Stinson, who now juggles multiple roles as Chen Geng's driver, bodyguard, company security, car washer, maintenance worker, and salesperson, said nothing and appeared quite content with the current situation. Over the past 2 weeks, he earned over $3,000, and by the end of the month, he estimates his earnings will reach $7,000, almost equivalent to the annual income of some lower-income groups. Compared to the uncertainty he faced just 2 weeks ago, he could not be more satisfied, sincerely hoping that the boss's business continues to flourish. Chen Geng rubbed his temples in frustration, pondering how a mere masquerade as a Taoist could lead to such significant troubles. He decided to dismiss those thoughts. Although the pace of the company's growth has exceeded his expectations, it is, after all, not a bad situation. Moreover, the company indeed requires expansion at this juncture. The expansion is imperative, Chen Geng stated solemnly. Let us endure a few more days of hard work. I will promptly contact the bank and intermediaries to seek a suitable location for our new premises. Everyone, please prepare a development plan for your respective departments. Turning to Mr. Bob, he added, upon your return, collaborate with Mr. Anderson to formulate your department's development strategy. Remember, your maintenance department will eventually operate as an independent subsidiary at the appropriate time. Bob paused for a moment before nodding eagerly. Okay, I understand. I will finalize the plan shortly. Chen Geng emphasized, the focus must be on experienced maintenance workers and engineers. We cannot afford any delays in personnel reserves as we approach expansion. The company will outsource the maintenance and inspection operations to you. Should anything go awry, I will hold you and Anderson accountable first. Joshua and Rachel looked at Bob with envy. Despite the immense pressure the boss placed on him, Once the maintenance department operates as an independent subsidiary, Bob would undoubtedly become the new company's manager, with Anderson as the deputy manager. Though both would hold the title of manager, Bob's authority would far surpass Rachel's, eliciting a twinge of jealousy within her. Understanding this dynamic, Anderson felt no dismay. Rather, he appeared exhilarated, nodding emphatically, "Boss, I will not let you down." The exchanged glances between Joshua and Rachel did not escape Chen Geng's notice. He continued, "Miss Rachel, you too. Although your sales department cannot operate independently, the company is currently experiencing such a robust growth momentum that it cannot be attributed to just one entity. I expect to establish at least 2 branches within the next 2 months, and your sales department must be prepared." Realizing her own opportunity had arrived, Rachel joyfully agreed. Casting a provocative glance at her colleague, Joshua. In her estimation, the cleaning department, to which Joshua belonged, was the least promising in terms of advancement. After all, what prospects could a car wash department possibly have? Even Joshua himself shared this sentiment, however. He was acutely aware of his worth and felt quite content with his current circumstances. As a black man without a college education, earning such a substantial salary was a source of satisfaction for him. He paid little heed to Rachel's taunts. Yet, in the next moment, Rachel's elation faded. "You must understand this. It is not typical for a used car sales company to be inundated with customers. Yet your sales department seems to have forgotten the principle I established. The customer is king." Chen Geng's tone grew stern. "The coming month presents us with an unparalleled opportunity to expand our market share, and your sales department must not falter." Chapter 17. The Modified Car Grand Prix. Rachel's back was drenched, her complexion somewhat pale. Indeed, ever since the boss brazenly paraded that Ferrari 212 through Detroit, business at the Fernandez company had surged remarkably. It was no longer a matter of merely securing sales. There were instances when a salesperson had to attend to 2 or even 3 customers simultaneously. In such circumstances, the sales staff naturally developed an inexplicable air of superiority, as if the customers were the ones pleading for their attention. Currently, customers clamored to purchase and sell vehicles from the Fernandez company, amplifying their anxious and restless emotions in an environment saturated with buyers and sellers. Those customers who were rebuffed by the sales personnel rarely engaged in disputes. In their eagerness to finalize a deal, they often tolerated such treatment. Yet, it must be stated that this situation was not indicative of a healthy sales environment. Once this fervor subsided, how would consumers perceive the Fernandez company? You, sales department, must immediately implement reforms. Discover any infractions, and monthly commissions will be halved. Repeat offenders will be dismissed without hesitation. The Fernandez company offers generous benefits, ensuring a steady influx of applicants. Chen Geng's tone was as cold as ice. "As for you, Miss Rachel, if you wish to retain your managerial position, you must exert considerable effort to rectify this situation." Rachel, drenched in sweat and resembling someone just pulled from water, was genuinely alarmed by Chen Geng's words. She nodded vigorously. "Boss, rest assured, I assure you that such instances will not recur." To be demoted from her managerial role? Having savored the sweetness of power, Rachel would go to great lengths to avoid such a fate. Wasn't it merely a matter of rigorously managing her subordinates? A trivial task. "As for you, Stinson," Chen Geng turned his gaze toward him, "I am quite pleased with the performance of you veterans over this period, and thus, I have decided to grant you greater opportunities." Stinson was taken aback by the boss's focus on him, realizing that this was, in fact, an opportunity for the boss to assist those struggling veterans. He nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you, boss, I understand. I will contact my former comrades immediately. How many do you need?" Chen Geng was indeed satisfied with the work ethic of these Vietnam veterans. Perhaps due to the discrimination they faced since returning home, they had found it difficult to secure employment. Upon joining Chen Geng's company, their diligence and commitment left him astounded. While the high wages could be a contributing factor, their exemplary work attitude was undeniable. Even Bob and Rachel, who initially harbored doubts, found themselves impressed by the veterans' dedication. It seemed that having lost so much, they truly understood the value of opportunity. After only a few days, both expressed admiration for the veterans' work ethic, and now that Chen Geng intended to hire more, they had no objections. 10 individuals. If there are any with exceptional skills or other talents, have them report to me, and I shall make the decisions. Remember, they must be reliable. Understanding, Stinson nodded heavily and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Boss, I shall not let you down." After finishing the reprimand, it was naturally time to reward them. Chen Geng's gaze swept across Joshua, Bob, and Rachel. I shall grant each of you 2 opportunities for recommendations. Bob, upon your return, inform Anderson that he too has 2 chances to recommend someone. Make sure to seize this opportunity. No one anticipated that the boss would be so generous. The gift of 2 recommendation opportunities was not trivial. Everyone recognized these were not mere positions, but rather significant prospects for financial gain. While it could not be guaranteed that the earnings would remain this high within the company, judging by current trends, it seemed plausible to earn over $1,200 monthly. Regardless of to whom these opportunities were given, it was an immense favor. The 3 promptly expressed their gratitude to their boss. Chen Geng tapped the table. As I have said before, this period may be quite challenging for everyone. Let us persevere. Once we have all worked together to overcome this phase, I shall distribute a bonus. Additionally, the 2 who perform the best during this time will receive 0, 5 and 0, 25 of the profit shares, respectively. Now, let us return to work. 0, 5 and 0, 25 of profit shares. Upon hearing Chen Geng's words, Bob, Stinson, Joshua, and Rachel felt a surge of emotion. None of them expected to gain managerial control, nor did they harbor such lofty ambitions, but profit shares. Given the company's performance over the past half-month, the profits could very well reach several $1 million this year. Even a modest estimate of $1 million would yield 5,000 and 2,500 in dividends annually, significant sums for average Americans whose monthly income was previously only $700 or $800. This represented a substantial financial boon, equivalent to half a year's or a quarter's salary. For individuals, 2 positions. How to divide? They all silently resolved, a 50 chance. If I fail to secure the first position, can I not claim the second? It merely required hard work, and for the sake of the profit shares. They were determined to give their all. Just as Rachel, Joshua, Bob, and Stinson left, the administrative clerk Elizabeth entered, knocking with 2 invitations in hand. Sir, there are 2 matters that require your personal attention. Matters requiring his personal handling? Although Elizabeth had only been with the company for a few days, she was no novice. With 5 years of experience, she understood that certain matters must be addressed directly by the boss, while others could be delegated to supervisors. After a few days of simple trial, Chen Geng had no doubts regarding Elizabeth's capabilities. He casually inquired, "What is it?" "One matter is that the Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix Committee has sent us an invitation to participate in this year's modification exhibition. The second matter is that the North American Chinese United Chamber of Commerce invites you to join." Elizabeth succinctly conveyed these 2 pieces of information. The Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix? Chen Geng is well aware of this competition, which is held annually in September and October. Although there remains nearly half a year until the event, preliminary preparations can already commence. Initially, the Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix was merely a playful contest amongst several renowned automotive modification shops in Detroit, aimed at establishing their status in the automotive community. However, it swiftly gained popularity within the city, renowned for its vibrant automotive atmosphere and modification culture. It evolved into an annual automotive celebration in Detroit and became one of the most prestigious racing events in Michigan, garnering considerable recognition across the United States. Over the course of more than 2 decades of continuous development and evolution, the Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix has transformed from a singular competition based on modifying production vehicles into a comprehensive automotive modification carnival, encompassing various events that include modified production cars, custom-built racing cars, aftermarket parts, and modified powertrains. Today, participants include not only prominent automotive modification shops from Detroit and across the United States, but also esteemed modification firms from around the globe. Renowned companies like AMG, which was acquired by Mercedes-Benz in 2005, and Brabus are regular attendees of the Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix, despite the event having become a hallmark of Detroit. The entry requirements have remained unchanged if one wishes to compete, as long as their modified vehicle meets the specifications set by the event committee. Even individual contestants may participate with their modified cars. The champions, runners-up, and third-place winners will receive prizes of $50,000, $30,000, and $10,000, respectively. For those entering as individuals who merely wish to showcase their beloved vehicles and modification skills, a fee of $100 secures a spot to display their creations to the attendees. Naturally, the capitalist nature of profit-seeking dictates that the $100 spots are the most remote. Slightly better locations require fees of $300 to $400, while premium spots command upwards of $800. Exhibitors representing companies face even higher costs, with booth fees starting at a minimum of $1,000. although these booths are considerably larger than those for individual exhibitors. However, the most intriguing aspect of this competition lies in its primary source of prize funding, donations. Contributions are solicited from professionals within Detroit's corporate sectors and are also welcomed from the general public. These industry professionals encompass not only the big three automakers, but also new and used car dealers, automotive modification shops, parts suppliers, and repair garages throughout Detroit, including some notable modification enthusiasts. For those not intending to compete, a minimum donation of $100 suffices. Yet to enter the competition, one must contribute at least $1,000, essentially purchasing an admission ticket for that amount. The topic has wandered a bit, but the purpose of the invitation from the Car Modification Grand Prix Organizing Committee is quite straightforward. Are you planning to participate in the competition this year or not? If you choose not to compete, then please consider donating that $100. If you do intend to participate, kindly contribute that $1,000 promptly. Moreover, if you have forgotten to modify your racing car, there is still some time left. It is not too late to start now. Will you remain a cheerful bystander or take the plunge to race a couple of laps? This invitation has piqued Chen Geng's interest. The automotive modification industry is quite lucrative. It essentially profits from technical expertise. A remarkable modification shop can easily earn millions of dollars in a year. Meanwhile, he toils away selling used cars, barely making a fraction of that amount in a year. Chapter 18. The invitation from the Chinese liaison office in the United States. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Geng picked up the phone and dialed Bob's number. Bob, how familiar are you with the Detroit Custom Car Competition? The Detroit Custom Car Competition? Bob pondered briefly upon receiving the call and immediately grasped Chen Geng's intent, his tone becoming infused with excitement. Boss, are you planning to participate in this competition? Are you considering entering the automotive modification industry? Indeed, Chen Geng nodded. I have that intention. Bob was utterly exhilarated. As a talented automotive engineer recognized by the three major American automotive giants, he harbored his own ambitions. He did not wish to spend the latter half of his life merely repairing vehicles. For an automotive engineer brimming with experience and knowledge, what profession could ignite their creativity and passion more than automotive modification? Without a doubt, it was the art of transforming a vehicle into something entirely new, a sensation akin to an addiction that every automotive engineer finds irresistible. And now, it seemed that Mr. Fernandez was poised to embark on this journey. He exclaimed exuberantly, Boss, let me tell you, the automotive modification industry is extraordinarily lucrative. Every modification shop that secures a name in the grand competition reaps substantial profits. Last year, the champion, AIG, launched 200 custom-modified Ford Mustangs. And as soon as they announced this news, all 200 vehicles were reserved by customers from across the nation. Do you know how long they initially planned to sell them? They intended to sell them over a year, but now they are making a fortune. Even if we cannot secure a place in the top 3 of the grand competition, it is of little concern. The committee will publish a list of the top 50 manufacturers, and we will still earn a considerable amount. Are we aiming for the top 3? He chuckled. What a joke. However, Chen Geng decided not to share these thoughts with Bob. I am aware of this, he said. What I mean is, if we intend to venture into the automotive modification business, our technical capabilities may not suffice. Leave it to me. Before Chen Geng could finish, Bob confidently thumped his chest and assured him, Boss, you can trust me completely. I guarantee I will find sufficient engineers and skilled technicians for you. As for salaries, how about this? Chen Geng contemplated briefly and replied decisively. You tell the people you wish to contact that their salaries and bonuses should be on par with industry standards, perhaps slightly higher. I will not offer them any special privileges, but at the end of each fiscal year, I will distribute 25 of the net profits as bonuses. How much each person receives will depend on their capabilities. Making promises with future, uncertain earnings posed no pressure for Chen Geng. Bob's eyes glimmered with excitement. How many people does a modification shop typically have? Even at a premier tuning facility like Aegis in Detroit, which boasts an annual net profit exceeding $3 million. The workforce comprises fewer than 60 individuals, each of whom is undoubtedly an expert in their craft. Should Mr. Fernandez aspire to establish his own automotive modification enterprise, he would need at least 20 personnel to begin with, projecting a profit of $500,000 within the first year. By year's end, he could distribute approximately $125,000 in dividends, translating to an average of $6,250 per individual, indeed, a considerable sum. What amplifies this prospect is the formidable backing of an exceptional used car dealership and an automotive repair company with a steady flow of business. As long as the technical expertise is adequate, there is no reason to doubt the venture's viability and profitability. The more Bob contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, leading to an impulsive thought. Perhaps he should leap into this new endeavor, leaving the repair shop to Anderson. Once this idea took root, he could scarcely contain his enthusiasm. Decisively informing Chen Geng, "Boss, with your endorsement, I assure you I will recruit the finest talent available." "Very well, then, I leave it in your hands." Chen Geng replied without hesitation. "Please prepare a proposal outlining the necessary equipment and the type of personnel required. As for the equipment, you need not concern yourself. Do you think a week's time will suffice for the personnel?" "Absolutely. That will be ample time," Bob responded, brimming with excitement. "However, boss, this means I will be overwhelmed with responsibilities in the repair department. I plan to delegate those duties to Anderson while I focus on the tuning facility." Americans are known for their straightforwardness, and Bob candidly expressed his intentions to Chen Geng without ambiguity. Chen Geng was somewhat taken aback, though only slightly. He earnestly inquired of Bob, "Have you considered this thoroughly? Although the tuning facility will eventually operate independently like the repair department, its revenue may not necessarily surpass that of the latter. If you transition to the tuning facility, I will entrust the repair department to Anderson. Even if you wish to return, you cannot usurp Anderson's position." "Boss, I appreciate your candid advice. It's rare for a superior to be so forthright," Bob replied gratefully. "However, I have made my decision. My passion lies in automotive modification, and I will expedite the transition of responsibilities to Anderson." "Very well," Chen Geng nodded. Given Bob's conviction, he had no further objections and readily acquiesced, confident that Anderson's technical prowess would sustain the repair department without issue. With an invitation in hand, Chen Geng made his way to the North American Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Being part of an organization representing Chinese individuals in America, he hoped to connect with more compatriots through this network. To his surprise, he was welcomed by Zhang Zongping, the vice president of the Michigan chapter of the North American Chinese Chamber of Commerce, who goes by the name Jones. Chen Geng felt a twinge of astonishment upon meeting Zhang, as it appeared that the vice president had been awaiting his arrival. "My dear brother, though I am but a few years your senior, I shall dare to address you as little brother." As Chen Geng prepared to speak, Zhang Zongping waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for formality. Although we belong to the same business association, the original intent behind its establishment by the president was for us to unite and support one another. When one encounters difficulties, we all lend a helping hand, regardless of titles like president or vice president, and irrespective of wealth. We simply refer to each other according to age, with the elder being addressed as brother and the younger accepting their place." At over 50, Zhang Zongping found no fault in calling himself older brother. Chen Geng hesitated momentarily before finally nodding. "Since this is our association's custom, I shall humbly address you as Brother Zhang." "Ah, that is as it should be," Zhang Zongping said, gripping Chen Geng's hand firmly, his voice filled with emotion. "I have always believed myself to be youthful, but upon hearing about your recent endeavors, I am truly in awe. Remarkably, you have stirred half the city." Before he could finish, Chen Geng already understood the subject of Zhang Zongping's admiration. What else could it be but his participation in the Detroit parade with his 1951 Ferrari 212? He quickly waved his hand, saying, "Brother, please do not mock me. To be truthful, I am quite ignorant of such matters. I was merely deceiving the foreigners." "Is that so?" Zhang Zongping was taken aback. "I have heard that you possess profound abilities, even dispelling the curses associated with the infamous car of doom that Americans dread. Many are planning to seek your services, including numerous foreigners. Before you, I speak no falsehood," Chen Geng replied with a wry smile. "I know nothing of the esoteric arts. I simply took advantage of the foreigners' unfamiliarity with our traditional culture. I procured a Taoist robe and learned a few ghost-catching gestures to impress them. The foreigners' skills in spiritual matters are no match for ours. With just a few gestures, I had them mesmerized." Seeing Chen Geng's sincerity, Zhang Zongping couldn't help but chuckle. "Little brother, you have deceived quite a few people. To be honest, I have heard that word is spread as far as San Francisco, and the businesses of some Taoists in Chinatown have significantly improved. Is that so?" Chen Geng said with a self-deprecating smile. "Well, if it has helped my compatriots, I suppose it counts as a good deed." The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. After a brief conversation, Zhang Zongping seemingly casually inquired, "Little brother, what do you know about the Chinese Liaison Office in the United States?" "The Chinese Liaison Office?" Chen Geng pondered for a moment before frowning. I know little. I am aware that it is currently the only official liaison between China and the United States. Of course, Chen Geng knew more than that. Following the historic meeting in 1972, as formal diplomatic relations had yet to be established, Dr. Kissinger proposed that China and the United States set up liaison offices for easier communication. This suggestion received the endorsement and support of the founding father. And with the vigorous promotion from both nations, the Chinese liaison office in the United States officially commenced operations in May 1973. This knowledge comes from Chen Geng's father-in-law, Comrade Lao Ding, who once mentioned it to him. However, there is no need to convey this to Zhang Zongping. Moreover, Chen Geng felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Zhang Zongping's sudden inclination to share this information. Impressive, Zhang Zongping remarked, raising his thumb in admiration. Brother, you truly possess profound insight. I must confess, I only learned yesterday that our homeland has a liaison office in America. Chen Geng smiled silently, preparing to observe Zhang Zongping's next intentions. Chen Geng's lack of response left Zhang Zongping somewhat disappointed, yet it was not a significant issue. He continued. A couple of days ago, the liaison office sent an invitation to our association, inviting us Chinese expatriates in America to attend a cocktail party. Brother, would you be interested in joining? The prospect of a cocktail party hosted by the Chinese liaison office in America sent Chen Geng's heart racing. Considering the impending reform and opening up policy set to be implemented by our homeland by the end of this year, along with the formal establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the United States on January 1, 1979, the purpose of this forthcoming gathering was undeniably clear. Chapter 19. If you do not go, I shall go indeed. One must go. Yet, reflecting upon the time of my admission, and considering that it was none other than Zhang Zongping, the vice president of this branch, who personally facilitated my membership without any prior acquaintance, the implications of our association with this banquet seem rather intriguing. If Chen Geng were merely a fledgling who had recently tasted success, it is highly likely that he had been duped by Zhang Zongping. However, at this moment, Chen Geng refrained from responding directly, instead posing a counter-question to Zhang Zongping. Brother, what is our association's stance on this matter? Shall we attend or abstain? What a cunning fellow! Zhang Zongping inwardly cursed, surprised that Chen Geng was not easily ensnared. Yet, he maintained a facade of joviality. Of course we must attend. This presents a splendid opportunity to gain insight into the domestic situation. What could be better? He lamented the plight of those of us stranded in foreign lands, who, upon death, would find no resting place in our ancestral graves, akin to wandering spirits. It is a dismal thought. Who does not yearn to return to their roots, to visit home? Previously, there were no opportunities to comprehend the circumstances in our homeland. But now that such an opportunity has arisen, we must seize it, especially since it allows us to forge connections with friends from other regions. Chen Geng nodded noncommittally. It is certainly a good thing to meet friends at the banquet. Brother, how many from our Michigan branch will attend? Surely not everyone will go. Everyone. Zhang Zongping nearly choked on his words. If anyone were to attend, do you think they would allow a newcomer like you, who is scarcely known, to join? The only reason you were included was that no one else wished to go. While this may have been the stark reality, such sentiments could not be expressed openly, particularly to this young man. Suddenly, Zhang Zongping wore a wistful expression. Of course, everyone wishes to go, but my dear brother, you know how cumbersome such matters can be. The journey consumes nearly a week, which disrupts family affairs. Before Zhang Zongping could finish, Chen Geng interjected with a wry smile. So your implication is that I, the new member, should attend? Both were seasoned veterans of the game. What trickery were you attempting to play with me? Nevertheless, Chen Geng bore no ill will towards the Chinese expatriates in America. After all, who among us does not harbor their own private thoughts? This is entirely natural. To put it plainly, the Chinese in America are predominantly those who arrived before and shortly after the establishment of the Republic, and they often harbor grievances and discontent towards the elder revolutionary figures who forged the nation. Having been away from their homeland for so many years, their understanding of contemporary China is limited. Moreover, the relentless vilification of China by Western nations over the years has not been in vain. Not only do the people of the West accept the narrative presented by their governments, but even the Chinese expatriates striving to make a living abroad have been subtly influenced, leading them to perceive contemporary China through the distorted lens of governmental and media portrayals. As the process of reform and opening up accelerates, it is an undeniable truth that an increasing number of overseas Chinese are engaging in the nation's development, regardless of the reasons behind their involvement. Thus, while Chen Geng harbors some dissatisfaction, it is not to the extent of profound anger or resentment. In truth, he perceives Zhang Zongping and his ilk with the perspective of a seasoned individual observing a group of inexperienced youth. Zhang Zongping, feeling a flush of embarrassment, realized that his ulterior motives had been discerned by Chen Geng. It is one thing to scheme against others, yet to have one's plans exposed in such a manner is undeniably awkward. However, one must consider that a cunning fox would not dare to call itself as such without possessing some degree of self-reliance. Pretending to misunderstand the deeper meaning behind Chen Geng's enigmatic smile, he continued, "I would very much like to attend, but I have a prior engagement in Europe for a procurement meeting at that time. Otherwise, I would insist on accompanying you. Rest assured, my dear brother, that the round-trip airfare and accommodations will be fully covered by our association. We will secure you a suite in at least a 4-star hotel in the HSD special zone. Take this opportunity to explore, meet new friends, and broaden your horizons. By the way, I have already spoken with some old friends from our association, and they will take care of you upon your arrival." Regardless of whether others participate, Chen Geng is determined to attend. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "When is the gala scheduled? Is this an implicit agreement?" Zhang Zongping felt a surge of joy within, quickly responding, "It's in half a month." "Half a month?" Chen Geng pondered briefly and nodded. "All right, no problem, I will go." The swiftness of his agreement surprised Zhang Zongping. Coupling this with the realization that Chen Geng had seen through his petty schemes, he suddenly felt a bit sheepish. "Brother, I appreciate your efforts. If there is anything I can assist you with, please don't hesitate to ask." Initially planning to decline, Chen Geng was struck by a sudden thought. "In that case, I do have a request for the esteemed members of the association. Speak freely." "Brother, as you know, I am in the used car business. Thanks to everyone's support, my enterprise is faring reasonably well. Go on, brother." Zhang Zongping nodded repeatedly, yet internally he scoffed. "You call that faring reasonably? I've heard that the influx of customers to your establishment has impacted the entire used car market in Detroit. Were it not for the outsiders' wariness of your supposed prowess, they would have sought you out for trouble long ago." Amused by the notion that Chen Geng could intimidate those obstinate foreigners with mere nonsense, Zhang Zongping suddenly realized a serious concern. Does this fellow truly lack understanding of sorcery? The claim that this young man lacks magical abilities is his own assertion, yet the truth of the matter remains unverified by anyone. Nonetheless, one fact is indisputable. Since Chen Geng took over the Ferrari 212 belonging to the Ramirez family, he has encountered no issues whatsoever. In stark contrast, the 3 previous owners of the vehicle have all faced considerable mishaps. Zhang Zongping inhaled sharply, taken aback. Little did Chen Geng know that within those fleeting seconds, Zhang Zongping's mind had already raced through numerous thoughts. He continued, seemingly absorbed in his own contemplation. "However, the space I currently occupy is somewhat limited. I intend to seek a larger premises and also acquire some new tools for car repairs. I wonder if any of you esteemed gentlemen from the chamber have acquaintances in this trade who might offer a discount on pricing." After a moment's deliberation, Zhang Zongping responded, "As for land, I cannot be of much assistance, but rest assured, I will make some inquiries for you. Coincidentally, I do know someone in that line of work who could help, although he is a foreigner, and I cannot guarantee how much sway I hold with him. You are aware that many foreigners look down upon us Chinese, after all." He chuckled. "Nevertheless, I shall do my utmost." Upon hearing Chen Geng's intentions to expand his business, White's face lit up with an exuberant smile, as if gazing upon a pile of dollars. "So, Brother Chen, does this imply that you are considering a loan from our bank?" For Ji Shenqing, Chen Geng now resembled a veritable treasure trove of wealth. The auto loans for Chen Geng's used car company were sourced from the United Community Bank, and with the steadily increasing loan amounts, the bank was acutely aware of Chen Geng's profitability. This knowledge only heightened their urgency. A company so lucrative could not possibly forego a loan from their institution. At that moment, while the branch manager was vociferously demanding that the credit department devise every possible means to extend credit to Fernandez's company, the proprietor, Chen Geng, had approached them proactively for an expansion. In that instant, White could hardly contain his exuberance, suppressing the urge to laugh aloud. Ji Shenqing eagerly nodded. "No problem at all. Absolutely no problem. Our management has stated that you are now a valued client, and United Community Bank will fully support your endeavors. How much do you estimate you will require?" "At this point, I am not entirely certain, but I would estimate between $300,000 and $500,000. Chen Geng replied. "Absolutely no problem." Ji Shenqing readily agreed. then inquired with concern, "Brother Chen, will 30 to 50,000 be sufficient? Do you need to increase that amount?" "That will suffice." Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. "Some items can be procured through leasing, so there is no need for excess funds." "Please don't hesitate," White interjected, his urgency palpable. Although he was unclear about Chen Geng's specific acquisitions, the prospect of leasing struck a nerve. Leasing, fundamentally a financial maneuver, would divert potential profits to other banks. Thus, failing to secure this business would translate into a loss for United Community Bank. He immediately replied, "Brother Chen, one cannot speak in such a manner. In truth, engaging in a rent-to-own scheme pales in comparison to obtaining a loan from our bank and purchasing outright." "Oh? How so?" Chen Geng blinked, seemingly perplexed. "Allow me to elucidate. Rent-to-own is, quite frankly, merely a financial maneuver. However, upon closer examination, one would discern that the interest rates associated with rent-to-own schemes are significantly higher than those of bank loans. When juxtaposed with acquiring a loan from the bank to make a full purchase, opting for rent-to-own results in a considerably greater expenditure." Noticing that Chen Geng had not yet firmly decided on pursuing the rent-to-own option, Ji Sheng quickly endeavored to secure this loan opportunity for himself. "If you were to procure a loan from our bank, the situation would be altogether different. As a valued client, we can extend our utmost support in terms of interest rates and loan duration." "I see," Chen Geng mused, resting his chin in contemplation. Chapter 20. The intruding used car dealer. Observing Chen Geng's demeanor, Ji Sheng was beside himself with anxiety, wishing fervently that he could grasp Chen Geng's hand and sign the loan agreement on his behalf. Of course, this was a mere impossibility. Not only could he not do so, but he also had to maintain a beaming smile and exhibit boundless patience while awaiting Chen Geng's contemplative conclusion, each passing minute feeling interminably drawn out and arduous. Thus, as White felt he had endured a seemingly protracted 2 hours, Chen Geng finally spoke. "First, enlighten me on the total amount of loan you can extend to me. What sort of concessions can you offer?" In reality, scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed. "Considering your previous loans and the current volume of your business, I personally surmise that securing a loan of around 600 to 700,000 should not pose a significant issue," Ji Sheng replied with utmost caution. "Should you require a larger sum, approval from the Detroit branch manager would be necessary. As for concessions, primarily concerning interest rates, I believe we could manage to reduce it to approximately 2.7 or 2.8 without much trouble." "Very well. I shall first ascertain what equipment the company needs to procure, followed by an inquiry into the pricing of said equipment and the financial proposals the vendors can extend," Chen Geng stated. "This will allow for a comprehensive comparison between the financing options provided by the bank and those offered by the equipment suppliers, determining which is more advantageous." Ji Sheng, finding no surprise in Chen Geng's approach, quickly interjected, of course, this is imperative. However, I firmly believe that our bank's policies are the most suitable for your needs. By the way, Brother Chen, I've heard that you have yet to engage with an accounting firm for business collaboration." Sensing that Ji Sheng had something further to express, Chen Geng raised an eyebrow. "What is this? Are you planning to introduce me to an accounting firm?" "Brother Chen, please don't jest. I hardly know any prominent accounting firms," Ji Sheng replied, shaking his head vigorously. "What I mean to convey is that while your company was small, it sufficed. However, with your company's growth, it has become essential to partner with a robust and reputable accounting firm. Surely, you wouldn't want your earnings to be squandered by the tax offices and scrupulous officials, would you?" Indeed, Chen Geng suddenly realized that in his recent busyness, he had overlooked this crucial matter. A competent accounting firm could assist in minimizing tax liabilities legally and ethically, a practice known as reasonable tax avoidance. In any nation, paying taxes is an unavoidable obligation, and the United States is no exception, as Americans humorously acknowledge. The two certainties in life are death and taxes. The tax authorities represent an entity that even the wealthiest dare not provoke, for they possess their own enforcement powers. Whether through bureaucratic means, they can freeze your bank accounts at will, or through coercive force, they wield significant authority. When faced with such formidable adversaries, one must ponder, who would not be apprehensive? There was no alternative. Everyone had to seek new avenues. Since paying taxes was inevitable, the only option was to find ways to minimize them. Thus, assisting businesses in the art of legitimate tax avoidance became one of the primary services offered by accounting firms. The presence of a proficient accounting firm to aid in tax strategies could yield vastly different outcomes with such expertise. One could potentially reduce their tax liabilities by over 30% annually, all within the bounds of legality. Just imagine the possibilities. Saving that 30 could allow one to indulge in the company of numerous Hollywood stars. This realization was pivotal for Chen Geng. As Ji Shincheng had remarked, it was indeed time for the Fernandez company to enlist the services of an accounting firm for effective tax management. He nodded to Ji Shincheng, expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks, Ji Shincheng replied. As he watched Chen Geng depart, Ji Shincheng hurriedly made his way to Sol's office, exclaiming, Boss, we have a significant opportunity. Bob's fervor for the automotive modification venture was so intense that it astonished Chen Geng. The very next day, Bob presented a comprehensive proposal on Chen Geng's desk. This document meticulously outlined the technical expertise, personnel, equipment, and even the necessary facilities for establishing a car modification company capable of overhauling entire vehicles, including their engines. It detailed everything from talent acquisition to future growth strategies. Although Chen Geng perceived certain limitations in the proposal due to the era's perspective, there was no denying its quality. It merely required some minor adjustments for implementation. The sole drawback was its overly engineering-centric mindset, as it pursued the best outcomes without regard for costs. According to Bob's plan, establishing this automotive modification company would demand at least $500,000, a daunting sum in 1978. Fortunately, the challenges were manageable. After trimming some equipment from the proposal and making necessary modifications, he instructed Miss Elisha to deliver the revised plan to Bob for a fresh iteration. Chen Geng exhaled in relief, unable to resist pondering what gift he should bring for his compatriots at the Chinese liaison office during the upcoming gathering in the HSD Special Zone. While contemplating suitable presents for his fellow countrymen, Todd arrived. Yes, the very Todd from Detroit, the used car dealer who, after removing the misfortune from a Ferrari 212, had adamantly refused to ride in the vehicle with Chen Geng. It was about time for him to show up, Chen Geng mused quietly. Todd's purpose was straightforward. He claimed to represent the used car dealers of Detroit, seeking a dialogue with Mr. Fernandez. Are you implying that you speak on behalf of all used car dealers in Detroit? Chen Geng inquired, raising an eyebrow. What is it that you wish to discuss? The current sales strategy of your company has severely threatened everyone's interests. The imposing Todd exclaimed, Fernandez, do you have any idea how much impact your 4 commitments have had on our used car business? Are you implying that our 4 commitments have adversely affected your business? Chen Geng chuckled, dismissively responding, what concern is that of mine? If you have the capability, you should also make commitments to your customers. Why not promise them a 1-year warranty and 3 years of limited free maintenance service? Todd's face turned ashen with rage. Nonsense. If we could make such commitments, we would have done so long ago without waiting for you to initiate it. Why don't we do it? Because the costs are too high. And charging only for the cost of parts during the 2-year maintenance period while waiving labor fees would mean I'm essentially working for free for those scoundrels. I refuse to do it. In fact, even now, the used car dealers in Detroit firmly believe that Chen Geng's 4 commitments cannot last long, should he dare to persist. He would find himself in dire straits. If they knew Chen Geng's thoughts, he would laugh heartily at their ignorance. You fools. Do you not understand the concept of cooperative cost accounting? Do you not realize that the same model of car sells for at least 15 more through my dealership than through yours? Upon reflection, it is rather understandable. While they boast of being used car dealers, their business acumen and knowledge level are no different from those of small roadside shopkeepers. After a moment of trepidation, Todd gritted his teeth and said, Fernandez, I tell you, if you do not swiftly rescind these commitments, you will soon find yourselves in trouble. Trouble? Chen Geng interrupted Todd with a calm laugh. What kind of trouble? Trouble with government authorities? My company abides by the law and pays more taxes than any of your companies. Who would dare to cause me trouble? Or do you intend to have the gangs of Detroit come after me? Perhaps I should remind you that the 10 or so Vietnam veterans I employ are not to be trifled with. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I will soon be hiring a dozen more Vietnam veterans. Todd's breath hitched. Damn it, how could I have forgotten this? It is common knowledge that veterans returning from the Vietnam War struggle to find employment, facing societal rejection, yet no one can deny their combat prowess. If the used car dealers of Detroit believe they can intimidate Fernandez into submission through brute force, they are sorely mistaken. These veterans, having finally secured well-paying jobs, would not hesitate to unleash their fists upon anyone who threatens their livelihood. Ah, you have misunderstood. The once arrogant Todd's demeanor diminished significantly as he awkwardly remarked. That is not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that perhaps you have forgotten, I am still a magician wielding the enigmatic magic of the East. Before Todd could finish his statement, Chen Geng gazed at him with profound significance, inquiring, You see, If I am capable of dispelling the misfortunes and curses afflicting a vehicle, can I not reverse this process? Reverse it? Todd pondered carefully before comprehending Chen Geng's implication. If I can lift a vehicle's curses and misfortunes, then I can equally impose curses and misfortunes upon it. This is terrifying. Todd's bravado evaporated instantly, leaving his countenance pale as he suddenly realized a grave oversight he had made prior to approaching Chen Geng. How could he have forgotten that Chen Geng is a mysterious magician from the East? Chapter 21. The second pillar, the enigmatic sorcerer. What if I truly incensed him? He could easily cast a spell upon himself in his own vehicle, leaving my life hanging by a thread. Even more terrifying is the thought that, should I perish, the police would uncover nothing, and even an autopsy would yield no results, with no evidence to implicate Fernandez as the perpetrator. Beads of sweat cascaded down my forehead as Todd gazed at Chen Geng, his face a mask of terror, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Of course, I would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Observing Todd's pallid complexion, drenched in sweat, I spoke slowly. Moreover, we are not at that juncture yet, Mr. Todd, wouldn't you agree? Yes, indeed. Upon hearing Chen Geng's words, Todd exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, unless Fernandez was pushed to a breaking point, there was no justification for such actions. However, the thought that his company's sales had indeed declined recently weighed heavily on his mind. Compared to last month and the same period last year, there was a decrease of approximately 5 to 10. This meant that if 20 cars were sold last month, this month saw a reduction of 1 to 2 vehicles. Pondering this, Todd felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Perhaps it was not solely Fernandez's influence. But who could guarantee that this was not merely a normal fluctuation in the market, or a reflection of his own sales team's lack of diligence? Todd sought to console himself, yet the bitter taste lingered. In the recently concluded year of 1977, the new car sales in Detroit reached a staggering 30,000 units, while used car sales soared to 50,000, a figure unrivaled by any major city in the United States. Not even New York, Los Angeles, or San Francisco could compare. On average, Detroit's monthly used car sales exceeded 4,000 units, while Fernandez's dealership had recently achieved a daily average exceeding 30 units, amounting to roughly 1,000 units monthly, nearly a quarter of the entire used car market in Detroit. Isn't that alarming? Even if some customers initially intended to purchase new cars, their decision to buy used vehicles from Fernandez after witnessing his 4 promises signifies that his company captured nearly 20 of the used car market sales volume. A dealership that previously sold 10 cars a month now struggles to sell 8. How could one not feel the pressure? Such straightforward calculations were not lost on Chen Geng. Otherwise, how could he anticipate these fellows' arrival? Not to speak ill of you, but you all seem rather obstinate. As Todd resigned himself to fate, Chen Geng interjected, "You see the allure of my sales model for customers. Why do you not endeavor to learn from it?" Learn? We wish we could. But we lack the skill to accurately diagnose car malfunctions. Todd let out a bitter laugh. Even if we possess such remarkable abilities to instantly identify the issues with a vehicle, repairing it remains a challenge. We lack the necessary equipment and personnel, and acquiring these would not be cost-effective. Thus, I have a proposal. Chen Geng replied with a smile. I can assist you in resolving your current predicament. Would you be interested in hearing it? Todd, who had initially been disheartened, suddenly lifted his head. Fernandez. Are you jesting? Becoming the pariah of an entire industry is hardly advantageous to business, Chen Geng casually explained, then continued. As you know, I have a plethora of talented automotive engineers and seasoned repair technicians at my disposal. I can offer you vehicle fault diagnosis services for a fee, providing not only the location of the issue and a repair plan, but also taking responsibility for the diagnosis we deliver. Furthermore, you could entrust your repair business to us. I assure you our prices will be significantly more advantageous than any repair enterprise in the market. Additionally, any vehicles returning for repairs can also come to us, provided you increase the selling price of your second-hand cars slightly. Moreover, a portion of each transaction must be allocated as a vehicle repair fund. We can negotiate the specific amount. Really? Chen Geng retorted. Do you think I would jest about such matters? The overwhelming joy Todd felt could scarcely be described. He was trembling with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he stammered. Fernandez, tell me honestly, is there any profit in your current operational model? Goodness, that question is an affront to my intelligence. Chen Geng replied somewhat irritably. If I told you that under our current business model, our profit margin has reached 15, would you believe me? 15? Todd's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. This cannot be a jest. Is that net profit or the gross profit considering 2 years of limited free after-sales service? Though a voice in his mind suggested this was indeed net profit, he struggled to believe it. Heavens, our profit generally ranges from 5 to 8, while they are at 15. Of course it is net profit, if we consider gross profit. It even reaches 18. Before Chen Geng could finish, Todd's legs gave way, and he truly sat down, his mind swirling with one thought: gross profit 18, gross profit 18. He suddenly felt an urge to cry. The undertaking of diagnostics, maintenance plans, and vehicle preparations for second-hand car dealers in Detroit would not be accomplished in just a day or two, but from this moment onward, preliminary work could commence. After sending Todd off, Chen Geng called Anderson over and explained the situation to him, causing Anderson to nearly collapse as well. So, boss, is this why you rejected my design proposal for the repair workshop? It was precisely due to the rejection of the overall repair scheme he submitted that Anderson felt a sense of unease, uncertain of where things had gone awry. Eventually, he regained his composure and eagerly inquired of Chen Geng, "What do you think?" Anderson was left speechless for a considerable time before incredulously asking, "Boss, you can't possibly be planning to acquire the diagnostics, repair schemes, and service operations from the second-hand car dealers in Detroit from the very beginning, can you?" Chen Geng modestly waved his hand. "I harbor no such grand ambitions. I would be entirely content with merely a quarter of the business." He had never dared to dream of monopolizing the entire diagnostic and repair operations for second-hand vehicles in Detroit, let alone overexerting himself in the process. Chen Geng's humility struck a chord with Anderson, who was on the verge of tears. "A quarter? How modest of you. Just thinking about a tenth is daunting enough. It still implies an annual business volume exceeding 5,000 vehicles. Coupled with our own operations and considering the repairs for the second-hand cars sold, how large must our repair facility be to accommodate such demand?" "You needn't contemplate it too deeply," Chen Geng interjected, noticing Anderson's enthusiastic demeanor. "The situation is far less optimistic than you envision. In truth, the vast majority of vehicles available on the market present no significant issues. These second-hand dealers possess commendable repair and maintenance skills. For minor problems, they resolve them independently. I would estimate that the proportion of vehicles requiring extensive repair that necessitates a visit to a repair shop is merely 1 to 2. First, conduct a market survey to ascertain the scale of the repair facility we require." I suspect that a level-headed Todd would swiftly come to this realization as well. It was only then that Anderson grasped the situation fully, recognizing that he had been overly optimistic. Indeed, these second-hand dealers were astute and discerning. Most of the vehicles they sold were consignment sales. Even for those they purchased outright, they meticulously ensured that the vehicles were free of issues before finalizing the acquisition. They would never accept cars with severe problems. Considering this, the actual business volume wouldn't increase significantly. However, taking into account the possibility that if these second-hand dealers emulated the operations of Fernandez Company, their profits could rise from the current 8 to 15. They would likely seek diagnostics at our repair department, effectively outsourcing the 2-year limited free repair service to Fernandez Company. "I understand now," Anderson reflected, realizing that the business brought in by the boss would not yield annual profits in the hundreds of millions, but rather at most several $100,000 to $1 million. Finally, his mind settled, and he nodded to Chen Geng, saying, "Boss, rest assured, I now know how to proceed." Understanding the aspirations of the boss allows one to respond with precision and purpose. Just as Chen Geng was about to instruct Anderson to return, a thought suddenly struck him. Our company is set to participate in this year's auto-modified car Grand Prix, and we may need to draw some of your finest talents from the maintenance department. Please keep this in mind while you are recruiting." Anderson, of course, was aware of the company's intention to compete in this year's Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix. Otherwise, he would still be the deputy supervisor of the maintenance department. Now, with Bob having moved to the modification department, he had ascended to the head of the maintenance department. Elated, he couldn't help but inquire, "Boss, which category do you plan to enter? Are we participating in both the production car and custom car categories? Additionally, we should secure a spot in the exhibition area. What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 22. The insane modification plan. Anderson stood in shock, his mouth agape, resembling a hippopotamus in disbelief. "Boss, you cannot be serious. You must be joking, right? Both the production car team and the custom car team are participating? This is madness. Even a lunatic wouldn't entertain such an idea. What on earth is going through your mind, boss?" Anderson considered Fernandez to be utterly deranged. Setting aside the question of whether our technological capabilities could produce a vehicle that meets the competition's requirements, we currently lack suitable drivers. Who says we have no suitable drivers? Chen Geng interjected, pointing at himself. I am the driver. Anderson was flustered. But there is only one of you. He wished to voice his skepticism about Chen's driving skills, yet restrained himself for fear of inciting Fernandez's wrath. What of it? Is there a rule prohibiting a single driver from participating in both the production car modification group and the custom car group? Anderson pondered carefully and realized that there was indeed no such prohibition. Bob furrowed his brow. Even if there is no such rule, won't there be a conflict in timing? Chen Geng nearly burst into laughter. Have none of you checked the schedule? The competitions for the production car modification group and the custom car group are on different days. Perfectly staggered. Anderson remarked, I have a strong urge to express my frustrations, but should I? Regardless of Anderson's discontent, the ultimate authority remained with Fernandez. Since he had made his decision, the rest of the team had no choice but to cooperate fully, and Anderson was no exception. Bob, while not opposed to Chen Geng's plan, harbored doubts about Chen's driving skills. Boss, I apologize, but I have my reservations regarding your driving expertise. Perhaps you are unaware. But most of the participants in the Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix are professional drivers, individuals who make their living from this. Are you questioning my abilities? Chen Geng interjected playfully before Bob could finish. Indeed, Bob replied bluntly, showing no concern for his boss's pride. With my skills, I assure you I can modify a car of exceptional performance, but your driving skills. He scrutinized his boss, wearing an expression of concern for Chen's driving prowess. Even Anderson shared a look of agreement. Bob's concerns were not entirely unfounded, yet these two seemed blissfully unaware of the extraordinary abilities of their boss, who had trained alongside professional drivers from the 1990s. Chen Geng believed it would not be overly challenging to outclass a group of drivers who merely participated in local interstate competitions from the 1970s. Imagine a national basketball player competing against players from provincial teams. Wouldn't they utterly dominate them? Chen Geng mused. Let me demonstrate my skills. Let us take a spin around the yard in the Corvette C3. You shall see for yourselves what my driving abilities entail. Anderson and Bob exchanged a glance, both well aware of the Corvette C3 currently up for consignment in the yard, though it was merely a lower-tier model equipped with a 5.4-liter V8 naturally aspirated engine boasting a maximum output of 350 horsepower, rather than the top-tier variant featuring the LS6 engine with a displacement of 7.4 liters. It remained one of the finest performers in the market, renowned as an American automotive treasure. It was certainly superior in terms of athletic capabilities compared to its sibling, the Chevrolet Impala, a full-size sedan under the General Motors umbrella. If the boss could achieve commendable results with the Corvette C3, it would at least demonstrate that his driving skills were not entirely lacking. The two nodded in agreement. Let us give it a try. The trio made their arrangements. Anderson would stay at the company to manage the timing, while Bob would accompany Chen Geng, ensuring that Chen did not cut corners and gauging his driving prowess to determine if he could genuinely rival professional race car drivers or if he was merely an audacious novice who only knew how to floor the accelerator. As he pressed the gas pedal and reveled in the enchanting roar of the 5.4-liter V8 engine before him, Chen Geng first gave Anderson a thumbs up to signal his readiness, then turned to Bob, seated beside him in the passenger seat. Are you ready? Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Corvette C3 surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. This was not a mere metaphor. It truly leapt forth as if propelled by an unseen force. Chen Geng had chosen the most audacious and technically challenging launch method available, launch control. Watching the Corvette C3 take off in such a thrilling manner, Anderson began to believe Chen Geng's claims. Even if the boss's driving skills did not quite reach the level of a professional racer, he had certainly mastered the fundamentals. After all, launch control was a difficult technique not easily executed by just anyone. Anderson considered the boss, Fernandez, to have commendable driving skills, but Bob, sitting in the passenger seat, felt as though he were on the brink of death. His only sensation was one of speed, unparalleled speed. The sheer velocity rendered Bob's field of vision remarkably narrow, giving him the impression of traversing through a time tunnel. He too owned a sports car, a Chevrolet Impala, a full-sized vehicle that he occasionally drove at high speeds. Yet compared to Fernandez's driving, he felt as though he were riding atop a snail. Slow down, boss. Bob can't hold on much longer, he stammered. There's a bend ahead. At this speed, we won't make it. Before he could finish, a cacophony of tires screeching against the pavement erupted as the vehicle drifted sideways across the road in a crab-like manner, accompanied by Chen Geng's light-hearted voice. What did you say? There was no response. With a hint of confusion, Chen Geng turned his head slightly, only to discover Bob cowering like an ostrich, clutching his head tightly with his eyes shut. As if that could erase the vision of the car careening off the road's edge, Chen Geng shook his head in resignation with this level of composure. You still wish to join me in this endeavor? As he observed the rapidly approaching black Corvette C3 in the distance, Anderson's mouth gaped wide in astonishment. My God. How long have they been racing? Though he was unaware of the duration a professional driver required to traverse the prearranged distance, Anderson was certain that the boss was driving at an astonishing speed, extremely fast, indeed, understanding the prowess of his employer. Anderson was nonetheless taken aback when he saw Bob stumble out of the car, immediately retching. Good heavens, just how fast is the boss driving? As an automotive engineer, Anderson recognized that Bob's current state was a physiological reaction to the extreme velocities they had just experienced. Half an hour later, when a stunned Anderson and a pale Bob once again faced Chen Geng, their doubts about his driving skills had completely evaporated. However, Chen Geng's next proclamation left them utterly astounded. I intend to develop a four-wheel drive racing car based on the Corvette C3. Four-wheel drive? The Corvette C3? Anderson and Bob exclaimed in unison, their expressions mirroring disbelief akin to witnessing madness. What defines the essence of an American muscle car? Ample space, a V8 engine, and front engine rear drive are the core elements. While it was acceptable for the boss to modify the powertrain, transmission, and suspension systems, essential upgrades for any vehicle participating in the Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix, what on earth was this notion of four-wheel drive? Could an American sports car still be classified as such if it possessed four-wheel drive? Just as they were about to voice their objections, Chen Geng's subsequent words silenced them. The design of the four-wheel drive system and the conversion of the longitudinal rear drive transmission to four-wheel drive will be my responsibility. Your task is not to dispute my vision, but to execute my plans for the car. Do you understand? Well. The two exchanged glances before Bob finally spoke. Boss, with all due respect, while theoretically four-wheel drive offers superior performance on various terrains, the current technology is not yet fully mature. I am the boss. My word is final. Chen Geng brusquely interrupted Bob. I will provide the modification plan. Your obligation is to realize it. In jest, a few graduates from automotive programs can easily discuss the modification of an old Jetta, originally with a front-engine front-wheel drive layout, into a front-engine rear-wheel drive vehicle. The 1.6-liter transverse engine is replaced with the longitudinal Toyota 3.0-liter 2JZ GTE inline-6 twin-turbocharged engine, essentially reconstructing an entirely new automobile. My friend merely spoke of converting a front longitudinal rear-wheel drive car into an all-wheel drive model, which is considerably less challenging than modifying the Jetta. Chen Geng has already articulated this notion. What more could Bob and Anderson possibly say? The two nodded helplessly, awaiting Chen Geng's further elaboration. Satisfied, Chen Geng nodded in agreement. The crux of this modification lies in the revamping of the powertrain. The 7.4-liter engine on the C3 is woefully inadequate. I have resolved to base my modifications on the big block 496 engine, undertaking significant upgrades and alterations. The big block 496, exclaimed Anderson and Bob in unison. What sort of engine is the big block 496? It belongs to the same General Motors block series as the engines utilized in the Corvette C3. To better categorize this series, engines with a displacement below 5.7 liters, 350 cubic inches, are referred to as small blocks, while those exceeding 5.7 liters are designated as big blocks. Chapter 23. The mad modification plan. The engine employed in the Corvette C3, known as the Claw, ranges from the entry-level 5.0-liter V8 small block 305, where 305 refers to its displacement of 305 cubic inches, equivalent to 5.0 liters, to the formidable 7.4-liter V8 big block 454, with a staggering array of over 10 variants available. Indeed, this top-tier 7.4-liter V8 big block 454 engine, designated as LS6, has become the dream machine for countless modification enthusiasts and V8 aficionados alike. However, the big block 454 is not the most powerful variant in the block series. That distinction belongs to the big block 496, an engine boasting a remarkable displacement of 8.1 liters, a peak power output of 330 horsepower, and a maximum torque of 769 Newton meters, a monstrous powerhouse that General Motors never deemed worthy of the Corvette C3. Currently, Chen Geng is contemplating the feasibility of installing the big block 496 There is no need for concern regarding the installation of the big block 496 in a Corvette C3, as all block series engines share identical mounting points. Furthermore, Americans of this era have a long-standing tradition of utilizing space liberally. If a small block 305 can fit, then certainly a big block 496 can be accommodated. Indeed, Chen Geng nods in agreement. The engine's piston stroke requires recalibration, and I demand that, following the adjustment, the displacement be elevated from the current 8.1 liters to 9.2 liters. Faced with the inevitability of this undertaking, acceptance becomes the only viable option. Upon hearing Chen Geng's proposed power scheme, Bob's engineering mindset is instantly ignited, and he quickly interjects. However, this means the original crankshaft will no longer suffice. We shall require a custom crankshaft with greater strength and a larger radius of rotation. And perhaps the lower end of the cylinder block will also necessitate corner trimming. Anderson promptly joins the conversation. The crankshaft, pistons, and connecting rods must all be constructed from high-strength forged materials. Only in this way can we ensure durability while minimizing weight as much as possible. The original gas distribution system necessitates a comprehensive adjustment. In the racing vehicles, the engines operate predominantly at high revolutions, necessitating that the valves maintain extended opening and closing durations. When designing the camshaft, it is imperative to account for the intake advance angle and the ignition advance angle pertinent to racing conditions. Components such as the intake manifold, cylinder head, valves, and valve pushrods must all be newly fabricated. If the calculations yield favorable results, I recommend substituting the cylinder head with one made of aluminum alloy to reduce weight. The diameter of the carburetor throat must be enlarged, as the existing carburetor will undoubtedly prove inadequate. I suggest employing 4 large-diameter Weber carburetors, with 2 cylinders sharing a single carburetor. This adjustment should yield a compression ratio of approximately 10:5. This ratio fully engages Bob, who, viewing Chen Geng as inconsequential, incessantly scribbles on paper. Consequently, the maximum power is projected to be between 640 and 680 horsepower, with maximum torque exceeding 800 Newton-meters. You have overlooked the fuel supply capacity of the carburetor, Bob remarked, tapping his head and calculating for a moment, confidently asserting, without determining the specific model and performance of the carburetor, we cannot ascertain precise performance data, but an additional 10 improvement is certainly feasible. However, this is still insufficient, Chen Geng interjected, who had been relatively silent until now. To triumph in the race, this power is far from adequate. We require a larger turbocharger. Another turbocharger? Both Bob and Anderson were taken aback by their employer's audacity. Is that truly necessary? Under the current circumstances, the maximum power is already anticipated to exceed 700 horsepower, with maximum torque surpassing 880 Newton-meters. Chen Geng clarified, what I seek is instantaneous acceleration capability. Had he not deemed it unnecessary, Chen Geng would have considered employing both turbocharging and mechanical supercharging. However, after meticulously comparing performance data from previous modified car Grand Prix events, he concluded that such an approach was unwarranted. Upon hearing Chen Geng's rationale, Bob and Anderson immediately comprehended his intentions. Turbocharged engines, particularly turbocharged ones, provide a sense of acceleration akin to being struck by a battering ram the moment the boost kicks in, an experience unattainable by naturally aspirated engines. Exchanging a glance with Anderson, Bob solemnly proposed, provided we ensure controllability and reliability, I recommend calibrating the maximum power and torque after boost engagement to 900 horsepower and 1200 Newton-meters, respectively. What are your thoughts? That is sufficient. Anderson concurred with Bob's proposition. But what about the transmission? Are we still to utilize a 3-speed sequential racing gearbox? Might that not be somewhat excessive? Chen Geng, who had been quietly listening to the discussion between Anderson and Bob, interjected, let us transition from a 3-speed sequential gearbox to a 5-speed sequential gearbox. A 5-speed sequential racing gearbox? Bob hesitated momentarily. Undoubtedly, a 5-speed gearbox surpassed a 3-speed one, as it offered a more extensive gear ratio range during races, presenting numerous opportunities for optimization. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that, unfortunately, no such gearbox or 5-speed modification kits were available on the market, and we lacked the expertise to design a competitive 5-speed sequential gearbox. If you aim to utilize a 5-speed transmission, it would necessitate an original design, and we might not be able to assist you in this endeavor. Chen Geng recognized the truth in Bob's words. In an era where civilian gearboxes were predominantly 4-speed, The gear design of various professional racing transmissions seemed to be mired in antiquity, apart from Formula One, which had begun to adopt 5-speed gearboxes. Even the prestigious World Rally Championship featured top-tier vehicles that utilized 4-speed gearboxes. In the United States, which was obsessed with high displacement and adhered to the belief that as long as the power was sufficient, even a brick could soar, 4-speed gearboxes were virtually unseen. 3-speed gearboxes reigned supreme, and in certain drag racing events, 2-speed gearboxes were also prevalent. Notably, the world's largest displacement motorcycle, the Boss Haas, employed a gearbox with only 2 gears, a veritable regression in history. To the Americans, if the speed did not meet expectations, it was invariably due to inadequate engine displacement. What was the solution? Simple. Increase the displacement. Gearbox? What is that? In contrast to civilian helical gearboxes, professional racing gearboxes utilized a straight-cut design, demanding higher precision and specific gear ratio requirements, thereby enhancing transmission efficiency. However, this also resulted in exorbitant noise levels. Entrusting the design of a 5-speed manual gearbox to 2 individuals who had never independently designed one was a gamble, while they might dare to design it. Chen Geng would hesitate to use it. The design of the gearbox was left to him, yet could they find precision machining enterprises in Detroit with sufficient capabilities? Bob and Anderson exchanged glances and broke into simultaneous laughter. "Hey, boss, this is Detroit," they exclaimed. "Detroit boasts the finest precision manufacturing capabilities in the world. As long as you can conceive the design, there is a manufacturer capable of bringing your vision to fruition." Indeed, Chen Geng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "All right. The general framework for the powertrain and transmission system is now established. We will refine the detailed plan and aim to complete it within 2 months, followed by an additional 2 months for debugging to finalize the plan. Lastly, I will require 1.5 months to 2 months for practice." "Absolutely," Bob nodded vigorously. However, Anderson could not resist asking Chen Geng, "Boss, aren't you also participating in the homemade vehicle competition? What are your plans for the racing car in that category?" Instead of responding, Chen Geng instructed, "Please inform Miss Elizabeth that the company intends to purchase 10 Honda CBX 1000 motorcycles, and it needs to be expedited." Honda CBX 1000? Anderson and Bob were both perplexed by Chen Geng's decision. The Honda CBX 1000 was a motorcycle that Honda had just unveiled this year, featuring a street bike design. Yet, this was not the focal point. The crux lay in the fact that the Honda CBX 1000 was equipped with an air-cooled inline 6-cylinder engine, marking it as the first production motorcycle of its kind from a Japanese manufacturer. It was utterly astonishing. This 1,047 cubic centimeters inline 6-cylinder engine incorporated a plethora of dazzling new technologies of the era: double overhead camshafts, 4 valves per cylinder, a staggering maximum rev limit of 9,000 RPM, and a peak power output of 105 horsepower. With a total of 24 valves across the 6 cylinders, the specifications and technical metrics were utterly mind-boggling. Anderson and Bob simply could not fathom why their boss would choose to purchase this motorcycle, let alone acquire 10 of them. Was he perhaps contemplating utilizing the engine for power? While an intriguing notion, 105 horsepower hardly sufficed. Or was he intending to employ 2 engines? That would complicate the control system significantly. Never mind, Bob shook his head, suddenly recalling a question he had long wished to pose but had continuously forgotten. "By the way, boss, what is the name of our modification company?" "Magic Claw," Chen Geng replied, swiftly seizing a piece of paper and a pen from the table to sketch a design, a depiction of 3 green claw marks, seemingly made by a devilish grip. "What do you think of this concept?" Indeed, it was reminiscent of the 3 claw marks often seen on numerous modified cars and motorcycles, leading many to mistakenly regard them as the emblem of a renowned tuning brand, unaware that it belonged to an energy drink. As the Magic Claw energy drink had yet to make its debut, Chen Geng felt no reservations. In his view, Magic Claw as an automotive modification brand possessed far greater prestige than as an energy drink brand. Monster Energy? Gazing at the devilish claw marks on the paper, Bob's face radiated with frenzied enthusiasm. "This emblem is so audacious, so powerful, and it possesses such penetrating strength. Boss, you are remarkable. We shall be named Magic Claw." "It is the perfect name." Chapter 24. The father-in-law at the liaison office. As time perpetually flowed onward, the countenance of Li Hongqi and Lu Jiefeng, who were tasked with welcoming today's guests at the entrance of the Chinese liaison office in the United States, grew increasingly grim, particularly for the relatively younger Lu Jiefeng, whose patience was wearing thin. The impending start of the reception loomed ever closer, Yet the attendance of Chinese expatriates barely exceeded 20 individuals. In their homeland, this number would barely fill 2 tables. Reflecting upon the substantial efforts expended by the liaison office and the considerable support received from the country for this event, he could no longer contain his discontent. "Chief, the turnout is rather sparse, is it not?" Lu Jiefeng murmured to Li Hongqi. "Only 17 guests have arrived, and that barely fills a few tables. We prepared for a standard of 150 attendees." Li Hongqi, too, was beset by a sense of frustration. With meals and beverages prepared for 150, the reality of less than 2 tables of guests was undeniably awkward. However, the embarrassment was not the gravest concern. The most pressing issue lay in the apparent over-optimism of everyone involved. It seemed many believed that simply inviting the Chinese diaspora in the United States under the auspices of the nation would summon them, like wayward children responding to the call of home. Yet the current situation told a different tale. He was even aware that similar receptions were to be held soon by embassies in several developed countries across Europe. This event was intended to serve as a banner. A lively gathering would surely bolster confidence for future receptions at our embassies in other nations. Conversely, should this event lack vitality and merely attract a handful of attendees, would we possess the assurance to host future gatherings? Despite his concerns, Li Hongqi understood that, as a leader, he must not falter at this juncture. Maintaining a facade of optimism, he addressed Lu Jiefeng. "We organized this rather hastily, and given the vastness of America, it is only natural that our compatriots may not arrive in time. Furthermore, we were well aware of the challenges we would face from the outset. I implore you, Lu Jiefeng, to refrain from displaying such a dismal demeanor. The nation has entrusted us with this arduous yet honorable task, a testament to their faith in us." "Guests are arriving," Lu Jiefeng interjected, his voice lowered. "Look over there. A large Cadillac is approaching. It seems to be heading our way." While imparting a lesson on political ideology, Li Hongqi swiftly turned to observe. Indeed, a sleek black Cadillac was gliding toward them, seemingly destined for the liaison office. The 2 men instantly felt a surge of excitement, especially Lu Jiefeng. Despite his earlier complaints and grievances, as a comrade on the diplomatic front, he was eager for a larger turnout. "Mind your appearance," Li Hongqi whispered. "Remember, we represent the image of our nation before overseas compatriots. We must not tarnish the reputation of our country and its people. Do not stare openly. A discreet glance will suffice." The black Cadillac slowly came to a halt before the 2 individuals, and Chen Geng stepped out of the vehicle, inquiring of Li Hongqi and Lu Jiefeng, "Comrades, might I ask if this is the Huaxiao liaison office in the United States?" This was a rather superfluous question, as a large sign indicating the Huaxiao liaison office hung prominently at the entrance. Li Hongqi and Lu Jiefeng understood that the young man was speaking in vain. However, they welcomed his presence with warm smiles, as they preferred his inquiries over silence. "Sir, you are here to attend today's reception, are you not?" he asked. "Indeed," Chen Geng replied, glancing at the 2 compatriots clad in traditional Zhongshan suits, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his eyes. "I am Chen Geng from Detroit, Michigan. Here's my invitation. Let me take a look." "Ah, Chen Geng from Detroit, Michigan. Correct. Please allow me to register your invitation." Confirming Chen Geng's identity brought joy to Li Hongqi, who gestured for him to proceed. "Mr. Chen Geng, I hope you enjoy your time today." "Thank you." Chen Geng responded with a smile, "And I wish you both success in your endeavors." It was perhaps the first time he encountered such courtesy and warmth from his fellow compatriots, leaving Li Hongqi and Lu Jiefeng momentarily taken aback, their smiles becoming significantly more genuine. "Thank you, and may your life be smooth as well. After all, no one relishes the thought of presenting their warm affections only to meet with indifference, right? Is this gentleman named Chen Geng?" Lu Jiefeng murmured to Li Hongqi, observing Chen Geng as he walked inside. "Among all the attendees today, he is the one I find most agreeable. Not only is he young, but he is also exceedingly polite and clearly well-bred, a stark contrast to those who entered before him." "Mind your words," Li Hongqi admonished Lu Jiefeng with a glare, though he secretly shared the same sentiment. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from approaching Lu Jiefeng. "They are our fellow compatriots. They simply lack an understanding of the current circumstances of our nation. Some of their thoughts are quite normal. We should refrain from making disparaging remarks." Compared to the embassies of later generations, the present Huaxiao liaison office in the United States appeared rather modest, merely a 3-story building that was entirely unremarkable, revealing the nation's undeniable financial constraints. "Mr. Chen Geng, is it?" Just as Chen Geng was surveying the weathered 3-story building, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. "Hello. I am Ding Haijun, the deputy director of our liaison office. Welcome, Ding Haijun. Upon hearing this familiar yet noticeably younger voice, Chen Geng abruptly turned around, and the familiar face came into view. In the next moment, he stood frozen in shock. What was happening? How could this be? Gazing at the face of old Ding, which, although younger, was still unmistakably familiar, Chen Geng's mind raced with confusion. How could it be him? How could it be Ding Ruoyan's father, his future father-in-law? Or rather, his former father-in-law? Chen Geng was far too familiar with his father-in-law. He was certain that old Ding had never served as deputy director of the Huaxiao liaison office. He could not be mistaken. Yet, how could the comrade old Ding standing before him be explained? A possibility that had never crossed Chen Geng's mind suddenly emerged from the depths of his being. Could it be that upon returning to 1978, many circumstances had also changed? Ding Haijun observed the young man before him, whose expressions shifted incessantly, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet wisely refraining from interrupting him. Although this fellow appeared rather youthful, his attire and demeanor betrayed a certain affluence. This peculiar young man indeed seemed quite wealthy. Fortunately, Chen Geng's quick reflexes allowed him to recover from his momentary distraction. Ah, it is Deputy Director Ding. What a pleasure to meet you. I am Chen Geng from Detroit. Pardon my earlier lapse. Upon seeing you, I was reminded of a deceased elder of mine, which led to my momentary loss of composure. Ding Haijun suddenly understood, and it all made sense. Just as he was about to exchange a few polite remarks, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "How fortuitous. May I ask, Mr. Chen, who this elder of yours might be?" Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, that is a matter from many years ago." Ding Haijun felt a tinge of disappointment at not receiving the answer he had hoped for, but before he could voice his thoughts, Chen Geng continued, "Deputy Director Ding, it seems our liaison office is facing some hardships." Hearing this, Ding Haijun's spirits lifted. He had been contemplating how to broach the topic, and now the opportunity had presented itself. He promptly replied, "Might I inquire how familiar you are with our nation's circumstances over the past few years?" Chen Geng nodded. "I am somewhat aware. The French even produced a film titled The Fateful Occupation of Paris to satirize us. However, I have heard that the turmoil has come to an end, which is a positive development. A nation cannot remain in chaos indefinitely." Ding Haijun responded, "You have articulated my thoughts perfectly. What more can I add?" Gazing at Ding Haijun, Chen Geng candidly remarked, "Deputy Director Ding, are we not on the verge of formally establishing diplomatic relations with the United States?" "How do you know this?" Ding Haijun exclaimed, astonished at Chen Geng's knowledge. Negotiations regarding the formal establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the United States were classified information. How could this young man possibly be privy to such details? Was it not evident? Chen Geng retorted, "As the only official liaison office for our country in the United States, the American government must have deployed numerous eyes in this vicinity. If this reception hosted by our liaison office were not sanctioned, or even covertly supported by the U.S. government, do you think it would be feasible? The only plausible explanation is that both nations are preparing to normalize relations and establish diplomatic ties. Yet, since this has not yet occurred, what do you believe the diplomatic personnel from both sides are currently engaged in?" Ding Haijun was left in a cold sweat, absorbing Chen Geng's words. While the logic was indisputable, how could one discern, through such minutiae, that negotiations for formal diplomatic relations had already commenced? Ding Haijun felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Yet what truly unsettled him were Chen Geng's subsequent words. "The purpose of our liaison office hosting this gathering is twofold. Firstly, to convey certain sentiments to our American counterparts. Secondly, the higher-ups are preparing to pivot, and we hope that we, as overseas Chinese, can return to our homeland for a visit." Deputy Director Ding. Am I articulating this correctly? At this juncture, Ding Haijun's emotions unexpectedly calmed, realizing that the information was already known. What need was there for further concealment? He nodded and replied, "Indeed, the nation is preparing for a significant shift. We hope that you, as overseas Chinese, will take the opportunity to visit your country and your hometown. Concurrently, we wish to use this occasion to clarify some policies the nation intends to implement, urging everyone not to view us through a distorted lens. We are not the ferocious beasts of myth. We are, like you, members of the same lineage, sharing the same culture and heritage." Chapter 25. Because I am Chinese, the atmosphere of the banquet mirrored Chen Geng's earlier speculations almost perfectly. It was organized as a buffet, and one could discern the tremendous efforts exerted by the liaison office and even the Republic itself for this occasion. 2 large platters were brimming with colossal prawns, clearly sourced from the finest seafood companies and air-freighted in ice-filled coolers, an enticing sight that could make anyone's mouth water. Each oyster weighed half a pound, filled to the brim with succulent flesh, evoking an irresistible appetite, and guaranteed to be wild and unpolluted. The 8 renowned liquors, Matai, Wolyanya, Fingio, and Shifeng, among others, were lavishly displayed, evidently procured exclusively for this high-end event. Countless other delicacies adorned the tables. Chen Geng was acutely aware of the harsh conditions prevailing in the homeland. Frankly speaking, these ingredients represented some of the rare commodities traded by the country for precious foreign currency. It was likely that prior to this event, the comrades at the liaison office had refrained from even touching these delicacies. Even now, while the liaison staff mingled and sought conversations, they consciously avoided the array of food on the table, despite Chen Geng observing more than one person discreetly swallowing their saliva. Yet, with such extensive efforts, the outcome was rather disheartening. The attendees of the banquet regarded the diligent comrades of the liaison office with a detached demeanor, their interactions marked by coldness. Perhaps for them, attending this banquet was merely a task to be completed. As long as they showed up and did not leave midway, they felt their duty was fulfilled. As for anything beyond that, it was not worth discussing. Chen Geng witnessed one of the comrades from the liaison office, who had been rebuffed multiple times, retreating to a secluded corner to wipe away tears. However, upon returning, he wore a beaming smile while engaging with the overseas compatriots, seemingly unfazed by their indifference, embodying a spirit of self-reliance despite the cold reception. Feeling a pang of sorrow, Chen Geng instinctively turned away, only to catch sight of another liaison officer raising a glass filled with at least 2 ounces of white liquor, gulping it down in one swift motion. His face instantly turned as red as a boiled crab shell, while his drinking companion merely grazed the rim of his glass with his lips. "It's not easy, is it?" A voice beside Chen Geng remarked. "Indeed, it is not." Chen Geng nodded. Even without turning to see who spoke, he recognized the voice's owner. "But it's quite normal." "Oh?" Ding Haijun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "How so?" While he posed the question, Ding Haijun felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared he was perhaps the only liaison officer present who had not encountered cold shoulders that evening. Chen Geng, smiling, shook his head. "You all know the reasons. Why ask me?" Ding Haijun fell silent, realizing the young man's words rang true. They were all aware of the underlying reasons for the situation they faced. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Haijun spoke solemnly. "We have done nothing wrong." "Indeed, you are not mistaken," Chen Geng nodded. "However, it often transcends mere right or wrong. Certain matters cannot be strictly categorized as such. Doing something correctly does not necessarily equate to it being right, and making a mistake does not invariably imply it is wrong. Whether in politics or other domains, is there ever a clear dichotomy?" Ding Haijun was taken aback. The young man before him, merely in his early 20s, expressed thoughts that one would not typically expect from someone of his age. Frankly speaking, it's not just the young. Even middle-aged individuals who have navigated the corridors of power for decades might not possess such clarity of thought, initially harboring little hope. Ding Haijun felt a profound curiosity stirring within him. "You are right," he ventured cautiously after a moment of silence. "If that is the case," before Ding Haijun could finish, Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. "I know what you wish to inquire about, but perhaps it is best not to ask." "Huh?" Ding Haijun found the situation awkward. He had yet to utter a word. Feeling somewhat discontented, he remarked, "You haven't even heard what I was going to say," pointing toward the peculiar atmosphere of the gathering. Chen Geng stated, "What question do you need to ask?" It is quite evident. Although Ding Haijun had initially intended to articulate many thoughts at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Despite Chen Geng's youth, Ding Haijun felt as though he stood before him utterly exposed, as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare before Chen Geng's penetrating gaze, which seemed to see through to his very essence. It was truly unsettling. Observing the astonished expression on his future, or perhaps past, father-in-law's face, Chen Geng suddenly felt an urge to smile. "Do not overthink it. I am Chinese. And I shall always be Chinese." As he spoke, Chen Geng produced 3 bundles of cash from his satchel. "Ding Haijun, what are you doing?" Ding Haijun was startled by Chen Geng's action, instinctively retracting his hand as if burned by a hot coal. "Let me explain." As his gaze inadvertently fell upon the topmost bill, he gasped. "Is that a $100 note? 3 stacks, amounting to $30,000? Who said this is for you?" Chen Geng retorted, somewhat irked. "This is my personal donation to the nation." "What?" Ding Haijun was astonished. The ancient nation is now awakening to the world, yet it is impoverished. After painstakingly saving a meager amount, it still longs to upgrade its outdated production equipment. Where would the funds come from to purchase information? With a firm hand, Chen Geng pressed the money into Ding Haijun's grasp and stated candidly, "Our ancestors taught us that only by knowing ourselves and our adversaries can we achieve victory in every battle. If we intend to open our eyes to the world, we must understand the circumstances of others. Do you wish to comprehend foreign technological advancements, industrial techniques, or national defense equipment? Various journals, magazines, and newspapers abound. But do you possess the means to acquire them? Thus, this sum is designated for you to purchase newspapers, magazines, and periodicals." Tears welled in Ding Haijun's eyes. Though his eyes were red, his hands moved with remarkable swiftness. Aware that the sum of money might attract unwelcome attention from the Chinese nationals present, he promptly concealed it behind his back. Simultaneously, he discreetly nodded towards the staff member from the liaison office, signaling for them to approach swiftly. Upon sighting the substantial stack of 3 bundles of dollars, the staff member, feigning nonchalance, was taken aback, momentarily bewildered by the situation. However, clarity could wait. The immediate priority was to deliver the money to the director without delay. Casting a grateful glance at Chen Geng, the staff member hurried away. Only at that moment did Ding Haijun exhale in relief, sniffing slightly as he whispered, "Why?" To which Chen Geng gently shook his head, responding, "If a reason must be given, it is simply because I am also a Chinese. I wish for my homeland to flourish and regain its strength. Only when our nation is powerful can we, the expatriates, stand tall, free from oppression and scorn, and no longer need to bow our heads in submission when faced with injustice." Feeling the sincerity in Chen Geng's words, Ding Haijun sighed and remarked, "It's not easy for anyone these days." "Who finds it easy?" Chen Geng replied, steering the conversation away from the weighty topic. "As for this money, do not be overly frugal with it. I will send 5,000 monthly to our liaison office, with but one stipulation." Ding Haijun immediately responded, "Please, go on." Chen Geng continued, "This money is strictly to be used for purchasing essential publications, magazines, and scientific papers for universities and research institutions in our homeland. It must not be misallocated, otherwise I will cease my donations. Having decided to broaden one's horizons, one must fully open the window." Ding Haijun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although Chen Geng did not specify what should not be done, he sensed that Chen Geng was quite knowledgeable about the circumstances back home. This strange feeling flickered away as he nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will ensure that the funds are utilized appropriately." Trusting the character of his future father-in-law, or perhaps his past father-in-law, Chen Geng nodded and casually tossed his Cadillac keys to Ding Haijun. "This Cadillac is now yours. It represents a nation. A government vehicle is hardly befitting when it resembles a mere toy car." Earlier, upon entering the courtyard and observing the 3 modest Toyota cars parked there, Chen Geng had scoffed, "What on earth are these?" As Ding Haijun seemed poised to decline, Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively, "Keep it with peace of mind. It's not a significant expense. After all, I am in the automobile business." Ding Haijun, somewhat taken aback, pondered, just how much money does this fellow possess? He had seen Chen Geng's Cadillac. Although he was uncertain of the specific model, its imposing stature was unmistakably indicative of its high value. While it was not a brand new vehicle, its age was certainly not extensive, and it was likely worth no less than $10,000. Such an expensive car, so casually given away? However, upon reflection, it was evident that the individual had just generously contributed $30,000 to his liaison office and pledged an additional $5,000 each month. Therefore, a vehicle valued at over $10,000 did not seem particularly astonishing. Through this revelation, Ding Haijun finally ascertained one thing: this young man named Chen Geng truly harbored a deep love for his country and his people. That alone was sufficient. Regardless of his motivations, this merit warranted a different level of regard. "Mr. Chen Geng," Ding Haijun pondered, "I am profoundly grateful for all that you have done. I cannot make any promises, but the one assurance I can offer is that your homeland and its people will always welcome you to return and visit at the appropriate time." Chapter 26. Young friend Chen Geng perceived that this individual had skillfully laid the groundwork for relationships. Perhaps, several years hence, he might even acquire the esteemed title of a longtime friend of the Chinese people. However, given that he currently possessed an American green card rather than citizenship, it could be argued that he remained, in theory, a citizen of China. Despite being born in the United States and lacking any documentation in his homeland, a quintessential case of an undocumented individual, the prospect of becoming a longtime friend of the Chinese people seemed rather improbable. Yet, What did it matter? This was of little significance. Chen was acutely aware that with the favor he had received, once diplomatic relations were established between China and the United States next year, he would have a considerable advantage over others. Nevertheless, he could not have anticipated the extent of China's urgent need for genuine friends in the face of an international environment that appeared to be universally adversarial in 1978. After the banquet concluded, Chen departed in high spirits, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Deng and Director Lien gazed at the car keys and the thick stacks of dollars on the table, their eyes glistening. It was Deputy Director Miao who broke the silence, referring to Chen Geng with the respectful title of comrade. Old Deng, how much do you know about this comrade Chen Geng? Not much, Old Deng replied, shaking his head. I only know he represents the Michigan chapter of the Chinese-American Chamber of Commerce. However, he does not seem to be an American. Not an American? Upon hearing this, both Director Lien and Deputy Director Miao perked up. Indeed, Old Deng nodded. I overheard him chatting with others from the chamber, mentioning that he currently holds a green card. A green card? Director Lien and Deputy Director Miao exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. As diplomats, they were fully aware of the distinctions between holding American citizenship and possessing a green card. Deputy Director Miao, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, did he mention his nationality? Old Deng shook his head. He did not disclose that. Setting aside the matter of Comrade Chen Geng's nationality, Director Lien, who had been relatively quiet, also serving as the secretary of the liaison office's party committee, interjected, what is certain is that this Comrade Chen Geng holds a deep concern for China and our nation, demonstrating a profound sense of national pride and a strong desire for the prosperity and strength of our homeland. Precisely. Old Deng and Deputy Director Miao echoed in unison. Before them lay the evidence. $30,000 along with a luxurious Cadillac and a promise of an additional $5,000 each month. Could one claim that he did not cherish this country, that he lacked love for this nation? For our liaison office, the opportunity to meet Comrade Chen Geng tonight marked a triumphant and successful event, affirming that the nation's substantial support had not been squandered. Director Lien reiterated the significance of this evening's gathering. Indeed, it is as such. In response to Director Lien's statement, Comrade Lao Ding and Deputy Director Miao voiced their unwavering support in unison. Had it not been for Chen Geng's presence this evening, the banquet would have been a complete disaster. It is imperative to highlight this pivotal aspect. However, Director Lien swiftly shifted the topic. Of course, we must also fully acknowledge our shortcomings this time. Nevertheless, the primary issue at hand remains how to manage these funds and vehicles. My suggestion is to promptly report this to the domestic office via international long-distance communication. According to the original plan, it was sufficient to send a brief explanation of the banquet through international mail post event, yet the outcomes far exceeded everyone's expectations. Director Lien deemed this matter of utmost importance, indicating that it was time to utilize international communication to establish contact with the domestic office. The only obstacle is the exorbitant cost of international calls. With a director and 2 deputy directors present, a unanimous agreement is required to proceed with such a call. The nation is indeed impoverished. Even a simple international call necessitates meticulous calculation. However, it seems unavoidable, as long-distance communication will likely incur expenses in dollars. Comrade Lao Ding and Deputy Director Miao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The warm sunlight of spring enveloped them, casting a comforting glow as the clock approached 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun was pleasantly bright, and several tender buds had begun to emerge on the branches, signaling a vibrant vitality, subtly hinting at the quiet transformations occurring within this ancient nation and its people. Yet, Minister Huang of the Foreign Ministry was too preoccupied to notice. Furrowing his brow, he made his way toward an adjoining office. The elder had been closely monitoring the results of the banquet hosted by the Chinese liaison office in the United States. This is a positive development, he remarked, nodding with satisfaction after hearing Minister Huang's report. One does not need many friends, even one acquaintance is a stroke of luck. However, Minister Huang expressed some concern. The elder waved his hand dismissively. There is no cause for alarm. If there were any issues, they would have surfaced long ago. Besides, do you believe that someone who does not possess a profound love for our country and nation could articulate such sentiments? You are overthinking it. Pausing for a moment, the elder took a puff of his cigarette and continued. The young man is correct. If we intend to open our eyes to the world, we must do so with clarity. It is not sufficient to view everything through a hazy lens. You are all well aware of the current situation in our country, and what this young man has expressed is indeed significant for us. With access to these newspapers, magazines, and scholarly articles, we can gain a clearer perspective of the world. Much like how one must wear glasses to see clearly when nearsighted. Previously, we were impoverished, with just a few coins to spare. Contemplating purchasing a hoe for the family or repairing the irrigation system, reluctant to invest in a pair of glasses for ourselves. Yet, this does not imply that we do not need glasses. Since this young man intends to assist us in obtaining a pair, we should graciously accept his kindness and remember it. When the opportunity arises to meet him again, I will personally express my gratitude. Understood. I will relay this message promptly. With the elder's guidance, Minister Huang let out a sigh of relief and continued to inquire, since young Chen mentioned that the funds could only be utilized for purchasing journals, newspapers, and magazines. We must respect his opinion. The elder waved his hand and stated, "We must be men of our word. Who would wish to engage with someone who lacks integrity and fails to respect others?" Logically speaking, a sum of several tens of thousands of dollars should hardly capture the elder's attention, regardless of the Republic's hardships. One would not expect someone of his stature to regard $30,000 with undue concern. However, the significance of the reception organized by the Huaxiao Liaison Office in the United States was paramount. No description could overstate its importance. The elder had long instructed that every detail regarding this event must be reported to him meticulously. Minister Huang, with a look of shame, acknowledged the elder's critique but was quite astonished. The elder holds young Chen in high regard, it seems. Indeed, while $30,000 is not an insignificant amount, it is hardly sufficient to acquire everything desired. One might need $300,000 to truly fulfill their wishes. Therefore, careful planning regarding what to purchase and what to forego is essential. Please communicate this matter with the colleagues in the office, allowing them to compile and analyze which areas of information are most urgently needed, distinguishing the importance and urgency into a clear order of priority. The elder raised a finger and articulated, "My suggestion is to prioritize scientific and technological advancements, especially those related to the well-being of the populace. Additionally, we should listen to the perspectives from the education sector, particularly from our esteemed universities, to ascertain their informational needs. After all, education is the foundation of a century-long plan, and nurturing young talent is crucial for the future of our nation and people." Minister Huang nodded repeatedly, filled with admiration, and said, "Your foresight is remarkable. I shall convey your thoughts to the office colleagues without delay." The elder acknowledged with a sound, pondered for a moment, and added, "Since young Chen has shown such goodwill, we must not neglect to express gratitude to the chef after enjoying the dumplings. Kindly inform the comrades who come to borrow and transcribe these materials about their origin. We must remember the kindness shown to us." Though Minister Huang deemed this directive somewhat unnecessary, he readily acquiesced. It is merely a matter of a few words. Unbeknownst to Chen, due to the elder's instructions, all the research institutions that came to transcribe and borrow these foreign newspapers, journals, and documents were filled with gratitude towards him. Consequently, when Chen returned to the country over a year later, he found that nearly everyone in these research institutions, colleges, and military-industrial units held him in high esteem, eager to support and fulfill his requests. At that moment, Chen reflected on how his initial, unintentional efforts had blossomed into something profoundly fruitful. Completely unaware of the considerable stir his $30,000 and that Cadillac had caused, a buoyant Chen returned to Detroit. Upon arriving at his company, he encountered the owner of the property he was currently renting, Mr. Robinson, a Caucasian man in his 50s. At this moment, he was gesturing animatedly while conversing with Miss Eliza, who appeared utterly exasperated, continuously elucidating something to Robinson. Upon noticing Chen Geng, Robinson's eyes instantly lit up, and he briskly approached Chen Geng. "Fernandez," he exclaimed, "I hear you are contemplating the acquisition of a parcel of land? Have you finally succumbed to the urge?" Observing the unabashed eagerness etched across Robinson's face, Chen Geng smiled and nodded, not denying the assertion. "Indeed, as you can see, this plot is far too small and has impeded the normal operations of my company. Thus, I am preparing to seek a more spacious location." Chapter 27. Securing the land you're looking for me, right? Upon hearing Chen Geng's words, Robinson quickly interjected, "Fernandez, our collaboration has been quite pleasant, has it not? You see, all the land around here belongs to me. How much space do you require? If you continue working with me, I can provide you with whatever area you need." Chen Geng shook his head. "Thank you, but I regret to inform you that I do not intend to renew the lease." Robinson was momentarily taken aback. Not renewing? Why? He had been filled with elation at the prospect of securing a lucrative deal. only to have that joy extinguished by Fernandez's unexpected declaration. It felt akin to being doused with cold water in the dead of winter. Because your rent is exorbitantly high, Chen Geng stated bluntly. If I were to continue renting from you, I simply cannot afford the cost. After publicly announcing his intentions to expand his business, Chen Geng had refrained from approaching Robinson. Why? Because he understood that if he sought out Robinson, that infuriating old white man would undoubtedly demand a steep rental price. Thus, from the outset, Chen Geng adopted a stance of disinterest in renewing, waiting for Robinson to come to him when he could no longer contain his anxiety. As anticipated, upon realizing that Chen Geng genuinely appeared disinclined to renew, Robinson became anxious. Finding a suitable tenant for such a vast expanse of land was no easy feat, especially in a country where land was abundant but inhabitants scarce. He quickly said, "Fernandez, that's not the way to approach this. In business, it is often wise to avoid moving around. If you relocate, who can guarantee that your business will thrive elsewhere? I believe it would be best for you to remain here. As for the rent, we can negotiate. Just tell me the size of the land you wish to lease, and I assure you the most favorable terms. Is that so? If the rent were to be somewhat reduced, I might consider it." Chen Geng hesitated, then asked, "What kind of discount are we talking about?" "Opportunity." Robinson's heart leapt with joy as he immediately replied, "On top of the current rent, I can offer you an additional 10 discount." 10? That man is quite generous, Chen Geng thought, scoffing at the offer. That still doesn't suffice. The price we discussed previously was less than 80 of the current rate. Don't be difficult, Robinson stammered, his composure faltering. It's merely a matter of differing opinions on price. This is a minor issue that we can resolve. Chen Geng had been in frequent contact with intermediaries during this period, and he was aware that several had presented competitive leasing prices. After considerable deliberation, Robinson had decided to lower the rent by 10, a significant concession on his part. To his astonishment, Fernandez remained dissatisfied. Chen Geng shrugged, remaining silent. However, Robinson was well aware of Chen Geng's intentions. The situation was clear. Either Fernandez would rent someone else's land after the lease expired, or he would lower his price. There was no third option. For himself, it meant either reducing the rent for Fernandez or waiting until the latter's lease ended for an uncertain future tenant. The most critical issue was that, apart from Fernandez, it was doubtful he would find anyone willing to rent such a vast area. Given this, Robinson gritted his teeth and reluctantly stated, 80. As long as the area you are renting exceeds 1 acre, the rent for every additional 0.1 acres will only be 80 of the current rate. 80? Chen Geng immediately shook his head. My plan requires at least 2 to 3 acres of land. This price is still too high. Planning to rent 2 to 3 acres? Robinson pondered for a moment, realizing he could afford to lower the price a bit more. The property Chen Geng had subleased from Bieber was only 0.13 acres, 526 square meters, which was sufficient for a small used car dealership. However, for any used car sales company, 2 to 3 acres, 8,094 to 12,140 square meters was rather excessive. If it weren't for the fact that in Chen Geng's plan, the maintenance and modification departments were to gradually operate independently, along with the establishment of additional plan departments, he would not require such a large space. Half an acre would suffice. Gritting his teeth, Robinson painfully declared, 70. The rent for every 0.1 acres will only be 70 of the current rate. The previous contract is canceled, and we'll implement this price starting next month. I swear, you won't find a better deal in a prime location. 70? Chen Geng mused. The price is indeed quite reasonable, but I do not wish to simply rent. Robinson exclaimed, Are you kidding me? Why are you even discussing this if you don't intend to rent? Yet, Chen Geng's subsequent words caused Robinson to swallow back the curse that was on the tip of his tongue. However, if you were willing to sell, I would consider purchasing this land. Purchase? Robinson replied, Of course, that's feasible. If Fernandez is willing to buy this land, that's even better. I can offer you a discount. Given our familiarity, Chen Geng despaired at the seemingly linear thinking of Americans. He decided to be straightforward. I wish to buy this land, but I will only accept a rent-to-own arrangement. Exactly, just as you imagined, Robinson confirmed. Meeting Robinson's gaze, Chen Geng nodded. We will proceed with a rent-to-own agreement, dividing the transaction over 3 years. The rent I pay in the first 3 years will be equivalent to installment payments, with the remaining balance paid in full after 3 years. Finally, understanding Fernandez's intentions, Robinson was nearly infuriated. So all the advantages in the world were to be reaped by you? Get lost. Go as far away as possible. This is impossible. You may either choose to rent, Make a one-time payment or seek a loan from the bank. I will not entertain any other alternatives. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. Chen Geng shrugged nonchalantly, gazing at the furious Robinson, whose face was flushed with anger. Since you refuse to agree, I shall simply seek collaboration elsewhere. Mr. Robinson, you ought to comprehend that clients of my caliber are not easily encountered. Robinson, who was just about to storm off, abruptly halted his steps, despite his ire. He was acutely aware that Fernandez was indeed correct. Should he decline to cooperate, Fernandez could readily partner with others. And who knew how long it would be until he encountered another individual willing to purchase such a vast expanse of land in a single transaction. His earlier, resolute rejection was not born from an unwillingness to sell the land, nor from a refusal to accept Chen Geng's proposed payment method, which was, in fact, quite common in land transactions across America. Rather, it stemmed from an unconscious bias against Chen Geng due to his Asian heritage. However, upon Chen Geng's firm declaration of his stance, Robinson was compelled to reconsider. After all, he had no intention of turning down a lucrative deal. After a moment of careful deliberation, Robinson presented his terms. You may pay $30 up front. Perhaps I was not clear. I will only accept the payment method I previously mentioned. Chen Geng interjected brusquely. Perhaps you might contemplate my proposal more earnestly before we continue this discussion? Despite Chen Geng's rather impolite tone, which incited Robinson's anger, he had never encountered such audacity. He refrained from storming away. It was apparent that Fernandez was genuinely interested in conducting this business with him. Recognizing Fernandez's intent to purchase the land from him, Robinson reconsidered and solemnly stated, Fernandez, you must understand that in the United States, there is no precedent for not paying a down payment. However, our negotiations have been pleasant, and I can offer a reduction in the percentage of the down payment. Well, I believe 25 is a figure that is acceptable. After all, the land was still there, whether the down payment was reduced to 25 or even to 2. Robinson had no fear of Fernandez carting away the property. If he could manage such a feat, then so be it. He would concede that as a testament to Fernandez's capability. Chen Geng shared a similar sentiment, shaking his head. Robinson, you must understand that land is real estate. It is distinct from other commodities. After a fervent exchange of arguments, the two men eventually reached a tenuous agreement. Robinson consented to sell a total of 5 acres of land, including the currently leased property, to the Fernandez company, provided that the latter first pays a 15 down payment of the total price. Robinson accepted a rent-to-own arrangement, agreeing to continue leasing the land at 75 of the current rent for the next 2 years, the additional 5 over the previously agreed 70 being considered interest. During the 2 years following the signing of the contract, the Fernandez company must not default. Otherwise, Robinson reserves the right to annul the transaction. After the contract is signed, the Fernandez company may alter or expand the ancillary structures on the land according to its wishes. Upon the expiration of the lease 2 years hence, the Fernandez company will pay the remaining balance in full. As for Chen Geng's decision to expand the purchase to 5 acres, he reasoned that while he may not need such a vast area at present, having additional reserve land could only prove advantageous. Once the agreement was finalized, the two sought a law firm to ensure the contract was sound. After confirming its validity, they enlisted the lawyer's assistance to draft a more comprehensive and legally binding agreement. With the firm's seal affixed, the document was officially endowed with legal efficacy. Chen Geng exhaled a sigh of relief. From this moment forth, he could finally roll up his sleeves and embark on a significant endeavor. Chapter 28. No more loans. Well, I'm doing just fine. You needn't worry, brother. The boss is very kind and takes good care of us. Jenny, White's sister, cheerfully spoke into the phone. Rest assured, everyone here is quite friendly. No one bullies me. And I am genuinely happy here. Feeling relieved that his sister was content working part-time at Fernandez without facing any mistreatment or discrimination, Ji Shengqing relaxed. However, White's call to his sister was not merely to inquire about her job. After exchanging a few pleasantries, White casually shifted the conversation, seemingly nonchalantly asking, Jenny, has your company been up to anything significant lately? Significant? Oh yes, Jenny replied without a second thought. Our boss just purchased 5 acres of land. It seems he intends to build a factory. As for the distinction between a factory and a workshop, Jenny was unaware. She had merely overheard the official employees discussing with pride the boss's plans for a large maintenance workshop and a modification workshop during conversations with her colleagues. Thus, she instinctively assumed that since it was referred to as a workshop, it must indeed be a factory. What? Ji Shengqing exclaimed in disbelief. Jenny, you can't be joking. Unbeknownst to Jenny, the gravity of this information was lost on her, yet Ji Shengqing was all too aware of its implications. The fact that Fernandez had acquired a vast tract of land without any collaboration with banks indicated a significant alternative source of funding. This was troubling. If Fernandez relied solely on his financing channel, the terms would undoubtedly favor Ji Shengqing, leaving Fernandez with limited options. However, the existence of another funding source changed everything. For the bank, this was second only to the worst news possible, a client canceling a loan. Initially, Ji Shengqing was confident about the loan to Chen Geng, believing it to be a guaranteed success, akin to pinching a snail with 3 fingers. Yet, the information inadvertently revealed by his sister struck White like a thunderbolt. But that was not the worst of it. The most alarming aspect was the timing. When did this happen? Why had he heard nothing about it? How had Fernandez resolved his funding? Was he borrowing from another bank? Despite the cool temperature, beads of sweat poured down White's forehead, and he found it impossible to maintain his composure. Anyone would struggle to remain calm when something they deemed secure suddenly transformed into a tumultuous situation. Who is joking around here? Jenny felt slightly irked by her brother's exaggerated reaction, yet she tolerated it for the sake of familial affection. The construction company is currently conducting site inspections. Little did she know that her brother was drenched in cold sweat, anxiety coursing through him. Realizing that his sister was not jesting, White lost all desire to continue the conversation. He hastily exchanged a few more words with Jenny before abruptly ending the call, gathering his belongings and rushing out the door. When White arrived at the Fernandez company, he caught sight of Chen Geng in the distance, donning a yellow construction safety helmet and earnestly gesturing towards a vacant lot alongside a man. As he approached, he overheard Chen Geng exuberantly declare, "Mr. Campbell, my envisioned plan is as follows. This section here will feature a parking lot accommodating 200 vehicles. Over here will be a guest parking area with a capacity for at least 50 cars. I intend to construct a large vehicle maintenance workshop capable of housing 10 lifts simultaneously, along with 5 emergency repair pits, providing ample space for servicing 20 vehicles concurrently. And as for this area, it will be my automotive modification workshop. That essentially encapsulates my proposal. Please provide me with a quotation for the entire project. Additionally, how long do you anticipate the completion will take?" As Campbell listened to Chen Geng, he nodded thoughtfully while jotting down notes on paper. After a moment, he sought clarification. "Mr. Fernandez, if I am not mistaken, the 2 buildings you desire are simply storage facilities with no specific air quality requirements, necessitating only surface hardening and the installation of essential ventilation systems, correct?" "Exactly," Chen Geng affirmed with a nod. Recognizing Chen Geng's confirmation, Campbell continued, "In terms of construction materials, there is no need for robust brick and concrete structures. A modular steel structure will suffice. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Chen Geng replied, then added thoughtfully, however. "Within the automotive modification workshop, a small low-dust, temperature-controlled chamber is required. It need not be overly large. Just around 20 square meters will suffice." "Understood. That is a minor detail, not a significant issue. A dedicated, sealed, temperature-regulated, low-dust chamber of that size is straightforward. It is intended for disassembling and assembling precision machinery such as engines and gearboxes. The cost will be minimal." Once it was confirmed that Chen Geng had no further requests, Campbell provided his estimate. If these are the only projects, the total construction period will be approximately 23 to 25 days. The surface hardening will take around 12 days, with the remainder allocated for the installation of the steel structures. As for the overall project cost, further calculations by the engineering and cost estimation departments are necessary. But based on my experience, I would preliminarily estimate it to be between 250,000 and 280,000. Is it truly possible to complete this extensive construction, spanning several thousand square meters, within 23 to 25 days? While it seemed astonishing, it was, in fact, quite normal. The construction industry in the United States is highly developed and has fully embraced standardization and modularization. A typical single-story American wooden house can be erected from scratch in merely 4 to 5 days. Why such expeditiousness? Because all components, frames, and panels are prefabricated. For a structure that has been so meticulously streamlined, the building process essentially resembles assembling a large jigsaw puzzle. Residential housing is similar to industrial factory buildings. Although the construction speed varies based on the size of the factory and the technical specifications for general production and storage facilities, the construction process can often outpace that of residential buildings. After all, the The structural design of factory buildings is comparatively simpler, consisting merely of 4 walls and a roof. Unlike residential homes that require numerous functional divisions. Thus, while the area may appear substantial, it essentially involves placing 2 oversized empty boxes on a prepared hard surface. Given standard components, how long could this take? Completing it in 23 to 25 days is already considered slow. If a construction team from China in 30 years were to undertake such a steel structure project, exceeding 18 days would likely incur the owner's ire. Chen Geng furrowed his brow at the price. It was too high. Mr. Fernandez, Campbell was about to defend himself, but as he opened his mouth, Chen Geng waved him off, saying, "Mr. Campbell, these projects lack significant technical complexity. They are quite straightforward. If you cannot provide me with a sincere quotation, I believe it would be prudent to consider engaging another company for this project. In Detroit, there are certainly dozens of engineering firms capable of handling such projects." Campbell opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Fernandez was right. While claiming there are hundreds of companies in Detroit capable of such projects might be an exaggeration, there are indeed 20 to 30 that can easily manage the task. Given the low technical requirements, survival is particularly challenging for smaller firms like Campbell's, often leading to fierce competition for contracts. Gritting his teeth, Campbell stated, $230,000. The total will be $230,000, Mr. Fernandez. I assure you, you won't find a lower offer than mine. Very well, $230,000 it is. I am straightforward and won't haggle, Chen Geng nodded, taking a moment to boast about himself. As for the payment terms, Campbell breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, upon signing the contract, a 20 payment will be made, followed by proportional payments based on construction progress. After completion and acceptance of the project, 80 of the total amount will be paid, and after 6 months of confirmed satisfactory use, the final 20 will be settled. Fearing Chen Geng might not understand the customary practices, Campbell added, "This is a standard payment method in the construction industry." Indeed. Campbell had not attempted any tricks in this aspect. Chen Geng nodded, "Then it's settled. Let's arrange a time tomorrow to meet with a construction consulting firm to draft the contract, and you can officially commence work the day after." To his surprise, Fernandez was remarkably accommodating. Campbell smiled broadly, repeatedly assuring Chen Geng that he would complete the entire project with quality and punctuality. However, as he listened to Chen Geng and the others, White felt the last vestige of hope evaporate. He was despondent, realizing that his sister was correct. Fernandez had indeed managed to acquire the funds to purchase this land and was ambitiously planning to make significant strides. Observing White, who stood to the side with an expression reminiscent of one mourning a deceased mother, Chen Geng could not suppress a smirk. He raised his hand in greeting. "Hey, White. How do you do?" "Hey, brother Chen," White replied, forcing a semblance of cheerfulness as he struggled to muster a smile. "I came over to see if there's anything I can assist with." "You scoundrel," Chen Geng chuckled, shaking his head playfully. "Do you think I am unaware of your true intentions for coming here?" White offered an awkward smile but remained silent, seemingly in a casual tone. Chen Geng remarked to White, "During my recent visit to HSD, I had the fortune of meeting a few esteemed members of the business community. Curiously enough, they have some connections to our family." Chapter 29. Auto Parts? Auto Parts. The mere utterance of this phrase by Chen Geng instantly deepened White's mood. White was aware of Chen Geng's affiliation with the North American Chinese Merchants Association, as well as his intention to participate in activities at the HSD Special District. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for Chen Geng to reconnect with some acquaintances from the association and rekindle old familial ties. Although Chen Geng's words were only half-spoken, he was certainly not naive. He comprehended the implication of Chen Geng's message. Those esteemed seniors, old connections from his family, were willing to extend financial assistance. This was not a complex notion to grasp. In American social interactions, substantial monetary borrowing rarely occurs, as their frail interpersonal connections often lead them to prefer borrowing from banks rather than from those outside their immediate kinship. Of course, they often find themselves unable to borrow at all. In contrast, our Chinese culture values personal relationships and friendships, where mutual support is the norm during hardships. This adage is especially pertinent among business people, who often lend a helping hand to one another when faced with difficulties. Yet, Chen Geng's subsequent statement left Ji Shenqing's eyes wide with astonishment. "However, regarding the loan, since I have previously mentioned it to you, I shall certainly not go back on my word." At that moment, Ji Shenqing felt as if he had been thrust from hell to heaven in the blink of an eye. What trick was Fernandez playing now? Despite his initial bewilderment, Ji Xingqing, being a seasoned individual accustomed to interacting with various people, quickly grasped Chen Geng's intent. Although there were individuals willing to assist Chen Geng, it inevitably created a debt of gratitude, a burden that is often challenging to bear. If one can avoid such obligations, it is preferable to do so. Borrowing from a bank is evidently a more prudent option compared to accruing personal debts. Realizing Chen Geng's reluctance to incur obligations, Ji Xingqing felt a slight sense of relief. Nonetheless, it was clear that with Chen Geng having secured an alternative financing avenue, the United Community Bank would need to offer a significantly greater incentive to acquire this order from Fernandez's company. Otherwise, they would merely be left with a debt of gratitude. Indeed, Chen Geng's next comments confirmed Ji Xingqing's suspicions. If one can avoid incurring favors, it is best to do so, even when it comes to elders. However, before Chen Geng could finish his thought, Ji Xingqing, having fully understood the implications, quickly interjected, "Brother Chen, rest assured, our manager has assured us of maximum support. I will report your latest situation to our manager and strive to secure the highest limit, lowest interest rate, and favorable terms for you." Such is the curious nature of circumstances. Had Chen Geng been the one beseeching the United Community Bank for a loan, they would likely have adopted a haughty demeanor. Yet, observing Chen Geng's apparent disregard for collaboration and recognizing the substantial banking transactions and lucrative business he provided to their branch, the United Community Bank found themselves unable to resist. "This fellow is quite clever," Chen Geng nodded with a smile, yet remarked, "Isn't this a bit troublesome?" "Not at all, rest assured, it's absolutely no problem." Ji Xingqing vigorously shook his head. In truth, Chen Geng's willingness to secure a loan from the bank had already taken him by surprise. After a brief pause, Ji Xingqing continued, "I cannot guarantee too much, but I believe, personally, that an interest rate of at least 2.3 should not pose a significant issue. If all goes well, the approval should be finalized within 5 working days." Chen Geng nodded. "I'll await your good news." The despondent Ji Xingqing departed with newfound exuberance. He had resolved that if the manager dared to deny his request, he would at the very least slam the table and shatter 2 items in that insufferable white-skinned pig's office. Little did he know, Chen Geng also breathed a sigh of relief. "After all, I have only been in the second-hand car business for just over a month. How much money could I possibly have?" Anderson rushed over, his face alight with excitement, and said to Chen Geng, Boss, regarding our procurement of spare parts, I have an idea that could significantly reduce our costs and investments." "Yes, go on," Chen Geng nodded, intrigued and curious by Anderson's words. "Tell me, what do you plan to do? If it proves feasible and can greatly lower our procurement costs, the company will reward 5 of the savings once quantified." This was an incentive policy Chen Geng had introduced recently, allowing anyone to propose viable suggestions to the company. If adopted, the company would reward based on the value of the suggestion, with the highest rewards for those related to business and cost. Chen Geng, somewhat curious, pondered how Anderson could reduce the fixed prices of spare parts significantly. If it truly could lead to substantial savings in procurement costs, Chen Geng would be more than willing to offer even 10 of the savings. Anderson's face beamed with joy, clearly pleased with his boss's generosity. He quickly replied, "You see, for us, the purpose of car repairs is to ensure that the vehicle remains in good condition. It doesn't necessarily have to be brand new parts. Even used parts, as long as they are functional, can be utilized, right?" "Of course," Chen Geng nodded, though internally disappointed, thinking, "Don't I already know this?" However, the market for second-hand auto parts in America has really developed. There is no tradition of frugality among you Americans, who tend to waste significantly. Where am I supposed to source these parts? Nevertheless, one should not dampen employee enthusiasm. Looking at Anderson, Chen Geng inquired, "So, do you know such channels?" "I don't know such people." Anderson quickly waved his hands. "But isn't there a number of scrap car dismantling factories in Detroit? What I mean is, why don't we collaborate with them?" Chen Geng was momentarily taken aback, then smacked his forehead in frustration. What a foolish thought. Dismantled car parts. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the domestic automotive aftermarket is likely familiar with a remarkable phenomenon known as Chen Tian. This locale is recognized as the largest market for used auto parts not only in China, but throughout Asia. The merchants here engage in the trade of virtually every conceivable used auto component, ranging from substantial items such as bumpers and front fascias to central control panels, seats, windshields, various exterior panels, wheels, tires, engines, transmissions, and an array of suspension systems for different vehicle models. Even the minutiae like central control units, automotive amplifiers, speakers, brake discs, brake calipers, various hoses, cables, and even specific screws for particular vehicle models can be found in this extraordinary place. When it comes to anything related to automobiles, Chen Tian leaves no stone unturned. In the United States, scrap vehicle dismantling facilities serve a similar purpose. However, Americans, accustomed to extravagance, approach the disassembly process with considerably less finesse than the dedicated used car merchants of Chen Tian. While Chen Tian's used car dealers can meticulously strip a vehicle down to its bare shell, Americans typically lack this diligence. Supported by global resources, the common American practice involves merely removing the four wheels, draining the fluids, and occasionally, if in good spirits, disassembling the engine and transmission. If the mood strikes them poorly, they may neglect the latter and resort to crushing the vehicle with hydraulic or water pressure machines, deeming the job complete. Some dismantling facilities are so indifferent that they leave vehicles to rust in the elements, unconcerned, as the industry is lucrative enough to profit handsomely from scrap metal alone. Given the ease of making money, why would one toil tirelessly? We often encounter scenes in Hollywood films depicting a down-and-out automotive modification expert who ventures into a scrapyard, extracting parts from a discarded vehicle, only to emerge victorious. This scenario mirrors the actual state of the American automotive dismantling industry. A small favor, perhaps a hamburger or a few dollars, can grant one access to rummage through a dismantling yard, and familiarity may even allow for occasional free visits. It is crucial to clarify that a scrapped vehicle does not equate to all its components being unusable. The United States lacks a true vehicle scrapping system. As long as one is willing to drive a car, they may do so for decades, provided they can afford the exorbitant maintenance costs of a model that has been out of production for years. Otherwise, one might as well send it to a scrapyard. In this regard, Americans enjoy a greater sense of freedom compared to their Japanese counterparts. When Americans scrap a vehicle, they need not pay additional fees, whereas in Japan, one must pay a scrapping fee, known as the recycling fee, which is typically incorporated into the purchase price of a new vehicle, making it mandatory at the time of buying a new car. Another significant source of scrapped vehicles is accident cars. A sedan that has been rear-ended by a truck may have an intact front end, including the front suspension, engine, transmission, and central console, while the rear differential and drive shafts remain functional. Such vehicles hold considerable value. In the domestic used car dismantling industry, specialized auctions are organized for these scrapped cars, attracting a multitude of industry professionals. As for why Americans do not engage in such practices, it is because they currently possess ample financial resources and are thus disinclined to expend the effort. However, in 30 years, when Americans can no longer indulge in the extravagant consumption of the planet's resources, they will inevitably have to tighten their belts. Chapter 30. The sale of parts by weight. It is worth mentioning that I have previously dealt with secondhand auto parts. The air conditioning compressor used in our company's first vehicle was sourced from a dismantled car, as the quote for a brand new unit from Aizen Seiki was exorbitantly high. It has not been long since then, yet I have completely forgotten about this experience. Forgetting one's roots is certainly an undesirable habit. Gently tapping the table twice, Chen Geng said, "Come, accompany me." "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" "We are heading to the auto dismantling company to see what terms they can offer us." As the automotive capital of America, Detroit naturally possesses unique characteristics that set it apart from other major cities. Typically, medium to large cities have only one or two auto dismantling companies, but Detroit boasts three. Coincidentally, the nearest dismantling company to Fernandez Auto Sales is located less than 20 kilometers away. Here to scavenge for parts? The guard at the dismantling company, having seen many visitors, lazily surveyed Chen Geng and Anderson as they arrived in a pickup truck. He casually stated, "It's $20 per vehicle, and you may take away no more than 200 pounds. Entry and exit require weighing. Exceeding the weight limit incurs additional charges. You have until sunset to leave. Pay up." Chen Geng thought. $20 allows for the removal of 200 pounds, roughly 95 kilograms of parts. This is the standard rate for casual visitors seeking parts. If we were to establish a long-term partnership with this dismantling company, the benefits would be immense. Reflecting on the money spent on parts previously, Chen Geng suddenly felt regret for the expenses incurred. Meanwhile, Anderson appeared quite exhilarated. "That 5 is definitely mine. I wonder how much more I could earn in a month. Perhaps even up to $500? Feeling a sense of loss, Chen Geng quickly adjusted his mood and addressed the guard. "We are not here to seek parts. We wish to discuss a partnership with your boss. Is he available? Consider yourselves fortunate. Our boss happens to be here today. But are you truly here to negotiate a partnership? The guard furrowed his brow, eyeing Chen Geng and Anderson with suspicion. Let me make it clear. Do not attempt to use the pretense of a business discussion to steal from us. We can leave our vehicle outside, Chen Geng replied, uninterested in engaging in an argument. As he spoke, he discreetly handed the guard $10, adding, of course, if you trust us, we could also bring the vehicle inside. All right, the guard conceded, recognizing the power of the $10 bill. Given this gesture and noting that Chen Geng and Anderson did not resemble the typical desperate scavengers, he decided to grant them some leniency. You may bring the vehicle inside, but upon your exit, I will need to inspect your truck bed. Not a problem? Chen Geng nodded in agreement. Michael, the proprietor of the scrap car dismantling factory, epitomizes the quintessential American. By quintessential American, I refer to the stereotype of a robust, overweight Caucasian man whose considerable girth necessitates the use of air conditioning in his office long before April even arrives. At this moment, Michael gazes at Chen Geng and Anderson with a look of astonishment. Are you two suggesting a collaboration with my dismantling business? Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am the owner of Fernandez Automotive Sales. Chen Geng interjects, primarily engaged in the sale of used cars, repairs, and automotive modifications. I see, Michael interrupts, suddenly animated. I know you. I've heard of you. You are that enigmatic Eastern sorcerer, correct? Goodness. My reputation is spread this far? Chen Geng is taken aback by Michael's reaction, surprised that his notoriety has reached such lengths that even this hefty man has heard of him. Yet, if that is the case, why has no one sought his magical assistance? Perhaps his theories on divine territory have also circulated? Nevertheless, a modicum of fame is certainly not a detriment. With a smile, he nods. If you refer to the one who can dispel misfortune and curses from vehicles, then that would indeed be me. It truly is you, Michael exclaims, interrupting Chen Geng's words with palpable excitement. Mr. Fernandez, it is an honor to meet you. I am a devoted admirer of yours. I witnessed you cruising down the road in that Ferrari 212, and it left an indelible impression on me. The pleasure is mine, Chen Geng responds courteously, accustomed to such encounters. However, the elusive Eastern sorcerer cannot impede Michael's pursuit of profit. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Michael inquires, so, Mr. Fernandez, how do you envision our collaboration? Forgive my candor, but I operate solely as a scrap car dismantling company. I fail to see where our paths might intersect. Chen Geng, undeterred, candidly states, as I mentioned earlier, in addition to selling used cars, I also engage in automotive repairs. I hope to procure some parts from your facility. I envision this collaboration as long-term and consistent, and I would appreciate any favorable pricing you could extend. Upon hearing the mention of finances, Michael swiftly reverts to his mercantile demeanor. Even in the presence of a mystical figure from the East, the prospect of profit reigns supreme. While slightly taken aback by Chen Geng's request, he is not overly surprised, having encountered many individuals seeking parts. Of course, but there are two issues, he states. Chen Geng nods in acknowledgement. Please, go on. Firstly, I lack sufficient manpower, Michael explains. As you know, dismantling parts is an exceedingly labor-intensive endeavor that cannot be mechanized. It must be performed by hand. Therefore, I cannot provide you with personnel. You will need to source your own workers for the dismantling. Understood, no problem, Chen Geng replies. Chen Geng readily agreed, not expecting the other party to neatly dismantle the parts and place them on the shelf for his selection. Upon hearing Chen Geng's consent, Michael let out a sigh of relief and continued. The second point is the price. Go on, Chen Geng replied. Since this is a long-term collaboration, the price you can secure will undoubtedly be much lower than that offered to those sporadic buyers, Michael cunningly stated. However, given that you will be taking usable spare parts, we must discuss the pricing. Anderson knew it was his moment to speak and stepped forward, asserting, but if we do not purchase, you will only be able to sell them as scrap metal. You are correct. If you do not come, we will indeed have to sell them as scrap. Michael conceded without denial. But now that you are here with a demand, and we have the supply, the pricing will certainly differ from before. Anderson's face flushed with anger. How can you say such a thing? Meanwhile, Chen Geng began to grasp Michael's intentions and intervened, saying, please, continue. Even if these parts were dismantled by you, we cannot treat them as scrap metal, Michael proclaimed with an air of confidence. We will calculate based on weight at 20 cents per pound. Chen Geng mused. 20 cents per pound? That is roughly equivalent to 20 cents for about 1 pounds. It reminds me of those years when disc wholesale dealers would shout, $3. $3. Discs for $3 a pound. He felt a sense of triumph, Could automotive spare parts truly be valued at 20 cents per pound? What would a complete shock absorber cost? How much for a fully functional spark plug? Even a complete engine and transmission? Yet, Anderson believed his boss was being severely cheated. If the boss was losing out, it meant his own commission would be significantly diminished. While Chen Geng reveled in his unexpected fortune, Anderson, red-faced and irate, argued with Michael. 20 cents per pound? Why don't you just go rob someone? Don't think I'm unaware. The price you sell scrap iron for is only 1 cent per pound. 1 cent per pound. Now you dare to ask for 20 cents per pound. That's a 20-fold increase. Mr. Michael, have you lost your mind over greed? Faced with Anderson's fury, Michael adopted a defiant demeanor, shrugging nonchalantly. I acknowledge that this price is a bit steep, but I am taking advantage of you. What are you going to do about it? Anderson was infuriated. Yet he continued to argue with Michael, while Chen Geng simply smiled. Initially, he found the price of 20 cents per pound quite reasonable. However, at this moment, he grasped Anderson's arm and addressed Michael, saying, Mr. Michael, there are 3 scrap car dismantling companies throughout Detroit. You are not my sole option. If you cannot present me with a satisfactory price, I am more than willing to consider collaborating with another firm. Surely, you would not wish to let this business slip away, would you? Chen Geng's words struck a chord with Michael, who threatened Chen Geng with the notion that if they desired cheaper goods, they must endure his exorbitant pricing. Chen Geng responded, I can tolerate your higher prices. But should your offers become excessively unreasonable, I shall gladly seek another company to partner with, leaving you with no profit whatsoever. Do not presume that we have no alternatives to your inflexible stance. Reflecting on his own experience in dealing with second-hand auto parts, Chen Geng recalled that the air conditioning compressor used in his company's inaugural vehicle was sourced from a used parts supplier due to the outrageous quotes provided by Eisen Seiki for new units. How could he have forgotten that so quickly? Such forgetfulness is hardly a commendable trait. He gently tapped the table twice and declared, Come, accompany me. What? To the auto dismantling company. Let us observe what conditions these companies can offer. As the automotive capital of the United States, Detroit certainly had its unique characteristics. Typically, mid-sized cities boast only 1 or 2 auto dismantling firms, but Detroit was different. It had 3. Coincidentally, the nearest scrap car dismantling company was located less than 20 kilometers from the Fernandez Auto Sales Company. As they approached, the guard at the entrance, having seen many visitors, lazily scrutinized Chen Geng and Anderson, who arrived in a pickup truck. He casually stated, $20 per vehicle, with a weight limit of 200 pounds. All entries and exits require weighing. Excess weight incurs additional charges. You must leave before sunset. Pay up, Chen Geng noted. $20 allows for the removal of 200 pounds, approximately 95 kilograms of parts. This is the treatment for occasional visitors seeking parts. One can only imagine the benefits of a long-term partnership with this dismantling company. Reflecting on the previous expenses he incurred for parts, Chen Geng suddenly felt as though he had squandered his money. Meanwhile, Anderson appeared exhilarated. That 5% is definitely mine. I wonder how much more I could earn in a month. Could it be $500? Feeling a sense of having been unfairly treated, Chen Geng quickly regained his composure and spoke to the guard. We are not here to seek parts. We have come to discuss a partnership with your boss. Is your boss present? You are fortunate. Our boss happens to be here today. But are you truly here to negotiate a partnership with him? The guard furrowed his brow, watching Chen Geng and Anderson with a wary expression. Let me make it clear. Do not attempt to enter under the pretense of seeking our boss to steal anything. Chen Geng, disinterested in engaging in an argument, casually slipped him a $10 bill while responding, Of course, if you trust us, we can drive our car inside. The power of the $10 bill was formidable. Swayed by its presence, the guard decided to grant Chen Geng a favor. Moreover, Chen Geng and Anderson's attire did not resemble that of the typical destitute individuals who occasionally came to scavenge here. You may drive the car in, but I must inspect your trunk upon your exit. No problem, Chen Geng nodded in agreement. The owner of the scrap car dismantling yard, Michael, was a quintessential American, a portly gentleman whose obesity necessitated air conditioning in his office even before April. At that moment, Michael gazed at Chen Geng and Anderson with astonishment. Are you two suggesting a partnership with my dismantling operation? Ah, but I have yet to inquire about your identities. I am Chen Geng, the owner of Fernandez Auto Sales, primarily engaged in the sale and repair of used cars, as well as automotive modifications. Before Chen Geng could finish, the rotund Michael became animated. I know you. I've heard of you. You're that mysterious Eastern sorcerer, aren't you? Chen Geng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his reputation had spread so far that even this man had heard of him. Yet, he wondered why no one had sought his magical services. Had his theory of divine territory also circulated? Nonetheless, a modicum of fame was certainly not unwelcome. With a smile, Chen Geng affirmed, "If you are referring to the sorcerer who dispels misfortune and curses from vehicles, then that would indeed be me." "Huh, it truly is you," Michael interrupted, overflowing with excitement. "Mr. Fernandez, it is an honor to meet you. I am a devoted admirer. I witnessed you speeding down the road in that Ferrari 212. It left an indelible impression on me." "The honor is mine," Chen Geng replied politely, accustomed to such admiration. However, the enigmatic Eastern sorcerer could not afford to delay Michael's income. After some pleasantries, he inquired, "So, Mr. Fernandez, how do you envision collaborating with me? Forgive my candor, but I run a scrap car dismantling company, and I fail to see any potential for partnership." Chen Geng did not beat around the bush, but spoke candidly. "As I mentioned earlier, aside from my dealings in used car sales, I also engage in automotive repair services. I hope to procure some parts from you, and I desire that this collaboration be long-term and consistent, with a favorable price extended to me." Upon the mention of financial matters, Michael instantly resumed his merchant demeanor, unfazed even by the presence of a mysterious sorcerer from the East. Although somewhat taken aback by Chen Geng's request, he was not entirely surprised, having encountered many individuals seeking to scavenge parts. "Of course, that is feasible, however. There are two considerations," he stated. Chen Geng nodded, signaling him to proceed. "Firstly, I lack sufficient manpower," Michael explained. "Mr. Fernandez, as you are aware, disassembling parts is a labor-intensive endeavor that cannot be mechanized. It must be performed manually. Therefore, I cannot provide personnel for this task. You will need to find your own workers." "All right, that is acceptable," Chen Geng readily agreed, as he had not anticipated that the other party would dismantle the parts and neatly arrange them for his selection. Seeing Chen Geng's acquiescence, Michael sighed in relief and continued. "The second point pertains to pricing." "Go on," Chen Geng prompted. "Given that this is a long-term partnership, the prices you receive will, of course, be significantly lower than those offered to the sporadic visitors," Michael slyly remarked. "However, since you will be taking usable components, the pricing structure." Anderson, realizing it was time for him to interject, stepped forward and stated, "But if we do not purchase, you would only be able to sell them as scrap metal." "You are correct," Michael conceded. "If you do not come, we would indeed have to sell them as scrap. But now that you are here, with demand on your side and supply on ours, the pricing will undoubtedly differ from before." Anderson's face flushed with indignation. "How can you justify this?" Meanwhile, Chen Geng began to grasp Michael's intentions and swiftly intervened to halt Anderson, saying, "Please continue. Thus, even if these parts are disassembled by your own hands, we cannot sell them to you as scrap," Michael proclaimed with an air of self-assuredness. "We will price them by weight, at 20 cents per pound." 20 cents per pound? Chen Geng countered. "Indeed," Michael affirmed. "When I entered, the security informed me that it was 20 for 200 pounds, which calculates to a price of 10 cents per pound." Chen Geng regarded Michael with a bemused expression. "So, if I purchase in bulk from you, the price is still double that of the occasional buyer?" "Ah?" Michael was momentarily taken aback. "Is that so?" Chen Geng, disinterested in further dialogue, simply pointed to the calculator on the table, indicating for him to do the math himself. The outcome was undoubtedly awkward. Chen Geng was absolutely right. Michael charged individual customers 10 cents per pound, yet for his major client Chen Geng, the price inexplicably soared to 20 cents per pound. However, this fellow had the audacity to remain unfazed, chuckling as he remarked, "Ah, I must have miscalculated. How about I offer you 8 cents per pound instead?" Anderson was incensed. Such a glaring oversight, such a splendid opportunity for demonstration. And he had just failed to recognize it. Seizing the moment, he sprang forth, his face flushed and voice raised in protest against Michael. 8 cents per pound? Why don't you go rob a bank? Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of the price at which you sell this scrap metal, only 1 cent per pound. Now you dare to demand 8 cents? That's an increase of 8-fold. Mr. Michael, have you lost your mind over money? In the face of Anderson's fury, Michael shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "I am aware that this price is somewhat steep," adopting an attitude that implied, "I'm going to take advantage of you. If you have the guts, challenge me." Anderson was infuriated and eager to continue the argument with Michael, but Chen Geng merely smiled. Initially, he found the price of 8 cents per pound quite agreeable, but now he restrained Anderson and turned to Michael, saying, "Mr. Michael, there are 3 dismantling companies for scrapped vehicles in all of Detroit. You are not my sole option. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory price, I am perfectly willing to seek collaboration elsewhere. Surely, you wouldn't want to see this business slip away, would you? Chen Geng's words struck a chord with Michael. While Michael attempted to threaten Chen Geng with the notion that to seek cheaper goods meant enduring his exploitation, Chen Geng countered, I can tolerate your higher prices. But if you propose something utterly outrageous, I shall take my business to another company, ensuring you earn not a dime from this deal. Do not presume that you are my only choice to assert such a position. Chapter 31. Establishing Chen Tian in Detroit. Faced with Chen Geng's threat, Michael instantly faltered. The reality of Chen Geng's intimidation loomed large. Within the city of Detroit, there were 3 scrap vehicle dismantling companies. Given the advantages presented by Fernandez, if he did not reduce his prices, the other 2 would inevitably do so. In such a scenario, why would he forego the opportunity to earn money that was practically handed to him, allowing those 2 rascals to profit instead? After some contemplation, Michael proposed, why not categorize the various parts into distinct types, each with a different price? What do you think? Chen Geng remained non-committal, prompting, go on, elaborate. Michael continued, the first category would encompass consumables, such as usable tires, rims, glass, and spark plugs. The second would include automotive components like dashboards, steering rods, shock absorbers, horns, and drive shafts. The third would involve more intricate items, such as engines, gearboxes, and ignition coils. Michael's strategy was aimed at maximizing his own interests, a notion that Chen Geng could accept. Unlike Americans, who often sought to monopolize all profits, Chen Geng adhered to the principle of mutual benefit from the outset, ensuring that all parties could gain. However, agreeing in principle to Michael's suggestion was one thing, while being perceived as a fool by others was another matter. After a brief pause, Chen Geng remarked, in principle, this is acceptable, yet we must carefully consider the contents of each major category. As for pricing, we need to deliberate. The baseline price should not exceed 5 cents per pound. 5 cents per pound? Michael grimaced. Mr. Fernandez, that price is far too low. I hardly stand to gain anything. Chen Geng, having grown thoroughly disenchanted with the mathematical acumen of students emerging from American public schools, felt a pang of frustration. He was tempted to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to make his point clear. Consider this, when I come to your place. Dismantling just a few engines yields 2 to 3 tons. Can you calculate how much you could earn in a month? Well, that seems reasonable, but, moreover, I do not solely utilize these parts. I will also sell them to automotive repair businesses throughout Detroit and even the entire state of Michigan. Tell me, how much do you think you could earn in a month? Chen Geng candidly stated, believe it or not, by collaborating with me, you could easily earn several $1,000s more each month. Instead of focusing on this trivial amount, you should be contemplating how to secure as many sources as possible. Michael suddenly had an epiphany. While it was true that since the 1970s, the annual sales of new passenger vehicles in the United States had exceeded 4 million, the accumulation of various scrap vehicles in Detroit over the years was rather limited. After deducting those parts that had lost all recycling value, the sporadic visits from a few casual customers were one thing. But now, with the extensive collaboration with Fernandez, how long could his yard sustain such an endeavor? Instead of wasting time calculating with Fernandez, it would be more prudent to consider ways to expand our supply sources. Perhaps I could establish connections with the African-American gangs in Detroit, encouraging them to procure more stolen cars for us? 6 cents. Michael chuckled a couple of times, presenting his price. Furthermore, our minimum monthly amount cannot fall below $3,000. Implicit in this statement is the understanding that if the transaction volume in any given month is less than $3,000, you are still obligated to pay me at least that sum. For Michael, having this $3,000 would essentially cover the salaries of his employees each month. One cannot expect the wages of workers in such a location to reach the average wage level of the United States. It may seem that Chen Geng was at a disadvantage, but who is Chen Geng? After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. All right, $3,000 it is. But we must sign an exclusive cooperation agreement, ensuring that for the next 5 years, you will only collaborate with me. Deal. Without hesitation, Michael consented. Though not proficient in mathematics, he understood one crucial point. Currently, across the United States, it appears that Fernandez is the sole player in the business of dismantling scrap cars. Given that there is no other company in the nation engaging in this line of work, aside from collaborating with Fernandez, who else could he partner with? Rather than quarreling over this detail, it would be wiser to expedite the determination of prices for each category of spare parts. Upon exiting Michael's dismantling company, Anderson could no longer contain his excitement and eagerly inquired of Chen Geng, boss, Are you truly planning to sell these dismantled parts to all the automotive repair companies in Detroit? If Mr. Fernandez intends to sell these intact, functional dismantled parts to automotive repair shops in Detroit and throughout Michigan, it could represent a business opportunity of unimaginable magnitude. Indeed, Chen Geng nodded. I have just considered this notion. Surely we alone cannot utilize such a vast quantity of parts. What shall we do with the surplus? Store them in a warehouse for gradual use? Or allow them to rust? Neither of these options is viable. If we cannot use them, why not sell them to others? If our repair system is functional, other automotive repair companies would benefit from it as well, wouldn't they? Provided we establish a competitively priced offering for these used auto parts, those repair enterprises would have no reason to refrain from utilizing them. Before others recognize this opportunity, we must seize the moment and solidify our position in the market. As this market develops, it is improbable that only one enterprise will thrive. However, as pioneers, we must aspire to become the largest player. In Chen Geng's perspective, these dismantling companies are akin to mountains of gold, merely obscured by a layer of dirt. His objective is to stake a claim before others realize that beneath these mounds lie riches. However, this sentiment need not be shared with Anderson. Anderson nodded enthusiastically, as if envisioning the sight of well-organized second-hand automotive parts from the Fernandez Company adorning the shelves of auto repair businesses across Michigan and the entire nation. Such a substantial venture must surely yield sales exceeding $100 million annually, he mused. He promptly exclaimed, Boss, if you intend to expand this business, we must establish a warehouse to systematically categorize and store the parts harvested from dismantled vehicles for resale. Chen Geng nodded in agreement, having already contemplated the necessity of warehousing. However, his ambitions reached even further. With Chen Tian paving the way, why could he not center his own enterprise and cultivate a Detroit like Chen Tian around it? The reason Chen Tian's parts had swiftly captured the market was their unparalleled cost-effectiveness. If the dismantled parts on his end could enter the market at merely a third or even a quarter of the price of new components, it would surely not be long before they gained traction. One should not underestimate the American penchant for thrift. For the average citizen, saving a few dollars is paramount. Money is not easily come by in any nation, and Americans are no exception. As long as it is clearly communicated that these are second-hand parts, priced affordably and equally functional, Chen Geng was confident that few would be able to resist the allure. Admittedly, the downside may lie in the shorter lifespan of the parts. Yet this was hardly a significant concern. The cost of replacing a new part would suffice to cover several old ones. By the time another replacement was needed, one's car might have been sold long ago. Anderson chuckled foolishly, his eyes glazed with dreams of the immense profits to be shared. Meanwhile, Chen Geng gently tapped the car window with his hand, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, he finally made a decision and turned to Anderson, inquiring, Anderson, if I entrust this venture to you, do you feel confident in managing it? Anderson was taken aback by Chen Geng's proposition, staring blankly at his boss. His face a portrait of astonishment, his teeth chattering nervously. BB boss, you mean meeting Anderson's incredulous gaze? Chen Geng affirmed, you are correct in your assumptions. However, you know I have never been one to be stingy. Any employee who demonstrates their capability and value will be generously rewarded, and you are no exception. The collaboration with the dismantling company was your idea. As a reward, you will receive a 20% stake in this business. Anderson's throat constricted with excitement, nearly overwhelming him. He was aware of his boss's generosity and knew that a successful venture would yield rewards. But he could hardly fathom the magnitude of Chen Geng's generosity, a 20% stake in the business. This meant that he would transform from an ordinary worker into a business partner. Drive carefully, Chen Geng admonished, observing Anderson's slightly dazed demeanor. I certainly do not wish for you to lose your life before you even have the chance to prosper. Realizing that this was not the time for merriment, Anderson offered a sheepish chuckle, striving to rein in his emotions. Rest assured, boss, I will diligently commit myself to this venture. Do not celebrate prematurely, Chen Geng interjected bluntly, interrupting him. There are several points you must remember. Instantly silenced, Anderson nodded obediently, eagerly awaiting Chen Geng's further instructions. It was evident to even the most naive that an opportunity to alter one's destiny had presented itself. Anderson, far from foolish, was acutely aware of this fact. Chapter 32. The hearts of veterans. Seeing Anderson attentively listening to his words, Chen Geng began. First and foremost, our focus is on dismantled auto parts, and cost-effectiveness is our greatest weapon. Therefore, our primary objective is to ensure that we never misrepresent dismantled parts as new. It is imperative that we maintain strict control over this aspect. ensuring that every consumer understands that we are selling fully functional, used auto parts. They should be able to acquire what they desire at the lowest possible cost, but we must never allow the counterfeit of new products using dismantled parts. Should such an occurrence arise, severe penalties will be enforced. Secondly, the variety of spare parts we need to stock may reach tens of thousands. To facilitate management, we must implement a computer system from the outset, creating a dedicated database to monitor the status of each item. We need to be acutely aware of the inventory levels, consumption rates, and when to restock. Thirdly, as a reward for your efforts, I shall grant you 10 equity in this project. Mr. Fernandez is giving me 10 of this project? Anderson's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind buzzing with disbelief, and a singular thought echoed. Am I dreaming? Despite Anderson being in a daze, Chen Geng continued. This means that you will now serve as the project manager. In this capacity, you may also oversee the automotive repair operations, but you must begin nurturing your successor immediately. I anticipate that within 6 months, a new leader will be ready to take over your responsibilities in the repair department. As for you, Anderson, as an engineer, your business acumen is undoubtedly lacking. While the company will hire professional managers to operate this project, you must also strive to enhance your skills in this area. It is not sufficient to simply follow the directives of the professional manager. If, in the future, you do not reach the level of an exemplary professional manager, you will be replaced, and a new manager will assume your position. However, rest assured, even if you step down from the managerial role, you will retain 5 equity, which will always belong to you and cannot be taken away. Anderson nodded vigorously, contemplating what more he could say to such a generous boss. He resolved to diligently learn how to effectively manage a business upon his return. Regarding the boss's comment about being ousted if he proved incompetent and losing his 5 share, Anderson found no fault in that. If he was indeed unfit for the role, he should step aside, and that 5 was evidently reserved for whoever held the managerial position. Moreover, the boss had still granted him 5, had he not? With a new employer willing to provide him with a substantial bonus, Anderson felt a sense of quiet joy, even contemplating the prospect of possessing shares. Yet, due to Chen Geng's generosity, he suddenly pondered a concern. Hesitating briefly, he inquired, Boss, if Michael discovers how profitable we are, might he abandon us to pursue his own venture? Not at all. Before Anderson could finish his sentence, Chen Geng confidently interjected, unless Michael is a fool. Huh? Anderson was taken aback by his boss's certainty. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, why wouldn't he be? Let me ask you this. Does Michael know that selling parts separately yields greater profits? He should. Anderson scratched his head. If he didn't realize that selling the parts individually was more lucrative, he wouldn't allow others to pay to dismantle them. Excellent point, Chen Geng retorted. Given that he is aware of the profitability of selling parts separately, why does he not engage in this practice himself? Chen Geng's counterquery prompted Anderson to ponder the matter instinctively. Indeed, if Michael recognizes the greater profits in selling parts separately, why does he refrain from doing so? After much contemplation, Anderson could not grasp the reason and could not help but ask Chen Geng, then, Boss, why doesn't he do it himself? Quite simple. Due to labor costs. Labor costs? Anderson's eyes widened with realization. Ah, I understand. He truly grasped that dismantling vehicles is fundamentally different from manufacturing other industrial products. To ensure the salvage parts remain functional, one must adhere to basic repair protocols. Random disassembly or reckless dismantling is not permissible. The only way to remove a part intact from a vehicle is through meticulous manual labor, where tools serve merely as aids. In this context, complications arise. As a developed nation, the labor costs in the United States are extraordinarily high, and for such outdoor work, the wages and benefits can be exorbitant. With labor costs soaring and the need to penetrate the market amidst numerous uncertainties, potentially leading to losses, it becomes utterly comprehensible why Michael opts out of this endeavor. After all, his dismantling enterprise already generates substantial annual revenue, allowing him to live quite comfortably. Having unraveled this conundrum, Anderson quickly recognized the implications. But, boss, this issue also applies to us. Who says so? Chen Geng responded with an enigmatic smile. What if I could resolve the labor cost dilemma? Huh? Anderson's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Can the boss really tackle labor costs? How would he manage that? He contemplated various solutions, yet no matter how far his imagination soared, he could not conceive how the boss might persuade workers to accept lower wages. Observing Chen Geng's unwavering confidence, Anderson could only reassure himself. If he could devise a solution, he wouldn't be earning merely a couple of $1,000s a month. Instead, like his boss, he could earn hundreds of thousands monthly. If the boss truly could resolve this issue, it would likely result in every dismantling company in Detroit clamoring for his collaboration. While Anderson struggled to fathom how Chen Geng would address the labor situation, to Chen Geng, it was hardly a concern. Upon returning to the company, he called out to Stanson, who was busy repairing cars. "Stanson, gather 2 of your brothers and come with me." Upon hearing these words, Stanson's expression immediately turned serious. This was the first time the boss had made such a request. He quickly approached Chen Geng and quietly inquired, "Boss, should we bring our weapons?" Stanson, not a fully qualified bodyguard, understood that a properly trained security professional would confirm the destination with their employer and plan the route accordingly. Unlike this group of soldiers, who seemed overly excited at the prospect of going out, as if they were eager for a brawl, Chen Geng silently criticized them and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. I merely wish to take a stroll in Chinatown." "That is essential," Stinson insisted. "Chinatown is a mixed bag. It would be prudent to exercise caution." Chen Geng, feeling apathetic about the situation, thought that since these individuals all possessed concealed carry permits allowing them to bear handguns, they could bring their arms if they deemed it necessary. However, he felt it was unnecessary to be so tense and casually explained, "There's really nothing to worry about. I'm not meeting anyone for negotiations or anything. I just want to explore Chinatown." Stinson gently shook his head and replied softly, "Boss, for us, your safety is paramount. Only those who have lost something can truly appreciate its value." After enduring years of societal discrimination and disdain since the Vietnam War, they held profound respect for Chen Geng, who provided them with job opportunities, offered generous salaries, and treated them with dignity. This respect was akin to the reverence they had for their commanding officers during their military service. They were acutely aware that aside from Mr. Fernandez, no one else would afford them such favorable treatment. To preserve their current fortunate lives, ensuring Mr. Fernandez's safety was imperative. In fact, Stinson and the other veterans had secretly conferred that, should a dire situation arise, they would stand in front of their boss. Though the veterans might not grasp the concept of fighting for one who understands them, they instinctively acted in that spirit. Unbeknownst to Chen Geng, he had already won the hearts of these Vietnam veterans. He merely sensed that as long as their concern was for his safety, even if it seemed a bit exaggerated, that was acceptable. Nodding, he said, "I'll make a call. Let us depart in 10 minutes. "Yes, sir," Stinson replied excitedly, saluting Chen Geng. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the military. After leaving Chen Geng's office, Stinson carefully retrieved a small brass whistle from his pocket and placed it in his mouth, accompanied by the sharp sound of the whistle. He bellowed, "Emergency assembly." Chen Geng paid no heed to Stinson's sentiments. Back in his office, he picked up the phone and dialed White. "White, do you have a moment? Would you like to join me for tea?" Upon receiving Chen Geng's call, White was overjoyed, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The mere invitation to tea brought him joy. He eagerly replied, "I have time. Of course, I have time. Chen Geng, where are you now?" "In Chinatown." "Chinatown. In Chinatown." Chen Geng glanced around and remarked, "Shall we meet in half an hour? Is there any issue?" "No problem at all. Absolutely none. Rest assured, Brother Chen. I will definitely be there in half an hour." After hanging up the phone, White could no longer remain seated. He paced excitedly around the office. Although he was unaware of the reason behind Chen Geng's sudden visit to Chinatown, he felt an instinctive premonition that something significant was about to transpire. "I must quickly inform that fool soul to ensure he does not hinder my important affairs." With this thought, he flung open the door and rushed into Soul's office, exclaiming, "Mr. Soul, I need to take leave. Immediately. Right now." Chapter 33. Being kind to kin in the United States. Nearly every city's Chinatown boasts a grand archway, and Detroit's Chinatown is no exception. When White hurriedly arrived, Chen Geng stood beneath the towering arch, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, though he did not smoke it, allowing it to burn idly as if lost in contemplation. Flanking Chen Geng on all 4 corners stood 4 imposing figures clad in sunglasses, veterans of the Vietnam War, all of whom White recognized and knew to be formidable. Curiously, what business did Fernandez have bringing such a group to Chinatown? With this question lingering in his mind, White approached to greet him, "Brother Chen." Upon seeing White, Chen Geng rose, smiling and nodding. "You've arrived? My apologies for keeping you waiting." "Not at all. I just got here," White replied, his gaze drifting towards Stinson and his companions. Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. "They insisted on coming with me when they heard I was coming here. They were quite concerned. This area of Chinatown can indeed be a bit chaotic." Unsure of Chen Geng's true intentions, White cautiously responded, "I see. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" Chen Geng asked, nodding affirmatively. "Though I too am a Chinese person making my way in Detroit. This is my first visit to Chinatown. I recall you mentioning that your family resides in this vicinity, correct? Yes, indeed. Ji Shencheng promptly replied, though he increasingly found Chen Geng's motives today peculiar. Nevertheless, his speech remained unperturbed. Around here, this Chinatown is home to about 70 to 80% of the Chinese residents and expatriates in Detroit. Essentially, all the Chinese in Detroit predominantly reside in this area. While speaking, Ji Shencheng discreetly stole glances at Stinson and his group. Clearly, Stinson and his companions possessed an aura that deterred loiterers. Typically, the small-time troublemakers who frequented Chinatown would relish in harassing unfamiliar faces. Yet now, not a single one dared to approach. After all, despite Chen Geng's Asian visage, the four formidable bodyguards at his side silently conveyed one message: stay away, don't stir up trouble. Chen Geng nodded in understanding. Surveying the shops lining the streets with keen interest, he inquired of Ji Shencheng, how are the revenues for these establishments? After a moment's thought, Ji Shencheng replied, I am not entirely certain of the exact figures, but I would estimate the annual income to be around $20,000. That's quite substantial, Chen Geng remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone, for this figure exceeded his expectations. According to the data released by the U.S. Treasury, the annual income of a typical American household barely reached $20,000. If only it were that simple, Ji Shencheng sighed ruefully, shaking his head. This income is nearly a third less due to the gangs and petty criminals in Chinatown. These gangs rise today and are extinguished tomorrow. And the newly formed ones do not care whether you have paid protection money in the past. They will collect it without fail. Sometimes, external gangs even intrude. All things considered, after a year of hard work, it would be fortunate to end up with around $10,000. I wonder if you remember that I mentioned to you many of our compatriots do not have formal jobs and can only rely on odd jobs to support their families. Chen Geng nodded. Yes, I have some impression of that. I had often heard Ji Shencheng lament about the hardships faced by Chinese individuals in Detroit. But without witnessing it firsthand, Chen Geng lacked a vivid impression. However, after seeing the living conditions of these compatriots, he couldn't help but exclaim, life is indeed tough for everyone. Yet, considering the plight of our people, it is still considerably better than that of those individuals of African descent. In this regard, Ji Shencheng felt a sense of pride. We Chinese are hardworking and resilient, willing to toil for a better life, while those individuals seem to be quite the opposite. Carelessly throwing in the towel, neglecting to improve their circumstances, merely living day by day, focusing only on filling their stomachs today, without a thought for tomorrow. Ji Shencheng rambled on, finding it hard to share these thoughts with anyone else, and since Fernandez was willing to listen, he gladly voiced his concerns. Chen Geng nodded. In the 1970s America, the political correctness that favored African Americans had yet to take shape. Just 2 years ago, a white man who married a black woman had just won a court case. This means that prior to this, interracial marriages between whites and blacks were illegal. As a yellow-skinned individual, straddling the divide between whites and blacks, we too face discrimination. However, the prejudice white people harbor against blacks is considerably more severe than that against us. Of course, this is also largely due to the industrious nature of our Chinese community. If, and I emphasize if, Chen Geng finally articulated his intent for Ji Shencheng, if I had a batch of job opportunities here with high income, albeit under arduous working conditions, requiring outdoor labor, do you think everyone would be willing to take part? Ji Shencheng suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Chen Geng in shock. His voice trembling, Brother Chen, do you mean? Chen Geng nodded. Yes, precisely what you heard. I have around 15 to 20 job positions available, with effort. The monthly income would not be less than $2,000, but the conditions are rather harsh. There's a saying, the fat water should not flow into the fields of outsiders. With such lucrative opportunities, Chen Geng naturally prioritized his compatriots, should he not? Would he instead extend a hand to those Americans, blacks, and Mexicans? Americans, blacks, and Mexicans are notoriously known for their crafty shortcuts while working. Yet when it comes to utilizing unions and strikes to safeguard their interests, they exhibit a masterful level of expertise. Such a master as Chen Geng cannot afford. As evidenced by Michael's reluctance to engage in dismantling vehicle parts or to attract African Americans and Mexicans for such labor. Why did Chen Geng think of seeking out his compatriots in Chinatown? On one hand, he had heard from Ji Shencheng that life for Chinese in America is quite arduous. Since they are all compatriots, it is only natural to lend a helping hand. On the other hand, the industriousness of our people is unparalleled by any other ethnicity or race. Our community is akin to wild grass, capable of thriving and flourishing under even the harshest conditions. Given an opportunity to take root. With such an opportunity, who else could he seek but his own kin? Ji Shenqing trembled like a leaf, his lips quivering and unable to articulate his thoughts, his mind consumed by a singular notion. Brother Chen is willing to provide everyone with job opportunities. Brother Chen is willing to offer jobs with a monthly salary of $2,000. Ji Shenqing was uncertain about the living conditions of Chinese and other major American cities. He had heard that life in New York's Chinatown was relatively decent. However, the Chinese in Detroit could only be considered part of the city's low-income demographic, often bullied by whites, blacks, and gang members, with even Mexicans and Indians daring to take advantage of them. High-paying job opportunities seemed to be a distant dream for the Chinese, making Chen Geng a veritable anomaly among Chinese in America. If he were willing to extend a helping hand, countless lives could be improved. Brother Chen, White's voice quivered. You are not joking with me, are you? Do you think I would jest with you? No, that's not what I meant. I mean, all right, no need to be so agitated, Chen Geng chuckled, waving his hand. To put it simply, I need a team organized to go to the scrap vehicle dismantling company and assist in salvaging usable parts from those wrecked vehicles. The working conditions will be quite tough initially, and we can only provide our compatriots with tents for shelter. However, it is spring now, so I believe it will not pose a significant issue. I assure you that before winter arrives, I will ensure everyone is working in an air-conditioned workshop. Working at the scrap vehicle dismantling company to salvage parts? White, who had initially been concerned about whether Fernandez would assign them to undesirable tasks, was now completely at ease. It really is just as Brother Chen described. The conditions may be harsh, but the earnings are real. I believe it should not be a problem. Everyone is eager to find ways to make money, Ji Shenqing quickly replied, having adjusted his mood. As long as it pays, everyone will be willing to work. And dismantling parts is not overly strenuous. Brother Chen, may I offer a suggestion? Chen Geng was somewhat surprised, but nodded readily. Please, go ahead. What I mean is, if we work a full 8 hours a day, we could earn over $2,000 a month, correct? Exactly. Could you perhaps divide the workers into 2 shifts? One in the morning and another in the afternoon, allowing 2 groups to take on this work? That should not pose a problem. But I am curious as to why this arrangement? Chen Geng asked, intrigued. Because it allows more individuals to secure a decent income. Ji Shenqing's expression grew somewhat somber, tinged with a hint of apprehension. If it troubles you, then never mind. Chen Geng immediately grasped Ji Shenqing's sentiment. Everyone is facing hardships. And if he can assist a few more people, he should endeavor to do so. After all, the total payroll expenditure remains unchanged for him. Chen Geng readily nodded. Certainly. If I can help a few more, I shall, as it does not harm me in any way. Ji Shenqing took a deep breath, surprised by Chen Geng's swift agreement. Momentarily at a loss for words, it was Chen Geng who sighed. I do not expect anyone to appreciate my kindness. After all, this is a transaction. They work for me. I pay them wages. They owe me nothing, and I owe them nothing in return. Chapter 34. Honda Motors is stirred. One cannot articulate it that way. Ji Shenqing countered Chen Geng's assertion. Brother Chen, you have witnessed the plight of our fellow Chinese. The Americans can be quite despicable. For high-paying jobs, they would rather offer them to others than to us, fearing that we might encroach upon their positions. What can those individuals do? They require calculators just to perform basic arithmetic. Now, you have provided a wonderful opportunity for everyone, for which they are immensely grateful. It's a jest. How exhausting can disassembling cars be? No matter how tiring, it pales in comparison to the grueling labor in those factories. Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, we are all compatriots. If we can assist one another, we should. After all, it does not cost me much. He inquired casually, by the way. How is the loan situation progressing? Ji Shenqing's spirits immediately lifted, for he had eagerly awaited Chen Geng's question. He quickly responded, it has been approved 800,000. You may proceed with the arrangements at your convenience, with terms of either 2 or 3 years. If you find it insufficient, you can increase it by another 50. Also, the interest rate is set at 2.19 for you. It truly cannot be lower. 800,000? Such an amount? Chen Geng expressed mild astonishment. While 800,000 may not seem excessive, one must remember that this was 1978, a year where the average American income was just over 9,000. Ji Shenqing regarded it as quite normal. Brother Chen, the loans for your company are processed through our bank. Just last month, your company's revenue was 4,555,440. Our bank estimates your profit to be between 380,000 and 500,000 000. Chen Geng chuckled. The operational status of a business cannot be concealed from anyone. However, can it be hidden from the bank and tax authorities? Last month, my company sold an average of 2 cars per day, a figure that sent the entire used car market in Detroit into a frenzy. Given such revenue, it is entirely reasonable. Conversely, with such revenue and profit, would banks hesitate to lend? They would prefer you to take out more loans. The only reason for caution is the relatively short establishment of the company, which brings uncertainty. If Fernandez's company could maintain this level of revenue for 6 consecutive months, they would not hesitate to lend 1 million or even 5 million. With the conversation reaching this point, what more could he say? Patting Ji Shenqing on the shoulder, Chen Geng remarked, "All right, brother, I appreciate your hard work. I know you have contributed significantly to this." "I haven't done much," Ji Shenqing replied modestly. Chen Geng waved his hand again. "You will handle the hiring. Please inform everyone that the conditions may be a bit tough, but the compensation is decent. Furthermore, I assure you that salaries will be paid on time. If you have any friends or relatives in need of assistance, as long as they are trustworthy, feel free to bring them in. Those who were not included this time should not be anxious. I plan to hire another batch in 2 to 3 months." After a moment's hesitation, Ji Shenqing finally nodded. He indeed had a few acquaintances in need of employment. "Brother Chen, allow me to express gratitude on behalf of everyone." "You're welcome." Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. "It's settled then, I'm off." I loosened my grip. "Come on, it's a rare opportunity to take a legitimate break. Let's make the most of it." Plopping into the car, Chen Geng chuckled. "If there's a lady you fancy, seize the day and discuss life and ideals." Ji Shenqing looked utterly bewildered. Upon returning to the office, Miss Elizabeth greeted him. "Boss, the 10 motorcycles we ordered have arrived, but there's a slight issue." "Really?" Chen Geng inquired, puzzled. "What seems to be the problem?" "The CBX 1000 is a large displacement motorcycle just launched by Honda this year." He had previously instructed Elizabeth to procure 10 units. But to his surprise, the Honda motorcycle dealer in Detroit had only one display model available. The dealer confidently assured Elizabeth that not a single one of the 10 CBX 1000s could be found in the entire state of Michigan. However, if they were willing to pay a deposit, he could order from Honda's national distributor, which would take half a month for delivery, with a 20 deposit required for each bike. It was no wonder the dealer demanded such a high deposit ratio. The market price for the Honda CBX 1000 was set at $3,799, a figure not to be taken lightly. Capable of purchasing a decent luxury used car or a nearly new Ford Fiesta, which retails for $2,599. The pricing of the CBX 1000 clearly indicated Honda's confidence in this product. "Let us place the order," Chen Geng decided, as the CBX 1000 engine was essential for his plans. However, upon hearing Elizabeth's words, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling somewhat displeased. "What's this? Is the Honda dealer planning to raise the price?" Chen Geng resolved that if the Detroit Honda motorcycle dealer dared to inflate prices, he would not hesitate to bring them to ruin. "I have the funds now." "Not quite," Elizabeth clarified. "Mr. Raymond mentioned over the phone that he would be delivering our motorcycles to the company shortly, but a senior executive from Honda wishes to visit you." After learning about his order of 10 CBX 1000 motorcycles, a Honda executive wanted to pay him a visit? Chen Geng found this curious. "Did Raymond mention who this executive is? What is their purpose for visiting me?" "I'm not sure," Elizabeth replied, "but he said the individual holds a high position at Honda RD." "I see." Chen Geng pondered for a moment, then nodded. Let him come. Although he was uncertain about the executive's intentions, he figured it might be a chance to gain some advantages from this visit. As the main distributor of Honda motorcycles in Detroit, Raymond arrived promptly. Thanks to Elizabeth's special attention, the 10 Honda CBX 1000s had not even been unpacked. They were delivered directly by truck for assembly on-site at Chen Geng's location. Chen Geng finally met the high-ranking official from Honda Motor Company, Limited, who had specifically requested to see him. This individual was easily recognizable among a group of Americans, as he was the only one with an East Asian visage, and Chen Geng immediately discerned that he was of Japanese descent. Those narrow eyes were certainly not something a Korean could imitate, perhaps inherited from the era of Soichiro Honda. The executives at Honda Motor Company, Limited, were accustomed to donning work attire rather than suits, and this gentleman was no exception, dressed in a pristine gray Honda uniform. Under the introductions of Raymond and Elizabeth, though he found it peculiar that the owner of what was reputed to be Detroit's most renowned used car dealership was of Asian descent, the Japanese man's demeanor was impeccable. "Good day, Mr. Fernandez. I am Nobuhiko Kawamoto of Honda Motor Company, Limited. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Nobuhiko Kawamoto?" Chen Geng furrowed his brow. As someone deeply entrenched in the automotive industry, how could he not be aware of this individual? He was the fourth president of Honda Motor Company, Limited. Furthermore, he was the head of the F1 engine project for the company. What could possibly bring him here? Despite his astonishment, Chen Geng extended his hand to Kawamoto, smiling as he said, "Hello, Mr. Kawamoto, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Fernandez Chen. But you may also call me by my Chinese name, Chen Geng." Pausing slightly, Chen Geng feigned curiosity and inquired, "Mr. Kawamoto, if I recall correctly, you are currently developing the next generation of F1 engines. As the head of Honda's F1 engine project, what brings you to America?" Kawamoto was taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion. Honda had ventured into F1 racing since 1964, but withdrew from the sport in 1968 after a design flaw in the engine's cooling system led to the tragic death of French driver Joe Schlesser in an accident. It had been a decade since they had distanced themselves from F1. Having once graced the F1 winners' podium in 1965, Honda was unwilling to sever ties with the sport entirely and had secretly commenced their F1 engine development plan once more this year. For Kawamoto, who had been with Honda since the early 1960s and had worked on the F1 engine development team, his appointment as the project head of Honda's new generation F1 engine was well-deserved in terms of both capability and reputation. However, the project was highly confidential. Still in the proposal validation phase, how could Fernandez, a mere used car dealer, possibly be privy to Honda Motor Company, Limited's secret plans? Completely bewildered, Kawamoto forgot entirely why he had sought out Fernandez, his expression tense as he asked, "Mr. Fernandez, how did you come to know that Honda is developing an F1 engine?" Observing Kawamoto's perplexed and anxious demeanor, Chen Geng inwardly chuckled. Had he truly been so startled? His face, however, remained a mask of innocence. "This is common knowledge. It has been published in the newspapers." "What's the matter? Many people are aware of it." "Many people are aware?" Poor Nobuhiko Kawamoto was utterly bewildered by Chen Geng's words. Exclaiming in disbelief, how could so many people know about this? Is it really published in the newspapers? Yet, conversely, he instinctively found himself believing Chen Geng's statements. After all, if not for seeing it in the newspapers, how could someone like Fernandez, who was engaged in the second-hand car business and had no connection to racing, possibly be aware of this matter? Kawamoto instinctively dismissed the notion that Chen Geng had clandestinely acquired Honda's secrets from his mind, and he eagerly inquired, "Mr. Fernandez, do you recall the name of the newspaper?" Chapter 35. Merging two inline-six engines into a V12. What is the name of the newspaper that Chen Geng mentioned? It appears to be entirely fabricated. Shaking his head, he replied, "I can't recall." "Can't recall? How is that possible?" Kawamoto Nobuhiko exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he bowed repeatedly. "Mr. Fernandez, I implore you to think carefully. This matter is of utmost importance to Honda." Feeling that his tone did not adequately convey the significance of the situation, he emphasized, "It is exceedingly important." "Well, all right," Chen Geng said, unable to withstand the pleading gaze of Kawamoto Nobuhiko, which instilled in him a sense of guilt. Thus, he resolved to avoid meeting Kawamoto's eyes, allowing him to fabricate the details with less remorse. "I saw it at a newsstand. The headline of a newspaper flashed by, but I did not pay close attention to the specifics." "Is that so?" "I am immensely grateful," Kawamoto Nobuhiko replied, visibly elated. He promptly turned to Raymond, who was overseeing the last stages of assembly for the employees, and said, "Raymond-kun, could you please purchase a copy of every local newspaper available?" With personnel from Honda headquarters present, Raymond's team worked swiftly, and the assembly of the 10 Honda CBX 1000 motorcycles was nearly complete. The iconic inline-six air-cooled engines gleamed magnificently. Yet Mr. Raymond wore a perplexed expression, uncertain about Kawamoto Nobuhiko's request. "No need for that." Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. "That was at least a month ago. I cannot even recall the name of the newspaper. I doubt Mr. Raymond would still be able to find it." Disappointment washed over Kawamoto Nobuhiko's face. Yet he believed there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. He implored Chen Geng, "Mr. Fernandez, could you please make an effort to remember what the newspaper stated?" Without waiting for a response, he bowed deeply to Chen Geng, saying, "I beg of you." What a nuisance these young Japanese are, Chen Geng thought to himself, feeling exasperated yet compelled to strain his memory, fabricating, "I don't remember clearly." But it seemed to suggest there was evidence indicating Honda was preparing to make a comeback in F1, appointing Kawamoto Nobuhiko as the chief engineer for F1 engine development. That was the general idea, I believe, though it has been a while, and my recollection is hazy. Chen Geng spoke vaguely, employing uncertain and speculative language. However, Kawamoto Nobuhiko breathed a sigh of relief. This was sufficient, as long as there were no internal issues within Honda RD. The thought of internal betrayal within Honda RD was indeed terrifying. Curiously, Chen Geng then inquired, "Mr. Kawamoto, what brings you to seek me out?" "Huh? Oh." Kawamoto Nobuhiko finally realized that his visit was not merely for idle observation. He quickly composed himself and asked Chen Geng, "Mr. Fernandez, may I inquire about your intentions behind ordering such a large quantity of motorcycles?" Chen Geng's brow furrowed immediately. "Mr. Kawamoto, what I choose to do with these vehicles is my own affair, and it seems Honda has no jurisdiction over it." "Ah." Kawamoto Nobuhiko hastily bowed. "Please do not misunderstand. Honda certainly does not question your intentions. How you handle these motorcycles is entirely your prerogative and freedom, and Honda will not intervene in any form. The matter is this. When Mr. Raymond expressed his desire to order 10 CBX 1000 motorcycles, I happened to be inspecting our general distributor. As you know, the price of this motorcycle is rather steep, and Honda has initially released only a limited quantity in the American market, with a mere 350 units available nationwide, of which less than 100 have been sold thus far due to its exorbitant price. So you suspect I intend to purchase them for resale?" Chen Geng raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. No. Kawamoto Nobuhiko quickly gestured dismissively. "Mr. Fernandez, you have misunderstood. In fact, your staff inadvertently mentioned to Mr. Raymond that you were preparing to participate in the Detroit Custom Car Grand Prix while placing the order. Out of curiosity regarding a customer who purchased 10 Honda products, I inquired about this significant client during my discussions with Mr. Raymond. Through our ongoing communication, I gather that you appear to be planning to use our engine to modify a car for the Detroit Custom Car Grand Prix. Thus, I am here representing Honda Technical Research to inquire if this is indeed the case. If you genuinely intend to craft a racing car using our engine for competition, it would be our honor. Honda is willing to offer you assistance to ensure this vehicle achieves optimal results." Now it all made sense. Chen Geng instantly grasped Kawamoto Nobuhiko's ulterior motives. Aware of his obscurity in the American market, he sought to leverage Chen's presence for advertising. The Japanese were quite astute. Honda today was not the powerhouse it would become 2 decades hence in the American automotive market. Since its entry in 1969, it secured a foothold by 1972 with the Civic model equipped with the CVCC engine, marking barely 6 years of presence in the U.S. market. The Honda Civic of the 1970s bore little resemblance to the compact sports sedan we know today. It was rather akin to a modest-sized economy car, comparable to the Ford Fiesta, powered by a 1.5-liter inline-4 gasoline engine generating a mere 52 horsepower and 92 newton-meters of torque, resembling a small potato. The gap between it and the 3 major American automotive giants was as vast as the distance from Earth to the Moon. What could one expect from such a relatively obscure brand to possess any significant recognition in America? For any automobile manufacturer, the most effective means of entering the market and establishing brand recognition is undoubtedly through participation in various automotive events. The Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix is certainly one of the most renowned competitions in the United States. If the race car sponsored by Honda were to achieve commendable results, it would greatly benefit Honda's market expansion and acceptance in America. It was precisely this realization that prompted Kawamoto Nobuhiko to visit Chen Geng personally. Having heard about the intention to modify a race car using the CBX 1000 engine, his excitement overriding his usual decorum. Chen Geng understood this but feigned ignorance. In response to Kawamoto Nobuhiko's explanations, Chen's demeanor became considerably more amiable. "You are both right and wrong," he remarked. "Right and wrong? How so?" Kawamoto Nobuhiko was somewhat perplexed. Chen Geng continued without any prevarication. "We intend to design a race car for the homemade vehicle category based on the CBX 1000 engine, which is indeed correct. However, we do not plan to merely make minor adjustments to the CBX 1000 engine and directly transfer it over to the race car. In fact, we have a rather audacious plan to amalgamate 2 CBX 1000 engines into a V12 high-revving engine. In a market where V8 engines typically boast a maximum RPM of only about 4,000, the CBX 1000's remarkable peak of 9,000 RPM can indeed be considered quite high." Chen Geng's proposition startled Kawamoto Nobuhiko. "What? Are you suggesting that we merge 2 inline-6 engines into a V-shaped 12-cylinder engine? Theoretically, this is certainly feasible. A V6 engine can be viewed as 2 inline-3 engines sharing a single crankshaft, while a V8 can be seen as 2 inline-4 engines constructed in a similar manner. The former may even share identical middle cylinders, pistons, connecting rods, valves, and camshaft components with the latter. Conversely, removing 2 cylinders from a V12 results in a V10, and further trimming it down to a V8. Honda's decision to eliminate 2 cylinders from the 1.5L inline-4 engine in the fit, transferring the remaining 2 to motorcycles for the NC750 series, is technically justifiable. After all, a piston-type internal combustion engine is merely a matter of cylinder arrangement and combination. However, while the principle is one matter, the execution presents an entirely different challenge. Merging 2 inline-6 engines into a V12 engine is not simply a matter of discussion. Although technically plausible, the myriad of technical difficulties involved is overwhelming. The most straightforward consideration is how to ensure that these 2 groups of cylinders can operate in perfect harmony. This necessitates the design of a scientifically crafted crankshaft. How should this crankshaft be designed? The intricacies within this matter are manifold. It is precisely because Shinobu Kawamoto serves as the chief engineer for F1 engine development at Honda Motor Company Limited that he comprehends the gravity of what Mr. Fernandez has proposed. Staring in astonishment at Chen Geng for a moment, he meticulously chose his words. Mr. Fernandez, I do not doubt your expertise in automotive matters. But perhaps you are underestimating the complexity of the engine. While your concept may be theoretically feasible, it is, from a technical standpoint, exceedingly challenging, indeed, extraordinarily difficult. The idea of assembling a V12 engine from 2 inline-6 engines is something I have never dared to contemplate. It is utterly insane. I swear. Had Fernandez been one of my subordinates, I would have delivered a sharp slap to awaken this fool. I understand the difficulty, Chen Geng nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter, for it is indeed a formidable challenge. However, this is my decision, and whether it succeeds or fails rests solely upon me, Mr. Kawamoto. Does it not? Chapter 36. Subduing Honda. Kawamoto Nobuhiko opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Fernandez was indeed correct. This was his own affair. After he had paid the deposit to Raymond, these 10 Honda CBX 1000 motorcycles became Fernandez's personal property. Whether he chose to dismantle the engine for a complete overhaul or even to toss it into a steel furnace to melt it down into a heap of metallic remnants, it was his prerogative, fully supported by American law. There was nothing he could do about it. However, your audacity is truly astounding. Do you think merging 2 engines into one is akin to assembling building blocks? Kawamoto Nobuhiko could no longer restrain himself. Mr. Fernandez, may I inquire as to your level of confidence? Before Chen Geng could respond, he continued hastily, please do not take this the wrong way. What I mean to say is that if you do not mind, Honda Motor Company Limited could offer you some technical assistance and support. Initially, Chen Geng had perceived Kawamoto Nobuhiko as an obstacle, but suddenly he felt a spark of interest. Honda was willing to provide him with technical support? If such a statement had come from anyone else, it would have been dismissed. But who stood before him but the 4th president of Honda Motor Company Limited? The head of the Honda F1 engine project? His words could not be mere trifles. If Honda were to offer him the design documents and parameters for this engine, it would significantly bolster his confidence in modifying the CBX 1000 engine. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue transformed instantly. Chen Geng humbly replied, if I were to claim a 100 certainty, you would surely think I was boasting. Let us say 90 instead. Furthermore, if Honda is willing to provide me with the original design and parameters for this engine, I am confident I can complete its design and finalization within 3 to 4 months. Kawamoto Nobuhiko remarked, had you not said that, I would not have perceived you as boasting. Now I truly believe you are. Observing Kawamoto Nobuhiko's expression, Chen Geng realized he needed to present some substantial content. Clearing his throat, he continued, regarding the construction of this V12 engine. My preliminary thoughts are as follows. We need to reset the piston stroke and polish the cylinder body to achieve a larger bore. Our objective is to increase the engine's displacement from the current 1,047 cubic centimeters to 1,147 cubic centimeters, which signifies that the maximum displacement of this V12 engine could reach 2.3 liters. Additionally, we will need to recalibrate the carburetors. When designing this CBX 1000, Honda had to consider fuel economy, engine reliability, and durability. However, these factors are not my concern for a racing vehicle. After replacing the carburetors with larger diameters and higher flow air filters, based on my preliminary calculations, the engine should be capable of producing a maximum power output of 147 horsepower at 9,000 RPM, representing a 40 increase over the original design. Consequently, The maximum output power of this V12 engine could reach 294 horsepower, which is more than adequate for a race car with a tubular chassis weighing only around 750 kilograms. After finishing his words, Chen Geng expressed with a sense of regret, "It is unfortunate that we lack the original parameters of this engine. Hence, we must adopt a more conservative approach in our settings. If the engine itself possesses sufficient strength, allowing me to increase its parameters by 60 to 70, it would be nothing short of perfection." Listening intently to Chen Geng's articulate exposition of his plan, Kawamoto Nobuhiko was utterly astounded. Initially, he had harbored doubts about whether Fernandez was merely an ignorant fool regarding technology, but upon hearing Fernandez articulate such a meticulously devised scheme, he immediately recognized that this individual was not only knowledgeable, but profoundly adept in technical matters. In the realm of technology, pretense is futile. One's true capabilities are laid bare in the presence of true experts. The concepts and notions expressed by Fernandez were so refreshing that even Kawamoto, the chief engineer of Honda's F1 engine development, found himself captivated. His heart raced with excitement. He had not anticipated that the person before him was a genuine technical virtuoso. Without any prior exposure to the CBX 1000, Fernandez had proposed such a daring yet reasonable plan. One could only imagine the monstrous creation he might forge if granted control over this engine. Engineers invariably have a mutual admiration for one another, and before the eloquent Fernandez, Kawamoto felt a compelling urge to engage in a deep conversation. As soon as Chen Geng concluded, Kawamoto turned to him and said, "Mr. Fernandez, please pardon my previous skepticism regarding your capabilities. I am now convinced that your expertise is more than sufficient to support this ingenious modification plan. Honda Motor Company, Limited, would be honored to provide you with whatever assistance we can. I will endeavor to persuade Honda Motor Company, Limited, to furnish you with the relevant original parameters and settings for this engine, as well as to advocate for the dispatch of engineers to assist you in developing this V12 engine. I sincerely hope that Honda Motor Company, Limited, can share the technology and intellectual property of this V12 engine with you." While Chen Geng harbored intentions of monopolizing the technology, he understood that it was simply impossible. The core technologies of the engine fundamentally belonged to Honda, and his own innovations were merely extensions based on the CBX 1000 engine. In truth, Honda was his sole client. If not them, whom could he possibly serve? With no alternative client in sight, Chen Geng relinquished any pretense of superiority, nodding earnestly. "If Honda is willing to authorize my company to produce this V12 engine, along with any derivative engines, I would be more than willing to share all the technology and patents pertaining to this V12 engine with your esteemed company. Additionally, I hope Honda can provide me with the relevant production equipment and technology for manufacturing this engine." Kawamoto, however, neither assented nor declined immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I need to report to the president and await his decision." Although Chen Geng did not receive a definitive response, Kawamoto Nobuhiko chose to remain. Upon learning that Chen Geng intended to participate in both the production car and modified car groups, Kawamoto expressed a desire to observe their ongoing modification of a Corvette C3. Aware that the technological prowess of the modified Corvette C3 would directly influence Honda's support for his endeavors, and being a technical expert himself, Kawamoto saw this as an opportunity for exchange. Chen Geng readily agreed, not only showing Kawamoto the Corvette C3 currently undergoing chassis modifications, but also allowing him to inspect the big block 496 engine, which was already 60 complete. Astonished by the colossal 9.2-liter behemoth before him, Kawamoto's eyes widened. For someone hailing from a resource-scarce nation, the existence of such a large V8 engine was beyond imagination. Chen Geng candidly acknowledged a shortcoming. The engine's weight was excessively heavy, with significant design flaws, such as the thickness of the casing. He mentioned their intention to shave off 2 millimeters from the casing, shrugging as he explained, "We lack the original data for this big block for 96 engine, and considering reliability, 2 millimeters is a relatively safe margin. While 3 millimeters could be feasible, our time for thorough testing is limited, and we cannot afford that risk." Observing the casing's substantial thickness of 3.5 centimeters, Kawamoto nodded in agreement, recognizing the considerable waste and the added weight that would be detrimental for racing, where every gram is crucial. "Apart from you Americans, no one would opt for such a heavy engine," he remarked. Chen Geng smirked. "This is the essence of American automotive culture. Without regard for fuel consumption, such an enormous displacement engine possesses a breathtaking industrial beauty. Mr. Kawamoto, please follow me. Here is my design for a 5-speed sequential racing gearbox. This gearbox will not only be used with the big block 496 engine, but also have its gear design adapted for the gearbox paired with that V12 engine. By the end of the tour, Kawamoto felt his entire perspective had been transformed. Previously skeptical of Fernandez's seemingly amateur efforts, he had assumed that their participation in the Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix would yield only a vehicle barely meeting the minimum requirements. However, this enlightening tour reshaped his understanding of Fernandez's technical foundation. They boasted as many as 15 engineers from the three major American automotive giants, Ford, Chrysler, and General Motors, especially Fernandez, whose depth of knowledge in automotive technology was simply unfathomable. Kawamoto Nobuhiko no longer harbors any doubts regarding Fernandez's ability to assemble a V12 engine from two CBX 1000s. This individual's skill and expertise are undoubtedly sufficient to qualify him as the chief engineer for any major manufacturer. However, upon returning to Chen Geng's office, Kawamoto raised a pertinent question. How can the challenges of cooling be addressed when merging the engines of two motorcycles into a singular V12 powerhouse, especially considering the extreme overclocking involved? After all, the CBX 1000 was never designed to operate within the confines of a sealed engine compartment. Chapter 37. Complete submission. The number of automobiles still utilizing air-cooled engines has dwindled significantly. Aside from the production of the Volkswagen Beetle and the Porsche 911, which continued into 1978, it is unlikely to find more than a handful of such models in the entire world. The scarcity of air-cooled engines can be attributed to the fact that this cooling method is far less controllable than liquid cooling. It is considerably more affected by factors such as speed and ambient temperature. On racetracks, the Porsche stands as the sole anomaly, steadfast in its commitment to air-cooled, horizontally opposed engines, a dedication that can only be described as obstinate. Kawamoto Nobuhiko's concerns are not unfounded. The CBX 1000 engine was originally designed for a spacious, unobstructed motorcycle, relying on the extensive surface area of its cooling fins to dissipate the substantial heat generated during operation. The amalgamation of two inline six-cylinder engines into a V12 already presents a formidable challenge in terms of heat dissipation. Furthermore, the design of this mid-engine, rear-wheel drive vehicle places the engine in the trunk behind the seats, exacerbating the working conditions and raising fears of overheating. Chen Geng smiled and replied, "Mr. Kawamoto, do you truly believe we have overlooked this issue?" Kawamoto's temper flared. He raised an eyebrow, firmly doubting that Chen Geng could resolve the cooling dilemma of a passive air-cooled engine in a confined space. How do you intend to address this problem? Are you considering converting the engine to water cooling? Water cooling? That would be too cumbersome. Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. The solution is quite simple. I plan to encase the engine block with an outer shell and install two fans, transforming it into a forced air cooling system. Kawamoto's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Indeed, since passive air cooling had proven inadequate, converting it to an active system was a straightforward solution that had eluded him. How vexing. What is forced air cooling? Internal combustion engines can generally be classified into two categories based on their cooling methods: water-cooled and air-cooled. Water cooling, also known as liquid cooling, is the predominant method employed in 999 of automotive engines. Air cooling can be further divided into active and passive systems. Passive air cooling is easily understood. It is a method that lacks any active cooling mechanisms. The domestically produced 125cc and 150cc motorcycles commonly seen on the streets utilize passive air cooling, relying on numerous cooling fins that greatly increase surface area to dissipate heat through airflow. The CBX 1000 is also an example of a passive air-cooled engine. Active air cooling presents an intriguing approach, specifically engineered for engines that cannot be effectively cooled via wind flow or direct air impact. In essence, this method incorporates a housing around the engine cylinder head, with one or two fans installed on the sides of the casing. These fans facilitate air movement by blowing cool air onto the cylinders or extracting warm air, thereby ensuring the engine maintains an optimal operating temperature. The scooters commonly seen in our country are predominantly equipped with such forced air-cooled engines. Notably, the Volkswagen Beetle and Porsche 911, currently on sale in 1978, utilize this cooling technology. From a practical standpoint, one can transform a passive air-cooled engine into an active one by designing a suitable casing around the cylinder head and installing a fan. This conversion can yield improved cooling efficacy compared to engines originally designed for active cooling, as active air-cooled engines typically feature fewer or no heat-dissipating fins, while passive air-cooled engines boast a greater number of such fins. Reflecting on my earlier expression, I can only imagine how foolish I appeared in the eyes of Mr. Fernandez. Perhaps he harbored doubts about the authenticity of Honda's technology. This realization provoked an urge within me to chastise myself. What folly is this? After scrutinizing their proposal, I perceive a significant potential for success. Mr. Fernandez and his team possess remarkable technical prowess. I purposefully experienced Mr. Fernandez's driving skills firsthand, which left me utterly astounded. To my estimation, he has attained a level of driving proficiency comparable to that of a professional racer, capable of competing in domestic motorsport events in Japan. However, he still has a considerable distance to cover before claiming the championship, and he is far from being classified as an international racing driver. Nevertheless, his abilities are indeed sufficient to participate in various professional automotive competitions. Based on these considerations, I am convinced that collaborating with Mr. Fernandez could enhance Honda's promotion in the North American market. I propose offering technical support to Mr. Fernandez's team, and under the condition of signing a confidentiality agreement. We could provide them with the original documentation pertaining to the CBX 1000 engine. Furthermore, we could allow our developers to assist them in refining and upgrading this V12 engine. Regarding Mr. Fernandez's request to introduce our engine, I have contemplated it extensively and believe I can conditionally acquiesce, albeit with necessary restrictions. I chose to communicate via fax due to the extensive nature of the information that cannot be conveyed adequately over the phone. In conclusion, I hope the company will consider this matter with due diligence. After more than 10 minutes, the secretary finally finished reading the fax from Nobuhiko Kawamoto, sent overnight from North America back to Japan. The spacious conference room was enveloped in silence as the executives of Honda Motor Company, Limited, absorbed the contents of Kawamoto's message with copies of the fax laid before them. Please, everyone, share your thoughts. After a moment of quiet, Yoshikata Kawashima, the then president of Honda Motor Company and a protege of Honda's founder, Soichiro Honda, spoke up. I trust Kawamoto's judgment. He is correct. The Detroit Modified Car Grand Prix is highly prestigious, presenting an excellent opportunity for Honda's publicity. However, this hinges on achieving favorable results. A poor performance by Fernandez would severely damage Honda's brand reputation. The executives expressed diverging opinions, some in support while others opposed, each unwilling to sway the others. In light of the ongoing debate, Kawashima refrained from taking a stance, ultimately directing his gaze toward the vice president of Honda Motor Company and his own junior, Kajushi Hume, the future president of the company. Hume, what is your perspective? Hume slightly bowed and replied earnestly, I concur with Kawamoto's assessment. To me, Honda's support for Fernandez represents an investment. As with any investment, one must accept the inherent risks. After articulating his thoughts, he fell silent. Then let us proceed. Kawashima mused for a moment before nodding. Honda must establish its prominence in the North American market. It is essential for Americans to recognize that Honda is capable not only of producing fuel-efficient family cars, but also excelling in the high-tech realm of racing like no other. It was clear that collaborating with Fernandez would entail significantly lower costs compared to partnerships with others. Chen Geng was unaware that Honda Motor Company had reached a decision so swiftly. Given his understanding of the Japanese mentality, he considered it quick for Honda to respond within a month. Familiar with their temperament, Chen Geng felt no urgency. From the outset, he had not expected much from Honda. He adopted a mindset of gain or loss, believing that if Honda was generous, he would profit, while if they were stingy, he would not suffer substantial losses. Thus, he focused on what mattered, such as entertaining Todd and his associates, which he deemed far more important than pondering when the Japanese would acquiesce to his terms. Fernandez, we have made our considerations, Todd announced, raising his coffee cup and draining its contents. He represented the Detroit used car dealers and conveyed their intentions. We are prepared to fully adopt your used car sales system and engage in comprehensive collaboration regarding used car inspections. Following Todd, the others nodded in agreement. Congratulations to everyone. Chen Geng smiled and nodded. We have made a judicious decision, and I wish us a harmonious collaboration in the future. Chen Geng was not surprised by Todd's choice. Ever since their last meeting, he had been closely monitoring the transactions within the used car market in Detroit. In the wake of the impact from Fernandez Company, the used car dealers in Detroit found their circumstances increasingly dire compared to the previous month. Conversely, Fernandez Company achieved record-breaking daily sales, not only setting a new high with 53 vehicles sold in a single day, but also establishing an average of 38 vehicles sold per day. Their monthly transaction volume accounted for 12.76% of the entire used car market in Detroit, causing quite a stir throughout the sector. In such a landscape, it was evident to anyone with a semblance of sense that for the used car dealers in Detroit to survive, they had no choice but to learn from Fernandez's company. They were left with no alternatives. Chapter 38. Revealing the fangs. As Chen Geng's words came to a close, the impatient Morrison immediately inquired, "Fernandez, if we were to collaborate, what would your charges entail? Furthermore, Mr. Todd informed me that used car dealers who partner with you would benefit from a 6-month warranty and 2 years of limited free maintenance services. Is that correct?" Chen Geng nodded. Most of what Todd conveyed is accurate. However, he may not have elaborated on certain specifics. Allow me to clarify. Fernandez's company does not mandate that all vehicles undergo inspection at our facility. Nonetheless, vehicles not inspected here will not be eligible for our warranty and maintenance services. This is a straightforward principle if you do not have your vehicle inspected here. How can I ascertain its condition? What grounds do I have to endorse it? Moreover, without any financial gain from your end, I have no obligation to provide you with services. This logic is quite clear to everyone, he noted, as the group nodded in agreement. Excellent. Since we all concur on this point, the subsequent discussion will be straightforward. At that moment, Chen Geng's ulterior motives began to surface. Our Fernandez company offers 2 collaboration options, and you will discern which suits you best after hearing them both. The first option is rather simple. You may send vehicles you deem necessary for inspection to our establishment. We will charge a fee for the inspection, providing you with the results and a maintenance plan. You are free to decide whether to have the repairs conducted here or to take our recommendations elsewhere. It is entirely at your discretion. Mr. Fernandez, Morrison interjected before Chen Geng could finish. What is the cost of this inspection fee? It is $20. Morrison furrowed his brow. Isn't $20 a bit steep? Chen Geng, unfazed, explained, "We take responsibility for our inspection results and guarantee that no issues will arise beyond those indicated on the report." Which other repair shop would dare to make such a promise? All right, if that is the case, I have no objections. Morrison nodded affirmatively. Please continue. Chen Geng elaborated. Should you choose to have repairs conducted at our facility from the day the vehicle is sold to your customer, Fernandez Company provides a 6-month warranty and 2 years of limited free maintenance, charging only for the cost of spare parts. Naturally, this applies solely to the specific vehicle in question. It is important to clarify that not all vehicles serviced here will qualify for warranty and maintenance. We require that vehicles eligible for such services must be no older than 5 years and have a mileage of no more than 60,000 miles. Given that you all engage in the used car business, I trust you understand the rationale behind this. The group nodded in acknowledgement. After Chen Geng articulated this stipulation, they comprehended the intent behind the actions of the Fernandez Company. Vehicles no older than 6 years and with mileage not exceeding 60,000 miles, provided they receive regular maintenance, generally remain in commendable condition. However, once this threshold is surpassed, the overall performance of the vehicle begins to decline, rubber components start to deteriorate, metal parts exhibit fatigue, mechanical wear surpasses design thresholds, and various unsettling noises begin to emerge. One soon realizes that the vehicle is no longer as dependable as it once was, requiring increasingly frequent maintenance and incurring escalating costs. To safeguard its interests, it is entirely reasonable for the Fernandez Company to impose such a limitation. Observing several nods of agreement, Chen Geng continued, "Furthermore, it must be stated that after the sale of the vehicle, everyone is required to remit 10 of the total sale price to us." Before Chen Geng could finish his statement, the hot-tempered Molson immediately interjected, "Fernandez, what do you mean by that? Why should we pay you 10 of the total sale price?" Chen Geng's brow furrowed at once. It seemed Molson harbored a degree of disdain towards him, as evidenced by his constant interruptions. Given Molson's brusque demeanor, Chen Geng felt no obligation to be courteous in return. He regarded Molson with incredulity. What else could it mean? Which automotive repair company offers a 6-month warranty and promises to charge only for parts, waiving labor costs for 2 years after servicing a vehicle? Our collection of this 10 constitutes a dedicated maintenance fund for this specific vehicle. For a second-hand vehicle valued at $4,000, you only need to provide me with $400 to secure a 6-month warranty and 2 years of limited free repairs, an extraordinary bargain. Who else would dare to make such a promise? Moreover, do you genuinely believe that when these vehicle owners return for repairs, I would only charge them for the cost of parts? If that were the case, how would I cover my workers' wages and taxes? Trust me, if I were to forego this fee, I would be out of business within 6 months. It seemed this reasoning struck a chord. Although Fernandez's bold rebuttal might have bruised their egos, they could not deny the validity of his argument. Expecting a 6-month warranty and 2 years of limited free repairs solely for servicing a vehicle at his establishment was indeed fanciful. No vehicle repair enterprise would extend such an offer. Utilizing 10 of the total sale price as a maintenance fund in exchange for warranties and repair assurances is entirely reasonable, aligning with the American ethos that financial expenditure should yield enhanced value-added services. In essence, the users are not merely enjoying 6 months of warranty and 2 years of limited free repairs, they have paid for these services up front, as this sum was already remitted to the used car dealer at the time of purchase. Morrison opened his mouth, unable to refute the logic behind it. To enjoy the service, one must pay. This reasoning holds true wherever one goes. He could only mumble, "All right, but that percentage is rather high." Chen Geng was not accustomed to Morrison's petulance and retorted with a disdainful curl of his lips, "Do you find it expensive? No problem. You need not repair with me, nor pay me. This is entirely voluntary." The owners of several used car dealerships were itching to land a punch on Chen Geng's face, but for the watchful presence of Stinson looming nearby, Todd felt compelled to interject. After all, among the owners present, he was most familiar with Fernandez. "Fernandez, we understand your request for a repair fund, but that percentage is excessively steep. 10%. I believe 5% is more reasonable." His words were immediately met with a chorus of agreement. "Yes, I also think 5% is appropriate." In truth, even 5% felt a bit high, considering the modest sale price of their cars. Yet, friendship compelled their concession. "Fernandez, if you agree to 5%, we could sign a cooperation agreement right now," Chen Geng said with a cheerful smile, remaining silent. "Just because you propose 5%, I am to acquiesce? How naive." Ultimately, all eyes turned to Chen Geng. While their discussion among themselves was one matter, the final decision rested with Fernandez. No further comments? Observing the eager gazes fixed upon him, Chen Geng spoke up. 5%? You truly dare to suggest such a figure? Once a vehicle is granted a 6-month warranty and a 2-year limited free repair promise, do you not realize how much the sale price could increase? Are you not aware of the numbers involved? A vehicle you currently sell for $4,000 could, with a mere $200 to $300 spent on repairs and the promise of 6 months warranty, 2 years of limited free repairs displayed, be sold for $5,000. Come, tarnish my reputation if you dare. Hand over $500 for the repair fund and a little over $200 for the repairs, which effectively means you sell each vehicle for over $200 more than before. It's as if you are now earning the equivalent of selling 1.5 vehicles for every car sold. Not to mention, with this promise, you could sell even more cars. It is entirely plausible that your monthly profits could equal what you previously earned in 2 months. With such profits, are you still unsatisfied? The notion of charging for parts at cost and waiving labor fees is fundamentally flawed. With the salvaged parts acquired from Michael S. Dismantling Company, the hardware cost for repairs is nearly negligible, as salvaged parts are astonishingly inexpensive. However, there is no need to divulge this information to them. Chapter 39. Unveiling the Fangs. This is an open scheme. The owners of several second-hand car dealerships exchange glances, silently acquiescing to Chen Geng's assertions. Indeed, following the trailblazing initiative by Fernandez Company in championing warranties and maintenance, other second-hand car dealers faced a choice: either adapt or trail behind. Subsisting on the remnants left by Fernandez, no one relished the idea of merely surviving on scraps. Confronted with Fernandez's disruption of the status quo and the ensuing competition, their sole recourse was to keep pace. Yet, how simple is that endeavor? Do you possess the acumen to accurately diagnose a vehicle's faults merely by taking it for a spin? Can you execute repairs at minimal cost while ensuring the vehicle is in prime condition? Even if you possess these skills, would you dare to extend a 6-month warranty, coupled with a promise of limited free repairs for 2 years, charging only for the cost of parts? Counting on their fingers. The second-hand car dealers in Detroit sorrowfully recognized that, at present, only Fernandez Company could fulfill such commitments. As a result, they reaped the most succulent rewards. A single company's monthly transactions accounted for over 10% of the entire Detroit second-hand car market's monthly volume. Naturally, everyone understood that Fernandez's maneuver represented a significant reshuffling of the second-hand car market. Ultimately, the survivors would comprise more than just 1 or 2 enterprises. The American second-hand car market was vast. However, the troubling aspect was that numerous businesses would inevitably close their doors during this upheaval, and no one wished to be the unfortunate casualty. Doubtful. Such skepticism is natural. Yet how does one contend with this infuriating Chinese upstart? From the inception of Fernandez Company, there had been those who harbored intentions of sabotage, but they were met with a cadre of seasoned veterans from the Vietnam War, ready and waiting. Faced with such ruthless and hardened soldiers, no faction in Detroit was willing to provoke them. As for engaging in legal battles, that was even more futile. With nearly $10 million in monthly revenue, unless there was substantial evidence, do you truly believe the Detroit city government would jeopardize its relationship with a major taxpayer? Neither the intellectual nor the martial approach proved viable, so what was left? Clearly, it was to abide by the rules laid down by Fernandez. Moreover, those with quick minds had swiftly come to realize that playing by Fernandez's rules might not be entirely disadvantageous. Firstly, for the same vehicle, one could now earn significantly more. Secondly, even a modest increase of 20% in monthly transactions could yield an additional $3,000 in profit. However, if only they could persuade Fernandez to lower the proportion of the maintenance fund. But before they could voice their thoughts, Chen Geng interjected. Next, I shall present the second collaboration proposal, which I refer to as the partner scheme. Upon hearing this term, the crowd immediately sensed impending complications. They were not mistaken. The situation indeed appeared grim. The partnership scheme, to put it simply, entails that Fernandez Company will leverage our brand's influence, exemplary management system, robust after-sales service capabilities, and formidable marketing resources to invest in companies willing to collaborate with us. For enterprises seeking to partner with Fernandez Company, we shall provide a unified store image design, brand signage, management plans, service, and marketing training, with all vehicle inspections and after-sales responsibilities falling under the purview of Fernandez Company. In essence, by opting for this partnership scheme, one need only sit at home and collect profits. Moreover, we pledge to never seek more than a 50% stake in our partners' enterprises. Morrison instinctively licked his lips, ready to decline. What partnership is this? Do they think everyone is a fool? Unable to discern that this so-called partnership scheme is merely an attempt to invest in my company? If you wish to invest in my company, so be it. But you expect to contribute nothing and have me comply with your every demand? Absolutely not. Why should I relinquish half of the company I have painstakingly built over the years? Morrison was not alone in his sentiments. Other owners of used car dealerships shared the same viewpoint and instinctively planned to reject the offer. However, Chen Geng interjected before their decision could solidify. Becoming a partner of Fernandez Company means no inspection fees for vehicles, a mere 5 repair fund, and access to Fernandez Company's market influence, brand recognition, and after-sales service. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that we will only develop 2 partners and 3 collaborative entities in Detroit. Upon hearing Chen Geng's words, those who were previously prepared to storm out suddenly fell silent. 2 partners and 3 collaborative units? This means they would only develop 5 cooperative entities in all of Detroit? Including Fernandez itself, that totals just 6? This would undoubtedly form an exclusive small alliance dedicated to the high-end used car business. Without a doubt, being part of this small alliance would be highly lucrative. The room grew quiet as everyone contemplated whether to join, weighing the potential benefits against the drawbacks. Morrison was the first to break the silence, inquiring of Chen Geng, why limit to 5? Wouldn't more be better? Chen Geng did not answer directly, but countered with a question. We are all in the used car business. I trust you all have some insight into how much profit Runwa Industrial has made during this period? Morrison instinctively nodded, of course. If it weren't for the considerable profits generated by Fernandez Company. If customers visiting us didn't ask right away about the warranty duration and the length of free maintenance, the moment we mentioned no warranty, they would turn away while muttering about how great Fernandez Company is. If it weren't for your chaotic dealings, making it impossible for everyone else to conduct business. Do you really think we would swallow our pride and seek collaboration with you? Do you genuinely believe your influence is that significant? Chen Geng was quite satisfied with the reactions of these individuals. As for their dissatisfaction, he chose to ignore it. He posed a thought-provoking question. Have you ever considered that if all the used car dealers in Detroit made the same promises as we do, would our business at Fernandez Company still thrive? The answer was, of course, no. Morrison instinctively retorted, that's obvious. If all the used car dealers in Detroit offered the same warranty conditions, why would anyone choose to patronize you? Chen Geng spread his hands, wearing an expression that seemed to say, since you all understand this, why ask such a foolish question? He continued, the reason my company is currently so profitable is that I operate in the high-end market. The reason you are willing to collaborate with me is that you desire greater profits. Being high-end naturally means we cannot allow too many competitors to enter the market. The expressions of the used car dealers shifted dramatically. No one was foolish. Chen Geng's words had clearly conveyed his message. The used car market had been relatively uniform. But with the rise of Fernandez Company, the rules governing this market had been irrevocably altered, creating a distinct high-end segment. Although their prices were on average 15 to 20 higher than others, their superior service, warranty, and repair systems were recognized by customers. Even a significant portion of those initially considering new cars opted to purchase a quality used car from Fernandez Company, accepting the higher price as reasonable due to the warranty and service provided. Detroit had now transformed into a market where Fernandez Company operated at the high end, while other used car dealerships were relegated to the low end. However, for capitalists, the desire for greater profit is ingrained in their nature, prompting them to aspire to the high end as well. Yet, at this moment, Fernandez's words revealed a stark reality. Moving forward, the used car market in Detroit could only be defined by Fernandez Company at the high end, with all others confined to the low end. If everyone were to become high end, what difference would there be from the time before Fernandez Company emerged? While the logic was sound, expecting such competitors to concede easily was unrealistic. Molson, gritting his teeth, addressed Chen Geng. "Mr. Fernandez, you may be overestimating the situation. We can certainly establish our own after-sales service systems and make the same promises. If you dare to offer a 6-month warranty, we can offer a year. If you provide 2 years of limited free maintenance, we will provide 3. Let us see who blinks first." The other used car dealers, aside from Todd, nodded in agreement with Molson's assertion. "Indeed, you can make such promises," Chen Geng acknowledged with a nod before countering. "But what will you use to ensure that your promises can be fulfilled and realized?" Chen Geng rose and approached the window, gesturing towards the construction site outside. He spoke loudly to the group, saying, "My Fernandez Company boasts an expansive maintenance workshop and a dedicated modification facility, capable of providing inspection and maintenance services for dozens of clients simultaneously. We possess the most formidable repair team in the entire used car industry in Detroit. These assets are prominently displayed, visible to every potential car buyer. They are tangible affirmations of our commitment, our source of confidence. But what assurance do you possess? You may extend any promises to your clients, yet you must not underestimate their intelligence. On what grounds do you expect them to trust in the commitments you offer? What means do you have to fulfill the promises made to your clients? Will you outsource this aspect of your business?" The group was left utterly speechless. Chapter 40. The unveiling of fangs. You can't help but be stirred upon reflection. Fernandez's assertion holds undeniable truth. One can make any promise to clients with remarkable ease. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the ability to fulfill those promises. How can one instill confidence in clients regarding their capacity to deliver? As Fernandez aptly pointed out, the hardware facilities capable of providing the requisite services are conspicuously present. The expansive repair workshop, brimming with equipment, is evident to all. Anyone considering a vehicle purchase would naturally believe in their ability to honor their commitments. In stark contrast, one's own company comprises merely a few offices. What basis do clients have to trust in their ability to fulfill promises? If there were no comparison with Fernandez's company, it might be a different story, however. Given the juxtaposition, why would anyone choose to believe in you instead of seeking out Fernandez's enterprise? Yet, Molson was evidently not one to easily concede. Even in pursuit of better collaboration conditions, he stubbornly countered Chen Geng's words. "While your point is valid, we can certainly manage on our own." "Of course, you can." Chen Geng did not dispute. "However, I am somewhat curious. Have you calculated the investment required to establish such a maintenance and repair facility? How long would it take to recoup that investment? Even if several of you pooled resources to share costs, what would be the cost-benefit ratio?" Molson stared at Chen Geng, dumbfounded. Todd mirrored his astonishment, as did the others, all sharing similar expressions of disbelief. "We merely spoke in generalities. Who has actually computed these figures?" Chen Geng continued to challenge them. "I can assure you, the costs you ultimately calculate will undoubtedly be less favorable than collaborating with me. You may find it hard to believe, but the repair workshop I am currently establishing with its land, buildings, equipment, and personnel amounts to an investment exceeding $300,000. Perhaps this figure may serve as a reference for you. Oh, and do not overlook the monthly operational costs." Molson remained agape, as did Todd. And the other used car dealers continued to be left speechless. They had indeed not calculated the necessary expenditures. Yet even a rough estimation would reveal that just the cost of 10 lifts alone would be substantial, not to mention the myriad of other general and specialized tools. The investment would likely be quite comparable to Fernandez's stated $300,000. Furthermore, as Fernandez had articulated, That 300,000 investment entails fixed monthly expenses such as labor, utilities, and procurement of spare parts. The realization struck them. They were merely a group of used car dealers earning a few tens of thousands annually, at most 50,000. They lived extravagantly, yet their actual financial reserves were meager. Facing these now silent used car dealers, Chen Geng pressed on. Additionally, you may find this surprising, but according to my calculations, becoming partners with Fernandez's company would actually yield you greater profits than the first proposal. Todd's head snapped up in astonishment. Greater profits? How so? Merely relying on your absence of detection fees, with only a 5 maintenance fund? This is utterly implausible. For partners will invariably exchange vehicles amongst themselves. Internal exchanges? Todd and Molson suddenly grasped the situation. When Fernandez's company had just implemented its 4 commitments, it had coordinated vehicle exchanges with various used car dealers. Perhaps they felt disgruntled witnessing the flourishing business of Fernandez's company, or perhaps it was simply a personal aversion to Fernandez himself. The price for the same vehicle exchanged with Fernandez's company was significantly higher than that for other used car dealers. If your vehicle is priced high, then I shall profit handsomely from you. The reasoning was sound, yet Fernandez's company was even more ruthless. Upon realizing they were being systematically targeted by the used car dealers in Detroit, they first persuaded their clients to consider alternative vehicles. Most customers did not possess a strong attachment to any particular car. If Fernandez's company recommended a vehicle that met their criteria, they would generally proceed with the purchase. Should a client insist on a specific model, Fernandez's company resolutely chose to forego the transaction, refusing to grant the Detroit dealers an opportunity to exploit them. Gradually, the used car dealers in Detroit became aware of the unspoken, yet mutual understanding regarding Fernandez's company. You wish to deceive me? How utterly foolish. However, given the current daily transaction volume of Fernandez's company, the prospect of facilitating vehicle exchanges among partner enterprises was exhilarating to contemplate. Setting aside all other benefits, this alone could potentially bolster their monthly transaction volume by at least 10. That translates to substantial profits. Realizing this, the used car dealers fell silent, each one mentally calculating. If becoming a partner with Fernandez's company would yield greater profits than their current endeavors, relinquishing a portion of their shares did not seem unreasonable. Only Molson appeared aggrieved. You did not mention this earlier. Chen Geng, feigning surprise, replied, Did I not mention it? Molson nodded emphatically. You indeed did not. Chen Geng shrugged. Then consider it as if I never spoke of it. I must have simply forgotten. With that, he assumed an air of indifference, as if he had laid all the cards on the table, leaving them to ponder their next steps while leisurely sipping tea. Molson suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Not only Molson, but the other used car dealers also felt the sting of tears. At this juncture, they fully comprehended Chen Geng's stratagem. Agree to my terms, and you will earn more. Refuse my terms, and prepare to subsist on my leftovers. Fernandez's company has firmly secured 10 of the used car transaction volume in Detroit, and it is the most lucrative segment of that 10. Once the high-end used car alliance led by Fernandez is established, they will be poised to capture the most succulent portion of the entire Detroit used car market. It seems plausible that achieving 20 to 25 of the used car transaction volume will not pose a challenge. Furthermore, it is estimated that they could sway an additional 5 to 10 of customers initially inclined to purchase new vehicles to their alliance for used cars. In this light, the 6 companies involved would account for nearly 20 of the total monthly transactions for both new and used cars in Detroit, a figure that is utterly disheartening. Upon analyzing this, a critical question arises. Should one pursue substantial profits alongside Fernandez, or cling to their own modest territory? Maintaining one's own business may not result in significant losses, merely a slight decrease in earnings, from an annual profit of 30,000 to perhaps 25,000. However, partnering with Fernandez might yield earnings of 40,000 or even 50,000 per year. Regardless of the choice to collaborate or not, there are pros and cons, making this a truly daunting decision. But is it really that complicated? After all, they are not tycoons of vast enterprises, merely a collection of used car dealers. They are not much different from small convenience store owners. How grand can their aspirations truly be? The primary concern is profitability, how to maximize earnings. As long as they can enhance their income, other considerations become secondary. Todd was the first to speak up. Fernandez, if we collaborate with you, how can you assure us that no one will encroach upon our territory in the future? This indicates a willingness to submit to Fernandez, with Todd setting the precedent. The others felt no hesitation. James, who had been relatively silent, chimed in. Indeed, Fernandez, if others follow our lead and form their own alliance, what will you do? Following James, the other used car dealers immediately began to voice their concerns. Yes, yes. If someone does this, what will your response be? Can you guarantee everyone's interests? Chen Geng did not shy away from the question. That is an excellent inquiry. Observing our profitable strategy, it is certain that others will attempt to replicate it. This possibility not only exists but is likely to materialize swiftly. This is entirely anticipated. Should others emulate our model, how shall we respond? However, I remain optimistic. Firstly, we are the pioneers in establishing our brand recognition, and the public favors us. We are the leaders in this market. As long as we maintain the quality of our service and vehicles, safeguarding our fundamental market share will pose no issue, correct? Absolutely. The group concurred with Chen Geng. After all, Fernandez's company was the first to raise this flag. The leader always possesses unique advantages. Chen Geng. Secondly, the only company capable of offering such a multitude of services at such a remarkably low price is Fernandez. I do not believe anyone else can surpass our capabilities. Thirdly, and most crucially, can we merely stand by and watch as they target us, remaining utterly passive with no response? That would be utterly inconceivable. Ultimately, that last statement is the crux of the matter. Todd's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Really? What do you intend to do? Before Chen Geng could respond, Morrison slapped him on the back. Fool, are you mentally impaired? How could you utter such a thing? Todd also realized he had misspoken, offering a sheepish chuckle and falling silent. Indeed, once the high-end consortium in the used car industry is established, there will be numerous strategies available to counter newcomers. One could easily conceive of over 10 approaches with just a moment's thought. Not every enterprise is as impenetrable as Fernandez, impervious to both soft and hard tactics, leaving one with no avenues to exploit. The question remains, which collaboration scheme should we choose? The first scheme has its advantages, while the second scheme offers its own benefits. Goodness, we have been outmaneuvered by Fernandez. Chapter 41. It's too quiet at home. Perhaps I should get a dog at this moment. Todd and the others, who had been grappling with indecision, finally grasped the truth. That scoundrel Fernandez had orchestrated everything from the very beginning, patiently waiting for them to fall into his trap, which they indeed did with naivety. However, understanding the situation was one thing, taking action was another. Could they refuse? Observing the conflicted expressions on their faces, Chen Geng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, maintaining a serious facade. I understand that this decision is not easy to make. There's no rush. Please let me know within a week. Regardless of whether we can reach a collaboration, we remain friends. Huh, as if I would believe you. Todd and the others felt a strong urge to express their disdain for Chen Geng's words. Guys, I propose a suggestion. James spoke up as they exited Chen Geng's office. Since Fernandez has thought to unite several companies to seize the market, why can't we band together and negotiate for better terms from him? Is that an option? Accompanied by a flicker of curiosity, the used car dealers exchanged glances filled with intrigue. There is potential. Noticing the spark in their eyes, James grinned. You don't need me to elaborate on what's on your minds, do you? Moreover, Fernandez has presented this proposal for quite some time, and we are the only ones showing interest. What does that indicate? Friends, we are Fernandez's sole partners. If we unite, he will have no choice but to offer us more favorable conditions. Is there any doubt about that? No one doubted. Todd immediately asserted, then what are we hesitating for? Let us find a place to grab a drink and discuss further. Having washed away his fatigue, Chen Geng yawned and stretched, just as he was about to head to his bedroom when the phone in the living room suddenly rang. Hello? He answered. This is Fernandez. Who am I speaking with? This is Todd. Todd? A slight smirk appeared on Chen Geng's lips. You couldn't resist calling so soon, could you? He feigned surprise. Oh, hello. Is there something you need at this late hour? After a few seconds of silence, Todd spoke softly. I'm downstairs at your building, and there are some matters I would like to discuss with you. Oh, certainly. Please hold on. Upon Todd's arrival, he was astonished to find that Fernandez lived in such a small apartment. This is too small. Fernandez, with your wealth, why do you reside in such a modest place? Chen Geng smiled. What use is a large house if I live alone? Moreover, this apartment was a bequest from my parents, and it holds significant meaning for me. I see, Todd nodded. While that is true, you are now a millionaire. It would be wise to invest in a more presentable, larger home. Not only would it benefit your future social engagements, but it would also reflect your wealth and, most importantly, enhance your security. To assert that Americans are indifferent to possessions such as houses and cars is to reveal a profound misunderstanding of the American context. Which millionaire in America still resides in a modest house or townhouse? Their residences typically commence at a grand scale, encompassing over 3,000 square feet, complete with gardens and swimming pools. As for those who are worth tens of millions or even more, they either inhabit luxurious high-end apartments in city centers, akin to those owned by President Trump, or vast estate-like mansions. This is their method of showcasing wealth and status, as well as a form of investment. Suggesting that Americans are unconcerned about homes and vehicles overlooks the reality, even without mentioning Bill Gates. If you were to take any millionaire and suggest they reside in a typical housing unit, or even in a villa costing a mere $100,000, they would surely balk at the idea. Todd speaks the truth. With such considerable wealth, one should possess a residence befitting their status. In fact, more than one individual has advised Chen Geng to consider a new home, with White being the most vocal. In Xi Jinping's view, it is almost criminal for Chen Geng, who runs such a profitable company earning substantial monthly revenue, to continue living in such a cramped apartment. He ought to purchase a splendid house, one with a swimming pool and garden, and considering the future expansion of his business, one with a helicopter landing pad could also be on the table. Chen Geng has indeed contemplated this matter. Undoubtedly, he intends to acquire a lavish mansion that would leave visitors from abroad in awe, but not at this moment. Thank you. Chen Geng smiled. I will certainly change homes in the future, just not now. Perhaps after a while. Moreover, living alone in a vast house can feel rather empty, akin to residing in a haunted mansion. Reflecting on his own two-story villa, he acknowledged that living alone could evoke a ghostly ambience, making Fernandez's more modest abode seem considerably more comfortable. Todd nodded in agreement. That is true, but it matters not, as long as there are two women in the house. What does it matter? With your wealth, you need not worry about companionship. As long as you can handle it, changing partners daily is hardly an issue. In contemporary American society, the revolution in sexual norms is a prevailing trend, as long as Chen Geng is willing to invest. The realms of intimacy and companionship are far from problematic, with numerous women eager to share his bed. That's mere promiscuity, not love. Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. Let us not delve into that, Todd. You did not come to me at this hour merely to discuss women, did you? Todd, of course, was not there to act as a matchmaker. Seizing upon Chen Geng's remark, he clarified his purpose. Certainly not, Fernandez. If I were to choose to become your partner, how much more could I earn in a year compared to my current situation? He was intrigued by the two proposals Chen Geng had presented during the day, yet still felt uncertain. Chen Geng was adept at addressing such dilemmas. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually articulated. I understand you may find it hard to believe how much more you could earn. Let me make you a promise, starting from the moment we officially collaborate. If you do not earn at least 40 more in the next 12 months compared to the previous 12, I will compensate for the shortfall. 40% more than the last 12 months? Todd's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. He fixated on Chen Geng and exclaimed, if I fail to earn that much, you truly will compensate me? Are you bold enough to include this clause in our partnership agreement? Chen Geng chuckled, of course. Excellent. Todd slammed his hand on the table and sprang to his feet. As long as you are willing to inscribe this promise in the contract, I shall be the first to sign. Chen Geng smiled. Thank you, but you will not be the first. Not the first. Todd was momentarily taken aback. I am not the first? Well, I cannot disclose who it is, Chen Geng replied, noticing Todd's curiosity and waving his hand with a smirk. But it is someone you share drinks with. Oh, well, Todd, who had initially suspected that Fernandez might be deceiving him, now felt a pang of frustration and anger at the realization that someone had beaten him to the punch. Damn it. A bunch of untrustworthy individuals, who clearly agreed to everything while drinking. In his indignation, Todd conveniently forgot that he himself had not been entirely trustworthy either. However, now was not the time to dwell on issues of integrity. A more pressing question awaited him. Fernandez, if you were to become our partner, how much equity would you require? 40%. 40%? Although Chen Geng had previously mentioned that he did not seek absolute control, the demand for 40 equity still pained Todd. That is rather excessive. 40% merely signifies that Fernandez would receive 40 of the profits from your company. As I mentioned before, Fernandez's company will not engage in daily operational management. I will ensure that you earn 40 more than the previous 12 months with your 40 share of the profits. If that does not suffice, then one could argue you are being excessively greedy, wouldn't you agree? Naturally, regulatory personnel must be assigned to ensure that partners adhere strictly to the relevant rules and regulations of Fernandez's company. Todd found himself at a loss for words in response to Chen Geng's assertion. Indeed, If he held 60 of the equity and could still achieve a 40 increase in profits, demanding more would indeed be somewhat avaricious. Yet, the notion of not participating in the company's operational management and merely receiving 40 of the profits at year-end felt rather superficial. After all, the design of the business premises required the approval of Fernandez's company to ensure a unified image, consistent sales strategies, and standardized warranty and after-sales services. How much difference did it truly make whether he was involved in the management of the enterprise? Todd was not a fool. He scratched his head and mused. Why do I feel as if you're attempting to establish a KFC or McDonald's? Chen Geng chuckled, unabashedly admitting, you are not entirely mistaken. I indeed aspire to create a KFC or McDonald's for the used car market. Although the second-hand car industry possesses its unique characteristics and cannot operate like a fast food chain, where all outlets utilize semi-finished ingredients supplied by the headquarters, there are aspects such as storefront design, service processes, and vehicle preparation procedures that can draw inspiration from these fast food establishments. It would not be inaccurate to assert that Chen Geng's intention is to construct a KFC within the used car sector. As for the necessity of deploying regulatory personnel, this is merely a preliminary measure to explore certain methodologies. After all, the used car industry differs significantly from the fast food business. Todd still felt somewhat unconvinced, clicking his tongue. Aren't you worried that I might manipulate the pricing? Then go ahead and do so, Chen Geng replied, regarding Todd as if he were a simpleton. I, at the very least, am a used car dealer myself, correct? Your vehicles must pass through my hands. Do you think I would be oblivious to the market acquisition price of a used car of a certain year and condition? Todd managed a wry smile. It seems my previous question was indeed rather foolish. Chen Geng said nothing, yet his expression conveyed everything. You acknowledge that your question was foolish? Indeed. Given that Fernandez intended to create a chain within the used car industry, how could he overlook such a straightforward inquiry? Even though the establishment of this fast food chain would entail numerous challenges, a slight deviation of a few dozen or $100 in a vehicle's price would be acceptable. However, if the discrepancy were too great, it would not merely imply that Fernandez was being treated as a fool, but that he himself would be the one appearing foolish. Taking a deep breath, Todd looked at Chen Geng and declared, I agree. Since you assure me that I can earn more money, why would I disagree? After all, I can always open branches in the future. At this juncture, Todd had come to terms with the situation. Money was indeed paramount. However, Fernandez, since you are reluctant to casually bring women home, I suggest you get a dog. To be honest, your home does seem a bit lonely. Initially indifferent, Chen Geng suddenly found Todd's remark somewhat reasonable. True, it is a bit desolate at home. Having a dog might be a good idea. But what kind should I get? His thoughts were inevitably led astray. When 3 used car dealerships in Detroit removed their original signs and replaced them with the uniformly designed signage of the Fernandez company, and when 2 additional dealerships adorned their premises with new customized signs prominently displaying the Fernandez company certification, the used car industry in Detroit remained surprisingly undisturbed. Some individuals quietly mocked these 5 businesses for their collaboration with Fernandez, completely oblivious to the fact that, at that very moment, the used car industry in Detroit, and indeed, the entire nation, was undergoing a profound transformation. Meanwhile, what was Chen Geng, who had successfully completed the first phase of his plan, engaged in? He seemed to be doing nothing, as he found himself ensnared by White, who had brought forth the property deed for his apartment. What was the purpose of this? Gazing at White, Chen Geng raised an eyebrow and remarked, if I recall correctly, I have yet to repay that loan, haven't I? Chapter 42. Do they not regard me highly enough? White smiled obsequiously, saying, this is a token of our goodwill from the bank. Congratulations on becoming the leader of the used car industry in Detroit. I cannot accept such a title, Chen Geng replied, shaking his head as he pushed the property certificate before White, with a smile that was both sardonic and bemused. He regarded White. You expect to gain such a significant advantage from me for just a few tens of thousands of dollars. And you come here as merely the deputy manager of the credit department? Is the United Community Bank so dismissive of my worth? It was clear that Chen Geng was somewhat displeased. From the moment White presented himself, Chen Geng had surmised the purpose of his visit, aside from the automotive loans and bank transactions related to the Fernandez used car sales alliance. What else could he possibly want? The Fernandez company currently boasts a monthly bank transaction volume nearing $5 million, with automotive consumer loans exceeding $3 million each month. Following the establishment of the Fernandez used car sales alliance, even the most conservative estimates suggest that this figure would merely double. leading to an annual turnover exceeding $100 million and a loan capacity surpassing $70 million. Even with a slightly optimistic outlook, annual transactions could reach $150 million, with automotive consumer loans easily exceeding $100 million. The American banking sector is currently facing significant challenges, with a total of 411 banks across the nation, intensifying competition to an extreme degree. Even industry giants such as Morgan, Chase, and Mellon, ranked among the top in the country with assets in the hundreds of billions, are struggling. How much more difficult must it be for a smaller bank like United Community Bank, ranked beyond the 80th position, with total assets under $2 billion? If they could persuade Fernandez to entrust their alliance's used car credit and transaction business to United Community Bank, it would be a substantial boon for the Detroit branch, greatly enhancing the overall performance of the bank. Historically, their collaboration had been quite pleasant. Had United Community Bank approached with genuine intent, Chen Geng would have willingly handed over this business, given their established rapport and the amicable nature of past dealings. However, it was perplexing that, for such a significant business opportunity, they would send a mere subordinate to negotiate with him. To think they could simply dismiss him by proposing to waive the mortgage on his property for a deal of such importance to them, was this not a grave insult? Did these fools truly possess such ignorance? Chen Geng understood acutely that such matters must be addressed, for they pertained directly to his standing in the partnership. White, of course, understood that Chen Geng was not directing his ire at him. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Brother Chen, I assure you, I did not intend to target you." Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Ji Shengqing. "Xiao Ji, I simply cannot grasp the significance of this business to your bank. You must be aware of its importance, right? Surely, the fools at your bank should comprehend it as well. Even if the person negotiating with me were not the vice president from headquarters, at the very least, it should be the head of your Detroit branch. What does it mean to send you here? I do not mean to belittle you, but for a transaction of this magnitude, you are simply unqualified to engage with me." White forced a bitter smile, realizing that while Chen Geng's words were somewhat harsh, they were indeed the truth. Such matters were not within the purview of a mere vice manager of the credit department at a small branch to discuss with Chen Geng. Being sent here was, in fact, an affront to Chen Geng. The fact that Chen Geng had not dismissed him outright was already a significant concession. Fortunately, he had anticipated the treatment he might receive before coming. With a sheepish grin, he said, "Brother Chen, you've misunderstood. It is not as you think. I am merely the vanguard, here to gauge your thoughts. Should you express an interest in collaboration, our bank's leader will." "Xiao Ji, do you truly believe I will buy that?" Before Ji Shengqing could finish, Chen Geng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "There is no need to embellish your boss's reputation, nor to treat me as a fool. What is the most crucial aspect of business cooperation? Sincerity. If you wish to collaborate, then demonstrate your sincerity. For a partnership of this scale, where is the indication of your bank's earnestness? Do not tell me that merely making this trip to see me constitutes sincerity." Ji Shengqing wore a sheepish expression, fully aware that the conversation had reached a point where it could not continue. As Chen Geng had pointed out, for such a substantial collaboration, at the very least, the head of the Detroit branch of United Community Bank should personally pay a visit to Chen Geng to convey sincerity. Yet, here he was, having not even laid eyes on a single representative, which was hardly a demonstration of goodwill. Being a compatriot, Chen Geng felt it necessary to extend some courtesy. Thus he shifted the topic. "By the way, those individuals you brought are quite commendable and hardworking. I am very satisfied with their performance." As he spoke, he retrieved an envelope from his drawer and slid it across to Ji Shengqing. "This is for your tea expenses. Please do not hesitate to accept it." Judging by the bulging envelope, it contained no less than $3,000. Ji Shengqing hesitated momentarily but did not refuse. "Thank you, Brother Chen." After all, they were compatriots. So why be overly formal? Chen Geng, having a favorable impression of Ji Shengqing, remarked, "Tomorrow, I will be visiting HSD. In light of your standing, if upon my return, United Community Bank fails to present a sufficiently sincere offer for collaboration, then aside from the agreement we previously reached, I shall entrust the remainder to other banks. Conversely, if upon Chen Geng's return, United Community Bank's sincerity is adequate, then these two transactions would rightfully belong to them." Understanding Chen Geng's intentions brought immense joy to Ji Shengqing, who promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you." In a single statement, Chen Geng had granted him considerable favor. Accepting Ji Shengqing's appreciation with a casual demeanor, Chen Geng remarked, "Go back and inform your bank's foolish individuals that opportunities are fleeting. If they continue to squander them, that is their own misfortune, after all. The loss does not fall upon me. Handing such a substantial business deal to any bank ranked below 40 in the 1977 American banking list. Wouldn't they all kneel and call me father? Your bank stands to gain tremendously. Do not be overly earnest. Ensure you secure your own benefits. Understood, Brother Chen. Thank you. Ji Shenqing chuckled awkwardly, but his expression suddenly shifted. Brother Chen, did you just say you were going to HSD? Are you visiting the liaison office? Chen Geng nodded. Why? Is that inappropriate? Ji Shenqing hesitated. But that place is a communist country, and we are capitalists. Even so, Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively. You are overthinking. The situation is not that dire. However, Ji Shenqing grew anxious and exclaimed, the government has undoubtedly dispatched numerous personnel to monitor the liaison office. I would bet that if we gathered all the CIA and FBI agents within a kilometer radius of the Chinese liaison office, they could encircle it multiple times. Wouldn't that mean you are openly revealing your connections to the government? Chen Geng laughed and waved his hand again. It's fine. Seeing that Ji Shenqing was about to speak again, Chen Geng reiterated, truly, it's fine. If the American government had intentions towards me, they would have acted after my last visit, rather than waiting until now. Furthermore, let me share something with you. The American government is currently negotiating with China regarding diplomatic relations. Diplomatic relations with China? Ji Shenqing was taken aback. Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I lie about something so trivial? Chen Geng chuckled. Do you comprehend what this negotiation signifies? What does it mean? That the two countries are moving from confrontation to reconciliation? Not merely that. Chen Geng shook his head. It signifies that in international relations, ideologies and beliefs are but illusions. What truly governs the relationship between nations is mutual interest. Ji Shenqing furrowed his brow and pondered for a while, ultimately conceding, I do not understand. For someone like Ji Shenqing, who had never engaged with dialectical materialism or the intricacies of international relations, Chen Geng's words were exceedingly profound. At this juncture, one might reflect on the invaluable teachings from our middle and high school political textbooks. Knowledge that we often regarded with disdain is, in the West, a privilege reserved for the ruling elite. Chen Geng did not press him further, opting instead for the most straightforward explanation. It matters not if you understand. Simply know that for contemporary America, uniting with China to counterbalance the Soviet Union is a fundamental national policy, and establishing diplomatic relations with China aligns with America's national interests. As long as the Soviet Union remains intact, this situation will remain unchanged. The American government will selectively overlook the national and social attributes of China, and the relationship between the two countries will warm rapidly within a brief period. Therefore, I have no qualms about my visit to HSD. The American government is tacitly approving, even encouraging it. Is that so? Ji Shenqing inquired hesitantly. He was unsure why Chen Geng possessed such extensive knowledge. Yet he understood one thing. Chen Geng's previous visit to the Chinese liaison office in the United States had undoubtedly caught the attention of the CIA and the FBI. The fact that nothing adverse had occurred to Chen Geng after all this time suggested that what he said might indeed be true. Nodding, he replied, all right. I may not fully understand this, but I trust your judgment. Additionally, Brother Chen, what do you desire? I will strive to assist you upon my return. What can a mere pawn like you do for me? What I seek is beyond your capacity to procure. Nonetheless, since Ji Shenqing is genuinely well-intentioned, I shall acknowledge his kindness. Chen Geng responded, thank you. However, some matters are not suitable for you to address. I cannot allow you to leave an impression of disloyalty to your superiors, as it would be detrimental to your future prospects. Just convey my intentions to your boss. Chapter 43. I am my cousin. Upon encountering Ding Haijun once more, my future father-in-law, or perhaps my past father-in-law, appeared somewhat preoccupied. However, upon seeing Chen Geng, a swift smile illuminated his face. Mr. Chen Geng, greetings. Deputy Director Ding, how do you do? Chen Geng replied, raising his hand with a grin. Ding Haijun, feigning displeasure, responded with a smile, thanks to everyone's well wishes, I am doing quite well. His gaze then fell upon the two burly men accompanying Chen Geng, momentarily narrowing with curiosity before he inquired, Mr. Chen Geng, who are these two? They're my bodyguards, Chen Geng affirmed. Bodyguards? Ding Haijun's eyes involuntarily twitched, realizing he had underestimated this young man. A reevaluation of Chen Geng seemed necessary. The last time Chen Geng had casually presented $30,000 and a luxurious Cadillac worth over $10,000. It had led the Chinese liaison office in America to regard his wealth there with utmost esteem. But now, bodyguards? It was unusual. None of the visitors before had brought bodyguards, especially not ones exuding such a strong military demeanor. Have they served in the military? Ding Haijun asked, slightly intrigued. Indeed, they are veterans of the Vietnam War, Chen Geng nodded. Noticing the wary glint in Ding Haijun's eyes, he chuckled. Are you suspecting they might be affiliated with the U.S. government or the CIA, perhaps? Ding Haijun remained silent, tacitly affirming the suspicion. I have dozens of Vietnam War veterans working in my company, Chen Geng said with a wave of his hand. They have been with me since my company was still in its infancy. As you know, the perception of these veterans in American society post-war was rather unfavorable. Well, if you find it inappropriate, I can send them to the hotel, Ding Haijun offered. That won't be necessary, Ding Haijun replied, casting a discerning glance at Stinson and his companion. Since they are here, they are friends, and we welcome them. However, I would appreciate it if you could inform them to refrain from wandering. Understanding Ding Haijun's lingering skepticism regarding the identity of his bodyguards was acceptable, as Chen Geng had no intention of rectifying it. He readily nodded, all right. Once inside the liaison office, Chen Geng comprehended the reason behind Ding Haijun's earlier somber expression. The spacious living room, far from crowded, hosted fewer than 10 guests, while the liaison office personnel outnumbered the visitors. It appeared that the invitation efforts had not borne fruit this time, as Chen Geng scrutinized the unusually tense atmosphere of the living room. In the director's office on the third floor, Ding Haijun was succinctly briefing the liaison office head, Lien Changheng, on the situation. You mean to say, Mr. Chen Geng brought along 2 bodyguards? Lien Changheng exclaimed, equally astonished. He claimed they are veterans of the Vietnam War. Ding Haijun confirmed with a nod. They certainly exhibit the essence of seasoned soldiers. Lien Changheng pondered for a moment before inquiring, do you think it could possibly be the CIA or the FBI? However, before he could finish his thought, he shook his head in denial. The CIA and FBI have stationed no fewer than 100 agents within a radius of 200 meters from us. As you mentioned, Chen Geng said these 2 individuals were with him before he had developed his connections. They are unlikely to be CIA or FBI operatives. At this juncture, Lien Changheng could not help but furrow his brow. I recall you mentioned that Chen Geng is involved in the used car business? Indeed, that is what he claimed. Then it becomes perplexing. How could someone in the used car trade possess such wealth? Lien Changheng mused. With his monthly donations and the hiring of bodyguards, I previously assumed that his contribution of $5,000 each month was a substantial burden. Yet now it seems that is not the case. Yes, I had thought similarly. Ding Haijun replied, shaking his head with a sense of resignation. It appears we have underestimated this young man, Chen Geng. We believed him to be merely an ordinary overseas Chinese with a modest income and a keen interest in domestic affairs. However, it now seems he is at the very least a millionaire. A millionaire at such a young age? Remarkable. Millionaire? I suspect he is worth much more, Lien Changheng countered, dissenting with Ding Haijun's assessment. Among the millionaires we have encountered, have you ever seen one who carries 2 bodyguards when going out? Ding Haijun was taken aback. That is indeed true. Are you suggesting that he is likely a multimillionaire? Lien Changheng remarked thoughtfully, Old Ding, perhaps Chen Geng is the biggest catch we have reeled in. Given that he holds a favorable impression of us, we must maintain this connection at all costs. You know that discussions are currently underway regarding a significant policy shift, and this Chen Geng is of utmost importance to our nation. Ding Haijun nodded solemnly. To prepare for the country's major transformation, the diplomatic system has undertaken considerable efforts recently, but the results have been rather lackluster. The overseas Chinese community remains highly vigilant towards the Republic. In comparison, the Chinese liaison office in the United States has performed relatively well, yet the Chinese expatriates they can reach are mostly small-time affluent individuals. The millionaire-class Chinese in North America disdainfully ignore the liaison office's invitations. Initially, it was assumed that Chen Geng would fall into the same category, given his age. It was thought impressive if he earned a modest income of around $100,000 to $200,000 a year. However, it now seems that Chen Geng could very well be a delightful surprise for the Chinese liaison office and the entire Republic's diplomatic system. Lien Changheng tapped the table thoughtfully, and after a moment, he finally made a decisive resolution. In that case, find an opportunity to invite him over. I will speak with him personally. Understood. Perhaps due to Chen Geng's youth, reminiscent of the younger generation that idles about at home, the Chinese expatriates present assumed he was merely representing his elders. They felt a twinge of regret, thinking to themselves, had I known, I would have sent my own child to handle this matter. Naturally, the assembled Chinese nationals and expatriates having instinctively assigned a status to Chen Geng, showed little interest in engaging with this troublesome child, and not a single one approached him for conversation. Chen Geng, however, was unfazed. Rather, he found amusement in the company of these individuals in their 40s and 50s, whose eyes were directed skyward, convinced of their own superiority, leaving little common ground for dialogue. As he contemplated whether to inform the staff and inquire about the possibility of having the liaison office prepare a meal of dumplings, a young lady from the office approached him, whispering that the director wished to see him. The prospect of being summoned by Director Lien Changheng piqued Chen Geng's interest. "Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony," Lien Changheng exclaimed with great warmth, personally welcoming Chen Geng and mysteriously retrieving a small tea box from the cabinet. "This is the Dahong Pao, specially approved by the leader for our liaison office to serve esteemed guests. Do savor its flavor. Today, I consider myself fortunate to share this with you." Upon hearing Dahong Pao, Chen Geng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing Lien Changheng's cautious demeanor, his interest intensified. "Is this from the 5 mother trees?" he inquired eagerly. "You are indeed knowledgeable about the 5 mother trees of Dahong Pao?" Lien Changheng replied, pleased. "It is essential to present gifts to those who appreciate them. Otherwise, it would be akin to casting pearls before swine, wouldn't it?" Since Chen Geng recognized the value of this tea, it was evident he understood its rarity. "I have heard of it, but have never tasted it. I must savor it today," Chen Geng expressed. "Ah, when you leave, I shall bring you some, though not much, perhaps enough for 3 or 5 brews. To be candid, the leader has only allotted us 1.5 taels. Then I shall not be polite. Politeness aside, I must also express gratitude on behalf of my colleagues for the books, periodicals, and scientific journals you have provided, which have greatly assisted our compatriots. The leader specifically instructed me to convey his thanks, stating that if you ever visit our homeland, he wishes to express his gratitude in person. No need for formalities. If you truly wish to thank me, might I request a meal of dumplings? Since my parents passed away, I have not had the pleasure of enjoying authentic dumplings." Having navigated the intricacies of human relationships, Chen Geng understood that relentless giving may not always be beneficial. The proverb about kindness leading to resentment holds true. Occasionally, expressing a desire for something can indeed strengthen mutual bonds. Upon hearing Chen Geng's request, Lien Changheng's eyes brightened, and he smiled, nodding in agreement. "That is easily arranged. A meal of dumplings is quite simple to provide. I must tell you, the dumpling filling prepared by Master Wang at our liaison office's canteen is truly exceptional." As the two engaged in conversation, Lien Changheng eventually revealed the most significant purpose of inviting Mr. Chen Geng. "Mr. Chen, after you shared details about your family's situation last time, the leaders took it very seriously and arranged for a special investigation. Now, on behalf of the Huaxia government, I am here to formally inform you about your relatives and family situation in the country. In your hometown of Haizhou, Jiangnan Province, you have a cousin named Chen Hongjun, who is currently an active officer in our East China military region. Your aunt is named Yuan Jia, and she is a doctor. Your cousin has a child who, like you, is also named Chen Geng. Furthermore, your cousin's father, who is also your great-uncle, is still alive." Lien Changheng continued speaking. But Chen Geng could no longer comprehend his words. His mind was buzzing incessantly, fixated solely on one thought. His father had transformed into his second cousin, his mother into his aunt, and he himself into his younger cousin. In that moment, Chen Geng's heart was a tumult of emotions. Chapter 44. An invisible facade. Observing the myriad of complex expressions that flitted across Chen Geng's face, Lien Changheng naturally presumed that Chen Geng was undergoing a tempest of emotions. Indeed, having heard of the passing of Chen Geng's parents and grandfather, it was evident that prior to receiving this news, he had been utterly alone in this world. Now, suddenly learning of the existence of living relatives, albeit a distant uncle connected through a shared ancestor, must have stirred profound feelings within him. Little did Lien know, Chen Geng's thoughts were entirely divergent from his own. Soon, Chen Geng composed himself and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked to Lien Changheng, "I apologize for my display of emotion. I momentarily lost control." "Not at all. Mr. Chen, this is your genuine self," Lien Changheng replied with a chuckle. "As you know, the diplomatic relations between Huamei and our nation are set to be formally established soon. Once the two countries have established ties, I sincerely invite you to return and witness the changes." Of course, Chen Geng nodded without hesitation, eager to ascertain the current state of his domestic counterpart, whether it was indeed himself or merely a passerby. After being abruptly thrust back to 1978, Chen Geng found many developments increasingly intriguing. However, at this moment, he inquired, "Director Lien, when shall we dine?" To be frank, I arrived with an empty stomach. Specifically for the sake of enjoying these dumplings. Lien Chongqing paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, he was not exaggerating. Master Wang possessed remarkable skill in preparing dumpling fillings. The simple combination of celery and pork yielded 2 generous plates that Chen Geng devoured with gusto. Observing Chen Geng's hearty appetite, Master Wang's eyes crinkled with delight. In response to Chen Geng's expression of gratitude, he patted his chest and declared, "I, Wang, may not possess many talents, but my culinary skills are worthy of notice. It is rare for someone of your stature to appreciate my work. Should you ever crave dumplings? Feel free to visit our liaison office directly. Then I shall not hold back," Chen Geng said, letting out a satisfying belch. He then turned to his father-in-law, who stood beside him, and asked, "Deputy Director Ding, could Master Wang prepare some for me to take away?" "Of course, my brother. What filling would you like?" "If you have none in mind, I shall send someone to the market," Deputy Ding responded with alacrity. The more Chen Geng felt at ease with the liaison office, the more it reflected his favorable impression of the Republic, which naturally pleased everyone involved. Pork and radish. And additionally, Chen Geng's sentence was interrupted as Stinson approached with a mobile phone the size of a brick, whispering to Chen Geng, "Boss, Ms. Rosemary, the Vice President of the United Community Bank, wishes to speak with you." Instantly, the surrounding crowd fell silent, including the staff at the liaison office. Given the multitude of banks in America, not everyone was familiar with the United Community Bank. Yet, the prospect of a vice president seeking to converse with Chen Geng was astonishing to everyone present. Each individual wondered who among them could warrant a call from a vice president of a bank. Having clarified, it is the vice president of the bank, not merely a deputy manager of some branch. The Chinese expatriates who rushed to the liaison office cast ambiguous glances at Chen Geng, some whispering to familiar friends, speculating whether this young man was merely boasting. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Geng calmly accepted the brick-like device. "Hello, I am Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez, greetings. I am Rosemary from the United Community Bank." The voice emanating from the sizable mobile device was that of a competent woman, resonating clearly in the ears of the onlookers. "When would you be available? I wish to discuss matters of mutual cooperation." As Rosemary's words fell, a stir rippled through the crowd. Although none present were particularly accomplished entrepreneurs, their years of experience honed their ability to discern the crux of Rosemary's statement. It was a collaboration between both parties, not a lone request from Chen Geng to the United Community Bank. What on earth is this young man's background? Someone in the crowd could no longer contain their curiosity, murmuring to a companion, "This United Community Bank. It can't be one of those small credit unions with just a single branch, can it?" "No, I've heard of this bank. It seems to be quite substantial." I know, interjected another. "Our company has some business dealings with the United Community Bank. Its scale is decent, with total assets amounting to roughly 1 to 2 billion. A bank with total assets of 1 to 2 billion? The crowd erupted into further commotion. If the United Community Bank indeed possessed such considerable assets, it would certainly qualify as a mid-sized bank. The question then arose, why would the vice president of a mid-sized bank personally call this young man to discuss cooperation? What magnitude of collaboration could they be contemplating? Moreover, it appeared as if the bank were seeking this young man's favor. With a keen awareness of the weight of this information, the crowd's gaze towards Chen Geng shifted significantly. Some who had previously brushed him off were now filled with regret. Had they known of his impressive stature, they would have made an effort to cultivate a rapport. Others regarded him with skepticism. Could this young man truly be so audacious as to boast? A bank with such substantial assets would indeed be considered mid-sized. And why would its vice president engage with him about collaboration? What scale were they discussing? 5 million, 100 million, or even 200 million? While there are certainly Chinese families in North America with such financial flows, when had they ever heard of someone like him? Under the scrutiny of the crowd's myriad expressions, Chen Geng remained composed, stating, "I am currently at HSD. How about the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning? We may meet at my company." "All right." "It's settled then," the woman on the line replied swiftly. "So, Mr. Fernandez, we shall meet the day after tomorrow at 9. After hanging up the phone, Chen Geng gazed at the circle of astonished faces surrounding him, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his recent actions. He looked at everyone, bewildered, and asked, "Why are you all staring at me?" Old Ding, his voice trembling, articulated the question that lingered in everyone's minds. "Mr. Chen Geng, was that call from a vice president of a bank?" Yes, Chen Geng nodded. What is the matter? Is your business quite substantial? One of the onlookers inquired, still grappling with the implications of a bank vice president's call. Well, it's not overly large, Chen Geng replied nonchalantly. You know, my company primarily engages in automotive-related ventures, generating only about 1 or 200 million a year. 1 or 200 million. Old Ding's throat suddenly felt dry. He realized this young man seemed to possess considerable wealth, far exceeding his initial assumptions. Meanwhile, Director Lien, who stood nearby, was consumed by a singular thought. I've struck gold. I thought I had caught a hefty fish, but it turns out to be a whale. Some could no longer restrain themselves and sneered. 1 or 200 million in business volume. Pray tell, Mr. Chen, which family do you belong to? I've heard of several prominent families in North America, yet I've never come across yours. 1 or 200 million in revenue. If we assume a mere 5 profit margin, that would yield nearly $10 million in pure profit, and that is the most conservative estimate. In reality, it must start at a minimum of 10 million. Among the Chinese community in North America, earning over 10 million a year with the surname Chen. Let us see, can you name one? Chen Geng shook his head with a smile, uninterested in engaging with these individuals. Even if I prove it to you, what benefit would I derive? However, his dismissal was interpreted by the questioner as an admission of guilt. Feeling emboldened, the self-proclaimed authority pressed on, young man. It's one thing to boast with friends and leisure, but here, among your elders, do you truly think you have the right to brag? What are you doing? The once proud speaker faltered, facing the fierce demeanor of Stinson, anxiety creeping into his heart as his tongue stumbled. Boss. Stinson, without turning, quietly sought Chen Geng's guidance. Ignore him. This is the Chinese liaison office in the United States. Let us not create a scene. Chen Geng waved his hand dismissively and turned to old Ding and Director Lien, apologetically saying, I'm sorry for causing you any trouble. Mr. Chen, you needn't say such things. Lien Chongqing's laughter was genuinely hearty. Everyone who comes is our guest. What trouble could there be? He had resolved to mobilize every available resource to thoroughly investigate the true identity of Chen Geng. If he truly were a billionaire, it would be an incredible windfall. A billionaire of Chinese descent, harboring goodwill towards China, would be an invaluable asset for a nation poised to implement a strategic pivot. No description could be overstated. As for whether Chen Geng was genuinely remarkable or merely putting on a facade, that would soon be revealed through the investigation. Nevertheless, judging by his recent actions and demeanor, there seemed to be a hint of authenticity about him. Chapter 45, The extravagant ways of the wealthy gazing at the stack of dollars that Chen Geng had placed upon the table, which amounted to approximately 5,000. Due to its thickness being reminiscent of the sum he had previously provided, Lien Chongqing and Ding Haijun exchanged puzzled glances. What could this mean? Hadn't he just donated 5,000 to the domestic cause this month? Ding Haijun, quicker to react, inquired of Chen Geng. Mr. Chen, what is this about? Rest assured, gentlemen, this sum is not intended for either of you. There is no need to worry about my attempts to sway or corrupt state officials of the Republic. It was merely a jest, Chen Geng replied with a serious demeanor. The situation is as follows. Since I still have relatives in the homeland and I cannot return for the time being, I wonder if I might trouble you both. When someone from our liaison office returns to the country, could you kindly convey this amount to my second uncle? Understanding dawned upon Lien Chongqing and Ding Haijun, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Haijun instinctively remarked, Mr. Chen, there's no need for such measures. Your second uncle is an active duty officer. He does not lack for funds. Chen Geng smiled, sparing no consideration for the two men before him. Deputy Director Ding and Director Lien, with no one else present. I shall speak plainly. Over the years, many have managed to escape from the mainland, and I possess some understanding of the current situation there. To be direct, although the mainland has made strides in establishing a comprehensive industrial system, the economic outlook remains grim. Over half the population still lives in poverty, and the supply of essential goods is woefully inadequate. To ensure survival, the government has had to impose strict controls on resources. Almost all commodities require ration tickets for purchase. From daily essentials like rice and flour to radios, televisions, and bicycles, all necessitate appropriate documentation. I have heard that a typical dual-income household receives merely 3 to 5 pounds of meat and egg tickets per month. Am I mistaken? Both Ding Haijun and Lien Chongqing wore expressions of discomfort. Was Chen Geng's assertion factual? Certainly, even though they held positions as mid to senior-level officials within the Republic. Their households still relied on various ration tickets, albeit in slightly greater quantities. How could Chen Geng's second uncle, a small company commander in the East China military region, be in a significantly better situation than themselves? It was utterly impossible for anyone to indulge freely in meat. This money carries no ulterior motives. I merely hope to enhance the quality of life for my second uncle's family. Therefore, might I trouble you both for a small favor? Could you liaise with the local government to ensure they provide some additional meat and egg tickets for my uncle's family each month? Furthermore, if it were possible to secure tickets for purchasing a television and a refrigerator, I would be immensely grateful. As thoughts of his mother, who had long yearned for a refrigerator, crossed his mind, Chen Geng's eyes betrayed a hint of moisture. However, Lien Changheng and Ding Haijun interpreted this detail as a sign of Chen Geng's concern for his family back home, alleviating some of their previous suspicions. After a brief pause, without waiting for the two to respond, Chen Geng continued, "By the way, considering my cousin's age, you should be nearing the time to enter high school. Wouldn't you agree? Could you possibly provide another criterion for purchasing a bicycle? As the onset of high school approaches this autumn, Chen Geng is set to embark on this new chapter in his life. He vividly recalls that during this time, his greatest aspiration was to possess a bicycle. He had no desire for mountain bikes or racing bikes, having never even heard of them. A simple Djindu would suffice. If he could acquire a Phoenix, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Regrettably, it was not until the second semester of his sophomore year that Chen Geng realized his dream. Now that the opportunity has arisen, he is determined to fulfill this wish. At this moment, even Chen Geng himself finds the situation somewhat awkward. Yet he is confident that Lien Changheng will acquiesce to his request. Having articulated his desires, what could Ding Haijun and Lien Changheng possibly say? Not to mention, Chen Geng appears to possess a genuine understanding of domestic affairs. What is the primary focus for those of the Dai clan and his colleagues working in the United States? Is it not to cultivate relationships with the affluent Chinese expatriates and overseas Chinese, inviting them back to invest once the tides turn? If one begins to contemplate their financial contributions, would it not be reasonable to extend some measure of convenience to them? If no courtesy is granted, what grounds do they have to reciprocate? Rigid individuals are ill-suited for diplomatic endeavors. The central leaders have repeatedly emphasized the need for flexibility in the operational methods of the Huaxiao Liaison Office in the U.S. They have pointed out that for the foreseeable future, the core of our diplomatic efforts lies in adhering to our principles while being adaptable, striving to meet the requests of our friends as much as possible without compromising our fundamental tenets. Chen Geng's request, however, is far removed from any breach of these core principles. Thus, faced with Chen Geng's demand, what choice does Lien Changheng of the Huaxiao Liaison Office in the U.S. have but to comply? Gritting his teeth, Lien Changheng responds, "Brother, since you've put it this way, what can I say? All right, I will assist you. But there are a few points I must clarify." Chen Geng, fully aware of the theatrics, understands that this display is primarily for his benefit, intended to convey the challenges of fulfilling this request. Although he does not expect to gain anything tangible from it, he recognizes the implicit expectation of gratitude for such earnest assistance. Nevertheless, voicing such sentiments is unnecessary, and he simply nods in agreement. You may not directly hand this money to your second paternal uncle. The state will convert this amount from dollars to RMB at the official exchange rate, which currently stands at 1.72, resulting in approximately 8,600 renminbi reaching your uncle. You must understand this. Okay, no problem. Chen Geng responds without hesitation. Just give my second uncle the dollars. He has no other means to spend them, does he? Chen Geng's amiable demeanor indeed relieved Lien Changheng, who feared that Chen Geng might insist on giving his uncle dollars. Although the official exchange rate of RMB to USD stands at 1.72, the actual private exchange rate had surpassed 1.42. For the same amount of money, the official conversion would yield 8,600 renminbi, while the private rate would provide 21,000 RMB, a staggering discrepancy of 1,200 renminbi that could drive anyone to madness, especially when the monthly wage for workers was barely over 20 RMB. Lien Changheng doubted that Chen Geng was completely oblivious to this reality. But whether or not he was aware, it seemed that Chen Geng had acquiesced to this exchange rate, making subsequent negotiations more manageable. Bicycle tickets, television tickets, and refrigerator tickets could be discussed with ease. However, he pushed for a monthly allocation of more meat and eggs. Gritting his teeth, Lien Changheng proposed, "What do you think about 20 kilograms of meat and 15 kilograms of eggs each month? This would equate to less than 700 grams of meat per day for a household." Chen Geng furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. With my uncle's daily exercise and my younger brother's growth spurts and academic demands, How could this suffice? Let us agree on 90 kilograms of meat tickets and 30 kilograms of egg tickets monthly. Almost forgetting, he added, my younger brother is currently burdened with heavy study tasks. Could we possibly add 2 tins of milk powder each month? Lian Changheng and Ding Haijun exchanged bemused glances. This arrangement not only maintained the previous provisions but also included additional items. Meanwhile, Chen Geng, before Lian Changheng could respond, suddenly recalled that you, his future wife, was likely just starting middle school, an ideal time for growth. Glancing at Ding Haijun, he contemplated, Deputy Director Ding. I recall you mentioning that your daughter is also in middle school? At this stage, she is developing. So I will purchase 2 boxes of milk powder, one for your daughter and one for my younger brother. Don't look at me like that. It's settled. Ding Haijun was taken aback. What on earth is happening? How did I suddenly get roped into this? Little did he know that the opportunistic Chen Geng had already begun to contemplate caring for his future bride. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Ding Haijun quickly waved his hands. No, really, it's not necessary. However, Chen Geng showed no interest in seeking Ding Haijun's input and turned to Lian Changheng, asking, Director Lian, is there anything you wish to bring back? No, I don't need anything. Lian Changheng hurriedly gestured, genuinely apprehensive of Chen Geng's nonchalance regarding money. Yet, Chen Geng frowned. That won't he do? What is the matter? Lian Changheng inquired, sensing a complication. It seems I am imposing too much, Chen Geng mused, then proposed. Let us do it this way. I will charter an air freight container to send all the items I purchased for my uncle and younger brother. If anyone wishes to send something back, they can include it, and we will fill the container. Is it possible to send an air freight container from the United States to Huaxia? Certainly, there is no issue. It merely requires a transfer from the land of the rising sun. Although diplomatic relations between China and the United States have yet to be established, China has maintained formal diplomatic ties with Japan since 1972. Transferring an air cargo container is simply a trivial matter. However, Lian Changheng appeared utterly bewildered, as did Ding Haijun. Chen Geng's decision profoundly altered their perception of the affluent. The cost of air transportation is exorbitant. To send such heavy items as televisions, refrigerators, bicycles, and baby formula via air freight, and to charter an entire air cargo container? With a journey spanning thousands of kilometers, one must ponder the expenses involved. Yet, Chen Geng made this decision with an unflinching demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Meanwhile, Chen Geng regarded Lian Changheng and Ding Haijun with a wary expression, inquiring, I trust that my belongings will be safely delivered to my uncle and his associates? In response to Chen Geng's query, Lian Changheng and Ding Haijun exchanged exasperated glances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, do you have any idea how much you are valued back home? While it may be difficult to speak for others' possessions, who would dare lay a finger on yours? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Do you understand? Chapter 46. Seizing an opportune moment to visit the chief in Director Lian Changheng's office, he cautiously inquired of Minister Huang, what do you suggest we do about this matter? A new round of negotiations between Huaxia and the United States regarding the formal establishment of diplomatic relations had officially commenced. A week prior, Huaxia dispatched a delegation led by Minister Huang of the Foreign Ministry to the United States to engage in discussions pertinent to the establishment of diplomatic ties. Given their presence in America, the Huaxia Liaison Office in the United States naturally served as the lodging for the Chinese delegation. Seizing this opportunity, Lian Changheng approached Minister Huang. Boss, how should we handle the situation concerning Chen Geng? Minister Huang did not respond immediately, but instead chuckled. It appears that our friend Chen Geng is indeed quite affluent. An air cargo container departing from the United States, transiting through RB, and then arriving in our country, over 10,000 kilometers of journey. The shipping costs alone must amount to at least $10,000. Goodness, I would have to work for decades without sustenance to earn such a salary. Lian Changheng and Ding Haijun smiled in response, well aware that Minister Huang was merely jesting and not expressing dissatisfaction. After a moment's contemplation, Minister Huang decisively stated, before coming here, the chief specifically told me that we are here to make friends. It is essential to be sincere with friends, and it is only right to assist them. Let us agree to his request. I will contact my colleagues back home to ensure that everything is delivered intact and without loss to Mr. Chen Geng's relatives in our country. Pausing briefly, Minister Huang added with a smile, speaking of which, we might even benefit from our association with Comrade Chen Geng. A large air cargo container like that, I doubt he could fill it entirely. In that case, it seems we have gained quite a bit. Such a splendid opportunity to curry favor, without having to spend a single cent, left no room for doubt regarding Minister Huang's capability to navigate his position. His words served as a testament that those who occupy such esteemed roles are not easily swayed. With Minister Huang's reassurance, Lien Changheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Ding Haijun's face flushed crimson as he opened his mouth, seemingly intent on voicing a concern. Minister Huang, perceptive to Ding Haijun's expression, pointedly remarked, "You wish to discuss the milk powder that Chen Geng provided for you, correct? And you, little Lien? You just mentioned that Chen Geng intends to send a box of senior milk powder for your father, didn't he? Both old Ding and Lien Changheng nodded awkwardly. I am aware of this matter, Minister Huang affirmed. No problem, you may accept it. Old Ding and Lien Changheng widened their eyes in astonishment. We can accept it. According to the current foreign affairs regulations, in order to facilitate diplomatic operations, diplomatic personnel may accept small gifts of modest value from foreign friends. However, there are strict guidelines regarding the value of such gifts. While the exact price of the milk powder that Chen Geng provided is unknown, it is improbable that someone of his wealth would gift inexpensive milk powder. It is still an entire box. The value of this box of milk powder is difficult to estimate, but surely it amounts to several $100s. This significantly exceeds the boundaries set by relevant foreign affairs regulations. The situation concerning my friend Chen Geng is rather unique. Although Minister Huang did not articulate it explicitly, he conveyed his message unmistakably. In dealings with Chen Geng, one must firmly remember the imperative of never accepting any monetary gifts from him, while other aspects may be approached with some leniency. Indeed, both Lien Changheng and Deputy Director Ding responded in unison. Even with a more relaxed standard, whatever gifts Mr. Chen Geng presents must be reported to the organization. This is an immutable rule, and both men understood this without needing to be reminded by Minister Huang. Noticing that Minister Huang had not voluntarily brought up the issue he had previously mentioned, Lien Changheng hesitated for a moment but ultimately reminded him, Minister, there is also the matter of Mr. Chen Geng and the United Community Bank. Before Lien Changheng could finish, Minister Huang raised his hand, signaling him to refrain from continuing. He had already been contemplating this issue. Lien Changheng immediately fell silent. What do you know about the United Community Bank? After a moment of reflection, Minister Huang inquired. Lien Changheng replied, time is rather limited, and our information is quite scant. We only know that the total assets of the United Community Bank are approximately $1.5 to $2 billion, making it a medium-sized bank ranked around 70 to 80 among American banks. Minister Huang remarked, that is quite impressive. Indeed, he continued. We have reached consensus with the American side on several issues during this round of negotiations. Among these is the allowance for our official personnel to visit and meet with some Chinese expatriates. The distance to HSD Detroit is not far. At an appropriate time, you may pay a visit to your friends. Once Minister Huang uttered these words, Comrade Ding and Lien Changheng immediately grasped his implication. Hearing is often deceptive, while seeing is believing. To ascertain the true capabilities of Chen Geng and whether his claims hold merit, they could simply observe for themselves. They exchanged glances, both agreeing that this was a prudent course of action. Even if they could not uncover every detail, they would at least gain some insight, which would aid in assessing his overall strength. This approach was far superior to sitting in the liaison office and speculating. As for the pretext for the visit, there were countless possibilities. One could easily devise a reason, such as, Master Wang knows of your fondness for dumplings, and this time he specially prepared some for you. Or, Master Wang's hot pot base is exquisite. Would you care to sample it? Lien Changheng promptly nodded. Yes, Minister, we understand. Unbeknownst to Chen, he had already caught the attention of others. Upon returning to Detroit, he immediately began contemplating gifts for his parents and himself. A Panasonic 18-inch color television? Purchased. Is there a larger size available? A 21-inch model? Then, I'll take the 21-inch. This 21-speed mountain bike looks excellent. Equipped with front and rear shock absorbers and disc brakes. Quite commendable. Indeed, I'll buy it. What? Only 97 liters? What purpose does such a small refrigerator serve? Please procure one with a capacity of at least 150 liters. If none can be found, devise a means to locate one. If that proves impossible, I shall forfeit all the items I previously purchased. Additionally, acquire a microwave. As for the Nestle milk powder, procure 2 boxes for middle-aged individuals and 2 boxes suitable for adolescents in their developmental years. What? Each box contains merely 6 packets, and each packet weighs 800 grams? Then, I require 4 boxes of each type. Having finally made it here, Shouldn't we consider providing some benefits to the staff? Observing Chen Geng entering into a frenzied shopping spree, Stinson, trailing behind him, felt a twinge of concern. Would all these items fit into a single air freight container? However, considering the wealth of the boss, if one small container is insufficient, a larger one can be utilized, which eased his worries. The supermarket clerk following Chen Geng could hardly contain his joy. While this gentleman may not qualify as a major client, the total purchase amounted to several $1,000s, warranting exceptional service. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the 4th floor of the United Community Bank Detroit branch, the atmosphere was palpably tense. The spacious room was filled to capacity, and those familiar with the bank's management would recognize several notable figures among the attendees, including Rosemary, the bank's vice president, Rawld, the Michigan State president, and the branch manager White, who was squeezed into a corner, barely noticeable if he slipped out unnoticed. Surprisingly, White, who held a position of little significance within the bank, managed to secure a spot. Known internally as the Iron Lady, Rosemary's eyes blazed with intensity, causing the Michigan executives to tremble under her gaze, their legs nearly buckling under the pressure. It is no wonder the Michigan executives felt dread. The Iron Lady's formidable presence was undeniable, and she was currently in a state of fury. $6 million. $6 million. In the recently concluded first quarter, the entire Michigan State branch contributed a mere $960,000 in net profit to the bank. What are you all doing? It is understandable why Rosemary was so incensed. United Community Bank is not a large institution with branches across the nation. They operate in just 6 states, with Michigan being their most lucrative market, typically accounting for 30% of the bank's profits. However, the performance in Michigan during the past quarter was exceedingly disappointing, with only $6 million in net profit, representing barely 80% of the previous year's figures. How could the Iron Lady not be enraged? Had it not been for the Detroit branch contributing over $2 million, the situation for Michigan would be even more dire. Rosemary continued, her gaze fixed upon Rawld. Mr. Rawld, do you have anything to say? Rawld, drenched in perspiration, rose to his feet. For a professional manager, failing to deliver results and failing to provide shareholders with greater profits is a cardinal sin. What could he possibly say? Yet, at that moment, he steeled himself to offer a defense. The competition this year has been exceedingly fierce. Many banks have resorted to unscrupulous tactics in their quest for business. Was last year's competition not intense? Rosemary interjected, showing no mercy to Rawld. Rawld found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 47. Strategic level. Rosemary was indeed correct. Despite the fierce competition this year, with the number of banks in the United States reaching an unprecedented 1,411, the rivalry among these institutions can only be described as brutal. However, how much better was last year? These 1,411 banks did not simply emerge overnight. There were over 14,000 banks last year as well. In the first quarter of the previous year, Michigan contributed a profit of $27 million to its shareholders. Yet this year, after the first quarter concluded, Michigan managed to generate less than $8 million for its shareholders. With such a lofty salary and a competitive landscape not significantly worse than last year's, the inability to yield profits for shareholders left the Michigan head accountable for an untenable situation. Observing the speechless Rawld, Rosemary felt no personal grievance. An occasional misstep could indeed be forgiven. A gentle reprimand was in order. Do not claim I am denying you the chance to rectify your mistakes. You must strive with all your might to achieve this. I must remind everyone that the collaboration with the Fernandez Company is of paramount significance for United Community Bank. This partnership must not be regarded merely as a concern of your Michigan branch. Upon its completion, the city of Detroit alone is projected to provide us with at least $150 million in annual revenue and over $100 million in automobile loans. What if we assist Fernandez in expanding its operations throughout the entirety of Michigan? That could yield an annual revenue of $1 billion and upwards of $700 million in auto loans. I trust the implications of this are clear to all. Indeed, this is why United Community Bank treats its collaboration with Chen Geng with such gravity. The potential business Detroit can bring to the community bank is substantial. And what if we include Grand Rapids? What if we consider Sault Ste. Marie? Michigan boasts 11 sizable cities, even though Detroit is the largest. If Fernandez's used car business can extend across the state, an annual revenue of $1 billion and at least $700 million in auto credit loans is certainly attainable. Furthermore, Detroit is the only major city on the border between the United States and Canada. On one side lies Detroit, and on the other, Windsor, Canada. These two locations are interconnected via the Ambassador Bridge, the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel, the Detroit Central Railway Tunnel, and the Detroit-Windsor Ferry. The relationship between the two nations is so amicable that they might as well be wearing the same pair of trousers. For Americans and Canadians alike, traveling to the neighboring country is as convenient as returning home, with visa-free access. If promoted effectively, could we not attract Canadians to purchase vehicles from Fernandez? Since United Community Bank established a robust partnership with Fernandez during its early development, why not tightly bind the two entities together, allowing them to mutually benefit and enabling United Community Bank to share in the dividends of Fernandez's growth? Those present were not fools. There was no need for excessive clarity and discussion. A mere nod from Rosemary was sufficient for everyone to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and they were instantly invigorated. Should this business deal come to fruition, the United Community Bank would flourish. For the United Community Bank, the Fernandez Company, which had boldly raised the banners of warranty and limited free repairs within the used car industry, represented an untapped gold mine, a newly discovered source of immense wealth. This opportunity could propel the United Community Bank several ranks higher, potentially elevating it from its current position in the 70s or 80s within the national banking sector to the 30s or even higher. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the headquarters to place utmost importance on this collaboration. If the headquarters profited, would their bonuses not also reflect that gain? Observing the Detroit branch executives, now fully charged with enthusiasm, Rosemary nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It is clear that everyone understands the significance of our partnership with the Fernandez Company. I would like to convey the board's stance on this collaboration. We must elevate the Fernandez Company to the status of a strategic partner. I am aware that some among you may harbor prejudices against individuals of Asian descent. However, at this juncture, regardless of your private sentiments, it is imperative that you suppress any biases. Anyone who falters at this critical moment will face the board's unforgiving scrutiny. Do you all comprehend this? Indeed, previously, some may have underestimated the Fernandez Company, but Rosemary S. words instilled a newfound seriousness among the executives. Very well. Let us now discuss how we can secure the partnership with the Fernandez Company. Mr. White, as I understand, you have a good rapport with Mr. Fernandez. Would you kindly introduce us to his character? Me? White, taken aback by the sudden call-out, stood up in bewilderment, questioning the clarity of his own hearing. Indeed, you. Rosemary offered her first warm smile. Boss, your car has been repaired. Bob excitedly burst into the office, rubbing his hands together. Would you like to take a look? Repaired? Chen Geng rose, astonished. Now that he was the owner, the restoration of the Lincoln Continental Mark II was entrusted to Bob and Anderson. Chen Geng's request was straightforward. Spare no expense, but ensure that the car is restored to pristine condition, with all necessary replacement parts being original manufacturer components. Fortunately, although the model had been out of production for nearly 20 years, it was not as difficult to find parts as those classic cars that had been discontinued for 3 or 4 decades. The only challenge lay in the exorbitant prices of these components. If not for Chen Geng's newfound wealth, he would have been unable to afford the restoration of this vehicle. Indeed, Bob nodded repeatedly. I assure you, your Continental Mark II is undoubtedly the finest existing specimen among all the Continental Mark IIs in America, both in aesthetic appeal and driving quality. Upon hearing Bob's words, Chen Geng could no longer contain his excitement and promptly rose to his feet. Let us go and take a look. Bob, with an exaggerated eagerness, led the way, exclaiming, Boss, please follow me. The restoration of the Lincoln Continental Mark II had taken place in Bob's workshop, and without needing guidance, Chen Geng navigated his way there with familiarity. Upon seeing the vehicle covered in a custom car cover, he did not succumb to theatrics such as reddening eyes or trembling hands. Instead, he eagerly yanked off the black velvet cover, revealing the rejuvenated Lincoln Continental Mark II before his eyes. Bob, ever the sycophant, began to elaborate. Boss, in accordance with your wishes, we have restored all areas requiring refurbishment using original components. Any parts that needed replacement were substituted with brand new, factory original pieces. Moreover, we have conducted a thorough overhaul of the engine and transmission as per your request. Before Bob could finish, Chen Geng raised his hand, commanding, hand me the keys. Bob, quick to read the room, promptly fell silent and obediently presented the keys. As Chen Geng opened the door and settled into the spacious, soft, and comfortable leather seats, he felt himself enveloped in the luxurious embrace of genuine leather, akin to sinking into a plush sofa. It was pure bliss. As the saying goes, The essence of American luxury sedans lies in the expansive, cushioned leather sofas and the interconnected seating between the front driver and passenger. Imagine the thrill of cruising down the highway with your beloved, when suddenly the mood strikes. Should you indulge in romance right there? Or venture to the back seat for an intimate encounter? The mere presence of a cumbersome gear lever, handbrake, and cup holders between the front seats can be such a mood killer. In Chen Geng's view, the combination of a column shifter, foot-operated brake, and front seat connectivity epitomize the quintessence of American automobiles. Regrettably, such splendid traditions have been forsaken. How infuriating. Bob gazed at Chen Geng, who seemed lost in thought, bewildered by his boss's pensive demeanor. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively called out, "Boss? Huh?" Oh, Chen Geng snapped back to reality, listening to the low rumble of the V8 engine. Rather than driving, he suddenly posed a question to Bob. "Tell me, do you think it would be better to sell this car or keep it for myself? What could this car fetch if sold?" He mused. Given its current condition, the Lincoln Continental Mark II could sell for around $50,000, Chen Geng casually remarked. $50,000. Poor Bob nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a nearly two-decade-old vehicle could command a staggering price of $50,000. Chen Geng's subsequent remarks further shattered his understanding. Well, that's about right. If someone particularly enamored with this car comes along, selling it for $60,000 to $70,000 wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Wait, it could sell for $60,000 to $70,000. Bob was utterly incredulous. How could a dilapidated car approaching its 20th year fetch such a price? In another 20 years, this vehicle could easily be valued at $200,000. If you have the means, it would be wise to acquire one while they are still relatively accessible, Chen Geng suggested, not minding to occasionally advise his acquaintances on earning a little profit. The Lincoln Continental Mark II is among the few domestic brands in America that appreciate over time, and the price is quite reasonable. What do you think? Should I sell this car or not? Bob scratched his head, uncertain. Well, since you are already quite affluent, I suppose selling it for a mere couple of dollars isn't necessary. Keeping it might be quite enjoyable as well. Indeed, Chen Geng chuckled. If that's the case, then I shall not sell it. Chapter 48. The ill intentions of the little devils indeed. It was for the sake of monetary gain that I once resorted to every conceivable means, employing various forms of deceit to acquire this Lincoln Continental Mark II and that Ferrari 212. Why, you may ask? It was merely a precaution, driven by the apprehension that with the impending diplomatic relations between China and America, my funds might dwindle. Thus, I intended to capitalize on this year's Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance to sell these vehicles. However, circumstances have shifted more rapidly than anticipated. My endeavors in America have flourished beyond my initial expectations, rendering the need to sell these cars rather insignificant, since I no longer require the proceeds from their sale. Might it not be more delightful to occasionally flaunt them instead? Yet, there is Bob, gazing at me with the timidity of a newlywed, hesitantly voicing, "Boss?" Noticing his reluctance, I found myself perplexed. Speak your mind, do not dawdle like a woman. At that moment, Elizabeth happened to pass by the doorway and shot me an irritated glance. Have you offended women, or do they simply vex you? Boss, would you be interested in representing Honda automobiles? Bob stammered, unable to meet my gaze. I inadvertently overheard a discussion among Honda engineers, and it appears they are offering quite favorable terms to their dealers. Honda engineers discussing confidential matters? Honda Motor Company Limited is swift in its actions. Just last week, a team of engineers tasked with modifying the CBX 1000 engine arrived in the United States to assist Fernández Company. Honda has placed significant emphasis on this collaboration, dispatching a dedicated team of 12 engineers from the CBX project to support Fernández's modification department. In response to my previous requests, Honda has nearly acquiesced to all my demands, with the sole stipulation that Fernández must secure a position within the top 3. Should Fernández achieve such a ranking, Honda not only grants the rights to utilize the CBX 1000 air-cooled inline 6-cylinder engine, but also permits further enhancements and upgrades. Additionally, Honda will provide an extra sponsorship of $600,000. Conversely, if I fail to secure a top 3 finish, the authorization will be revoked, leaving only a conditional sponsorship of $200,000, contingent upon displaying Honda's logo on my racing car. It did not surprise me that Bob was privy to the engineer's conversation. Rather, I was astonished that these little devils had become so astute as to converse in English, seemingly in fear that Bob might not comprehend them. Moreover, How curious it is that a group of Japanese automotive engineers would be aware of what should be their company's confidential sales strategies. Oh, my expression remained largely unchanged, merely raising an eyebrow. You overheard this? Yes, I inadvertently caught wind of some details. Pray tell, what conditions do they intend to offer their dealers? Seeing that his boss did not exhibit any intense reaction, Bob breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly remarked, "They say Honda is preparing to make a significant foray into the North American market. In order to swiftly develop and dominate this market, Honda will provide substantial support to its prospective dealers. This support includes a supply of vehicles for the first year, with payments settled only after the cars are sold, as well as advertising across television, newspapers, magazines, and radio throughout the country, and up to 50% of the cost for establishing dealerships. This 50 funding will be available within a week of signing the contract. Additionally, if dealers face financial constraints, they may apply to Honda for up to 70 funding for dealership construction." Chen Geng tugged at the corner of his mouth, displaying a semblance of a smile that lacked genuine warmth. Sounds rather enticing, does it not? However, Bob could not discern whether his boss's smile was sincere or merely a facade. He sensed a flicker of interest from his boss and quickly added, "Indeed, it is quite appealing. I have heard that Honda offers a high profit margin for its dealers, with gross profits reaching 20. Furthermore, Honda provides special subsidies for dealers incurring losses." "So, you are tempted?" Chen Geng replied, a smirk playing on his lips. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Bob felt compelled to press on, believing he had done nothing amiss. Honda's vehicles are well regarded in the market, their products are reliable and fuel efficient, and the profit margins offered by the manufacturer are substantial. If we sell Honda cars, we are sure to earn considerable profits. "Bob," Chen Geng suddenly interrupted, "what incentives did the Japanese offer you to relay this information to me?" "Huh?" Bob was momentarily taken aback, quickly clarifying, "Boss, I swear no one has offered me anything. I overheard their private conversations unintentionally." A group of Japanese automotive engineers, conversing privately, chose to speak in English rather than their native tongue. "Do you not find this situation at all suspicious?" Bob froze, realizing the implications of his boss's words. Chen Geng continued, "For any manufacturer, the policies regarding dealers are closely guarded secrets known only to top executives. Now, a group of technical engineers not only possesses this knowledge but openly discusses it in English. How do you propose to explain this?" Bob opened his mouth, left speechless. What explanation could there be? The only conceivable explanation was that the statements he had previously made were intentionally conveyed to him by those Japanese engineers, designed to be relayed to Mr. Fernandez through his own words, and he had unwittingly played the role of a fool, obediently following the script provided by the Japanese without a hint of resistance. As Bob reflected on his role as a mere puppet for the adversary, tears threatened to spill forth. Yet, he recognized that this was not the moment for such weakness. The gravity of the situation swiftly dawned upon him, and his face paled even further, though it had already been quite ashen. "Boss, I swear I have not taken a single penny from them. I simply believe the terms they offered to the dealers were exceptionally favorable. There isn't a Honda car dealership in Detroit, so I could understand." Chen Geng, however, showed no signs of anger. For someone who had only 2 months prior been a technical expert, the ability to lie without a flicker of emotion was beyond him. He could discern that Bob was speaking the truth, and thus remained unperturbed. "But have you considered this question? Detroit already boasts a Honda motorcycle dealership. Why is there not a Honda car dealership? Is it possible that this motorcycle dealer is unaware that selling cars yields greater profits, even if their capacity is lacking? The support policies Honda provides to its dealers should alleviate such concerns." Bob paused, struck by a sudden realization. "Indeed, why is that?" Chen Geng's expression turned grave as he gestured towards the ground beneath them. "This is Detroit, the heart of America's automotive industry, the stronghold of the big 3 automakers. To put it bluntly, it is the very epicenter of the American automobile sector. Now do you comprehend why Honda is willing to extend such advantageous terms to recruit dealers in Detroit, even if it means incurring losses? Do you doubt that once this store opens, even at a loss, Honda would welcome it?" Bob trembled, his face now a portrait of despair. He finally understood the perilous nature of his previous thoughts. He had contemplated assisting the rival faction in driving a wedge into the heart of the American automotive industry. He could scarcely fathom the ferocious backlash that would descend upon this establishment from General Motors, Chrysler, and Ford when construction commenced. The phrase "a devastating demise" seemed tailor-made for this venture. He had unwittingly placed one foot on the threshold of hell. Indeed, it was a stark reality that, among all major cities in America, Detroit was the last stronghold to fall to the dealers of the rival faction, a situation that would not occur until the latter half of the 1980s. As the second oil crisis intensified, fuel-efficient and reliable vehicles from the rival faction gained increasing favor across the nation, while American automakers, proficient only in producing gas-guzzling behemoths, found themselves retreating in defeat. Yet, it was still 1978, and the second oil crisis had yet to unfold. Observing Bob, who appeared on the verge of collapse, Chen Geng sighed. "Now do you realize the foolishness of your actions?" Bob nodded vigorously, his fear rendering him speechless. What he had done was not merely foolish, it bordered on the absurd. This was a venture where one could earn a fortune but risk losing everything. "Well, there's no need for you to be so apprehensive," Chen Geng remarked, observing Bob, who appeared as though his very bones had been extracted. "Have we not accomplished nothing at all?" And while stroking his chin, a sudden thought struck Chen Geng. What if we were to establish ourselves as Honda dealers elsewhere? What do you mean by Chen Geng replied irritably. "Just because Detroit is unsuitable does not mean that other areas in Michigan are equally unfit. As it happens, we are also looking to expand our used car business. So this could be a fortuitous opportunity to seize multiple advantages at once. Moreover, was the United Community Bank just reaching out to us? It appears we could potentially negotiate this matter in conjunction with them." Bob seemed somewhat bewildered. Is that really possible? But in the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Indeed, why not? Just because we cannot venture into Detroit does not imply that other regions in Michigan are off limits. The only concern is that we might not earn a substantial profit elsewhere, Bob stammered. "That's of no concern," Chen Geng shrugged. "After all, I never intended to undertake this myself." Chapter 49. I desire political influence. Are you not planning to take action yourself? Bob blinked, striving to comprehend Chen Geng's words. He felt that his mind was struggling to keep pace with his boss's thoughts. Who has the time to concern themselves with them? "I am exceedingly busy," Chen Geng remarked, a hint of disdain in his voice as he turned to Bob and inquired, "What do you think about your maintenance department as the main entity?" Bob's hair stood on end. Although it sounded like a positive proposition, he couldn't shake the feeling that his boss's gaze was akin to a chef assessing the meat on the chopping board. Should it be sliced horizontally or vertically first? He found it perplexing to discern the distinction between the two. Wasn't the maintenance department part of your enterprise? What difference does it make whether you handle it or the maintenance department does? Indeed, for a technically inclined individual, grasping the differences between these two entities was no small task. Chen Geng, displaying understanding, waved his hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with it. I have my own arrangements." While Chen Geng's demeanor was somewhat brusque, Bob harbored no objections. Even if he had reservations, he would not dare voice them. Having just been warned by Chen Geng, which made him acutely aware of the folly he had nearly committed. Shaken, he felt weak in the knees and hardly able to stand, let alone risk making suggestions. Once Bob departed, Chen Geng stroked his chin, contemplating two matters: how to handle Honda and what strategy to adopt for tomorrow's negotiation with the United Community Bank. At the onset of the meeting, Rosemary quickly realized she was up against a formidable adversary. She had never encountered such a direct and challenging opponent before. "Ladies and gentlemen," as the parties took their seats, Chen Geng initiated the dialogue. He nodded politely at the representatives from the United Community Bank, his demeanor cordial. However, his subsequent remarks completely disrupted the preparations the bank had previously undertaken. "I understand that you are here regarding the operating revenues and auto consumer loans of the Fernandez Company. Very well, based on our previous amicable collaboration, the Fernandez Company is pleased to entrust its operating revenues and auto consumer loan business to you. Furthermore, the Fernandez Company is willing to assist you in persuading our partners to choose to collaborate with you, provided you present sufficient sincerity. Now, you may lay out your terms. If your conditions are favorable, we shall cooperate. If your terms do not meet my satisfaction, we shall seek partnership with another bank." There were no endless rounds of probing, no hint of concession. Chen Geng laid his cards on the table from the outset. This approach was entirely devoid of conventional negotiation etiquette, or rather, given the current circumstances, it was an exceedingly effective tactic to disrupt the opponent's established strategy, akin to a wild flurry of punches overwhelming a seasoned master. As Chen Geng's words resonated, the executives of the United Community Bank were left utterly stunned. "This rascal, who negotiates by compelling us to reveal our hand from the very beginning. A miscalculation." Equally taken aback was Rosemary. The moment Chen Geng spoke, she instantly realized that she had underestimated him. This individual was certainly not a novice just embarking on his business journey. His unexpected actions and the confidence he exuded clearly indicated that he was a seasoned expert. Although she was immensely curious about how such a young man could possess a wealth of negotiation experience, Rosemary understood that the previously established negotiation strategies of the United Community Bank were no longer applicable. However, being the vice president of a bank, Rosemary undoubtedly possessed considerable acumen. After a brief moment of surprise, she deftly redirected the conversation back to Chen Geng. "Mr. Fernandez, I am delighted to hear your perspective. May I inquire what kind of sincerity your side requires?" Chen Geng was far too astute to fall for Rosemary's ploy. With a smile, he shook his head and returned the question. "Perhaps your side could first outline the terms of cooperation you are proposing?" Chen Geng insisted that the representatives of the United Community Bank speak first. What could Rosemary do? She, too, felt a sense of desperation, as it was indeed the United Community Bank seeking assistance in this instance. Reluctantly, she nodded to Riensdorf, the manager of the branch where White was situated, indicating that he should articulate the conditions on behalf of the bank. It was unavoidable. Among the entire negotiation team from the United Community Bank, Riensdorf held the lowest position. Riensdorf, fully aware of his role in this negotiation, cleared his throat and began. "Mr. Fernandez, we at the United Community Bank are very pleased and place great importance on strengthening our collaboration with your esteemed company. In order to solidify and deepen our partnership, we commit to the following. 1. We will prioritize the approval of your credit applications, assigning dedicated personnel to review your submission materials, and will also consider relaxing the review criteria appropriately. 2. When you or your partners require loans, you may obtain amounts ranging from 3,000 to 500,000 without the need for extensive review. Of course, the specific amounts will be determined after reviewing each of your partners, but we can confirm that your company is eligible for a credit loan of 50,000. 3. Each fiscal year, you may apply for a 1-year interest-free loan or a 2-year loan, with a total not exceeding 800,000 at a reduced interest rate of 40 of the current rate. 4. Considering the fluctuations in your business volume and future development, should you have the need, we can introduce you to more specialized and robust accounting firms to assist you in optimizing tax strategies and maximizing legitimate profits. Simultaneously, should your esteemed company expand and develop business in other regions, we shall provide proactive and comprehensive support. Correspondingly, your side is expected to channel the credit operations and financial flow from the newly developed areas." Listening to Riensdorf articulate the conditions presented by the United Community Bank, Chen Geng occasionally nodded, indicating that the bank indeed values this collaboration with genuine sincerity, devoid of tiresome and foolish probing. This is commendable. Although many conditions did not align with his desires, as long as there is a willingness to cooperate, discussions can progress gradually. Rosemary closely monitored Chen Geng's expressions. In her mind, she anticipated that Fernandez would be elated, perhaps even ecstatic, about the conditions proposed by the United Community Bank. Based on her gathered information, she perceived him merely as a fortunate individual with little substantial business acumen. Yet, Chen Geng's reactions left her increasingly perplexed. He seemed less like a novice fresh to the business world and more akin to a leader at the helm of major enterprises like Morgan, Chase, or Merrill. How could this be? This realization startled Rosemary immensely. "I extend my sincere gratitude for the respect and importance you have shown us." Once Riensdorf finished speaking, Chen Geng nodded in appreciation towards the representatives of the United Community Bank. "Regarding this collaboration, I am largely satisfied, though I hope for a slight enhancement." Rosemary immediately interjected, expressing her need for the United Community Bank to assist in establishing influence over the government and local political figures in Detroit. What? Rosemary nearly summoned all her strength to refrain from rising in disbelief. She questioned whether she had misheard. This Chinese individual was actually requesting political influence? Confronting Rosemary's discomposure, Chen Geng raised an eyebrow. What is amiss with that? If Fernandez's company were to gain a degree of political influence in Detroit, it would not only circumvent numerous troubles, but also facilitate smoother business operations. Seeking a presence in Detroit's political sphere is entirely reasonable, is it not? Reasonable? That is absurd. Who does not know that in the United States, and indeed across North America, Chinese individuals are almost synonymous with political insulation? They seldom engage in politics. Unlike African Americans who express their political will and seek benefits through various demonstrations and protests, the idea of running for office or becoming a member of governmental bodies has never crossed their minds. They maintain an almost invisible presence in political matters. Given the inherent political insulation of the Chinese community, the notion of helping Fernandez secure influence over Detroit's political landscape had never entered Rosemary's mind. Yet now, Fernandez himself had broached the subject. This is indeed a positive development. This implies that both parties can unite more closely together, representing capital. The community banks undoubtedly wield considerable influence over Detroit's political sphere and its figures, although it is unclear why Chen Geng stands out as an anomaly among the Chinese. That is not an issue. Rosemary swiftly adjusted her mindset and said to Chen Geng, "Of course, this is entirely normal, nothing unusual about it." After a brief pause, she turned to Riensdorf and inquired, "Mr. Riensdorf, I am not well versed in Detroit's political landscape. Could you enlighten me on the situation?" Riensdorf gazed at Chen Geng in surprise and replied, "Mr. Fernandez, Detroit is currently undergoing a mayoral election. Only after the election of a new mayor will the new appointee designate the heads of the various governmental departments. Are you not aware of this?" Chen Geng nodded. "I am aware, but I do not know which candidate has the greatest likelihood of winning." Looking intently at Riensdorf, Chen Geng stated earnestly, "Which mayoral candidate stands to gain the most benefits?" Chapter 50, the most tragic mayoral seat in the history of country. Riensdorf understood. Without a moment's hesitation, he remarked, "Whomever you choose to support will possess over a 90% chance of becoming the mayor of Detroit." His tone was utterly dismissive, as if discussing the mayoral candidates of the largest city in the United States was akin to belittling the neighbor's humble endeavors. What on earth is this situation? Even Chen Geng, with his extensive experience, found himself bewildered by Riensdorf's assertion. What does it mean that if I support someone, they can become the mayor of Detroit? After a moment of contemplation, Riensdorf continued, "Mr. Fernandez, do you believe that being backed by the three major American automakers, the Detroit city government, and successive mayors would make for an enviable position, with fierce competition for the mayoral role, significant challenges in the campaign, and substantial financial investments required?" "Indeed," Chen Geng nodded. "As this was precisely his assumption, I thought that with the support of the three major automakers, even a mere trickle of their resources would suffice to sustain the mayor of Detroit." Riensdorf chuckled, his expression conveying that he had anticipated Chen Geng's thoughts. And with a decisive gesture, he declared, "The reality is far from this perception. In my view, the mayors of Detroit and the entire municipal administration constitute the most beleaguered administrative team among all major cities in the United States." Chen Geng appeared puzzled. Rosemary raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Riensdorf's statement. The explanation was straightforward, as Riensdorf's words unraveled the mystery. For Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler, the position of mayor of Detroit is insignificantly trivial. They hardly regard the mayor's office with any seriousness. Who do these automotive giants engage with? Senators, cabinet members, and the president. They scarcely acknowledge even the congressman. Perhaps the governor of Michigan holds some worth in discussions of interest, but the mayor of Detroit? The mayor's role is merely one of necessity, one that must be executed well. They must bear the burdens of blame, and if they wish for rewards, they might as well be dreaming. Riensdorf nearly spat in disdain. Like a flash of lightning, Chen Geng suddenly grasped the essence of the matter. In simplistic terms, the status of the mayor of Detroit is far too low, while the stature of the three automotive giants is exceedingly high. To draw an imperfect analogy, would the imperial merchants of the ancient Internal Affairs Bureau regard a local magistrate as anything of consequence? Certainly not. The merchants would scarcely spare a glance for the magistrate. In this capitalist nation of America, the three automotive giants far surpass the imperial merchants in influence. The mayors of Detroit, in their daily lives, are akin to timid attendants serving their masters. From this perspective, each mayor of Detroit endures an exceedingly arduous existence, a quintessential scapegoat, burdened with all manner of dirty and laborious tasks, yet reaping none of the rewards. Observing the expression of epiphany on Chen Geng's face, Riensdorf realized he had comprehended the matter at hand. He continued, "Not only are these candidates disregarded by the automotive titans, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler, but even the major suppliers of automotive components overlook them. As someone involved in the automotive industry, you must be aware that suppliers like Lear, Visteon, Delphi under General Motors, and BorgWarner rank among the top 100 companies nationwide, representing colossal multinational corporations, many of which are included in the Fortune Global 500. They entertain senators, cabinet members, and even the president himself, while the most they might interact with are the governor of Michigan and senior state officials. What chance do the members of Detroit city government have in comparison? Would the mayor of Detroit dare to defy the commands of these industry giants? If he were to disobey, he need not wait 2 days. These behemoths could have him ousted by the end of the day. Chen Geng felt a pang of sympathy for the successive mayors of Detroit. Realizing that if Reinsdorf's assertions held true, the sentiments of the automotive industry's leading manufacturers and component suppliers upon meeting the mayor of Detroit might well be, what an insignificant creature, unworthy of my attention. He found himself empathizing with the plight of Detroit's mayors. Though politicians in capitalist nations are often seen as serving commercial interests, the indignity of a mayor being treated in such a manner is indeed a bitter plight. It is said that only the most unfortunate souls are destined to become the mayor of a place like Chang'e County, where the presence of high-ranking officials makes life perilous. Any individual from that echelon is beyond the reach of a mere county magistrate. In the realm of political jest, it is often claimed that only a ninth-generation rogue would be fated to serve as a county magistrate, destined for daily shocks and sleepless nights. However, in comparison, the mayor of Detroit endures far greater tribulations. While a county magistrate may suffer from various scapegoating should they achieve success, they might still catch the emperor's eye and have prospects for advancement. What benefits can a mayor of Detroit hope to gain? In the eyes of capitalists, the mayor of Detroit holds less value than a mere dog. While one might toss a bone to a pet, can the mayors expect the same generosity from industry giants? They are merely tolerated as long as they meet expectations. Should they fall out of favor, they would be swiftly replaced, not as mayors but as mere placeholders. It is unfathomable what karmic debt must have been accrued to find oneself as the mayor of Detroit, perhaps spurred by this topic. Or perhaps due to Reinsdorf's own fervor for the subject, he took a sip of water and continued. The most unfortunate aspect is that candidates for the mayoral office in Detroit struggle to secure significant sponsorship. As we know, in the United States, apart from small towns where large financial backers are unnecessary, larger electoral campaigns invariably require substantial financial support to have any chance of success. Yet, in Detroit, the automotive capital of America, the big three automakers and the giants of the component industry will not contribute a single penny to these candidates. After all, regardless of who assumes the mayorship, they will inevitably comply with their demands. Are there other large enterprises in the area besides automotive manufacturing and auto parts companies? None. Thus, the candidates for mayor in Detroit have always been in a most unfortunate predicament, lacking substantial backing from wealthy benefactors. At this point, Reinsdorf, with an air of secrecy, inquired, "Do you know how much campaign funding the current mayor, elected 2 years ago, raised?" Before Chen Geng could respond, Reinsdorf, with exuberance, exclaimed, $300,000. Only $300,000. Chen Geng was taken aback. Even though he had anticipated something along these lines after Reinsdorf's revelations, he could not fathom that a mere $300,000 could suffice for a mayoral candidacy. In major American cities, a mayor typically requires at least $700,000 to $800,000 in campaign funds to ensure a 50% chance of election. Yet in Detroit, merely $300,000 suffices? Indeed, just $300,000, Reinsdorf affirmed. Why is there a new mayoral election after just 2 years? The pressure has become unbearable, and the individual could not reap any substantial benefits, leading to their resignation. Observe the current mayoral race. There are only 4 candidates. This is indeed a record low for Detroit's mayoral elections. Chen Geng felt a twinge of sympathy for the former mayor, reflecting on the dismal state of their existence. Could it possibly get any worse? Is it possible? Thus, you assert that whichever candidate receives the full backing of the Fernandez company will secure victory? Chen Geng inquired. Indeed, Reinsdorf nodded. As for the American legal stipulations designed to ensure fair and just elections, prohibiting candidates from accepting large sums of campaign funds, the notion of campaign finance transparency is nothing short of a farcical illusion. Although it may appear that a fence has been erected, in reality, it is already dilapidated enough to allow 2 trains to pass side by side. The candidates in these elections have myriad ways to accept funds while ensuring their campaign processes appear to adhere to the relevant regulations. In America, throughout the capitalist world, the idea that candidates will abide by legal statutes is as ludicrous as asserting that American law is equitable. The law may indeed be just, but the ability to prevail in court is contingent upon one's financial means and the caliber of legal representation one can afford. If the prospects of victory seem slim, one might as well resort to overwhelming their adversary with monetary force. At this, Chen Geng, stroking his chin, humbly sought Reinsdorf's counsel. Whom do you believe I should support? Before Reinsdorf could respond, someone nearby could not contain their curiosity, asking Chen Geng, "Mr. Fernandez, why do you intend to gain influence over the next mayor of Detroit?" Upon hearing this, everyone, including Chen Geng, regarded the individual with incredulity. Are you foolish? What advantage could gaining influence over the next mayor possibly confer upon Fernandez? The benefits are manifold. It is a universally acknowledged fact that in the United States, the Chinese community is a group that often faces adversity. A glance at the history of the Fernandez Company since its inception, alongside the numerous altercations with gangs and thugs in Detroit, elucidates this point. Were it not for the presence of over 30 retired veterans under Chen Geng's employ, one might question the sustainability of his business. However, should the next mayor ascend to office with Chen Geng's support, the most apparent and direct advantage for the Fernandez Company would be the fact that the chief of police in Detroit is appointed by the mayor. Is this benefit sufficient? The mayor could instruct the police department to patrol the vicinity of the Fernandez Company more frequently, ensuring that gangs and thugs refrain from causing disturbances. One must wonder who would dare to instigate trouble at the Fernandez Company under such circumstances. Chapter 51. Decisive investment. Rosemary felt a twinge of regret. She believed that bringing this individual to the negotiation was perhaps her gravest misstep of the day. This person had significantly diminished the overall intellect of the United Community Bank delegation, regardless of the political pressures faced by the mayor of Detroit. He was certainly not someone to be trifled with by the city's riffraff and gangs. How could this imbecile, who lacked even the most basic understanding of such a simple truth, have achieved his current position? However, now was not the time to dwell on this issue. The pressing concern was that she needed to reassess Fernandez's ambitions. A person who, from the very outset, sought to leverage politics for personal gain deserved every ounce of scrutiny. Recalling a remark made by Riensdorf, Rosemary was suddenly struck with inspiration and casually inquired, "Mr. Riensdorf, I remember you mentioning that Detroit's banking system possesses a mortgaged estate. Could you enlighten me about the particulars of this estate?" "Certainly," replied Riensdorf, though he was unsure of Rosemary's intentions. "This estate currently belongs to Mellon Bank. Situated approximately 5 kilometers northwest of here, adjacent to the Detroit River. It boasts an excellent location, covering around 6 acres. Within its bounds lies a lake of about 1.5 acres, a 2-acre grove, and an outdoor swimming pool measuring 1,500 square feet. The total built area is approximately 25,000 square feet, featuring 10 guest rooms, 7 master bedrooms, for studies, 9 bathrooms, a family theater with a seating capacity for 21, a 1,700 square foot fitness center, and an additional 16 rooms designated for various purposes. Moreover, there is a 500 square foot underground parking garage and a wine cellar capable of storing 3,000 bottles. Chen Geng considered himself quite well versed, having experienced 2 lives and witnessed a great deal. Yet, at that moment, he felt his heart racing a little faster. He recognized the estate Riensdorf described, for its owner was also entrenched in the automotive realm, though at a far grander scale than Chen Geng's endeavors. This individual was the largest General Motors dealer in Detroit. It was rumored that to create this estate, he had expended over $2 million and taken 3 years to complete it, initially intended as a lavish gift for his 50th birthday. Regrettably, this fellow's fortune had turned. Since the economic downturn began in mid-last year, American monthly car sales had plummeted for 6 consecutive months, adversely impacting his business. Consequently, by the time the estate was completed, he had yet to occupy it for even a day before encountering severe financial difficulties. Americans lack the habit of saving. Virtually every business is indebted to banks. And our protagonist is no exception. Not only does he owe money to the bank for his business, but this estate was also constructed with a bank loan. Had it not been for the economic downturn, his original plans would have proceeded without issue. However, the recession has severely impacted him, leading to a disruption in his financial chain, making it impossible for him to repay the bank loans on time. The bank, devoid of any sentiment, seized the estate after granting 2 extensions that failed to yield repayment. When a group of used car dealers gathered to discuss the matter, their schadenfreude was palpable. Chen Geng understood the underlying message of their glee. "Aren't you impressive? Let us see just how impressive you truly are." As Chen Geng regained his composure, Riensdorf was elaborating on the current ownership status of the estate. After numerous demands for repayment that went unanswered, Mellon Bank had legally acquired ownership of Mr. Rakhini's estate. They had coordinated with various banks in Detroit, indicating that anyone capable of presenting $1 million could claim the estate. The price, of course, was negotiable, and I believe securing it for between $870,000 and $930,000 should be feasible. "Thank you for the thorough introduction." Rosemary nodded at Riensdorf, then turned her gaze towards Chen Geng, asking, "Mr. Fernandez, do you have any interest in this estate?" "Me? Indeed, Rosemary affirmed with a nod. If you find this estate appealing, while I cannot gift it to you within my authority, I can apply for a substantial interest rate reduction from our headquarters should you choose to finance the purchase through our bank, at least a 50% discount. Chen Geng was taken aback, not by Rosemary's pitch, but by her decisiveness and promptness. Upon identifying a worthy investment, she acted immediately, without hesitation or reluctance, exhibiting remarkable generosity. Faced with such a resolute professional, Chen Geng felt a stirring sense of allure. This was a true trailblazer. If his company had such an individual, how might the development of Fernandez Corporation unfold? Thank you very much for your kind offer, Chen Geng said after a brief pause, maintaining his politeness. I need to consider it, as maintaining an estate is no small expense. In the United States, acquiring a manor is not a daunting task. The price of such a property is not as exorbitant as one might envision. However, the annual expenditures necessary to maintain its operation are quite staggering. To begin with, a manor of considerable size requires at least 2 chefs, 6 gardeners, and corresponding cleaning and maintenance staff, totaling approximately 20 individuals. The salaries of personnel employed in private estates tend to be substantial, with each of these 20 individuals earning no less than $13,000 annually, resulting in an expenditure of around $260,000 per year. Furthermore, the security aspect cannot be overlooked, considering the necessity for round-the-clock vigilance. A minimum of 8 security personnel is essential to uphold basic safety requirements. To ensure their loyalty, the annual salaries for security staff must be slightly higher, ranging from $17,000 to $18,000, leading to an additional annual cost of approximately $140,000 to $150,000. A team nearing 30 individuals requires a competent leader, and overseeing such a collective necessitates an experienced estate manager. The remuneration for a proficient estate manager, capable of efficiently managing the manor, is not trivial. In light of current American market prices, one should not expect a salary below $30,000 per year. When these figures are aggregated, the annual salary expenditure for personnel alone approaches $430,000, adding utilities, property management, waste disposal, and the obligatory property taxes. The annual total required to maintain the manor reaches a minimum of $500,000, even with efforts to streamline personnel and minimize expenses. If the goal is to ensure the manor operates smoothly, an annual budget of $400,000 is indispensable. For a manor priced at approximately $1 million, one might consider a loan repayment plan spanning 10 to 20 years, resulting in annual repayments of only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Yet, the cost to maintain the manor's operations amounts to $400,000 each year. Regardless, once you have deliberated thoroughly, please give me a call. Rosemary is well aware of the substantial costs associated with maintaining a manor and nods with a smile, fully cognizant that she does not expect Chen Geng to commit immediately. Expressing her goodwill suffices for now. The focus of today's negotiation is paramount. What are your thoughts on the mayoral candidates for Detroit? Chen Geng responds, I hope to speak with him directly. If he can pledge to prioritize and support the development of Detroit's used car industry upon taking office, I believe the professionals within that sector will rally behind him. Oh, Rosemary's eyes sparkle with interest. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Fernandez, you have a new initiative in mind? Not exactly a new initiative, Chen Geng clarifies. It is merely a continuation of what the used car industry in America has been pursuing. Given that the local used car market is nearing saturation, why shouldn't we consider exporting used cars to the international market? What an ambitious vision. Rosemary was utterly astonished. Indeed, she was genuinely taken aback. Since the conclusion of World War II, the United States has never ceased its exportation of used automobiles. The entirety of South America has become a veritable garden for the dumping of American second-hand vehicles. After all, dealing with used cars can be quite cumbersome. It is far more convenient to sell them outright, thus saving effort while simultaneously reaping financial rewards. This reality is rather commonplace. However, one must question whether such matters are typically considered by a mere small-time used car dealer. Across the nation, there are at least 2,000 to 3,000 enterprises engaged in the used car industry, with 90 being small-scale dealers who, in prosperous years, might earn a modest $2,000 to $3,000 or perhaps $4,000. Should the economy experience even slight fluctuations, they might find themselves laboring in vain for an entire year. These individuals are primarily focused on their immediate surroundings, seldom contemplating the prospect of expanding their business internationally. Rosemary found herself increasingly perplexed by this softly smiling, affable young man. She even began to doubt whether he was truly the 21-year-old indicated in the documents. Why did he seem less like an inexperienced novice and more like a seasoned tycoon in his 50s? Unbeknownst to Rosemary, who gazed at him with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, Chen Geng continued unabated, of course. Determining where to send the cars and how to navigate this business without inciting the ire of those large international used car traders presents numerous challenges that await my resolution. Nevertheless, Fernandez must ultimately venture forth. With a sigh of relief, Rosemary suddenly addressed Riensdorf. Mr. Riensdorf, please provide me with the information on the mayoral candidates from Detroit. I need to examine it closely. Mr. Fernandez, shall we temporarily conclude our discussion here for today? Okay. Chen Geng felt a surge of joy, realizing Rosemary's intentions. And he, of course, had no objections. Chapter 52. Runyon. When Chen Geng encountered Rosemary once more, 2 days had already elapsed. Sitting before him, Rosemary presented a slender sheet of paper, stating, Mr. Fernandez, should you consider supporting a mayoral candidate, I recommend you endorse him. Over the past 2 days, Chen Geng had diligently engaged in this matter, and upon receiving the document from Rosemary, he was taken aback. Alex Goodrich from the Democratic Party? Why him? In Chen Geng's previous considerations, Mr. Alex Goodrich did not appear to be the most suitable candidate for support. The information indicated that this individual had once been a member of the Ku Klux Klan in his youth, espousing white supremacy. Although he had ceased to promote these views since entering politics, his rhetoric and actions still revealed an unaltered essence of white supremacy. Supporting such a person was, of course, unappealing to Chen Geng. Noticing Chen Geng's frown, Rosemary was somewhat perplexed. It seems you are not pleased with Alex Goodrich? Indeed, Chen Geng nodded, candidly expressing his dissatisfaction. From what I understand, this Alex Goodrich appears to be a racist. Is that all? Rosemary chuckled. I believe your concerns are, in fact, unfounded. Oh. In the current American political landscape, one cannot claim it to be 100% accurate, yet at least 70 of politicians harbor racial biases. Some may not overtly express their racial inclinations, but fundamentally, they remain so, Rosemary candidly asserted. Finding a truly non-racist individual in American politics is exceedingly rare, particularly in Detroit, where each of these mayoral candidates exhibits varying degrees of racial bias. This is the stark reality of America and the world at large, an unchangeable circumstance we must learn to navigate. With a playful wink, Rosemary continued. Perhaps Alex Goodrich is a racist, but in the presence of dollars, he harbors no ideological leanings. He is a quintessential dollar-centric individual. Whoever provides him with funds, he will advocate for them. Unless this benefactor threatens America's fundamental interests, every politician must speak on behalf of their financial backers. This is a tradition that all American politicians must adhere to, regardless of any ideology. Chen Geng soon grasped this notion. Indeed, in America, once an individual becomes a politician, their ideologies become inconsequential. Their focus invariably revolves around 2 words, campaigning and re-election. And both campaigning and re-election are inextricably tied to financial support. As long as someone is willing to provide them with monetary backing, all other issues become trivial. A dollar from a black individual does not depreciate to 90 cents. Nor does a dollar from a white individual appreciate to $1. As for the concern of whether the candidate supported what he'd his counsel once in office, Chen Geng felt no apprehension regarding this matter. What is capitalism, after all? In essence, it is a matter of financial influence. A politician supported by affluent benefactors must provide substantial returns to their patrons after assuming office. Should they fail to do so, they may find themselves devoid of any future support, becoming a common adversary to all capitalists. Once a politician's integrity is tarnished, it is unlikely that any capitalist would lend their support again. However, if the politician is a wealthy magnate themselves, capable of financing their own campaign, the situation changes entirely. As exemplified by figures like Trump and his wealthy cabinet. Nodding in acknowledgement, Rosemary expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your insight. She smiled as she continued. It's delightful to see you come to this understanding so swiftly. However, I must confirm one point with you. You stated that upon Alex Goodrich's election, you would not interfere with his governance, correct? How could I? Chen Geng replied, astonished. Yet, as I understand it, there exists a tradition among you Chinese to engage in such practices within your political framework. Many have done so, particularly female politicians. You refer to this as, the practice of having a pearl curtain where female politicians conduct affairs from behind this veil. Chen Geng chuckled. What you describe is known as ruling behind the curtain. But to act as a shadow mayor? I have never entertained such a notion. I am not insane. Pausing for a moment, he continued earnestly. Supporting a mayoral candidate and collaborating with a mayor for mutual benefit is one matter. This is common among American capitalists and part of the political landscape. No one finds it amiss. But to undermine a mayor? Even the three major automakers in Detroit would not stoop to such a level. If I were to attempt that, the federal government would be the first to lose their composure. My sole wish is to ensure the smooth operation of my business and, when necessary, to safeguard my interests, that is all. Rosemary regarded Chen Geng thoughtfully. Is that truly all? Regardless, she felt reassured, as long as Fernandez harbored no inappropriate intentions. All right, the community bank will soon host a celebratory gathering at its Detroit branch. I will arrange for Reinsdorf to invite Alex Goodrich to attend. Mr. Rald and I will also be present, and I will formally introduce you to Alex Goodrich on behalf of the community bank. The favor extended by the community bank was indeed significant. Chen Geng promptly reciprocated. Miss Rosemary, I sincerely appreciate all you have done for me. I cannot make extravagant promises, but I assure you that from this day forth, the community bank will be the foremost partner for Fernandez. Rosemary had awaited this very assurance, and her spirits lifted. She cheerfully inquired, no need for formalities. We are partners after all. By the way, have you given any thought to that estate? To be frank, Chen Geng admitted, I feel a bit overwhelmed. The costs associated with maintaining such an estate are quite substantial. Indeed, Rosemary acknowledges this point. However, I perceive it not as a detriment. Such a manner would significantly enhance your social standing within Detroit's elite, a privilege that wealth alone cannot procure. Furthermore, it is imperative to understand that to most, the mere ability to afford such a residence serves as the most compelling testament to your strength. As for finances, given the current profitability of your enterprise, should you truly be concerned about this expenditure? This is reminiscent of the entrepreneurs in the late 80s and 90s who would go to great lengths to acquire a fine automobile as a demonstration of their prowess. In all of Detroit, there are scarcely a handful of affluent individuals who possess a manor. Acquiring one would undoubtedly send a resounding signal to the upper echelons of society in Detroit. Although Chen Geng harbors no illusions that the United Community Bank would not hesitate to strike when he is vulnerable, it is undeniable that they are currently of genuine assistance to him. With this thought, Chen Geng resolved without hesitation, very well, let us proceed. Regarding Rosemary's proposition of an interest-free arrangement for himself, he would not be coy. Would one refuse money that is offered so readily? Rosemary flashed a smile and gave a thumbs up, a wise decision indeed. Suddenly, Chen Geng had a thought. Miss Rosemary, what if we were to host your event at my manor? Rosemary hesitated for a moment, her eyes lighting up. Are you suggesting? Indeed. Chen Geng replied with a smile, seizing this opportunity to showcase my capabilities to Mr. Alex Goodrich. Fantastic. There could be no better suggestion. Without a moment's pause, Rosemary agreed, viewing it as a mere favor, especially since the gathering was originally intended for Chen Geng. However, if we are in a rush, the pricing may need to be flexible. If it cannot be significantly lowered, that would be acceptable. Given his urgency, Chen Geng did not expect to secure an exceptionally low price, yet he was willing to make some concessions in light of the manor's future purposes. With Chen Geng's assurance, Rosemary felt completely at ease. She promptly stated, Excellent, I will coordinate with Mellon Bank immediately to ensure you can move in by tomorrow. Additionally, if you have the time, we can visit the property right away. Would Chen Geng mind? Of course not. The thought of soon possessing a quaint manor filled him with anticipation. To secure a favorable sale price, Mellon Bank remained attentive to the estate, employing security personnel to guard against potential vandalism and ensuring regular cleaning services. After a thorough tour, both Chen Geng and Rosemary were quite satisfied. Although the limited cleaning staff and absence of oversight had led to some areas being less than pristine, the condition of a manor that had been vacant for such a length of time was commendable. By the end of their visit, Chen Geng found himself utterly enamored with the manor, and with a satisfied nod, he declared, Very well, I will take it. As for Stinson, who accompanied Chen Geng, he has remained in a state of bewilderment ever since learning that his employer intends to purchase the estate, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Rosemary, on the other hand, is elated. Although she requested that the United Community Bank provide this loan to Fernandez interest-free, in reality, the bank incurs minimal loss. Not only had the United Community Bank already allocated an interest-free limit of $500,000 annually to Fernandez, but take Mellon Bank into account, Such a valuable estate is not easily sold. To expedite the sale, they offered an unprecedented commission rate of 10. Upon acquiring the estate, the United Community Bank earned nearly 100,000 in commission alone. In high spirits, Rosemary beamed at Chen Geng and said, "Mr. Fernandez, as the new owner of this estate, you may now consider bestowing it with a name." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Geng replied, "Let it be named, Run You On." Run You On? Rosemary repeated this somewhat awkward name, puzzled. Is that a Chinese character? Does it hold any special significance? Special significance? Indeed, it certainly does. Chapter 53, A Gift from America. Part 1. The capitalists wield considerable power. Yet before the banks that embody capital itself, Alex Goodrich found himself devoid of the right to even utter a simple no. He was utterly astonished by the invitation extended by the United Community Bank. Standing at the entrance of the splendidly adorned Run Garden, gazing at the opulent architectural ensemble within, Alex Goodrich, fully aware of the implications of this signal, felt his heart racing. He sensed that fortune had finally smiled upon him. While Alex Goodrich was reveling in this newfound sense of opportunity, Lin Hongjun stood in the office of Li Xueshan, the political department director of the military district. His nerves on edge as he observed the three individuals present. Besides Director Li, there were two strangers, evidently there to seek him out. It was apparent that these two individuals, who were clearly prominent figures in the political arena, had come for a reason that even prompted the involvement of the political department director. Instinctively, Lin Hongjun glanced toward Li Xueshan. Meeting Lin's gaze, Li solemnly stated, "Comrade Chen Geng, allow me to introduce you. This is Comrade Fang Huaying from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is Comrade Li Xiaolan, also from the ministry. The military district has verified their identities with the ministry, and you can fully trust them." "Understood." Li Xueshan nodded, adding, "Comrade Chen Hongjun, do not feel any pressure or burden. These two colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are here to deliver something to you and to gather some information. Simply respond truthfully to their inquiries without any concealment." "From the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Delivering something to him? Seeking information?" Lin Hongjun was perplexed about what circumstances could warrant such a personal visit from officials traveling from the capital to High Prefecture, and he was equally unaware of what the ministry might wish to present to him. Nonetheless, since they had specifically sought him out, it was evident that there was a matter at hand, and fortunately, it did not appear to be a negative one. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hongjun saluted Li Xueshan, stating, "Report, Comrade Chief. I will certainly provide the ministry's colleagues with all information within my knowledge that does not pertain to military secrets." Li Xueshan nodded approvingly, signaling for the two officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to proceed. "Comrade Chen Hongjun, is it? Greetings, please do not be anxious." The man, clearly not a military personnel, spoke with a smile as he presented his identification to Lin Hongjun. "I am Fang Huaying. Please take a look at my credentials." With Director Li's assurance, Lin Hongjun briefly glanced at the identification before returning it, nodding in acknowledgement. "Hello, Comrade Fang Huaying. What would you like to know? May I inquire about your father's elder brother, your uncle? How much do you know about their circumstances? Have they been in contact with you or your father over the years? Are you aware of their current situation?" As Fang Huaying's words resonated, Li Xiaolan smiled and remarked, "Comrade Chen Hongjun, it is as follows. Our comrades in America inadvertently came into contact with the descendants of your late uncle, specifically the son of your cousin." "Really?" Chen Hongjun's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Are you saying?" "Indeed, they are currently in America," Li Xiaolan confirmed with a nod. "However, I must convey some unfortunate news. Both your uncle and your cousin and his wife have passed away, leaving only their son, your nephew, named Chen Geng." "Chen Geng?" Li Xiaolan continued speaking, but Chen Hongjun could no longer comprehend her words. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Chen Geng shared the same name as his own son. It was peculiar, despite having no recollection of his uncle's family. They should have been complete strangers to him. Yet, why did the mention of this name pierce his heart with such profound sorrow? A grief that felt like a knife twisting within him? Where did this heart-wrenching sensation originate? The tide of anguish surged unexpectedly, arriving swiftly and retreating just as quickly, leaving him disoriented. Chen Hongjun made an effort to compose himself, forcing a smile as he said, "Comrade, I apologize for my emotional reaction upon hearing that I still have relatives." "Not at all. I completely understand," Li Xiaolan replied with a warm nod, patiently awaiting Chen Hongjun's next words. The decision to send a male and a female comrade to meet Chen Hongjun was a carefully considered one by the leaders of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The presence of a female comrade would help lighten the atmosphere and ease tensions when necessary. This arrangement proved to be successful. Once it was confirmed that no ulterior motives were behind the meeting, Chen Hongjun exhaled a sigh of relief. After reflecting for a moment, he said, "I do not know much about them. I was too young when they left, and I only recall my father mentioning a few stories about my uncle's family. Since their departure, they have remained completely out of touch. My father suspected they might have perished abroad, given the chaos of those times. Could you tell me about my nephew?" Chen Hongjun's urgency was palpable in his final question. "Of course," Li Xiaolan replied. "According to our comrades at the Chinese Liaison Office in America, although Mr. Chen Geng was born overseas, he possesses a profound sense of patriotism. After interacting with our comrades, he has generously donated several tens of thousands of dollars to procure foreign journals, magazines, and newspapers, and has entrusted us with the task of locating information about his relatives in China." Chen Hongjun began to grasp the situation, gesturing toward himself. "So, yes," Li Xiaolan affirmed. "Based on the information Mr. Chen Geng provided regarding his family's circumstances in China, we were able to locate you." Li Xiaolan, however, refrained from disclosing that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had secretly conducted an investigation into him. Upon learning of his relatives in China, Mr. Chen Geng was elated and expressly instructed us to bring you some items and money, indicating that he would return to visit once formal diplomatic relations were established between our two nations. As soon as Li Xiaolan's voice faded, Fang Huaying presented a bulging bag. "This is the cash of $5,000 sent to you by Comrade Chen Geng. We have converted it according to national regulations, totaling 8,600 renminbi. Please verify it. As for the items that Mr. Chen Geng has brought back for you, they are on the truck outside." At this moment, both Li Xiaolan and Fang Huaying couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. 8,600 renminbi. They reflected on how their entire annual salary barely exceeded 300 renminbi, which was a mere fraction of this sum, akin to their collective earnings over the past 2 decades. As for the items on the truck, they decided not to dwell on it. Thinking about it only fueled their frustration. In these times, nothing could compare to having a wealthy relative abroad. The staggering figure of 8,600 renminbi left Chen Hongjun momentarily dumbfounded. Instinctively, he turned to Li Xueshan. "Chief, may I take this money?" Li Xueshan was equally taken aback. Although he approved numerous amounts equivalent to 8,600 renminbi annually, those were state funds, and his own monthly salary and allowances barely totaled over 70 renminbi, amounting to less than 1,000 RMB per year. How could it be that a nephew he had never met abroad was presenting him with 8,600 renminbi? Was this not nearly 9 years' worth of his allowances? However, as the director of the political department, he quickly regained his composure. The fact that this money was specifically delivered by a diplomat indicated that the state permitted Chen Hongjun to accept it. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Since this was sent to you by a colleague from the foreign ministry, you should accept it." Chen Hongjun was still somewhat dazed and hesitated. "But it's too much." "Not at all," replied Li Xiaolan with a knowing smile, familiar with the inner workings of such matters. "The chiefs have already given their word. You can rest assured and accept it." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Hongjun finally steeled himself. "All right." Although he was uncertain about which leaders Li Xiaolan referred to, he believed they would not dare to misrepresent their directives. Moreover, with this money, he could finally purchase something for his family. His son had longed for a bicycle since entering 5th grade, dreaming of riding one to middle school. Now with this newfound wealth, he could apply for a bicycle ticket from logistics to buy his son a bike. In the current currency system, the largest denomination of RMB was 10 yuan. So counting 8,600 renminbi required meticulous attention. It took him a full half-hour to tally it, ensuring that not a single cent was missing. By the time he confirmed the amount, Chen Hongjun was drenched in sweat, while Li Xiaolan and Fang Huaying breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Huaying then handed Chen Hongjun an envelope. "Comrade Chen Hongjun, this is a letter from Mr. Chen Geng for you. You may read it at your leisure. Now, shall we go check the items that Mr. Chen Geng has brought for you?" Chen Hongjun was somewhat perplexed. Are there many items? When he arrived downstairs with Fang Huaying and Li Xiaolan, he immediately realized the sheer volume of items present. The cargo compartment of a SH-58-1 tricycle was brimming. So much. Not only was Chen Hongjun taken aback, but even Li Xueshan was equally astonished. "Indeed, it is quite a lot," Li Xiaolan smiled at Chen Hongjun, her expression tinged with envy. "Mr. Chen Geng has brought back an abundance of goods for you, including a 21-inch color television a large refrigerator, a microwave oven, and a high-end geared bicycle, as well as several boxes of premium Nestle milk powder, beef jerky, and much more. It is said that Mr. Chen Geng specifically arranged for an air freight container to deliver these items to the country, with shipping costs amounting to several thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. A refrigerator? A color television? A geared bicycle? And several boxes of milk powder? What exactly is a geared bicycle? How does the gearing work? The mere thought of the shipping fees, reaching several thousand to tens of thousands of dollars, left Chen Hongjun in a state of disbelief. Li Xueshan was not much better off, his mouth agape like a hippopotamus. Chapter 54. A gift from America at this moment. The dormitory building where Chen Hongjun resides is truly teeming with people. The pace at which gossip spread in the 1970s is hardly slower than that of the internet era. News that Lieutenant Colonel Chen has a cousin in America who has sent an abundance of splendid gifts back home has spread like wildfire throughout the family quarters of the Eastern China military region. Although this is the family compound of the Eastern China military region, there is no shortage of onlookers, all eager to witness the unusual spectacle. One cannot entirely blame the crowd for their astonished demeanor. The occurrence is indeed remarkable. In the past, families with overseas connections would go to great lengths to conceal them. Although it is said that the situation has changed, everyone remains watchful, curious about how national policies will evolve regarding overseas relations. Yet, no one could have anticipated that a man as austere as Colonel Chen would have such connections. Not only does he possess overseas ties, but he has also received a truckload of luxury goods from abroad, courtesy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Among the items visible to the crowd were refrigerators and large color televisions, with at least a dozen colorful boxes stacked high, each more intriguing than the last. Does this signify a genuine shift in the nation's attitude towards citizens' overseas relations? The murmurs of speculation buzzed like a swarm of bees, filled with astonishment at the revelation of Colonel Chen's overseas connections, which had never been previously mentioned. Isn't it said that it was his uncle, believed to have perished abroad, who turned out to be a wealthy capitalist in a capitalist country? I fear that Colonel Chen will eventually face misfortune, given these overseas ties. Hush. One mustn't speak so lightly. Did you not see that these items were personally delivered by officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Have you considered the implications of that? Do not frighten me. What am I scaring you about? Just think, if there had not been permission from above, would the ministry's personnel have personally delivered these goods? The one who was slow to react turned pale at the thought. I tell you, I have heard that significant economic adjustments are being prepared from higher authorities. Although the specifics remain unclear, judging by the current situation, one cannot help but ponder the implications for families with overseas connections. Now, setting aside the curious onlookers, let us turn our attention to Yuan Jia. Upon receiving a call from the hospital of the Eastern China military region, she hurriedly took leave from her job and returned home, only to find their multifunctional small living room, serving as a reception area, dining room, and her son's study filled to the brim with boxes of all shapes and sizes, leaving hardly a spot to step. Having never encountered such a situation, Yuan Jia felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. She disregarded the presence of guests and urgently inquired of Chen Hongjun, "Old Chen?" Her gaze quickly swept across the items strewn across the floor. It was only upon seeing her husband conversing with two unfamiliar individuals in the living room, while the others appeared at ease, that she felt a slight sense of relief. She promptly exclaimed, "You're back?" Understanding the unspoken sentiment in his wife's gaze, Chen Hongjun gently shook his head, signaling that all was well and there was no need for concern. He gestured towards the individuals in the room, introducing them to Yuan Jia. "This is Director Li Xueshan from the Political Department of the Military Region. And these are Comrade Li Xiaolan and Comrade Fang Huaying from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They have brought us some supplies." As for the comrades and friends who came to assist, they had known each other for many years, so introductions were unnecessary. Prior to their arrival in Haizhou, the leadership from the ministry had repeatedly instructed Li and Fang to ensure that Chen Hongjun and his wife were mentally reassured, while also clarifying matters to their colleagues in the East China military region. Thus, it was now Li Xiaolan's responsibility to comfort Yuan Jia. "Comrade Yuan Jia, hello. You must be quite concerned about the situation regarding these items, right? Allow me to explain." Once Li Xiaolan detailed the nature of the items, and after Yuan Jia confirmed that accepting them was sanctioned by the state, her heart finally settled. It was at this moment that she began to closely examine the cardboard boxes in the room. Although she could not decipher the English inscriptions, the illustrations on the boxes were familiar. The square-shaped object that resembled a monitor was likely a television, but why was it so large? It dwarfed the 9-inch black and white model at Comrade Lou's home. And that towering structure, goodness, was that a refrigerator? How could it be so immense? The refrigerator at Commander Chen's home barely reached her chin, with a capacity of around 97 liters. This one must be at least 150 liters. There was also a box that depicted what appeared to be a bicycle, albeit an odd-looking one. Another box with a similar square shape resembled a washing machine, though it did not quite match the one at Commander Chen's residence. Meanwhile, a few of Chen Hongjuan's comrades and colleagues, unable to contain their excitement, urged, "Sister-in-law, can you discern anything from the boxes? Let us open them and see what's inside." "Oh, right," Yuan Jia finally responded, glancing around before her eyes settled on the square television box. "Shall we start with this one? All right, let us open this first." There was no objection to which box to unpack first. The 21-inch Panasonic color television was swiftly lifted from its box by the group. As they beheld the enormous screen, everyone in the room, along with the onlookers at the door, gasped in unison. "Wow, what a gigantic television! It's massive, truly colossal. It is significantly larger than our 9-inch model, surely around 15 to 18 inches, wouldn't you say? What kind of eyesight do you possess? Did you consume the label that boldly states 21 inches? This is undoubtedly a 21-inch television. My heavens, a 21-inch TV." Amidst a crowd filled with envious whispers and jealous murmurs, some eager onlookers urged, "Commander Chen, hurry and plug it in. Let us see what a 21-inch imported color television looks like." "Yes, indeed, let us quickly connect it and take a look." The sister-in-law, addressing the two who had assisted in bringing out the television, inquired of Yuan Jia, "Where shall we place the television?" Poor Yuan Jia's household lacked even a modest 9-inch black and white set. The sudden arrival of a grand 21-inch color television left everyone uncertain about where to position it. Yuan Jia's gaze swept across the living room, eventually resting on the Eight Immortals table. "Let us place it on the Eight Immortals table." "Very well." Suddenly, Chen Geng recalled something mentioned in the letter, and Chen Hongjun, jolted, quickly interjected, "Don't plug it in just yet." "What's the matter?" The individual poised to connect the television to the power strip appeared puzzled, yet his hand hesitated, sensing the urgency. "My nephew mentions that this television adheres to the American voltage standard, which is 110 V, while our country operates on 220 V. We must utilize the transformer he sent to reduce our 220 V to 110 V. Otherwise, we risk burning out the television." Chen Hongjun hastily retrieved the letter from his pocket, glanced at it, and nodded gravely. "Indeed, it states that all appliances must be handled in this manner." The individual, who had just been about to plug in the appliance, suddenly felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Had he nearly damaged the illustrious 21-inch imported television? What could he offer as compensation if it were indeed broken? Yuan Jia was equally taken aback. Even a fool would recognize that connecting an appliance designed for 110V to a 220V outlet would surely result in its destruction. Should such a pristine television be ruined, she would have nowhere to lament her misfortune. "Is that truly the case?" she asked, her anxiety mounting. "Yes, that is indeed what it states," Chen Hongjun affirmed, handing the letter to Yuan Jia. "If you don't believe me, take a look." Indeed, hastily scanning the letter, it was clear that their cousin had explicitly stated that all appliances must be connected through a transformer to avoid damage from excessive voltage. Furthermore, he had provided a handwritten Chinese manual for each appliance, ensuring that they could be operated correctly by following the illustrations in the English instructions. Reflecting on how close they had come to damaging a magnificent television, Yuan Jia felt a surge of apprehension and, noticing Chen Hongjun still in a daze, became somewhat irate. "Aren't you going to find the transformer?" Oh. It was only then that Chen Hongjun realized the situation. He hurriedly rummaged through a pile of cardboard boxes and retrieved several identical-looking items. From among them, he extracted a voltage regulator, connected it to the household power strip, and adjusted the output voltage. Upon observing the output needle pointing to 110V, he cautiously plugged in the television's power cord. After a flurry of activity and channel adjustments, the television finally displayed a clear image. However, everyone in the room was left dumbfounded. Why was the picture in black and white? Both those inside and outside the door fixed their gazes on Chen Hongjun. In a moment of desperation, he tugged at his hair and suddenly slapped his forehead, sheepishly exclaiming, "I remember now. The letter mentioned that if the picture is in black and white, it indicates a format mismatch, and the setting needs to be adjusted to the PAL format." Yuan Jia shot him an exasperated glare, implying, "What can you even do?" I'm on it. I'm on it," Chen Hongjun replied, a sheepish expression adorning his face. Chapter 55, A Gift from America Part 2. Though the PAL standard adopted by Huaxia differs from the NTSC standard utilized by the United States, this discrepancy does not impede the functionality of the television set. The reason is simple: the industrious Japanese excel in commerce. The limited domestic market in the land of the rising sun is insufficient for substantial growth, compelling its electronics firms to embrace an outward-looking development model. Consequently, over 80 of the color televisions produced by Japanese companies are intended for export. However, this presents a dilemma. One cannot justify the establishment of a dedicated PAL production line solely for country A while simultaneously creating an NTSC line for country B. Such an endeavor would entail considerable waste, something the meticulous Japanese would undoubtedly find unacceptable. To facilitate exports and minimize costs, Japanese appliance manufacturers have unanimously opted to produce televisions that are compatible with both PAL and NTSC standards. This solution alleviates the issue, not only saving the procurement costs of an entire production line, but also reducing expenses further due to increased purchasing volumes. Thus, the color televisions exported from Japan are predominantly dual standard, and this Panasonic 21-inch model is no exception. When set to the PAL standard of Huaxia, the screen that previously displayed only black and white suddenly bursts forth with vibrant colors, far surpassing the clarity and brilliance of the large television in the military district's auditorium. Gazing at the vividly colored screen, a crowd of onlookers, unaccustomed to color televisions, gaped in astonishment. So clear. It's incredibly clear. And so large. It's just so big. The sheer size of the television was exhilarating. Comparing this 21-inch marvel to their own meager 9-inch sets incited a pang of frustration, almost provoking an impulse to smash their old sets at home. This Panasonic 21-inch color television ignited the enthusiasm of the onlookers. Soon, everyone eagerly assisted Chen Hongjun and Yuan Jia in unpacking the myriad boxes, even testing the microwave. Following the handwritten instructions from Chen Geng, they placed a plate of leftover food inside and heated it for 2 minutes. When they opened the microwave after the timer beeped, the sight of the steam-emitting meal made the eyes of the women glisten with excitement. "What a wonderful item!" they exclaimed. Fortunately, as one of the 7 military districts in Huaxia, the East China Military District is a key electricity supply unit, benefiting from dual power lines to ensure a steady supply. Thus, the simultaneous operation of this array of appliances posed no concern for those worried about power shortages. As the 6 boxes of milk powder were opened, revealing exquisitely packaged foreign milk powder, the eyes of everyone turned red with longing. In an era marked by severe shortages of supplies, milk powder is considered the most luxurious supplement. It is said that only submariners and those stationed at border posts, often snowbound in winter, receive such provisions. Now, Chen Hojiwen's nephew had sent him 6 boxes at once, 2 for elderly milk powder, 2 for children's milk powder to promote bone and cognitive development, and 2 more for Chen Hongjun and his wife, alongside 2 large boxes of cod liver oil, truly splendid items that wealth alone could not procure. Observing the crowd around him, with their eyes gleaming green, Yuan Jia felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would not have opened the door. What if someone wished to purchase a couple of cans? What would he do then? It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that the onlookers began to disperse. Chen Geng, domestic edition, was fervently circling around his mountain bike, a rare sight indeed, one that boasted front and rear suspension, gears, and disc brakes. It was evident that this high-end bicycle was no trivial expense. He mused that tomorrow at school, his classmates would surely envy him. "Do you think it's appropriate to give this bike to our son?" Observing the boy's infatuation with the bicycle, as he meticulously wiped it down with a clean towel, almost as if he wished to sleep clutching it that night, Yuan Jia voiced a concern to Chen Hongjun. Could it be a tad ostentatious? Chen Hongjun had not considered this issue until Yuan Jia pointed it out, and upon reflection, he realized it posed a significant concern. It contradicted the enduring ethos of frugality that our country espouses. Moreover, Yuan Jia lowered his voice once more. Although he was unaware of the bike's true cost, it was undoubtedly expensive. Wasn't he worried about it being stolen? Surely not. Chen Hongjun exclaimed, taken aback. Why not? Yuan Jia retorted. Perhaps this bike is nothing special in America, but have you ever seen one like it in Haizhou? Bicycles are not particularly heavy or difficult to ride. I've heard that thieves skilled at picking locks can unlock one in mere seconds. In the blink of an eye, they could be riding off with it. How hard could it be? True, Chen Hongjun scratched his head. He had not realized the severity of the situation until his wife's reminder struck him. This bicycle, once on the road, would shine like a beacon to any would-be thief. Given how enamored their son was with it, if it were stolen, he would likely be tormented with sleepless nights for days on end. What do you propose we do? He glanced at Chen Geng, domestic edition, and lowered his voice. Should we not allow him to ride it? Not that he shouldn't ride it, just not to school. He can keep it at home and ride it after school or on weekends. Chen Hongjun found merit in this suggestion, but still harbored some concern. That might work. But how will you explain it to him? Just look at how much he treasures it. Just tell him directly. As long as he is not afraid of it being stolen, he can ride it. If it does get stolen, he simply shouldn't cry about it. Yuan Jia shrugged. You know your son's temperament well enough, don't you? She chuckled. It's not as if he is just some random child. He is your flesh and blood. Indeed. When Chen Geng, domestic edition, overheard his parents discussing not allowing him to ride his beloved bike to school, he nearly jumped up in protest. With such an impressive bike, how can I not take it to school to show off? It would be a disservice to my cousin. However, Yuan Jia's subsequent words fell upon Chen Geng's head like a bucket of icy water. You may ride it, as long as you are not afraid of it being stolen. I recall you mentioned just a couple of days ago that 2 bicycles were stolen from your school. Instantly, Chen Geng wilted, casting a pitiful glance at his parents. He simply could not bear to leave this magnificent bicycle, adorned with lightning, idle at home. Yuan Jia threatened, It's not that I'm forbidding you to ride it. Your brother bought it for you. Do you think your father and I would dare to take it from you? You can ride it on weekends or whenever you wish. The bicycle belongs to you, and if it gets stolen, it is your loss alone. Do not expect us to buy you another one. This bicycle was specifically purchased by your brother from America. You wouldn't even find a place to buy one here in our country. This statement had a decisive effect, confirming to Chen Geng that his parents had no intention of confiscating his prized possession. He began to ponder the matter himself. Indeed, riding the bicycle to school would only broadcast to potential thieves that there was something valuable to steal. For the sake of caution, it seemed wiser not to ride it to school. For Chen Geng, the American version, this outcome was likely beyond his wildest imagination. He had merely wished to fulfill a childhood dream from middle school, never anticipating that such a splendid aspiration would come with its own set of fears and anxieties. Lying in bed, Yuan Jia tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Why aren't you asleep yet? Chen Hongjun inquired softly. Yuan Jia replied in kind. I can't sleep. Aren't you having trouble sleeping as well? The day's events had been so thrilling that it was impossible to lie in bed without a care and drift off. It was only natural to be restless. Unable to bear the sleeplessness any longer, Yuan Jia propped her arms up and leaned over, her large eyes fixed on Chen Hongjun as she softly asked, Hey, Lao Chun, could you tell me about your uncle's family? What should I say? Just share your impression of what your uncle is like. And what about your cousin? Chen Hongjun could not help but chuckle ruefully. When I was very little, my uncle took my cousin and left. I was too young to remember much. And after all these years, I have no recollection whatsoever. I see, Yuan Jia said, somewhat disappointed. The items her nephew had brought today had completely upended her perceptions. All along, the narrative had been that the proletariat of the world lived in dire straits, awaiting our liberation. Yet, it seemed that they not only did not live in misery, but perhaps their circumstances were even better than her own? Never mind. I won't dwell on such chaotic thoughts, she said, poking Chen Hongjun playfully. Surely, you've heard our father speak of your uncle, haven't you? Tell me about him. He's your biological brother. Our father has spoken much about him, Chen Hongjun said with a wry smile. You know the situation in our country in recent years. How could he dare to discuss it with me? What if I, being young and reckless, went around sharing things I shouldn't? Indeed, this reminds me of something. Yuan Jia smacked his forehead. Shouldn't we take some time tomorrow or the day after to return and inform our father about this matter? Uncle's family seems to be doing well in America, and our father would undoubtedly be delighted to hear it. Chen Hongjun felt a twinge of regret. The day's events had been so overwhelming that he had forgotten such an important issue. He nodded and said, I will request leave tomorrow and aim to depart the day after. You should also take some time off so we can return together. All right then, let's sleep. It's already past midnight, and we have work tomorrow. Sleep, but rest eluded him. There were still numerous questions swirling in his mind. Yuan Jia turned over restlessly and couldn't help but ask Chen Hongjun, By the way, old Chen, what is our nephew's name in America? Chen Hongjun stared wide-eyed. You don't know? How could I know? None of you have mentioned it to me. Oh. Chen Hongjun pondered carefully and realized that indeed no one had informed her. His name is Chen Geng. What? Yuan Jia thought she had misheard. It's just Chen Geng, the same character for cultivation as in farming. Chen Hongjun replied, Our son's namesake. Chen Geng. Yuan Jiayi's complexion suddenly paled, and she felt a sharp pang of pain in her chest. Chapter 56. Elizabeth's struggle. While Chun Hongjun and Yuan Jia were engaged in a discussion about Chen Geng in the distant city of Detroit, Elizabeth pushed open the door to Chen Geng's office cubicle and addressed him. "Boss, there is a situation that I believe you ought to be informed about. It is rather unfortunate for Chen Geng, who, despite being a multimillionaire with an annual net profit of several $1,000,000, does not possess a dedicated office of his own. Instead, he occupies a mere 15 square meter transparent cubicle within the expansive office area, which serves as his exclusive workspace. The primary advantage of this arrangement is that Chen Geng can easily observe whether his employees are diligent or slacking off, leading to considerable resentment from many employees regarding their boss's office setup. However, Chen Geng remains unconcerned about this. He was intrigued by Elizabeth's words. "What is the situation?" Elizabeth replied, "There has been a significant uptick in customers from Canada purchasing used cars from our company." This revelation surprised Chen Geng. "Really? How many?" It is quite convenient for Americans and Canadians to visit each other's countries, especially since Canadians from Windsor can drive directly to Detroit without the need for a visa. However, it is relatively rare for Canadians to come to the United States specifically to buy used cars. And the fact that Elizabeth felt compelled to bring this to his attention suggested that the numbers must be substantial. Elizabeth continued, "Last Tuesday, 3 Canadians made purchases. Yesterday, among the cars sold, 8 were bought by Canadian clients. Our dealership sold 5 of those, while Todd's partner stores sold the remaining 3. Were you certain?" Initially thinking the figures would be minimal, Chen Geng found himself unable to remain composed upon hearing this information. Yesterday's sales volume was 41 vehicles, of which 3 were purchased by Canadians, accounting for 7.31. The entire Fernandez Used Car Sales Alliance sold 83 vehicles, with Canadians making up 9.64 of that total. Given that there had been no promotional efforts in Canada, the nearly 10 of Canadian buyers coming to purchase cars here was indeed astonishing. "I am certain," Elizabeth affirmed with a nod, her expression brimming with excitement. She was acutely aware of what this data signified, although she had yet to compile a detailed account of the Canadian clientele visiting for purchases. It was evident that their proportion was on a steady rise. Chen Geng was now thoroughly intrigued. "Let us head to the computer and take a look." Indeed, Fernandez Company had recently acquired an IBM computer and a dot matrix printer, intended for the organization and printing of daily sales data, inventory status, reserve information, and customer personal details. This computer is equipped with the most advanced Intel 8086 central processing unit of its time, a 16-bit processor featuring a 20-bit address bus, granting a maximum addressing capacity of 1 megabyte of memory. Chen Geng felt a pang of sorrow, thus he never touched this machine. Undoubtedly, this IBM 8086 computer was the pinnacle of personal computing in its era, having just been released this year. Simultaneously, the machine from Fernandez Company was the first commercial computer in the entire Detroit used car industry, inadvertently allowing Chen Geng to set a record. However, after acquiring this computer, despite the entire company's fascination with it, Chen Geng never laid a finger on it. How could he, accustomed to a setup that includes a Core i7 quad-core CPU, 16 gigabytes of memory, a disk array comprising 3 250 gigabyte solid-state drives, and dual GTX 980 graphics cards, find any inclination to engage with such an antiquated relic? Yet, Elizabeth was quite pleased. Although she had already ascended to the position of department manager, she firmly monopolized this brand-new old antique in Chen Geng's eyes, never permitting anyone else to assist with data entry into the computer, nor allowing anyone to touch it. Indeed, Chen Geng admired Elizabeth. After he mentioned that the company intended to procure a new computer, she diligently mastered the basic operations of the machine in just half a month, memorizing hundreds of commonly used commands. Chen Geng even pondered if he should reward her with an extra chicken leg at every meal. Observing the creaking dot matrix printer, Chen Geng couldn't help but sigh, feeling disheartened. In this day and age, lacking a database was a lamentable reality. If only there existed database software with automated analysis and organization features. Strictly speaking, it was not that no database software existed, but rather that there was none tailored for ordinary small and micro businesses. Years later, even Microsoft's Access database software within the Office suite would effortlessly handle associations, comparisons, and analyses. Yet now, there was even a database software comparable to Access. The available database software capable of such tasks was invariably designed for medium-sized enterprises, with prices exorbitantly high. Can one truly believe that the cost of a database software suite is measured in tens of thousands of dollars? Contemplating the steep price of database software, Chen Geng entertained the notion of developing an access-like database software to capitalize on the opportunity. After a cacophony of sounds from the dot matrix printer, Elizabeth approached with several printed sheets, wearing an expression of triumph. "Boss, look at these clients I highlighted. They're the customers from Canada who bought cars from us. I only printed yesterday's data. I haven't printed the previous day's yet. If you wish to see it, I can print it for you right away." "No need." Chen Geng waved his hand. "This is sufficient as a reference." The information was indeed clear, detailing the transaction times, the models purchased, the sale prices of these 8 Canadian buyers, and most importantly, their contact information, ensuring there would be no error. "Boss, I believe this is not a mere coincidence," Elizabeth confidently remarked. "I specifically inquired with several Canadians who came here to purchase vehicles. They mentioned that they had heard from friends about a used car dealership in Detroit that offers comprehensive warranties and 2 years of free maintenance for the cars they sell. This piqued their interest, prompting them to come and have a look. One individual was even considering buying a new car." Chen Geng raised an eyebrow. "So, boss, Windsor has a considerable population. I took the liberty of researching the sales data for new and used cars in Windsor over the past few years. The entire city can sell around 12,000 vehicles annually. Even if we capture just 10 or even 5 of the market, that could yield nearly $1 million in profit each year." Elizabeth spoke animatedly, clearly demonstrating her dedication to this endeavor. Chen Geng felt a sense of satisfaction. Americans tend to be quite lethargic, and they seldom exert more effort than what is required by their employers. Undoubtedly, Elizabeth had far exceeded her original job scope. "So, what now?" Chen Geng inquired. "Are you considering taking on the Canadian side?" "Yes, sir. I aspire to earn more money and lead a better life, much like Mr. Bob and Mr. Anderson." Meeting Chen Geng's gaze, Elizabeth nodded emphatically. "Indeed, this is how it is." Observing Elizabeth's animated discourse, Chen Geng finally confirmed his suspicions. The success of Bob and Anderson had significantly motivated the other employees within the company. They began to realize that Mr. Fernandez's previous statements were not mere rhetoric. He genuinely wished to share the fruits of the company's growth with his employees. Last month, Anderson received over $3,000 as a dividend from the dismantling business, and it was rumored that this month's dividend could exceed $10,000. Witnessing others earn substantial sums, who wouldn't feel envious? Americans may appear lazy, but it is not due to genuine lethargy. Rather, it stems from a lack of hope. After over 200 years of development, the entrenchment of social classes in America is nearly complete. For individuals in the lower tiers, ascending to higher strata seems almost impossible. Although we often hear of billionaires emerging from various corners of the country, a closer examination of these newly minted billionaires reveals that none hail from ordinary, working-class backgrounds. In America, the few billionaires who genuinely come from humble or impoverished origins are primarily athletes. Yet how many of these athletes find themselves bankrupt within 5 years of retirement? The absence of guidance in financial management has hindered individuals from enhancing their wealth, a closely guarded secret among the elite class in America, inaccessible to those in lower tiers of society. It is now evident that the wisdom imparted to us from a young age, yet often overlooked, regarding prudent saving for unforeseen circumstances, holds immense value. The profound insights we endured during our high school years, such as the philosophical doctrines of dialectics, the principles of relativity, and the importance of practical experience, are indeed treasures that form the core of the elite's knowledge in capitalist societies. Elizabeth was fortuitously presented with a rare opportunity to alter the trajectory of her life, and she was determined to seize it. "I have expressed my willingness to share the fruits of the company's growth with everyone and hope for collective efforts toward our progress." After what felt like an eternity of anxious anticipation, Chen Geng finally spoke. "I am offering you this opportunity, but the specifics will require you to travel to Windsor and negotiate with the used car operators there. Furthermore, the company's support will not be limitless. Do you understand?" "I understand." Elizabeth's face flushed with excitement as she replied, "Thank you, sir, for granting me this chance to reshape my destiny. If you do not mind, I could come to see you this evening." Faced with this pivotal moment, Elizabeth was unreserved in her gratitude towards her employer, while Chen Geng, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, hastily made his exit. Chapter 57. Chen Geng under suspicion of questionable orientation. Chen Geng patiently awaited news from Elizabeth. However, instead of her, he was greeted by Anderson. "Boss, it's on fire. Our business is booming," Anderson exclaimed with excitement as he entered Chen Geng's office. his face aglow with enthusiasm. What is flourishing? Chen Geng inquired with a smile. Our second-hand car parts business is thriving. Anderson replied animatedly. Boss, do you know? We have now become the largest supplier of high-quality second-hand car parts in all of Detroit. Every day, automotive repair companies flock to our warehouse to select goods. Our 3 delivery trucks can hardly keep up with the demand. As the owner, Chen Geng was well aware of the state of their business. Nevertheless, he understood Anderson's exuberance. For he had a stake in the venture, and thus he nodded in agreement. It seems my decision to entrust this business to you is indeed the right one. Anderson, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. As a man, what is there to be shy about? You should proudly hold your head high, Chen Geng said, playfully delivering a light punch on Anderson's shoulder. I have witnessed your efforts a month ago. That over 200-pound fellow is now down to just over 180. That is the best testament to your hard work. Never having received such encouragement before, Anderson felt invigorated, as if he had just enjoyed a refreshing massage. Yes, I have invested so much in this project. Isn't it only fair to reap the benefits? Now, let us not dwell on this. You did not come to see me merely to share the success of our business, did you? Chen Geng asked, realizing his oversight. Anderson nodded eagerly. Boss, indeed, Mr. Michael's side has begun to fall short of our demands. Should we not consider collaborating with the other 3 dismantling companies in Detroit? Chen Geng did not respond immediately, but instead posed a question to Anderson. Aside from Michael, have the other 3 dismantling companies in Detroit approached you? Not at all. Anderson replied with certainty. Not at all. Chen Geng instinctively furrowed his brow. How is that possible? Yes, I find it rather strange as well, Anderson admitted. His brow also creased. We have been in the dismantling parts business for 2 months now, and Mr. Michael has earned a substantial profit here. The owners of those 3 scrap car dismantling companies must have heard of our operations. Our company's name, in comparison to selling scrap metal, is evidently more lucrative. They should have approached us, yet none have come to me. Boss, no one would willingly forego profit. Do they intend to take this opportunity to sell to us at an inflated price? But if their prices are too high, we would gain nothing, and we would not enter into a partnership with them. Anderson articulated Chen Geng's concerns. Indeed, that is a possibility, Chen Geng acknowledged with a nod. Thus, we should seize an opportune moment to investigate further. Okay. Upon observing the contemplative expression on his boss's face, Anderson tactfully took his leave. After Anderson departed, Chen Geng remained deep in thought regarding the matter at hand. For Chen Geng, deducing the possibilities was not particularly challenging. The other 3 scrap car dismantling companies in Detroit could not possibly be oblivious to Michael's substantial profits. Their failure to approach him could be attributed to one of 3 possibilities. Firstly, they might be aware of the situation but have refrained from contacting him, hoping instead that he would approach them, allowing them to sell at an inflated price and profit handsomely from him. With a stroke of luck, they could potentially secure a continuous stream of income from him, merely waiting for him to deliver the money while they lounged comfortably at home, effectively turning him into their cash cow. Secondly, someone might have recognized an opportunity through Fernandez's company, seeking to enter the dismantling business themselves and preemptively establishing connections with the 3 companies. Perhaps their conditions were equally favorable, resulting in the owners of those dismantling firms opting not to pursue Chen Geng. Thirdly, they may have reached out to Fernandez, but not to Chen Geng directly. Rather, they could have approached Anderson, as he was the project leader. The rationale behind Anderson's claim that they had not contacted him could be straightforward. Anderson was dissatisfied with his current earnings and wished to extract more from the arrangement. Aside from these 3 possibilities, other scenarios seemed too improbable to warrant consideration. Thus, one might ponder if Anderson was indeed conspiring. While the likelihood of the first possibility was not negligible, it hinged on the premise that the 3 companies had coordinated their strategies and agreed on a unified approach. However, from Chen Geng's understanding, the owners of these companies shared neither familial ties nor significant mutual interests. If anything, they were more likely to have conflicting interests. The probability of them reaching a consensus for this matter was exceedingly low. The second point appeared plausible. Yet Fernandez's company had only recently entered the industry, less than 2 months prior. How could anyone have established relationships with all 3 dismantling companies without Chen Geng catching wind of it? That seemed rather implausible. After careful consideration, it became evident that the third possibility bore the greatest weight, setting aside the notion that those outside ones might harbor ulterior motives. It was clear that financial incentives could easily sway loyalties. When faced with the prospect of profit, even those who owed deep gratitude would prioritize their interests. Furthermore, Chen Geng perceived that Anderson might not genuinely feel indebted to him. Initially, he may not have harbored any ulterior motives, but as time passed, it became evident to him that despite his relentless efforts, he was left with only a meager fraction of the earnings, with the majority siphoned off by Fernandez. How could Anderson be pleased with that? Perhaps Chen Geng was overthinking, yet he believed that trusting his fellow countrymen was far more prudent than relying on foreigners. In all his experiences across lifetimes, he had yet to encounter a foreign businessman who remained unwaveringly loyal to their employer out of gratitude. Conversely, he had witnessed numerous instances among his compatriots where loyalty was feigned, suggesting that perhaps in capitalist nations, those with noble aspirations were often the most treacherous. On the way home in the evening, Chen Geng, squinting his eyes, suddenly called out to Stinson, who was driving. "Boss, there is something I need you to do. But remember to keep it confidential. Do not speak of it to anyone." Stinson noticeably tensed up. "Boss, are you planning to take someone out?" "Huh." Given his military background, it was evident that this fellow was ill-suited for the role of a bodyguard. Amused by the thought, Chen Geng felt a mischievous impulse rising within him. "It's not that serious. I merely wish to teach someone a lesson. Are you up for it?" Stinson glanced at Chen Geng through the rearview mirror, hesitantly responding, "Well, if you truly intend to take someone out, you could entrust it to me. I wouldn't mind." "Get lost," Chen Geng retorted, laughing with irritation. "I'm merely a businessman, not a gang member. Why on earth would I contemplate eliminating someone? Once a life is taken, there's always the chance of leaving behind evidence, which could one day be wielded against me as a lethal weapon by my adversaries. Am I a fool? Even if I did consider such a thing, don't you realize that a lawyer with a pen is far more reliable than a brute like you? They bear no legal repercussions. What on earth are you thinking about all day?" Stinson scratched his head, visibly relaxing. "True, a lawyer can handle matters far more deftly than a retired soldier like myself, and you don't have any troubles on your hands." Now completely at ease, Stinson recalled the matter at hand and quickly inquired, "Boss, what would you have me do? Find a way to send someone to the 3 other scrapyards in Detroit to understand why they haven't approached us for collaboration." "But boss, I don't know how to go about it," Stinson said, his face contorted in confusion. "I'm just a soldier. These intricate tasks are beyond my capabilities." Chen Geng replied, "It's simple. Here's what you do. Find a few brothers who don't usually attract attention, drive to those 3 scrapyards, and say you're there to purchase some parts." Then Stinson nodded along, his heart finally at ease. "It seems it's not as challenging as I thought. All right, boss. I understand what to do now. Rest assured, my brothers will do a splendid job for you. By the way, the modeling agency that provided models for your last banquet called, asking if you'd like 2 models. They assure me they're all new and beautiful. If you have any special requests, they're open to discussion." Chen Geng's face turned slightly pale. Unfortunately, Stinson, oblivious to the fact that his boss was on the brink of explosion, continued, "Additionally, they mentioned male models are also available, though at a higher price." "Get lost," Chen Geng shouted, his face darkening with rage. "Damn it, these bastards dare to question my taste in men? Is that not absurd?" Stinson gazed at Chen Geng with a bewildered expression, his innocence almost comical. "Boss, you possess such wealth, and you are not a Puritan. Yet we have never seen you with a woman. If you prefer men, it is perfectly fine. We can understand that. Get lost. Roll as far away as you can." Chen Geng, infuriated, retorted, "Can you not be any more disgusting? How dare you question my preferences?" Stinson obediently turned back to focus on driving, but within minutes, he could no longer contain himself and turned around again. "Boss, we truly do not discriminate. Get lost. If you utter another word, do you believe I won't fire you? Damn it. It seems I must take some action to prove the normalcy of my inclinations. Besides Stinson, who else harbors doubts about my preferences?" Chapter 58. Hang out with me as a quintessentially straightforward man. Chen Geng found himself rather vexed by the suspicions surrounding his sexual orientation. This discontent, however, remained unvoiced. For the reason was quite simple. How could a young man in his early 20s, like Chen Geng, possibly be without a girlfriend? To Americans, this notion is utterly incomprehensible. Well, even if he lacked a romantic partner, one would assume that someone of his considerable wealth would at least have a few companions. With a discerning taste, one could easily procure any desired companion from the numerous modeling agencies in Detroit, which cater specifically to the affluent. Thus, Chen Geng, who led a life akin to that of a Puritan, only deepened the confusion among his American peers. Faced with such a predicament, Chen Geng felt utterly helpless. What could he possibly do? Should he confront someone and explain that he was merely devoted to love, waiting for his future wife, who had just entered middle school, to mature? Such an assertion would only invite ridicule. With a heart full of frustration, he rose early the next day to see off Rosemary and her entourage at the airport. Although their collaborative agreement had been finalized, Rosemary, as the vice president of the United Community Bank, could not merely undertake this single endeavor during her visit to Michigan. She also needed to represent headquarters in assessing the bank's operations in the state. Hence, as a gracious host and partner, Chen Geng deemed it necessary to personally escort her to the airport. "Chen, I truly appreciate you coming to see me off," Rosemary said, appearing quite pleased upon seeing him. With a warm and generous embrace, she transitioned from the formal Mr. Fernandez to the more familiar Chen. "Not at all," Chen Geng responded with equal warmth. "I wish you a smooth journey. Chen, I believe we can consider ourselves friends now, right?" "Of course," he replied, nodding, even though he was puzzled by her sudden assertion. Describing their relationship as that of ordinary friends was not unfitting. "Since we are friends, I advise you to find a woman soon," Rosemary remarked, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "The way you are now, well, it's rather concerning. Is the world truly mad, or are these people simply bored? Why are they so preoccupied with my personal matters?" The frustration that had begun the previous day erupted within him. "My orientation is perfectly normal. Absolutely normal. If you doubt it, shall we find a place to test it?" "Sure," Rosemary replied, unfazed, as she appraised him with a playful grin. "You have a fine physique. I assume you work out regularly? Your stamina seems commendable. Since I've been divorced for a while, and there's still time, why don't we find a place to try?" "You bold woman," Chen Geng conceded, feeling a strong urge to flee. "Why are all American women so audacious?" "All right, no jokes. Americans never interfere in their friends' private lives." With a serious demeanor, Rosemary said to Chen Geng, as a friend and a professional manager of a collaborative enterprise, "I advise you to find an exceptional manager." "Oh?" Chen Geng was somewhat taken aback by Rosemary's unexpected suggestion. "Your enterprise possesses immense and incalculable potential for growth. I have faith in my vision and judgment, and I am astounded by your keen insights into business development strategies. However, if I may be frank, your management skills are hardly superior to those of an amateur. The success of your company thus far has been supported more by your strategic capabilities. If you were to enlist even an average professional manager to oversee your company, your profitability would undoubtedly improve significantly. With an outstanding manager to assist you, the future of both you and your company would be boundless." "Thank you," Chen Geng nodded, sensing the sincerity in Rosemary's words. In truth, this matter had long been on Chen Geng's mind. He was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. Daily operations and management were indeed not his forte. During the early stages of Runhua Industries, it was the venerable Mr. Xie Minxing who assisted him, managing the day-to-day operations. However, Chen Geng had yet to find someone he could fully trust. Suddenly, an idea that had previously surfaced but been suppressed came rushing back to him. "Isn't there someone right before me?" Chen Geng thought to himself. Lowering his voice slightly, he said to Rosemary, "Miss Rosemary, would it be convenient for us to speak privately?" "Of course." After stepping aside with Rosemary, Chen Geng quietly continued, "I wholeheartedly agree with what you just said. Therefore, would you be interested in taking on the role of general manager at Fernandez Company?" Rosemary was evidently taken aback by the audacity of the proposition. After a moment of surprise, she laughed. "Did I hear you correctly? You're inviting me to be your company's professional manager, to be your general manager?" "There's nothing trivial about it," Chen Geng replied earnestly, spreading his hands. "I am genuinely extending this invitation to you. As you can see, I am indeed in need of a capable assistant. I have witnessed your abilities and recognized my own strengths and weaknesses, believing you would be more than competent for this role. You are well aware of the current shortcomings of Fernandez Company and optimistic about its future prospects. This creates a natural complementarity between us. I can guide the enterprise strategically, while you ensure its smooth operation. I believe our collaboration would be exceptional." This invitation may seem abrupt, yet Chen Geng finds himself compelled by circumstances. During this period, he has been contemplating the possibility of enlisting the expertise of a headhunting firm to recruit a distinguished professional manager. However, various apprehensions have lingered in his mind. Rosemary's recent words suddenly illuminated the reality before him. Is there not an exceptional candidate for the managerial role right in front of him? Her position as the Deputy General Manager of United Community Bank attests to her commendable skills and abilities. If her professional ethics were lacking, she would not have ascended to such heights. Given that a suitable candidate is available and that Chen Geng possesses some familiarity with her, there is no reason for hesitation. He has always approached matters with decisiveness. Yet, Rosemary countered, "But why should I accept your invitation? This was not a refusal, but rather an inquiry. A glimmer of hope emerged for Chen Geng. Rosemary's lack of immediate rejection was indeed a positive sign. Miss Rosemary, although this question may seem somewhat impolite, has your career at United Community Bank not essentially reached its culmination? Rosemary remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth of his assertion. In American society, various manifestations of the glass ceiling persist. For instance, irrespective of the exceptional capabilities possessed by Asian employees, white employers often restrict them to mid-level management positions. Similarly, discrimination against women is prevalent in the workplace. Even when a female employee demonstrates superior qualifications compared to her male counterpart, promotion opportunities predominantly favor the latter. As Chen Geng articulated, for a woman like Rosemary to attain the role of Deputy General Manager at United Community Bank is already remarkable. Further advancement appears utterly unattainable, as shareholders would not consent to it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Geng stated, "Since you acknowledge the growth potential and future of the Fernandez Company, I assure you, should you come to work with us, there will be no glass ceiling. Your ascent will be solely contingent upon your capabilities. As long as your skills align with the company's growth needs, you will continuously hold the position of General Manager. At United Community Bank, you are merely one of several Deputy General Managers, and even among renowned professional managers across the United States and the world, your name would likely remain absent. Should you choose to remain at United Community Bank, this situation is unlikely to change. However, if you join us, you have the opportunity to become one of the world's foremost professional managers." Rosemary fell into silence, but it was evident that she was intrigued. Indeed, as one of the few successful individuals in this world who would not aspire for even greater success. Yet, due to her gender, the pathway to higher echelons had seemingly closed off. Deep down, Rosemary must have felt a sense of injustice, but the reality of American circumstances left her powerless. Now, however, Chen Geng has presented her with an entirely new choice. At this moment, if Chen Geng were to remain indecisive, it would indeed be foolish. He added fuel to the fire, persisting with his resolve. "I never tell lies. I cannot claim to have complete and unwavering trust in you, as you are well aware that such a notion is implausible. However, as long as you adhere to the corporate development strategy one have devised, I assure you that no one will threaten your position. As for your compensation, I am unaware of your current salary, but I presume it does not exceed 100,000 annually. Should you join us, I can offer you a salary of 200,000 per year. If the company's annual profit reaches or surpasses 5 million, your salary will automatically adjust to 400,000. Furthermore, once the company's profits exceed 10 million, I will provide you with a salary of 100,000 and a 5 share in the profits. After you have served the company for over 10 years, that 5 share will no longer be a mere profit share. It will wholly belong to you. As long as you possess the capability, I am more than willing to offer you a generous salary." Rosemary felt as if she had been struck profoundly in her heart. She was genuinely moved, faced with the conditions laid out by Chen Geng. It was impossible not to feel compelled, especially considering her optimistic outlook on the future of Fernandez Corporation. After a prolonged silence, Rosemary finally spoke. Her voice barely above a whisper. "I need to think about it." Naturally, Chen Geng understood this, and he let out a deep sigh of relief. "I await your favorable news." Chapter 59. Striving for one's own happiness upon returning to the office. Elizabeth promptly delivered a fax to Chen Geng. "Boss, Mr. Alex Goodrich invites you to attend this Friday's charity gala for his campaign. Should you decide to attend, Mr. Goodrich's campaign team will subsequently send you an invitation." The charity gala for Alex Goodrich's campaign? Upon reviewing the introduction from Alex Goodrich's campaign committee regarding this event, Chen Geng quickly grasped the situation. The mayoral election in Detroit had entered a heated phase. The so-called charity gala is a cherished tradition in American politics, held during each election cycle. As the election draws to a close, both candidates participate in an event known as the Al Smith Dinner. This gala primarily aims to raise funds for Catholic activities, attracting prominent figures from both the political and business arenas. During the event, the two presidential candidates engage in a humorous exchange, poking fun at themselves and each other. This lighthearted banter serves merely to lighten the atmosphere. Once the mood is set, the candidates begin to extol the virtues of their opponents and call for bipartisan cooperation, culminating in a rousing declaration of "God bless America," akin to a grand finale. Essentially, if a rendition of Auld Lang Syne were to play, accompanied by a cascade of paper flowers from the ceiling, it would resemble an American reinterpretation of our annual Spring Festival Gala. The self-deprecating humor, mutual roasting, and playful jabs exchanged between the candidates are primarily intended to ease tensions, signaling to the public that no matter how intense the rivalry may seem, it ultimately remains a game played by the elites. Rest assured, dear citizens, we will not let things spiral out of control. While there may be variations, this encapsulates the essence of the tradition. This practice is not only prevalent in presidential elections, but also permeates the campaign activities at the state, city, county, and even township levels, albeit with less seriousness as one descends the political hierarchy. In states, the charity galas resemble those of presidential campaigns. But at the municipal and county levels, the situation can be quite chaotic, with some impoverished areas foregoing such events entirely. For instance, at the charity gala hosted by Alex Goodrich, Chen Geng noted the conspicuous absence of his rival's name in the facts from the campaign committee. What was meant to be a joint appearance by two candidates had devolved into a solo performance by Alex Goodrich. It is worth mentioning that this is not an appropriate time for a charity gala. Rather, it would be more fitting for a fundraising dinner for the campaign. It is likely that the majority of the funds raised from this charity gala will ultimately serve as Alex Goodrich's campaign financing. Nevertheless, this holds no concern for Chen Geng, as he supports Alex Goodrich. He nodded affirmatively. All right, let them send the invitation. Very well, I shall inform them immediately. Elizabeth responded with an excited nod. To Elizabeth, who possessed no acumen in political affairs, the individuals attending the mayoral campaign charity gala were undoubtedly the prominent figures of Detroit's elite. The fact that her boss had received an invitation to such an event implied that he had indeed ascended to the ranks of Detroit's upper echelon. However, she found herself lingering, hesitant to depart, which piqued Chen Geng's curiosity. The usually assertive Elizabeth, who always exuded confidence, now appeared unexpectedly bashful. Boss, she began, her demeanor shifting, prompting Chen Geng to furrow his brow, slightly perturbed. If you have something to say, please do so promptly. His somewhat stern tone did not intimidate Elizabeth. Instead, she mustered her courage. Do you have a female companion? What? Chen Geng was taken aback. Was it not customary to bring a partner to such high society gatherings? If you do not have one, might I accompany you? Chen Geng found himself questioning whether the fierce woman from moments ago and this bashful figure were indeed the same person. When Elizabeth, having patiently awaited a response, noticed his distraction, she quickly lifted her gaze. Boss, I implore you, let me experience this event. What more could Chen Geng say? It was customary to bring a companion to the gala, and as long as the person was presentable, with a touch of makeup, anyone could appear attractive. He nonchalantly nodded. Very well, but do you possess an evening gown suitable for such an occasion? Really? You agree? Elizabeth exclaimed, her joy palpable. I'll go buy a gown right after work. Boss, may I take the day off? Observing the exuberant and somewhat incoherent Elizabeth, Chen Geng felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Women, he thought, shaking his head in resignation. Go ahead, it's fine. Elizabeth, pouting and glaring at him, was evidently displeased with his swift change of heart. The thought of attending the gala without a female companion indeed felt rather embarrassing. And if her appearance were to reflect poorly, it would tarnish his reputation as well. Chen Geng slowly inquired. Are you certain you know what kind of attire and makeup are appropriate for such a charity gala? The previously defiant Elizabeth immediately faltered. Not really, I just need you to know. Sighing, Chen Geng replied, how about this? I have no pressing matters at the moment. Let us go together to select a suitable evening gown and find a reputable image design center to assist you with your makeup. The evening gowns worn at prestigious banquets are typically bespoke creations. Chen Geng had no intention of commissioning a custom gown for Elizabeth. Nor did he plan to purchase an off-the-rack garment, as that would be a source of embarrassment. Instead, he intended to acquire a semi-finished evening gown, one that was mostly complete but could be tailored to fit the wearer's physique in certain areas. The delivery time for such semi-finished gowns was relatively swift, generally ready for pickup within 2 to 3 days, and they were considerably more affordable than fully customized gowns. However, one should not expect the gown to be crafted by a renowned tailor. Unaware of these intricacies, Elizabeth was elated. Really? Indeed, Chen Geng replied. Go speak with Stanson. And after our lunch, we shall set off. He gestured toward the door of his office, indicating she could return to her work. Elizabeth, however, remained unfazed, cheerfully embracing Chen Geng and planting a kiss on his cheek. Hee, you are a wonderful boss. Chen Geng felt a surge of indignation. His first kiss, or rather, his first stolen kiss, had been lost just like that. To his astonishment, the usually unassuming Elizabeth possessed such a captivating figure. The royal blue silk evening gown she wore, complemented by the makeup crafted by the boutique's image consultant, left even someone as seasoned in beauty as Chen Geng momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Stunning." "Thank you," Elizabeth replied playfully, curtsying with a graceful gesture of her skirt. "Your taste is commendable as well." The boutique owner seized the opportunity to lavish praise on Chen Geng. "Perfect, absolutely perfect. Sir, this evening gown is tailor-made for your lady. Annie, mark this gown as a non-sale item. I believe no one else is worthy to wear it but this beautiful lady." Chen Geng found it difficult to object. Any denial at this moment would only serve to humiliate Elizabeth. Stealing a glance at him, Elizabeth noticed his lack of rejection and lowered her gaze, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. As they exited the boutique, Elizabeth, who had been following Chen Geng in silence, suddenly mustered the courage to speak. "Chen, if you have similar events in the future and find yourself without a companion, you may consider me." The implication was unmistakable. If he made the request, she would gladly assume the role of his girlfriend. Indeed, a young man like Chen Geng, who had amassed a fortune in a short span of time, wealth that most would earn in a lifetime, while remaining humble and low-key, was the ideal partner for countless single women across America. Seizing the opportunity was paramount, for who knew how many alluring competitors were lurking in the shadows. There was no room for hesitation at this juncture. Did Chen Geng truly comprehend the meaning behind Elizabeth's words? He certainly understood, but he could only feign ignorance. "All right, I'll trouble you until I find a girlfriend." The sparkle in Elizabeth's eyes dimmed, no longer the rebellious girl of her teenage years. A few years older than Chen Geng, she had begun to contemplate her future life. Although Chen Geng had declined her advances, she still yearned to strive for her own happiness. "I know you are quite conservative regarding matters of intimacy, but I do not intend to demand anything from you." "I understand your sentiment," he replied. "I am a normal man with normal desires." He playfully poked his own chest and added with a smile, "I merely struggle with my own boundaries. Of course, you may interpret this as a reflection of the conservatism of Chinese men." With a deep breath, Elizabeth forced a smile. "I suddenly find myself a bit envious of your future wife. She must be a remarkably fortunate woman. No matter how liberated or revolutionary one may become, the human heart's longing for pure and beautiful love remains unchanged. Who wouldn't he wish to encounter a partner who is devoted and loves them alone for a lifetime?" Yet, Chen Geng's gentle rejection made Elizabeth acutely aware that her chances were slipping away. Chapter 60. The worst-case scenario did not occur. Chen Geng initially believed that it would take 4 to 5 days to obtain results from the investigation into the 3 other auto dismantling companies in Detroit. However, to his surprise, on the 3rd day at noon, Stan presented him with good news. "Boss, the matter you asked me to look into has yielded results." "Oh, so soon?" Chen Geng expressed his astonishment. In the most succinct manner, Stan elucidated why the 3 auto dismantling companies sought collaboration with the Fernandez company. They had secretly united with the intention of demanding a high price from them. "Anderson was not involved?" Chen Geng inquired, his gaze fixed on Stan, his voice low. "Boss, I am absolutely certain," Stan replied, nodding emphatically, fully aware of his employer's thoughts. Chen Geng's concerns were finally alleviated. His greatest fear had been that Anderson, in his short-sightedness, might jeopardize their trust for the sake of a trivial sum. Had he been implicated, Chen Geng would have had no choice but to let him go. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario had not materialized, and Chen Geng's mood brightened considerably. "Tell me, how did you manage it?" "I followed your instructions and sent 2 associates to the 3 auto dismantling companies under the guise of seeking parts." Stan recounted the unfolding events, perhaps due to the fact that the Fernandez company had not previously engaged with them. The operation proceeded far more smoothly than Chen Geng and Stan had anticipated. The 3 auto dismantling companies exhibited no caution whatsoever. The seasoned veterans sent to investigate encountered no anticipated obstacles: a few cigarettes, several substantial hamburgers, and casual complaints about their own boss's strictness allowed them to extract information from the guards and employees regarding their owners' plans. Upon witnessing the substantial profits generated through the collaboration between the Fernandez company and Michael, 2 of the auto dismantling company owners were indeed tempted. Selling scrap metal could never compare to the profits from selling second-hand parts. However, the owner of the 3rd dismantling company, possessing a keener insight, astutely recognized that the Fernandez company, having tasted success from dismantling car parts, would inevitably seek to collaborate with the other 3 dismantling companies in Detroit. As the owners of the 2 enamored dismantling companies prepared to approach the Fernandez company for collaboration, this astute owner proactively reached out to the other 2, persuading them to unite in their pursuits. His reasoning was straightforward. We are not greedy and do not intend to make exorbitant profits. But even a mere 10 or 20 increase in the price offered by Fernandez would still result in significant earnings for us, potentially adding tens of thousands of dollars to our annual revenue. This simple yet compelling rationale succeeded in convincing the owners of the two dismantling companies, who wouldn't desire to increase their profits. At present, these three auto dismantling companies await Chen Geng to approach them, ready to set prices to their advantage. Is it truly as simple as that? Previously, various scenarios were contemplated, and it was hard for Chen Geng to believe that these three auto dismantling companies would unite. To put it bluntly, they are merely scrap dealers. And Stinson was perceptive enough to recognize that. How much foresight can one expect from them? Boss, you are overestimating their capabilities. Chen Geng nodded in agreement, realizing he had made a common error, assuming the other party possessed the same level of intelligence as himself. Regardless, as long as Anderson was not involved. That was a positive development. Chen Geng summoned Anderson. Anderson, I have a task for you. Without hesitation, Anderson responded, Boss, I'm listening. Please visit those three auto dismantling companies in Detroit and see if they are willing to collaborate with us. Okay. Anderson nodded immediately. What are the terms? Are they the same as those offered to Michael? Certainly, they must be the same. Otherwise, we cannot justify this to Michael. Understood, Anderson concurred. Recognizing that beyond the friendship with Michael and the fact that his company was the first to collaborate with Fernandez, a key point remained. If we offer these three dismantling companies a higher price, what will happen to Michael? Should we raise his price as well? Such an increase would raise the overall cost for Fernandez. For Anderson, holding shares in this project, rising costs meant reduced dividends, which he naturally resented. While it was true that previous contracts had been signed, requiring him to continue supplying Fernandez, the boss had once conveyed to him that Fernandez must not only be a company that honors its commitments, but also one that maintains an impeccable reputation. Anderson wholeheartedly agreed with Chen Geng's sentiment. We do not expect our morals to be lofty, yet we must ensure there are no points of criticism. However, being an engineer by training, he felt somewhat insecure even in the simplest business negotiations. After expressing his stance, he voiced his concerns to Chen Geng. But boss, what if they insist on a price increase? What if they refuse to cooperate unless we comply? There are only 4 auto dismantling companies in Detroit, and we have only secured one. Given our current business trajectory, we will soon be unable to meet market demands. Have you lost your senses? Chen Geng retorted sharply. It is true that there are only 4 in Detroit, but how many are there in Michigan? Over 300. And nationwide? More than 12. 000. This is not a monopolistic situation. If they refuse to sell, we can source from elsewhere. As for the current difficulty Fernandez faces in finding sufficient low-wage labor, there was no need to emphasize that point to Anderson. Anderson had never anticipated the issue of insufficient manpower. He was completely immersed in the immense joy of the existence of over 12,000 scrap car dismantling companies across the United States. Upon hearing this, his eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, how could I have forgotten? All right, hurry back. Chen Geng promptly began to urge his team. If the other party dares to propose any excessive conditions, we shall leave them waiting. Anderson nodded vigorously, feeling emboldened by the support of the 12,000 dismantling companies. Speaking of which, Chen Geng, the owner, had a rather pitiable situation, given the current business operations. He could earn several $1 million a year, yet he still had to assist in selling cars during his free time. There was simply no way around it. The business was thriving to such an extent that the daily transaction volume of the Fernandez company could rival that of some small used car dealerships over the course of 2 months. The new sales model was indeed formidable. However, Chen Geng sensed something amiss, not in the sales themselves, but with a particular customer. This customer, while appearing to be in search of a vehicle, was markedly different from regular buyers. He seemed to lack a clear purchasing objective. Instead, engaging the sales staff with a few questions, then wandering off to another salesperson to inquire further. A competitor conducting reconnaissance, Chen Geng thought initially. Yet, upon closer inspection, this individual did not possess the furtive demeanor typically associated with such competitors. Rather, he was openly exploring, casually inquiring with other customers, resembling more of an investigator than a mere competitor. Realizing this, Chen Geng felt a surge of curiosity and approached the gentleman, extending his hand. Good day, sir. I am the owner of this company. How may I assist you? By introducing himself, Chen Geng was subtly indicating, hey, I recognize you. The man, far from startled, grasped Chen Geng's hand and gave it a firm shake. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Fernandez. You may call me Tom. Chen Geng smiled warmly, It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Tom. How can I be of service? The gentleman, displaying a relaxed demeanor, shrugged slightly. I am in the same industry as Mr. Fernandez. I operate a used car dealership in Windsor. A used car dealer from Canada? Chen Geng was taken aback, not expecting this individual to be a colleague from Canada. Just the other day, Elizabeth had confidently mentioned her intentions to explore the Canadian market. And now here was a Canadian dealer coming to him directly. Amidst his surprise, Chen Geng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. So, after your visit, what are your impressions? Impressive, Tom replied sincerely, nodding. I was initially puzzled by everyone's choices, but after witnessing your company's service and after-sales commitments, I must concede that Windsor residents are indeed making the right decision by purchasing their vehicles from you. He casually complimented Chen Geng, and the praise from his peer brought Chen Geng great joy, elevating his spirits. So, are you considering a collaboration with me? He inquired. Chen Geng was skeptical that the other party had merely come to Detroit out of curiosity to observe his operations. The likelihood was exceedingly high that this gentleman possessed a discerning eye. He had recognized the revolutionary sales model of Fernandez's company at its nascent stage, which was poised to transform the used car sales industry. In a bid to seize the opportunity, he likely sought to partner with Chen Geng. As it turned out, Chen Geng's intuition was correct. The man shrugged and remarked, if this sales model proves effective, why not? Mr. Fernandez, would it be possible for you to give me a tour of your company, the repair workshop, and the situation with your partners? This fellow certainly seemed well informed.